The 3 of U.S. Breeding House live stream. Barrage. Streamer, what do you think of my lineup? Is it formidable in battle? Wang Bin. The streamer graduated from middle school and lacks understanding of combat. Please consult a professional. Barrage. You're asking someone who graduated middle school? Barrage. Indeed, it's clearly stated in the live room that he is not a professional. Beside them, the second-level deity Gengar remarked, Good GA, indeed, I am merely a gaming enthusiast. Another second-level deity, the violent flying dragon, commented, Roar, this film is exceedingly poorly made. Chapter 1. The 3 of U.S. Breeding House. Tianjin. Finally tidied up. A man stretched his body and then embraced Gengar beside him. Good GA, he chuckled. Gengar grinned in return, allowing the man to hold him. The man's name is Wang Bin, 25 years old, standing at 6 feet tall, possessing above-average looks, radiating a masculine aura, and weighing 200 pounds of solid muscle. Some may call him overweight, but one must acknowledge that it takes such weight to support a physique of pure muscle. Wang Bin is a transmigrator, having been reborn into this world. His parents passed away in a car accident when he was 4, leaving him with a substantial compensation. With no relatives to contest the compensation, he grew up without experiencing any encroachment on his inheritance. Upon completing his compulsory education, he chose to forego further schooling and embarked on a journey instead. Now, at 25, he is ready to establish a breeding house, leaving his travels behind. As a transmigrator, he naturally possesses a cheat that at this moment. Wang Bin quietly opened his system panel. Name, Wang Bin. Gender, male. Attributes, combat psychic. Special abilities, power of eternity, psychic powers, aura force, eye of appraisal. Physique, super cleansing entity. Evaluation. At first glance, he appears human, yet in certain aspects, he is indeed not entirely human. Withstanding 2 blasts of punitive light shards poses no challenge for him. Wang Bin's cheat is straightforward. It allows him to display his panel, utilize the eye of appraisal, and benefit from the bestowed power of eternity, psychic powers, and aura force, along with his super cleansing physique. However, he does not possess a system shop, yet this is already remarkably advantageous. Just then, a blue figure soared through the sky. Thank you for your hard work, violent flying dragon, Wang Bin said with a smile, gently patting the dragon's head. Since he is establishing a breeding house, it is indeed essential to have a space for Pokémon. Thus Wang Bin chose a small village, his hometown, situating his establishment a distance away to avoid disturbing the villagers. All right, after a long day, let's head inside, Wang Bin said, patting the heads of his 2 Pokémon. The house is a spacious villa, specifically designed with a large entrance for the violent flying dragon to enter freely. Wang Bin prepared some energy cubes for his Pokémon, while also preparing a meal for himself. Watching his 2 Pokémon devour their food with fervor brought a smile to his face. This feeling of relaxation is truly delightful. Currently, he possesses only 2 Pokémon. Name, Gengar. Gender, male. Attributes, ghost, poison. Ability, curse body. Qualifications, level 2 deity, formerly champion level. Level, 120. Skills, shadow sneak. Carried item, Gengar Megastone. Evaluation, Wallflower number 2. This is your initial Pokémon. While it may not appear shiny, this purple chubby creature transforms into a dazzling white upon Mega Evolution. It was a plush doll gifted by your mother when you were 5, symbolizing her enduring love, and it has since become a subordinate to Giratina. Not only has it attained the status of a level 2 deity, but has also mastered Shadow Sneak. The bond among the 3 of you is one of complete trust. Name, Dragonite. Gender, male. Type, dragon, flying. Ability, intimidate. Qualifications, level 2 deity, formerly level 3 deity. Level, 120. Skills, carried item, Dragonite Megastone. Evaluation, Wallflower number 3. You found this one in the black market when you were 8. Not only has it received guidance from Giratina, but has also been mentored by a shiny Rayquaza and has become a loyal subordinate. The trust among the 3 of you is unwavering. Though he possesses only 2 Pokémon, he understands that their combined strength is formidable. After lunch, I plan to procure some Pokémon eggs. Would you care to join? Wang Bin inquired. Sure, came the reply. Gengar nodded eagerly. Such matters were best undertaken together. Roar, echoed Dragonite in agreement. Very well. Having grasped the intentions of his Pokémon, Wang Bin proceeded to gather various documents related to his breeding facility, which would prove useful during his procurement. Once they finished their meal, Wang Bin set off. Greetings, I'm the proprietor of our breeding facility, and I wish to acquire some Pokemon eggs from this location, Wong Bin announced upon arrival. Certainly, no problem. The room on the left contains information about the parents, while the right does not. Once you have made your selection, just inform Rotom, the attendant succinctly explained, devoid of any clicked narratives. Thank you very much, Wong Bin nodded appreciatively. He first approached the right room. Having shed the naivety of youth, he felt no need for subterfuge. His inquiries stemmed from experience gained during his travels. Should matters escalate, Wong Bin might just demonstrate what it truly means to stride confidently. This room was filled with Pokemon eggs, yet they appeared poorly maintained, many still bearing traces of mud. Wong Bin commenced his selection. Ordinary quality Caterpie. Ordinary quality Beedrill. It seemed that since acquiring Dragonite at 8 years old, his luck had yet to improve. Wong Bin mused. He then ventured into the other room. This was a stark contrast. Rows of Pokemon eggs were meticulously arranged and impeccably clean as a breeding facility. It was expected to offer Pokemon of various qualities, yet being newly established, he could not purchase in excess, lest he be unable to sell them. If any particularly exceptional specimens were to be found, he would likely retain them for breeding. However, elite trainers would hardly venture to a wholesale venue such as this. As he scanned and walked, Wong Bin began to indicate, Rotom, this egg. Very well, I have marked Lodo for you. And this as well. Ultimately, Wong Bin acquired 50 eggs. Among them were 3 ordinary quality Caterpies, 5 ordinary quality Picus, 10 elite quality Caterpies, 10 elite quality Machops, 3 ordinary quality Tropius, 3 elite quality EVs, for ordinary quality Pachirisu, 10 elite quality Hippopotas, and 2 gym quality Scythers. In summary, the majority were of lower quality, as most trainers, when given the opportunity, typically opt for the more renowned breeding houses or pay taxes to receive the starter Pokemon distributed by the Alliance. The lower-end market is certainly viable, whether for transition or as companions. Of course, sir, the other party nodded. Then please deliver it to this address. No. 25, Flip Village. Wong Bin stated his address. His villa is number 26, located in the backyard, while number 25, situated closer to the village, is a bungalow used as a breeding house. The two residences are quite close to each other. Okay, the other party responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 2. The live broadcast begins. Do you think we should stream from home or the breeding center? Wong Bin pondered, slightly hesitant. Although he had set up 3 interconnected computers at both locations, he was uncertain which would be the better choice. Let us just stay here, after all. It's the first day of the broadcast, and I doubt many will tune in. Plus, I've already launched the game, so I can't afford to be idle. Remarked Gung Gui, who was situated to Wong Bin's left, before he began to manipulate his controls. Sounds good, replied the Dragonite to Wong Bin's right, who was engrossed in a television drama. Is that mat comfortable enough for you? If not, I can buy you another one, Wong Bin inquired. It's fine. No need to change it, Dragonite replied contentedly. All right, then I'll start the broadcast. Wong Bin nodded and initiated the stream. Broadcast title, 3 of Us, Breeding Center Owner Live, Free Consultation Account Name, Boss Bin Avatar. Wong Bin stood at the center. With Gung Gui, and nestled to his left, and Dragonite resting its head on his right shoulder, all 3 brothers beaming with smiles. Gung Gui, why aren't you speaking? Gung Gui was puzzled by Wong Bin's announcement of the live broadcast, noticing that he had not said a word. Because there's no one in the chat room. It wouldn't make sense for me to talk, Wong Bin replied with a hint of exasperation. However, it wasn't long before an audience member joined. Welcome. You are the first viewer in the stream. Do you have any questions? Wong Bin switched to a cheerful demeanor. No, I just accidentally clicked and Wong Bin fell silent. Suddenly, a notification appeared above him. The streamer you follow has gone live. He had only followed one streamer, his desk mate from school, Wei Yang, whom he affectionately called Mr. Wei. Not only was he a second-generation Pokémon trainer, but he was also a prodigious talent, having ascended to the ranks of a top-tier trainer at the tender age of 25. His Sandstorm team had earned him the title of the new generation S-Guardian of Sand in China, with immense popularity. He currently served as the Vice Dean of the Combat Academy at Tianjin Pokémon University. His streams were primarily for recruitment purposes. Although it was the admissions office's duty, as the Vice Dean, it was beneficial for him to attract promising talent. Taking out his phone, he opened the messaging app. Boss Bin, hey, bro, I've started streaming too. Mind letting me join your session for some exposure? Sean, Wei Yang's online name. Aren't you supposed to be at the breeding center? Boss Bin, I've started it here in the countryside. But there's no foot traffic. I want to build some online visibility, but no one is in my stream, Sean. Haha. Alright, let us do it. Wei Yang, showing no hesitation, was a close friend of Wong Bin. Without Wong Bin's encouragement, he might not have reached his current strength, as having a capable friend had spurred him on. Hello, can you hear me? Wang Bin confirmed the equipment status as their faces appeared on the screen. I can hear you. Wei Yang nodded. This is my childhood desk mate, a very good friend. He runs a breeding center. So if anyone is interested in purchasing Pokémon, do check it out. What is sand? I just took a glance and saw it advertised as a free consultation. Although he is a friend of the Guardian of Sand, I wanted to ascertain the other party's expertise. At that moment, a striking comment appeared on the screen, unmistakably from Wei Yang's esteemed associate. No problem, my friend, but is it permissible within Mr. Wei's livestream? Naturally, Wang Bin had no objections. Of course. I'll take a look as well, Wei Yang nodded. Soon, the livestream displayed 3 screens. What inquiries does Brother Sand have? Wang Bin, noting that the other party was of a similar age, addressed him as brother. This is quite simple. First, consider your preferences. For instance, if one enjoys the weather hand of a Pelipper on rainy days, yet dislikes it, I would advise against selecting Pelipper. After all, if you do not like it, nurturing it would only bring discomfort to both of you. Wang Bin shared his analysis, articulating his thoughts. Shouldn't we consider battles? The other party inquired. Beginning to perceive Wang Bin as lacking professionalism. I am not well versed in battles. I am merely the proprietor of a breeding house. If you wish to discuss the conditions of Pokémon, I can do so, but battles truly elude my understanding, Wang Bin replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Wang Bin's admission of ignorance regarding battles, Wei Yang was taken aback. ISNT at you who used Gengar or Dragonite to sweep my entire team. Wang Bin scanned for any discrepancies but found none, leading to a new conjecture. What does it usually eat? I just give it some rice. As it doesn't consume energy blocks, and there are no adverse reactions, the other party elaborated. That simplifies matters. It simply doesn't enjoy eating, Wang Bin concluded triumphantly. Doesn't he enjoy eating? That seems implausible, the other party responded, skepticism evident in his tone. Pokémon are indeed remarkable creatures. Consider that some individuals prefer tea over coffee. It's quite similar, Wang Bin chuckled. The other party appeared somewhat astonished, at a loss for words. Perhaps he never anticipated that a Pokémon could have an aversion to energy blocks. Wei Yang laughed heartily. Indeed, I certainly didn't expect that. The other party sighed, realizing that this was the underlying reason. At that moment, Wei Yang received a phone call. I'll take this call. You all continue your discussion, Wei Yang said as he walked away with his phone. All right. Does this esteemed elder have any further questions? Wang Bin inquired. No. But would you like to see my Shakiras? It is destined to be my future ace. I believe it is truly remarkable. The other party proclaimed with pride as he mentioned Shakiras. Certainly, Wang Bin nodded, intrigued. Just wait and see. I'm heading out now, the other party said as he began to move. Chapter 3, Wang Bin. If the budget is low, then it's cater pie. Name, Shakira's gender, male type, rock. Ground ability, shed skin qualification, gym level, 31 skills, sleight held item, sandstone. Evaluation, a Pokémon nurtured with great care since its early days. It has the potential to evolve into a formidable Tyranitar if it continues to develop steadily. However, is it perhaps premature to equip it with the Sandstorm Rock at this stage? It is commendable, indeed, that such diligent cultivation has taken place. Maintaining this effort will surely establish it as a cornerstone of your future team. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. One should not underestimate the prowess of a semi-legendary Pokémon from a gym leader's lineage. Not everyone can be compared to the likes of a wallflower. Wang Bin could discern that the individual's family background was relatively affluent, yet it paled in comparison to Wei Yang's, rendering any comparison moot. Thus, the current situation is already quite favorable. Thank you. I also have a Sandshrew in my team, and if the opportunity arises in the future, I will add a Garchomp. The other party replied with a smile, revealing his aspirations. In this domain, Mr. Wei holds more authority than I do. His team is centered around a sandstorm strategy, which I find quite impressive, Wang Bin remarked with a smile. It is, of course, impossible to attract every spectator, but some have indeed gathered. Welcome, welcome. Wang Bin chuckled. Look, people have started to join the stream. How many viewers do we have? Gengar peeked curiously at the screen. Quite a number, Wang Bin replied with a grin. I'll keep playing then. Gengar expressed its preference for gaming over live streaming. Is that Gengar the one in the host's profile picture? I absolutely adore Gengar in games. Just thinking about it brings a smile to my face. All right, let us continue our conversation. Wang Bin decided not to pay attention to the barrage of comments about his Gengar. Soon, a young boy joined the chat. Hello, young man. What would you like to ask me? Wang Bin inquired. Hello, Boss Bin. I am a first-year high school student this year, and I would like to know how to select a starter Pokémon. The boy was quite straightforward. Could you perhaps elaborate on your budget and future training plans? Wang Bin needed this information to provide a suitable recommendation. My family's financial situation is modest, and I want to have much funding for training later on. The boy responded earnestly, showing no signs of embarrassment. After all, choosing a starter Pokémon is indeed a significant decision. If your means are limited, I would suggest either a grass type or a bug Pokémon. Grass types require fewer resources and can recover health through photosynthesis if injured. Of course, I wouldn't recommend relying solely on photosynthesis for sustenance, Wang Bin advised, taking a sip from his water cup. My top recommendation would be the bug Pokémon, particularly Caterpie, he stated plainly. Could you explain the rationale behind that? The boy asked. Of course. It's simply a matter of hydration for me. Caterpie evolves into Metapod around level 7, and then into Butterfree at around level 10. This means that the requirements for Caterpie to evolve into Butterfree are not overly demanding. Furthermore, bug Pokémon are generally inexpensive, and the lower requirements mean less expenditure. The resources needed for subsequent training are also minimal. An elite Butterfree can accompany you for over a decade, although any hidden injuries may shorten that time. Can you endure the loss of your companion? This is indeed a formidable challenge. Boss Nabin, do you only have these 2 Pokémon on your profile? The young man inquired. Indeed. I possess only Gengar and Dragonite. Wang Bin replied with a nod. One is a ghost type, the other a dragon type. Both have remarkably long lifespans. As for my own existence, who can tell? Having traversed through time and reincarnation, even with the aid of external enhancements, one can only speculate. Pondering this matter would only lead to further questions. However, in terms of hidden injuries, I have the power of the evergreen, which presents no issues whatsoever. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, as they could not be voiced. Do you have any Caterpie eggs available? The young man resolutely asked. Yes. I have both elite and ordinary parent eggs. However, if you're not in Tianjin, I would advise against purchasing here first. It would be prudent to check nearby breeding houses for any egg promotions or complimentary services. Of course, you should also compare prices. My elite Caterpie eggs are priced at 6,000, while the ordinary ones are 2,500, Wang Bin stated plainly. Such commodities are quite transparent in pricing, with market values not deviating significantly. Generally, the costs of ordinary and elite parent eggs are not exorbitant, with the exception of rare Pokémon. Realistically, if Caterpie were to be overpriced, one could simply venture into the wild and capture it with a net, ensuring safety while doing so. Thus, it is relatively easy for someone with a monthly salary of 5,000 to acquire a Pokémon for companionship. Alright, I shall compare my options. The young man had initially considered making a purchase out of courtesy after inquiring for free, but Wang Bin's suggestion alleviated any hesitation. Yes, do your best and study diligently. Wang Bin encouraged with a nod before ending the call. This advice applies to all aspiring trainers with limited startup capital, of course. If one is not fond of bug types, it is best to refrain from such endeavors, as the experience may be quite off-putting. Wang Bin chuckled heartily. To be fair, the streamer is quite generous, offering advice without demanding a purchase, encouraging comparison instead. Meanwhile, the neighboring streamers are questioning our efforts, which is rather disheartening. Nevertheless, there are numerous guides online, albeit the abundance can be overwhelming when it comes to selection. Streamer, pick me. I'm a college student currently selecting Pokémon eggs at school. Should I take a look? It's not about your selection, it's about observation. I will choose myself. Oh, very well then. If your school permits streaming, that's fine, Wang Bin acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 4 Wang Bin. That is a burning bug. No problem. Stream away. I'm from Tianjin Pokémon University. Dean Wei is here, and I've already inquired. Then let us proceed. Wang Bin nodded. The call connected, and a plethora of Pokémon eggs appeared on the screen. Dear viewers, this is the breeding house of Tianjin Pokémon University. Let us take a closer look. Now, my fellow student, the floor is yours. I shall remain silent while you select your Pokémon eggs without interference. Seizing the opportunity for a brief respite, Wang Bin prepared to relax. All right, Boss Bin. The other party nodded before commencing the selection. Truly, this prestigious university boasts facilities that far surpass those of our own. I am aware of this. It seems that during a previous campus competition, the champion was awarded a Pokémon egg, which only needs to be redeemed before graduation. How intriguing. Wang Bin did not pay attention to the barrage of comments. Instead, he was scanning these eggs. As expected, he discovered something remarkable, a Pokémon egg, explicitly stated to have been found in the territory of the wild Beedrill colony. The colony's queen, a gym-level Pokémon, warranted its presence here. Name, Scorched Bug. Gender, male. Type, Fire Bug. Ability, Bug Sense. Potential, Gym level. Level, 0. Skills, minimal. Item, none. Evaluation, an egg of a scorched bug that fortuitously appeared in the Beedrill colony's territory. Whether it can evolve into a fire moth depends on the trainer's capabilities. Wang Bin also caught sight of Wei Yang's figure on the screen. He contemplated whether he could acquire this egg. In due time, he could find a way to obtain more scorched bugs, thus creating a specialty product of the breeding house. As for making it his own Pokémon, he thought better of it. Although he possessed the power of the evergreen, which could enhance potential, strengthening it from the gym level onward seemed overly cumbersome. Most importantly, he had an aversion to insects. On the other side of the screen, a classmate had already selected their desired egg. This one feels right. All set. Boss Bin, I'll go handle the paperwork. The other party initially intended for Wang Bin to break his silence. However, upon picking up his phone, they realized Wang Bin had muted his microphone and was interacting with his Pokémon. After all, Wang Bin scanned too swiftly, leaving him with little else to do. This movie features Karuna. It should be quite decent, right? Wang Bin inquired. It ought to be. Her performances have been commendable. Likely due to her status as a champion. After all, one must maintain their prestige, replied the Dragonite with a nod. Hey, what are you doing here during the 11-man showdown? Gengar exclaimed, having been captured once again. Wang Bin and Dragonite were accustomed to such occurrences. All right, my friend, congratulations on acquiring your desired Pokémon egg. Wang Bin congratulated without hesitation. Haha, thank you, Boss Bin, the classmate replied with gratitude. I advise you not to cause any trouble, Wei Yang interjected as he approached. What trouble? I'm not touching the Pokémon egg. They chose it themselves, Wang Bin retorted immediately. One cannot admit to actions never taken. Similarly, upon Wang Bin's inquiry, he discerned that the other party indeed had their eyes set on the Pokémon egg. Naturally, he had no intention of concealing this. If that fire moth had the qualifications of a champion, one could only imagine the games Wang Bin would play. However, that was not the case now. A gym-level Pokémon was not particularly enticing. Yes, there is one, but I must inquire first. I cannot cut in line. Wang Bin knew this was being broadcasted live. To bypass the proper channels would be ill-advised. Just as he finished his sentence, a girl picked up the Pokémon egg. Mere seconds later, she purchased it outright. I believe it is no longer necessary now. Wang Bin never anticipated that he would be purchased so swiftly. 3 honeybees. Indeed, this is a direct acquisition. Wei Yang laughed heartily. Hello, Dean Wei, the girls greeted as Wei Yang approached. Greetings. Please place it into the incubation device. Wei Yang nodded. Oh, there's no rush. I primarily bought it to gift to my sister. She mentioned wanting to open a farm near our home, so I thought to give her a 3 honeybee. The young girl said, her face lighting up with joy as she spoke of her sister. Wang Bin hesitated. After all, the number of fire moths was not abundant, and he feared potential complications. Seemingly sensing Wang Bin's uncertainty, Wei Yang promptly assured him, no worries. I know this student. She is a senior with excellent grades and has already been accepted into our graduate program, and she is my student. With that reassurance, Wang Bin felt more at ease. What is that? A female student inquired curiously. Burning bug, Wang Bin replied with a slight smile. What is that? Is that the one that can evolve into a fire moth? I am one of the elite of the bug type. This is quite a stroke of luck. Considering the price of 3 honeybees. Wait, does Dean Wei trust him so implicitly? He didn't even confirm it. Hey, dear audience, do not doubt me. My eyes serve as a measure. When it comes to Pokémon identification, machines are but inferior to my vision, Wang Bin waved dismissively. It's best not to speak of this too freely, as it is quite easy to be accused of fraud. Never mind, just trust your buddy, Wang Bin encouraged, urging him to have faith in his own judgment. At that moment, the girl on the screen, after some contemplation, spoke up. Dean, how much does the school pay for this Pokémon egg? Can I sell it to the school? Girl, are you confused? Let us hear what she has to say first. I believe college students should have their own ideas. Chapter 5. Parents. The child does not listen to me. I believe the selling price of the burning bug will undoubtedly be high, especially if it has good potential. I could directly exchange it for a formidable starter Pokémon for my sister, or even acquire one for myself, and the subsequent training costs would also be manageable. The young girl articulated her thoughts. Do you wish to assess its potential? After all, selling it high without certainty would be unwise. Wei Yang did not deter the student, but instead facilitated the subsequent procedures. Yes, I am confident I can select it directly. Thus, the future prospects must be promising. The female student expressed her trust in her fortune. Boss Bin, please help me take a look. Wei Yang directly sought Wang Bin's assistance. At that moment, Wang Bin raised his thumb in approval, a wise thought. If I were in your position, I would do the same. As evolving into a fire moth indeed requires considerable resources. In terms of potential, this burning bug possesses gym-level qualifications. Coupled with its rarity, the price you can demand depends on your own efforts. Do not undervalue it. You could have omitted that last remark. Wei Yang felt a stab of betrayal. It's not your money being spent, so why fret? Wang Bin interrupted decisively. What do you know? The gym does not acknowledge it, and it requires further examination. However, I recognize its value, so the simple process now is that I will make the purchase. Wei Yang asserted that he was indeed the one experiencing significant financial loss. That sum of money barely amounts to your pocket change. You could easily resell it at a premium to your father or cousin and make a considerable profit. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. It seems that the host's assessment can be trusted, especially since Director Wei harbors no doubts. Indeed, the host appears unperturbed by potential repercussions, boldly stating his views. At that moment, someone presented a stone tablet. Xiao He inquired, Host, may I create slices? Certainly, as long as you refrain from excessive editing. Wang Bin did not find this objectionable. After all, it is a method to increase viewership. If it weren't for Wei Yang's adept handling of the situation, he wouldn't have garnered such attention. This exemplifies the strength of brotherhood. Haha, it has truly been a while, Wang Bin chuckled. Then I shall take my leave. I need to attend to my spirit egg. The other party felt it was time to depart. No problem, hurry along. And may you acquire a Pokémon with a fitting personality. Once Wang Bin finished speaking, he also ended the call. Host, do you plan to sell energy cubes? I've noticed that the breeding houses in the live stream all have them. When will you post the link? I'd like to assess it. Wei Yang responded. Indeed, having you is a blessing. He was truly in sync with Director Wei, chuckling heartily. Ayu Farm chimed in. Host, I have a question to consult. Of course, Ayu. Wang Bin nodded and reopened the connection. Here's the thing. Boss Bin, my family runs a farm, and I need to help my child choose a Pokémon. We intended to purchase one of the starter trio, but my child insists on selecting a Snorlax from the farm. No matter how we try to persuade him, he refuses to listen. What should we do now? Ayu's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Do not fret. How old is your child? Wang Bin's primary objective was to gather more information. 15, came the reply. Have you always been running the farm, or is this a recent endeavor? Wang Bin inquired further. Do you live directly on the farm? It seemed Wang Bin had begun to piece together the scenario. Yes, we have always lived here. It makes management easier, the other party replied honestly, revealing no hidden truths. Now, parent, I suspect you have been researching strategies online, and you tuned into my live stream because of the previous connection with Wei Yang, believing him to be trustworthy. I'll be frank. Your child has likely grown accustomed to Snorlax over these 15 years. He perceives Snorlax as family. Hence, he cannot sever this emotional bond when selecting his initial Pokémon. No starter trio or rare Pokémon can compare to this beloved Snorlax. He may have already decided which Pokémon he wishes to claim as his first. You might observe if he consistently seeks out a specific Snorlax on the farm. Or you could ask him directly, calmly and peacefully, Wang Bin advised. But we are doing this for his own good. The starter trio has better prospects, the parent emphasized, asserting that their intentions were indeed for the child's benefit. However, passion holds immense significance. If one insists on imposing their will, it may lead to lifelong regrets. At your age, you should be familiar with the adage that what youth cannot attain will haunt them throughout their lives. And another that states the first child an adult nurtures is themselves. Wang Bin genuinely desires for this child to acquire the Pokémon of their dreams. Furthermore, the milk tank is indeed a commendable Pokémon. Yet, we harbor no intentions of causing harm. We have traversed this path ourselves. The parents remain undeterred. Is your child nearby? Let us summon them for a discussion, Wang Bin suggested, believing that the matter should involve the person directly concerned. I'll inquire. We've already had a quarrel these past few days, the parent sighed. We must remain composed. Arguments will not suffice. We need to sit down and resolve this amicably. Wang Bin urged, keen to avoid a live-streamed altercation, although such a spectacle would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. Very well, I shall seek them out, the parent declared as they set about their task. Meanwhile, Wang Bin began perusing the barrage of comments. I have yet to experience a surprise egg. Even now that I have an income, I shall never forget that New Year's when I attempted to help carry a bowl, only to drop it and face my mother's reprimand. I merely wished to assist. I could not fathom why I was scolded. No matter. I shall not treat my own child that way. I no longer intend to marry. I fear I might become like that. Wang Bin remained silent, uncertain of how to respond, choosing instead to keep his thoughts to himself. Before long, a young boy's voice emerged. Hello, what shall we do next? Greetings, classmate. Did your parents convey what I just mentioned? Wang Bin sought to confirm the accuracy of his prior statements. They did. You are correct, the boy affirmed. Chapter 6 Wang Bin. Call the police. Do you harbor any aversion to the starter Pokémon, excluding the milk tank? Wang Bin began to delve into the boy's perspective. I have no aversion. In fact, I quite like the blazing roar tiger, the boy replied without hesitation. Understood. Do you believe you possess the capability to care for two Pokémon simultaneously? After all, you have spent considerable time with the milk tank. Thus its temperament and training methods should not be entirely foreign to you. Wang Bin subtly indicated his intentions. The answer is yes. I believe I can manage both. The boy responded confidently. Excellent. Now, parents, are our financial circumstances adequate to support the simultaneous training of two Pokémon? Wang Bin recognized the viability of this plan. It may be somewhat challenging, but if feasible, we shall proceed accordingly. The parent grasped Wang Bin's perspective. Sir, I wish to first establish my reputation with the milk tank, akin to the renowned gym leader, Xiao Qian, from the Full Gold Gym. The boy displayed remarkable ambition. How about this? Could you assist us in examining the milk tank on the farm and help select the one with the best qualifications? The parent proposed a new idea, realizing they had somewhat relented. You all agree? The boy expressed his astonishment at their consent. Certainly, that is not an issue, Wang Bin nodded. To be candid, he still found himself rather perplexed by the intricacies of live streaming. Had the family not spoken earlier, he likely would have been rendered speechless. This endeavor indeed requires practice. He sensed that the parents were quite amiable, not the type to insist on rigid adherence to their directives. They presumably understood their child's perspective. Next came the evaluation phase. Ultimately, Wang Bin encountered an elite-quality Snorlax, the sole one of its kind in the farm, and fortuitously, it was also the one with which the young boy shared the closest bond. He proceeded to recommend it to the family. Thank you, Boss Bin. We shall terminate the call for now and deliberate further, the parents expressed, indicating a desire to confer with their child. Certainly, this is a significant matter. A meticulous approach is prudent, Wang Bin affirmed with a nod. After ending the call, Wang Bin sighed. Let me articulate this. The selection of Pokémon is not a matter of mere mathematics. Unlike the Lagrange mean value theorem, which is immutable and yields a singular answer to a posed problem, Pokémon choices are not confined to such rigidity. No one dictates that raising a Banjoratsu necessitates a sandstorm team, nor is starting with the traditional trio invariably the optimal choice. One must resist the temptation to reduce Pokémon to formulaic constructs. Reality diverges from the realm of gaming. Indeed, well said. I raised a Swampert, and yet a multitude insisted I should assemble a rain team. I found it perplexing. What if I choose not to adhere to a specific strategy? Ultimately, he concluded, one must not allow these conventional formulas to extinguish one's passion. Suddenly, he found himself sounding quite philosophical. He had merely wished to express a couple of thoughts. In truth, he did not relish this tone. Hold on, streamer. I have an urgent matter, an acquaintance interjected, rapidly dispatching 3 miracle seeds. Ah, little boss, what troubles you? I am here to alleviate your worries. Wangbin contemplated the need to cultivate a persona for his streaming. Avarice seemed suitable. Even though he had no financial struggles, one could never have too much money. Indeed, he had a fondness for wealth. Streamer, my son has been attacked. The acquaintance exclaimed, fraught with anxiety. Call the police, quickly. Wangbin blurted out. Such incidents necessitate police intervention. Frankly, the parent was somewhat abstract. Rather than contacting the authorities after their son was assaulted, they sought assistance from a streamer. How amusing. This reflects reality, does it not? Nowadays, any incident prompts one to record it and share it on social media. It has become the norm. When will you promote merchandise? Not that. It's my monkey that was attacked. The acquaintance hurriedly clarified. No, it has already escalated. This monkey is one I purchased, and now it is caged. The other party chuckled somewhat sheepishly, as if he found his own situation humorous. Boss Bin, are you really going to make me work overtime for this? This money hardly seems worth the effort. Then just tell me what the issue is, Wangbin said, genuinely trying to suppress a laugh. I merely wish for you to assess whether there is a problem with this monkey. If so, I need to contact the breeding facility. Observing the situation, the acquaintance directly conveyed his concerns. Let me take a look. However, you must realize that you purchased a monkey, which is known for its aggressive temperament. Anyone who raises a monkey should have been prepared for that. Wangbin felt a twinge of curiosity. It was indeed not surprising that the monkey-like creature had attacked someone. Yet, he thought it prudent to observe and confirm the situation. As the camera began to pan, he contemplated the exorbitant costs of a professional examination. At best, it would only amount to 3 miracle seeds, costing a mere 300 yuan. Should any discrepancies arise, he would seek out Wei Yang for recourse, knowing that since it was he who had initiated the matter, he could likely secure a substantial compensation. Soon, the camera revealed a monkey-like creature ensnared within a cage. Wangbin furrowed his brow. Why was it so battered? It was likely that it had retaliated after someone had struck a child. Serves them right. I feel no sympathy for a Pokémon that resorts to violence. Yet, he pondered, do you not possess any compassion? It has been reduced to such a state. Wangbin nodded, realizing that the creature had likely been procured from the black market. Name, monkey-like creature. Gender, male. Type, fighting ability. Guts potential, ordinary level. 7 skills, limited held item, none evaluation. A rather commonplace monkey-like creature, inherently volatile. But its condition has exacerbated its temperament due to hyperthyroidism. Bro, I misjudged you. This monkey-like creature's issue transcends mere temperament. It is afflicted with hyperthyroidism. This was Wangbin's first encounter with a hyperthyroid monkey-like creature. Remarkable. No wonder it is so irritable. Well then, the next step is to proceed to the hospital. Must we truly go to the hospital? The other person, able to see the barrage of comments, posed the question. If you can treat it, you may do so yourself. Wangbin found himself at a loss for words. Asking if a visit to the hospital is essential when one is unwell? Such is the threshold for raising Pokémon. Do you think they are motivated by money? Would one spend to extend a session merely for financial gain? Is it not evident that humans are intricate and multifaceted? Alright then, I shall take it to the hospital. After the other party concluded the call, Wangbin sensed they might not actually bring the creature to the hospital. Well, friends, that shall be all for today. Goodbye. Wangbin waved and promptly ended the livestream. Are we eating now? Gung Gui inquired upon noticing Wangbin had stopped. Then I shall pause for now. Bayo Filong switched to another television series, finding it rather uninteresting. Thus he felt indifferent about the interruption. Wangbin rose and stretched. Alright. Let us dine. Just as the meal was prepared, someone knocked at the door. Village head. Come in. Wangbin greeted warmly upon seeing the visitor. After all, the village head had been instrumental in establishing the breeding house here. You've done quite well here. Haha. Village head Huang Yu chuckled as he entered. Have a seat. Have you eaten, village head? I was just about to have a meal. Care to join? Wangbin asked. No need. I've already had my meal at home. I just came to see how things are going here, and I have something I'd like to ask for your assistance with. The village head waved his hand dismissively. Is it about the children selecting their Pokémon? Wangbin inquired uncertainly. Indeed, you have accurately guessed the situation. We have already paid the taxes, and he seems quite fond of the 3 major families. He is uncertain about which one to choose and is contemplating seeking your advice. The village chief nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly, I possess a bit more knowledge in this regard. How about this, chief? When the child has some free time, let us engage in a discussion together. After all, I wish to understand his future aspirations before making any recommendations. Wangbin did not speak directly. No problem. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. He has no classes then, and we can discuss this matter further. The village chief readily agreed. Very well, you can come at any time. Wangbin smiled. Oh, no need for thanks. We are from the same village. The villagers have helped me a great deal during my childhood. He waved his hand dismissively. Although he possesses survival skills, there were still occasions when villagers would bring him food and medicine to stockpile. He appreciated their kindness. By the way, when I arrived, I noticed that you already have some Pokémon eggs in your shop. Are there any Pokémon suitable for the elderly, particularly for companionship? The village chief thought of this as he stepped outside. Indeed, there are. For companionship, the Pokémon's qualifications are not of utmost importance. Popular Pokémon like Pikachu and Eevee are currently abundant due to their high demand and sales, leading many companies to breed them in large quantities. If there are no qualification requirements, they are quite affordable. Furthermore, if there is anything you require that I do not have, I can certainly procure it during my next visit. Wangbin assured him that it was no trouble at all. All right then, take care on your way back, chief. Wangbin nodded. It seems our establishment is about to open. The breeding house's impending inauguration brought him great joy. Yes, it is likely to open soon. Wangbin replied with a smile. At long last, his Pokémon eggs would be sold, a truly joyous occasion. While his Gengar enjoyed playing, he understood how exhausting it would be to manage so many children at once. Despite being at the pinnacle of second-tier strength, the energy required to care for children remained a mystery. It was undeniably tiring. This information had been gathered from wild groups during his time outside. Moreover, most individuals prefer to purchase Pokémon in person. Being able to see and touch them allows for a better sense of whether they are suitable. This may seem mystical, but it is indeed practical. Even if they opt for online purchases, large breeding houses often collaborate with local transportation companies. Nevertheless, this is far preferable to having unsold stock. A certainty Wangbin held firmly. The following morning, Wangbin had completed his morning exercise and was in the midst of showering. Gengar and Dragonite, having finished their training, were consuming energy cubes. They could not afford to neglect their training. Otherwise, their strength would falter and regress. By the time Wangbin resumed his live stream, it was already afternoon, and the viewer count was not particularly high. Previously, he had benefited from Wei Yang's popularity, which drew a portion of the audience. But not everyone found that content appealing. Attracting even a fraction of viewers was commendable. I have placed our breeding house's Pokémon eggs online for everyone to see. Given that we have just opened, I dared not purchase too many. Wangbin, noticing the presence of viewers in the live broadcast, promptly initiated a conversation. Fortunately, I had followed you, Boss Bin. How much does the dojo qualified scorpion cost? There were immediate inquiries in the comments about placing orders. I remarked, do you really trust each other so easily? It's just about the dojo. No worries, I have financial backing at home. And I also trust the Guardian of Sands. Wangbin recognized the downside of riding on traffic. These individuals often dragged Wei Yang into discussions. However, Wangbin remained indifferent. Let us not act both ways. 800,000. He gestured with his hand to signify the amount. Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Paying taxes to acquire a guardian from the 3 families for one's parents only costs 500,000. I countered, but that only pertains to one parent. It doesn't specify the egg's qualifications. I'm referring to an egg of dojo level, hence my price is relatively high. Wangbin candidly stated that his price was indeed elevated, albeit with a guarantee of quality. No room for negotiation? No, he shook his head. All right, I'll buy it. The person upstairs truly was audacious, showing no fear whatsoever. I wondered if perhaps 80,000 was merely pocket change for them, especially since they had just opened a business. Chapter 8. Wangbin, achieving success at a young age, instantly. All right, you can come over here, Wangbin nodded, adding that the address could be found by clicking on his avatar, which contained the details. It's better if you come, that way, you won't have to pay for shipping. He then invited the next caller. After hanging up, another viewer inquired, Host, how do I choose among the 3 families? Wangbin replied, regarding the 3 families, someone from our village will be coming tomorrow to ask this question. I'll check if they're open to a live broadcast, and then we can discuss it. He was genuinely surprised by the number of inquiries about the 3 families, believing such topics were covered in junior high school. However, even if it had been discussed, he wouldn't know, as he rarely paid attention in class. At that moment, a slate appeared in the live chat. Oh, thanks to Sun Xiao for sending out a slate. Wangbin expressed his gratitude on the spot, recognizing that a single slate was worth 5,000. Money indeed held great power. I have a question, another viewer interjected. All right, Wangbin replied, connecting with them immediately. Regarding the issue of queue jumping, he indicated that there was no one waiting in line. Hello, Boss Bin. My father suggested I buy a quasi-divine creature, but I find the growth period quite arduous. Do you have any better recommendations, ensuring the strength is not lacking? Sun Xiao directly presented his request. If I'm not mistaken, the account belonging to Sun Xiao belongs to the young heir of the Sun Group, right? Exactly, one of the top-selling Pokeball merchants. Wang Bin realized that such a formidable individual had graced the live broadcast. Indeed, it's daunting. Then we'll go for achieving success at a young age. Wang Bin declared without hesitation. Achieving success at a young age? The other party seemed unfamiliar with the term. What is that about? Isn't it a song? I'm not sure, but it sounds quite distinctive. It's the Aluminum Dragon. Wang Bin recalled that the Aluminum Dragon had yet to earn that title. Isn't the Aluminum Dragon a quasi-divine creature? Sun Xiao suspected that Wang Bin might be leading him astray. No, the young man has not applied himself to his studies. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon must possess certain characteristics. Moreover, the sum of the base stats of its final evolution must be 600, and it generally evolves at a slower pace. The Steel Dragon has only one evolution, the Steel Bridge Dragon, which does not meet the criteria for a pseudo-legendary. Although I have never attended high school, I believe this should be a point of focus for the college entrance examination. When the time comes, I shall inquire which one is not a pseudo-legendary. What a promising youth, such a vivid image. It is well known that there are only incorrect names, never misapplied nicknames. Unfortunately, its price is quite steep, not much different from that of a pseudo-legendary, and it is beyond my means. Haha, I am studying abroad and do not need to take the college entrance exam, so I do not remember the key points. Could you perhaps provide an introduction to the Steel Dragon? Sun Xiao chuckled. He has an older brother with whom he shares a close bond. He has no desire to manage the family business and is content to live as a gentleman, so he does not place much importance on academic performance. This is akin to some being born in Rome while others are destined to be mere beasts. How enviable. I do not envy, truly, I do not, yet I cannot fathom why water seems to fall upon my face. It must be raining. I have reported it. I am feeling unwell now. No problem. Both the Steel Dragon and the Steel Bridge Dragon possess the Dragon and Steel types, rendering them immune to poison-type attacks. And they boast as many as 8 double resistances and 1 quadruple resistance, with only fighting and ground types as their double weaknesses. The Steel Bridge Dragon has a base stat total of 600, with physical defense reaching 130 and special attack soaring to 125. As for battles, I am not well versed, but you can consult a professional trainer. Regardless, it can learn moves such as Hyper Beam, Aerial Ace, and Draco Meteor. Wang Bin is one to highlight only the positives, fervently promoting his choice. After all, aside from this, the only other options would be mythical beasts that meet the criteria, but what use is that recommendation? Considering the slim chances of finding one, please hold on. I will consult my brother about this. Sun Xiao feels it necessary to ask his elder brother for advice. All right, no issue. Let us first engage in conversation with the netizens. Wang Bin naturally did not oppose this, as there was no queue for a live chat. So they could wait. Fighting and ground are indeed popular attack types. It would be preferable to switch them around. Yet this attribute combination is quite commendable. Just look at the Tyranitar in the adjacent class. Its attribute pairing is rather lamentable. I just checked. And it seems the Steel Bridge Dragon cannot learn Dragon Dance either. Nonsense. It can clearly learn Dragon Song. Earth Dragon. I feel as though someone is speaking ill of me. Desert Dragonfly. Is an Earth Dragon me? Laughs. I also noticed someone claiming I received a 10-point reduction. While it is indeed amusing, it is quite true, haha. Wang Bin finds it difficult to comment on this 10-point reduction. Boss Bin, if you were to recommend a pseudo-legendary, what would it be? I would undoubtedly recommend Salamence. Among all the pseudo-legendaries, it is my favorite. It possesses both beauty and strength, and among all battle systems, my favorite aspect is evolution, as Salamence becomes even more formidable after evolving. Wang Bin eagerly endorsed his companion. Huh, what is the matter? Just then, Salamence happened to arrive beside Wang Bin. It is nothing much, merely a query from netizens asking for recommendations on reliable Pokémon. I directly suggested you. Wang Bin remarked while gently stroking his Dragonite. Of course, I am remarkable. Dragonite's eyes squinted with joy. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. Little Wong, I have come to purchase a Pokémon egg. It was Aunt Zhang. I heard from the village chief that you were looking for a Pokémon to accompany you. Do you have a specific goal in mind? Wang Bin inquired with a smile. Indeed, I desire a Pachirisu. That little creature appears utterly adorable. Aunt Zhang had already identified her target. How about this one? I find it rather appealing, she said after a moment of selection, pointing to the second egg from the left. No problem, Wang Bin nodded. However, I must apologize, I do not possess an incubation device at the moment. I ordered one online, but it has yet to arrive. If you lack one, you will need to procure it elsewhere. Wang Bin spoke somewhat sheepishly. No matter. The village chief has one. I will borrow it and settle the payment. Aunt Zhang waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 9. Poor Squirtle. This egg costs 2,500, Wang Bin stated. Nodding. All right, here you go. Aunt Zhang was straightforward, not haggling. Primarily because she had previously searched online, and this price was indeed the market rate. Very well, Aunt Zhang. If you need anything, just come find me, Wang Bin said courteously. No problem. Aunt Zhang waved as she took away a Pokémon egg. Boss Bin is open for business. I suppose you were absent from the breeding house's livestream yesterday because it was the first day and no one showed up? Haha, indeed. Wang Bin chuckled, nodding slightly. I do not have that. It is quite difficult to find. Wang Bin shook his head. What a joke. If I had a promising one here, I would certainly garner quite a bit of attention. All right, I shall go search for Pokémon now. Thank you, Boss Bin. Sun Xiao concluded the call. He then began sending gifts. Thanks to Sun Xiao for the 10 stone tablets. Much appreciated. Wang Bin could hardly close his mouth in astonishment. This wave of gifts also brought in a considerable influx of viewers. Oh, another request to connect. Wang Bin observed someone initiating a link and accepted it without hesitation. Boss Bin, please take a look at my Squirtle. It has been rather lethargic lately. A young girl appeared on the screen. No need to rush. Just point the camera at Squirtle so I can see, Wang Bin replied calmly. After all, if it were an urgent matter, she wouldn't have come here to connect. She would have taken it to the hospital long ago. Soon, a listless Squirtle came into Wang Bin's view. Poor Squirtle. It seems the child has been quite distressed. Indeed, I wonder what has transpired. Name, Squirtle gender, male type, water ability, torrent qualification, elite level, 12 skills, few held item, none evaluation. It appears to have significant psychological issues. Not only has its living environment gone without water changes for quite some time, but it is also frequently subjected to foot-soaking water. It is genuinely reaching its limit. Upon reading the evaluation, Wang Bin was at a loss for words. If you do not change the water, then do not let Squirtle drink your foot-soaking water. Is that not an insult to the poor turtle? Miss, could you first show me its living environment? Wang Bin finally spoke. Of course, it's right on the balcony. The young girl did not perceive any fault in her actions, thus she was unreserved. Soon, a bucket of seemingly unclean water came into view. This is the spot. It can go in or come out as it pleases. I believe there is nothing wrong with that, right? The girl increasingly felt justified in her actions. Does this thing even need a water change? Besides, aren't we discussing the state of the Squirtle? It's always so listless. She sensed that Wang Bin was missing the main point. I think this Squirtle's psychological issues are the most significant. It gives me the impression that its living conditions are rather poor. Wang Bin, having heard her, decided to be straightforward. But I provided it with water. And quite a bit at that. There shouldn't be any issues. It's just listless. Look. The girl continued to reiterate her concerns. Is this even a living being? Typical of someone who can't understand. She thought to herself, how much clearer can I be? It's just that she doesn't want to acknowledge the issue lies with her. She wants Wang Bin to say it's the Squirtle's fault. So her care isn't at fault. But is it truly faultless? What do you people mean by this? Even if I'm wrong, must you express it this way? The young girl directly engaged in a verbal spat with the comments. This is just a ploy to attract traffic, right? When will you start selling products? Clearly, she didn't expect that the day after Wang Bin's livestream, someone would come seeking to ride on his traffic. Perhaps they just wished to connect with the guardian of the sand through this, she thought. Young lady, you're here to connect with me. Don't pay attention to the comments. Wang Bin swiftly interjected. He now felt genuinely uncomfortable. And who are you? Must I heed your words? The girl had begun a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. Wang Bin promptly ended the connection. Dear viewers, let me clarify. Everything in my livestream is free. Whether you send gifts or not, I will engage with you. So let us converse properly without such antics. If this happens again, I want to remind anyone next time. I'll just disconnect. To be honest, I truly feel sympathy for that Squirtle. Its condition is a direct result of the water quality. Imagine if your parents made you live in a dump while they resided in a grand house. Would you be happy? And if that dump were near a public restroom, especially one that has a dry toilet, it would only be worse. Wang Bin was somewhat apprehensive about encountering such a situation again, so he preemptively stated his concerns. Perhaps this would lead to a loss of followers, but he didn't mind. If they left, so be it. Not to mention, even I noticed that Squirtle covered its nose as it approached the basin. That alone speaks volumes about the odor. How pitiful. Honestly, I wish I could report this abuse towards Pokémon. I support you from above, but perhaps it's futile. For as long as they believe they can care for it in such a manner, they will face no repercussions. Well, let us disregard her for now. I have conveyed my speculations and the potential solutions regarding the water exchange to her. This is the extent of my capabilities. After all, I cannot simply rush over to confront her, as it is evident that she is not receptive to communication. Wang Bin is primarily concerned about that Squirtle, otherwise, he would not bother. If it weren't for his high standards, he would have engaged in a heated argument earlier. Oh, it seems I have new guests arriving. Please hold on for a moment, dear audience. Wang Bin noticed several elderly villagers approaching. Young Wong, we have spotted the Pokémon from Aunt Zhang's household. It looks splendid and is quite reasonably priced. Do you have other varieties available? One elderly gentleman inquired. Indeed, let me introduce them, Wang Bin nodded. It appeared that his stock of Pokémon eggs was ample. At that moment, Gengar settled into Wang Bin's spot and waved. Gah, greetings to you all. Chapter 10, a Pokémon of renowned internet fame. It certainly looked like a healthy Snorlax. Gah, too bad you cannot comprehend my words. Let me check Wang Bin's computer to see when my online purchases will arrive. Gengar understood that not everyone could understand him like Wang Bin could. Oh ho. Diving straight into the search, I hope you don't stumble upon any study materials. If you do, the livestream will be over. Gengar truly was one of their own, showing no reservations whatsoever. I thought there might be something exciting, but it turns out it's merely a purchase update. Delivery is scheduled for tomorrow. Quite a number of items bought. Well, it's a breeding house. One must be adequately prepared. Gah? Is there anyone interested in teaming up with me for some matches? Gengar inquired, opening his performance statistics on the software. Darn it, I haven't mastered a single Pokémon yet. No way, my friend. Are you truly a high-level player? 1,000 points in the rankings? Wait, knowing we can't understand, you resort to typing? Is there anyone up for a chaotic battle? A custom 5-on-5 would suffice. Come on, I shall join the room. Gengar, you should take over the live stream from now on. Just let that water friend speak in the background. Gah, forget it. During my stream, you wouldn't comprehend a thing. Gengar shook his head, declining the proposals. Occasionally playing was fine, but too much would surely be detrimental. Gah he. Gengar grinned widely. Wang Bin reached over to ruffle his head. Go enjoy yourself. I will manage the live stream. Gengar noted that his computer screen displayed a full room. All right. Wang Bin nodded, taking over Gengar's vacated position. The room was indeed at capacity, and no one else could join. What a pity. I never anticipated such a turnout for the live stream. Who knows? After all, the room has garnered a heat rating of 200,000. A feat achieved previously thanks to gifts from Sun Xiao. Currently, the actual viewer count is likely only in the thousands. Streamer, the young and talented have struck gold. It's gone viral. Huh, the young and talented have gone viral? I am aware that Xiao He is doing snippets, but typically, a small streamer like me wouldn't experience such a phenomenon, would I? Wang Bin felt that the previous attention should have belonged to Wei Yang, and he believed that his current popularity would not be as substantial. Are you truly unaware that you had a brief moment of fame before? Indeed. That video of the green caterpillar received numerous likes. Oh, I see. I am delighted to be of assistance to everyone. It brings me joy that my youthful accomplishments can bring happiness to others. Haha, Wang Bin chuckled. He did not feel particularly affected by this, as it had no impact on his life at present. Ah, thank you, Xiao He, for the 5 miracle seeds. Wang Bin spotted a familiar face. Earlier, you mentioned that your slicing technique garnered significant attention? Well, it is certainly not negligible. I am earning money. Haha, regardless of how much one earns. Let us not engage in any misdeeds. Wang Bin laughed heartily. Good deeds, keep it up, he nodded. Fortunately, it was not about purchasing a bag for a goddess. He did not wish to appear as a sycophant to those who sliced for him. Super strength, the individual inquired. Could you assist in examining our super strength? No problem. Wang Bin nodded. What is this? A shiny super strength? Or is it the one clinging to the trainer's arm? I apologize, I respect the other party's intentions. But I cannot accept this. I shall withdraw for now. Name, super strength, shiny, gender, female type, fighting ability, no defense qualification, elite level, 34 skills, slight held item, black belt evaluation, a no defense shiny super strength that has astonished the entire internet. The trainer has put in considerable effort and adores it. My friend, does your super strength have any issues? Are you wishing to showcase the shiny super strength? Wang Bin confirmed that this particular Pokémon posed no problems. My Pokémon is fine, but my sister's is problematic. It attacked her just yesterday. We visited the hospital for an examination, and there were no abnormalities. We just do not understand why it attacked her. His concern was not about his own Pokémon. He was quite satisfied with his super strength. I see. Would it be convenient for me to take a look? Wang Bin nodded. Is your sister also using a super strength? Yes, she is as well. These 2 super strengths are siblings. The other party explained as he approached a bedroom door and knocked. Soon, the door opened, revealing a delicate-looking young girl in the live stream. What's wrong, brother? The girl was puzzled as to why her brother was holding a phone in that moment. I sought someone to help examine the super strength. Could you please let it out for a moment? The young man replied. But what if it attacks? The girl hesitated. That is a valid concern. The young man sighed. Boss Wong, my sister's super strength is currently in a locked Pokeball. It is only released during mealtimes. He felt somewhat embarrassed to admit this, as it was awkward to ask someone not to look and then claim it was merely to comfort them. Can that super strength defeat yours? Wang Bin believed it would not be an issue, considering a level 30-something super strength is quite commendable in an ordinary household. My super strength is stronger. It can suppress the other during unexpected situations, the young man asserted, insisting that his sister's Pokémon was indeed more formidable. Then, let us find a suitable place to release them. Wang Bin felt it necessary to take a glance before speaking. All right, let us proceed to the courtyard. The girl readily agreed. After all, it was her Mishoki's strength that she hoped would remain unscathed. Truly, it was no surprise that a well-known Pokémon like Machoke possessed such might. While I was not taken aback by the earlier encounter with a Mankey, the aggression of this Machoke caught me off guard, considering its sister was present in the same vicinity. There are indeed numerous instances where Pokémon have attacked humans. Gengar appeared quite intrigued by the situation, swiftly moving closer, eager to witness the unfolding drama. No worries, we haven't reached the crux yet. I came to observe right from the start, he remarked. Charizard stood guard at the forefront, ready to witness the spectacle. Soon, they arrived in the courtyard. The girl took a deep breath. "Come forth, Makok." Upon her command, the boy instinctively pulled her behind him, showcasing his protective nature towards his sister. Chapter 11. A Makok emerges. A Makok stood still, displaying no signs of movement, merely casting a disdainful glance at its trainer. This was a clear indication of its defiance. It seemed reluctant to submit to its trainer's authority, perhaps deeming the trainer's level 2 inadequate. Name: Makok. Gender: male type. Fighting ability: no guard potential. Elite level: 31 skills. Limited held item: black belt evaluation. A well-bred Pokémon that possesses a high opinion of itself, looking down on all, including its trainer. It has even resorted to physical aggression towards its trainer, motivated solely by its desire to assert its strength. "Did you raise this Pokémon from a young age?" Wang Bin inquired, having discerned that this Makok was no ordinary creature. "Yes, I have cared for it since it was an egg." The girl nodded affirmatively. "Ah, I see. So, it tends to attack you even when you do nothing, correct?" Wang Bin probed. "Indeed," the girl confirmed. "Then it poses no real issues. It's simply a matter of its unpleasant disposition. It believes itself to be paramount, and any strikes it delivers are viewed as favors bestowed upon you. It is physically sound," Wang Bin stated plainly. The girl had not anticipated that the root of the issue lay in the Mashoki's inherent nature. To be frank, such a Pokémon is ill-suited for training. Your previous nurture must have been of a conventional kind, devoid of any oppressive methods, correct? Wang Bin reiterated for clarity. "Honestly, I might sound rather impolite, but I would recommend considering a different Pokémon for training. Given its temperament, it could very well strike you while you sleep, and who knows what could happen." Wang Bin sincerely advised, wishing to dissuade the girl from continuing this endeavor. He had never subscribed to the notion that nature is inherently benevolent. "But I cannot bear to part with it," the girl expressed, her attachment evident, having raised it since its infancy. At that moment, the Makok hurled a punch in their direction. Fortunately, the boy's swift and vigilant Makok intervened just in time, blocking the attack. "Did you see that? It just launched an attack," Wang Bin exclaimed, pointing out the evident aggression. The young girl sighed, pondering whether the host possessed any alternative methods. She suggested a direct confrontation, expressing her disbelief that the trainer could so brazenly launch an attack without provocation. "Does Boss Bin truly accept this?" He seems utterly unperturbed. The arrangement was free of charge, as she intended to utilize the footage for video content, which might yield some additional income. However, she acknowledged that if he deemed it unsuitable, that was merely his perspective. While questioning was acceptable, she insisted it should not devolve into slander. Wang Bin was well aware that there would undoubtedly be critics, yet he remained indifferent to their opinions. "By the way, I just heard someone mention that the trainer's level was insufficient," she continued. "In my view, if the trainer were truly inadequate, a Pokémon raised from a young age would not heed commands in battle, although it might still maintain a good rapport in everyday life." Wang Bin held his own beliefs regarding this matter. He dismissed Ash's Charizard's behavior, asserting that simply refusing to battle was not an acceptable excuse, especially considering its tendency to attack its own trainer and belittle Ash. Although Charizard eventually became more cooperative, Wang Bin felt it had indeed faltered in this regard. "Is that so?" The young girl remained skeptical, perceiving Wang Bin's assertions as somewhat dubious. "All right then, thank you, Boss Bin. We should deliberate on this matter further." The young man quickly interjected, "I understand. It truly warrants careful consideration. Let's conclude our conversation for now." Wang Bin nodded in agreement. If that Gengar were to arrive, it would certainly be entertaining, he mused. Gengar chuckled, anticipating that its mischievous nature would lead to an encounter with both it and Dragonite. "Then the slap will come into play," it chuckled. "Hey, I sense some nefarious intentions from you," remarked another. "Nevertheless, I'll pass. I find it too feeble to bother with." Dragonite felt that, rather than engaging in battle, it would prefer to indulge in a peaceful slumber. "Boss Bin, are those machines that assess qualifications truly reliable?" "Generally speaking, they are, although there are limitations. They cannot analyze Pokémon eggs, and the assessments for Pokémon are somewhat vague. They cannot guarantee absolute accuracy. For instance, if you possess elite qualifications but happen to be on the cusp of elite status, the machine may mistakenly categorize you as ordinary. However, a subsequent test might yield a different result, possibly indicating elite status. Thus, they are somewhat dependable, albeit costly. It is important not to place excessive emphasis on them. Much like the college entrance examinations, those without a natural aptitude for studying may not perform well. Is that so? After all, one can always retake the exam, which may lead to admission into prestigious institutions. Ultimately, you may choose to care, but do not become obsessed. There's no need for anything less than champion level. This is reality, not a novel, and there are no crooked dragon kings, Wang Bin remarked. Haha, I haven't encountered this much myself. Perhaps it's because those around me are all ordinary individuals who cannot afford such qualifications. It's not merely a matter of affordability. There is also an element of chance involved, making it rather elusive. I noticed that the hostess breeding facility is situated in the countryside. It appears quite spacious. So, do they provide care for Pokémon? Currently, there are no plans in place. The recently encountered Macamp merely displayed its capability for combat, and thus I considered its potential as a problematic Pokémon that might require management. If it were functioning well, what purpose would it serve to bring it here? It would be more beneficial for it to go to the breeding house you frequently visit, saving both time and effort. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. In other words, I only accept problematic Pokémon. Boss Bin, I am inquiring about the Pokémon selection. I intend to purchase a Caterpie egg from you, an elite grade 1. Do you have any with the Sandstream ability? Chapter 12. The Dragonite is indeed a skilled chef. Of course, I have a selection with the Sandstream ability. Guaranteed authentic, Wang Bin nodded. How can you discern that? I possess a unique method for assessing Pokémon eggs. It is a personal compilation of insights. And I assure you there are no issues, Wang Bin said, exuding confidence. Honestly, I am intrigued but hesitant to trust. It's perfectly normal to be cautious. This is not an exam where mistakes can be rectified, Wang Bin replied understandingly. Sean interjected, I'll take them all. Give me however many you have. Mr. Wei, why are you purchasing so many? Planning a feast for your Tyranitar? Wang Bin was genuinely surprised that Wei Yang would step forward to buy Pokémon eggs. No, I am buying them for the school. Our Sandstorm team is quite popular. After all, the other party was the vice principal, so such actions were justifiable. I have sent the funds your way. All right. Wang Bin glanced at his phone, confirming the bank notification. I have received it. Thank you, vice principal, for your support in business. Well, the time is nearly up. This live stream concludes here. I shall take my leave. Wang Bin waved and ended the broadcast. Wait. I haven't finished my game yet. Gengar noted, having resumed its match after the previous commotion with Macamp faded. Of course, no problem. I'll schedule a courier to deliver the Pokémon eggs to Mr. Wei. Wang Bin was not in a rush, as today's matters were already resolved. I believe we can arrange it for tomorrow. Gengar checked, and the hatching devices will arrive then. Dragonite had already shut down the computer, having no desire to continue watching, as it was hardly a captivating show. That works. I will contact the courier company, Wang Bin nodded. Once Gengar completed its game, Wang Bin had everything else arranged. Although the three of them were aware that their homes were nearby, they felt a sense of joy that was absent during their previous experiences in the wild. Bin, I would like to have hot dry noodles for dinner. Gengar suddenly expressed a craving for noodles. Sure, no problem. Bin, I want tomato beef for dinner. Dragonite chimed in with its own request. Absolutely, that is also fine. After all, they had recently organized their supplies and had stocked the refrigerator with plenty of ingredients. So there was no need to venture out for groceries. In just a few steps, Wang Bin and the others arrived home. Take the beef out of the refrigerator, Dragonite. Please prepare the beef while I handle the noodles. Leave it to me, Dragonite replied, utilizing its claws. Of course, it was careful to control the strength, otherwise, their home would be in disarray. With a few swift motions, the beef was expertly sliced. Let us include this tomato as well, Wang Bin said, retrieving another ingredient. With swift movements, he chopped the scallions and ginger. Meanwhile, Gung was busy preparing sesame paste and boiling water. Cooking, after all, is best done collaboratively. Hot dry noodles are significantly simpler to prepare than tomato beef, so the three of them merely awaited the right moment to get the noodles ready. There's nothing much to do now. I'll make some energy bars, Wang Bin declared, not inclined to rest during this time. All right, I'll scroll through my phone for a bit. Gung replied. Bao Filong, on the other hand, closed his eyes for a brief nap. As Gung glanced at his phone, he became aware of their recent activities. Thanks to the extraordinary influence of the Flash Monster, Wang Bin and the others had garnered some attention. To be fair, the streamer's suggestion about the common green caterpillar was indeed quite commendable. Realistically, about 80% of people were likely aware of this matter. Yet that hyperactive monkey insisted he still had something to offer. If he truly had nothing, Director Wei would not have directly purchased his sand hippo. Despite my skepticism regarding internet rumors, I have faith in Wei Yang. Gung licked his lips, contemplating, I should post something too. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A charming, high-level player named Purple Fatty. This person has something. I bought a Pokémon egg from this breeding house, and even saw that Gung. Goodness, it's genuinely powerful. Adorable and striking. I really wanted to trade my Pokémon egg for a Gung on the spot, but alas, it was not possible. Though Gung lacked understanding of commerce, it certainly knew how to appreciate itself. Whether Gung was strong or not was uncertain, but it excelled in the game. I was merely a participant in the Water Friends match, utterly unable to compete. This illustrates that one can never truly ascertain whether their opponent or teammate is human. Upon noticing the disarray of the building, Gung lost interest and promptly shut off his phone. It's about time, Bin. All right, Wang Bin responded, finishing the energy bars before proceeding to prepare the meal. Gung and Bao Filong followed suit. Soon enough, the meal was ready. Gung relished the hot dry noodles alongside the energy bars. The combination was delightful. Gung had its unique way of eating. Wow, this meat is truly delectable. It seems the beef here is superior. Bao Filong noted that they might consider purchasing from this establishment in the future. All right, let us make it a plan to buy from here next time. Wang Bin understood his Pokémon sentiment. Gogaga? Is there a live stream for the 3-starter Pokémon explanation tomorrow? Gung Gui thought that this arrangement would eliminate the need for a connection, focusing solely on the starter Pokémon. Moreover, there would likely be questions from the audience. I was thinking, I'll inform the village chief and the others that the camera should only capture me, while their voices would be altered. I believe they would agree to that. Wang Bin nodded in agreement, naturally hoping for such an outcome. After all, the current number of viewers in his live stream was insufficient to guarantee daily connections. That sounds quite appealing. Will it be at home? Bayo Filong inquired. In the breeding house, I have filled in my delivery address as that place. What if something arrives during the live broadcast? Wang Bin actually preferred to be at home, yet in reality, that location proved to be more convenient. Good. If you happen to be live streaming then, my companion Bao Filong and I will handle the situation. Gung Gui nodded in agreement. Alright, I appreciate your help. But it may arrive tomorrow morning. If that is the case, changing the address to my home would be out of the question. Wang Bin felt that this issue was quite flexible. Gugu suggested they would assess the situation at that time. Gung Gui nodded again, affirming their consensus. Indeed. It's nothing to fret about, remarked Bao Filong, considering it all trivial. Thus, the three of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. Chapter 13. Wang Bin's perspective on the 3 starters, Part 1. Alright, I'm on my way now. Wang Bin said as he hung up the phone and called out to Gung Gui and Bao Filong nearby. I'm going to pick up the package. The two brothers nodded, indicating their understanding. In an instant, Wang Bin teleported into the breeding house. Upon opening the door, he exclaimed, "Come on, hand it over." With the addition of the incubation device, Moo milk, and other items, the three of them had managed to assemble a fairly comprehensive inventory in the breeding house. By the afternoon, the village chief arrived with his grandson, Huang Yue. Village chief, when I discuss the 3 starters, I'll be live streaming. Will the camera focus on me while your voices are modified? Wang Bin inquired of the village chief. No problem on my end, the village chief nodded. This setup, where you remain off camera and your voice is altered, is quite manageable. I have no issues either, Huang Yue signaled affirmatively. Alright then, follow me, Wang Bin responded. Everything is set up, let us prepare to begin, Wang Bin stated as he adjusted his equipment. He had installed everything on his phone, finding the task of setting up a camera too cumbersome. Meanwhile, Gung Gui and Bao Filong occupied themselves, one playing a game, the other resting. Good day, dear viewers. It's me again. Today, I won't be connecting with anyone else. I have someone here seeking advice on the 3 starters. So I'll share my thoughts while live streaming. Wang Bin greeted his audience briefly. Recording has commenced, noted Xiao He. So child, do you have any particular preference for the 3 starters? If so, feel free to choose. Wang Bin turned to Huang Yue. Not really. I like them all. Huang Yue replied, shaking his head. Do you have any thoughts on the future team composition? Perhaps you're inclined towards rain or sunshine strategies. Wang Bin probed further. Huang Yue continued to shake his head. Alright, I understand. Then I shall begin from the very start. Wang Bin adjusted his posture. Discussing the 3 starters is quite a significant endeavor. All opinions expressed henceforth are solely my own. They may not be accurate, yet they are undoubtedly subjective. Moreover, every Pokémon nurtured with care can evolve into a remarkable companion. To begin, I would like to highlight 2 Pokémon, one named Charizard and the other named Decidueye. Why have I chosen to present these 2? Due to their ability to soar through the skies. Let us consider a simple scenario. If a friend were to encounter an unfortunate incident and require immediate transportation to the hospital, the swiftest means would indeed be to fly. The significance of these 2 Pokémon becomes abundantly clear. They not only excel in combat, but also serve as invaluable tools. Among them, I would highly recommend Charizard. It is compatible with all combat systems and possesses 2 evolutionary forms, enabling it to engage in both melee and ranged attacks. After taking a sip of water, Wang Bin remarked, indeed, the ability to fly is quite rational. While the likelihood of needing to transport someone to the hospital is low when such a situation arises, it is undoubtedly a cause for gratitude. I understand, Brother Bin. I would like to hear more. Huang Yue nodded, eager for a comprehensive comparison. Certainly, allow me to continue. Wang Bin replied as he set down his cup. Next, he introduced 2 Pokémon that are unequivocally excellent choices, one known as Blaziken, and the other as Conkeldurr. Strategies for battling with these 2 Pokémon are widely available online, particularly for the former. The title of the strongest Blaziken in the universe is not without merit. Following a chronological approach, he mentioned the first generation, highlighting Venusaur and Blastoise as exceptional options. Venusaur is versatile, capable of both offensive and supportive roles, and can assist with its fine whip. Blastoise is also commendable, boasting solid damage output and a commendable skill set, in addition to its ability to navigate aquatic environments. Overall, the first generation stands out, which may explain why they were among the earliest selections for starter Pokémon. Wang Bin then glanced at the live chat, needing to engage with the audience. Indeed, the first generation is formidable, presenting a stark contrast to the second generation. Haha, it's about to come. The strongest Blaziken. I play a rain team, with Swampert as my main, and I must say, Conkeldurr is truly insufferable. I've already witnessed the tragic fate of the previous participant. Haha. Seeing no objections, Wang Bin continued. Now, I must express my disapproval of the second-generation starter Pokémon, Typhlosion, Feraligatr, and Meganium. Typhlosion and Feraligatr are somewhat passable, but Meganium is genuinely weak. To put it simply, when someone inquires about the weakest starter Pokémon, the answer becomes clear upon considering who could possibly be weaker than Meganium. If you choose them, I can only say that your affection for them runs deep. Wang Bin's disdain for the second-generation starters was palpable, though he refrained from mentioning that he found Feraligatr quite unattractive. I will disregard all three of them. Huang Yue nodded in agreement. Please, let us not speak of Meganium any further. It truly struggles, he added. To be honest, we do not even provide the second-generation starters here. If you wish for them, you must seek them elsewhere. That's all right. My Meganium is quite affectionate and adores me. And I hold it in high regard as well. Now, we shall proceed to the third generation, which is also exceptionally strong. Speed Boost Blaziken is formidable in singles battles, capable of accelerating, performing well in contests, and passing the baton. Then, the giant marsh monster, with its ability to move gracefully, exhibits remarkable speed and formidable attack and defense during rainy weather, possessing only one significant drawback, a quadruple weakness to grass-type moves. Of course, we cannot overlook the impact of Ice Beam. Overall, both options are viable. The final Pokémon, Sceptile, is undeniably stylish. Wang Bin has always had a fondness for the third generation. Is Sceptile truly handsome? Huang Yue was surprised by Wang Bin's rather simplistic praise for Sceptile. Indeed, Sceptile possesses an undeniable charm. It's evident that Boss Bin has a penchant for the third generation. While Sceptile is indeed impressive, its overall power pales in comparison to the other two options. Moreover, its ability, Lightning Rod, is quite advantageous, given its quadruple resistance to electric-type moves. Wang Bin elaborated on why he does not recommend choosing Sceptile. Frankly, when compared to Blaziken and the giant marsh monster, Sceptile does fall short in certain aspects. My first Pokémon was Trico, which has now evolved into Sceptile, and I find it quite satisfactory. Boss Bin initially opted for a defensive strategy, which reflects his perspective. Perhaps Blaziken's only flaw is its association with Kuan. Now, let us discuss the starter Pokémon from the fourth generation. Wang Bin intended to continue. Just then, the door to Wang Bin's home was knocked upon. Chapter 14. Wang Bin's opinion on the starters, Part 2. Hello. I am the person interested in purchasing a scorpion Pokémon egg. The man immediately introduced his purpose. Oh, you're the one looking for the scorpion Pokémon egg. The eggs are over there. There are 2 scorpion eggs available, both of equal quality. Please wait a moment while I finish up here, and I will take you to choose. Wang Bin nodded, surprised by the visitor's prompt arrival, but since he was already here, it was no trouble to assist. Gengar, I'll handle it from here. I just so happen to have my game off. Gengar stepped forward eagerly. All right, I appreciate your help, Gengar. Wang Bin affectionately patted its head. The payment will go directly to my account. Gengar was aware of the selling price, having been present during Wang Bin's livestream. No problem. Just let me know what to do. Wang Bin nodded. As it was all among friends, it mattered little whose account was used. Now, let us proceed to the fourth generation starters. First up is Infernape, a firefighting-type Pokémon that shares lineage with Blaziken. It is also a striking Pokémon, famed as the ace of the elite 4-member Flint from the Sinnoh region. However, I personally believe it is not as effective as Blaziken. Of course, if you have a preference, it is still a valid choice, mainly depending on your taste. The second is Empoleon, boasting an excellent water-steel-type combination with 10 resistances, 1 immunity, and only 3 weaknesses. I personally admire it. It is a well-rounded Pokémon in both offense and defense. Finally, we have Torterra. Although it has the credentials of a powerhouse with a quadruple weakness to ice, its overall strength is, to be honest, rather lacking. In my opinion, you should opt for Venusaur instead. Wang Bin felt that the fourth generation was also quite commendable. Monkey brother, I absolutely adore Infernape. Unfortunately, Infernape does not possess a unique stick-wielding skill. Otherwise, its popularity would undoubtedly reign supreme. Haha, who could possibly resist the allure of the great sage? In the fifth generation, the inaugural monarch, Superior, swiftly dispatched foes with its Leaf Storm. The second, Embor, continues the lineage of fire and fighting types. However, this creature possesses numerous skills that inflict recoil damage, thereby challenging the trainer's prowess. My assessment is that it pales in comparison to its predecessor, Blaziken. The third, Aegislash, leads me to suggest choosing Blastoise instead, as it proves to be more effective. Upon hearing this, the trainer of Aegislash felt a pang of sadness. Yet I found it hard to dispute the fact that Blastoise indeed outshines Aegislash. Nevertheless, with diligent nurturing, any Pokémon can evolve into a formidable companion. This is merely relative, not absolute. In the sixth generation, Braixen did not resonate with me, hence I shall refrain from offering it a high appraisal, particularly due to its quadruple weakness to flying types, which I favor. I would advise against using Fennekin, as it does not surpass its predecessor. However, Greninja is commendable. boasting speed, offensive capabilities, and aesthetics, though a friendly reminder. Its scarf is actually its tongue. Wang Bin instinctively quickened his pace. Indeed, this detail is significant. I initially considered selecting Froakie, but upon discovering Greninja's tongue, I found it unacceptable, ultimately choosing Blastoise instead. This revelation has rendered it somewhat difficult for me to regard Greninja without discomfort. Is this not common knowledge? In the 7th generation, Incineroar requires no further elaboration. I have previously mentioned Decidueye, leaving only the West Sea Litten. This Pokémon is quite impressive, with a commendable skill set. And the Water and Fairy typing offers versatility for both offensive and supportive roles. After finishing this thought, Wang Bin proceeded to discuss the 8th generation. With no need to reiterate the prowess of Rillaboom. Cinderace, one of Dandy's primary Pokémon, possesses the hidden ability Libero, along with notable physical attack and speed stats. You can place your complete trust in it. Then there is the versatile Sableye, a high-speed special attacker, also among Dandy's key assets. To be truthful, I view the 8th generation starters through a lens tinted by Dandy's exceptional trio, so I shall refrain from further commentary. Wang Bin, while evaluating these 3 Pokémon, inadvertently infused his subjective perspective. Dandy's are his, while mine are mine, alas. Strictly speaking, Boss Bin is not incorrect. It is indeed easy to view these 3 through a biased filter. Next week, I shall also be receiving my starter, and I have set my sights on Rillaboom. I will strive to excel, dear friends. Best wishes to all. The 9th generation, the latest, introduces my favorite, Mimikyu, which is undeniably adorable. Its 7 weaknesses are a minor inconvenience, and it boasts respectable speed and physical attack stats, alongside a solid skill set. Yes, this is subjective. Wang Bin openly acknowledged his fondness for Mimikyu. The subsequent Pokémon, Quaxly, is designated for offense, learning a plethora of flying, water, and ice-type moves, though I find its appearance somewhat lacking. Finally, we have Skeledirge, a fire and ghost type, immune to normal and fighting moves, with decent physical defense and special attack. Its signature move, Torch Song, serves both as an attack and a buff, making it overall quite commendable. Wang Bin concluded his thoughts at last. As I was about to take a sip of water, I turned my gaze towards the camera. This is merely a personal opinion, and each Pokémon possesses its own unique characteristics. With proper nurturing, they can all become formidable. The essence lies in your fondness. Your passion serves as the foundation, and the bond between you and your Pokémon propels your mutual growth. Ultimately, you shall emerge as an exceptional trainer, still wallowing in indecision. It is rather amusing to hear from someone who lacks the expertise of the starter Pokémon discussing them. At least they possess some knowledge, capable of articulating a few insights when customers inquire, unlike certain breeding facilities that merely respond with ignorance or regurgitate the merits of their own Pokémon. Brother Bin, I have made my decision. I shall choose the fiery roaring tiger as my starter, and subsequently, I will capture a flying-type Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Huang Yue also resolved to join the Tiger Gate. Very well, since you have made your choice, focus on your efforts moving forward. Wang Bin nodded affirmatively. It truly is a labor of love, Bin. If Yue's flying-type Pokémon is not caught in the wild, it will undoubtedly be acquired from your establishment. The village head chuckled. No problem. I shall ensure to select a fine specimen, Wang Bin replied with a smile. However, the condition remains that it must be visible. Gengar interjected with a mischievous grin. Have all the guests departed? Wang Bin had not paid attention to this detail. Indeed, Gengar replied, but since you were discussing that matter, I refrained from informing you. With that, Gengar playfully licked Wang Bin's face with its tongue. Chapter 15. The audience. Is this a human? Very well, village head. Allow me to escort you. Wang Bin nodded and stood up to accompany the individual. As they walked, Gengar seized a phone and followed suit. However, upon reaching the doorway, they encountered a group of individuals. Isn't that face the one from the wanted poster, Zhao Cohen? Wang Bin recognized the identity of the individual at once. After all, this was a lucrative opportunity, and given his prowess, he had made it a point to remember faces for easy bounty collection in the wild. How troublesome. The opposing party boasted a champion-level Tyranitar. Wang Bin was in grave danger. Call the police. Quick, alert the authorities. Haha, you seem quite knowledgeable. Come with us, or the villagers will suffer dire consequences. A crooked smile spread across the antagonist's face, a quintessential villain with a skewed mind. Naturally, mere laughter was insufficient. He unleashed his Tyranitar. Roar. Alas, my precious streamer. Wang Bin sprang into action, delivering a precise punch to Tyranitar's abdomen. The creature grimaced in pain. Wang Bin then seized its arm and swung it around. Boom. Tyranitar crashed to the ground. Wang Bin swiftly conjured a wave of psychic energy. Boom. Tyranitar's eyes spiraled in confusion. After delivering the blow, Wang Bin instantaneously teleported in front of Zhao Cohen. Young man, it appears you lack understanding of battle mechanics. Slap. A resounding strike sent Zhao Cohen into an involuntary spin. Do you not understand how to engage in combat? Is this real? My goodness. At this moment, his subordinates finally reacted, hastily tossing Pokeballs in an attempt to rescue their leader. Roar. The fierce Dragonite soared into the scene. In mere seconds, the dragon's claws dispatched all Pokémon with ease. Goga, could you hold this for a moment? Gengar handed the phone to the village chief. Gengar then sprang into action, incapacitating the humans in just a few seconds. This won't cause any issues, will it? Wangbin suddenly inquired. No problem, Goga replied. I recall the rules. They are wanted criminals, and our actions are justified. Gengar waved dismissively. Let's not dwell on that. We should first inquire why they caused such a ruckus. The Dragonite had a fresh idea. Wangbin began his interrogation, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Kuan. Now, tell me, how did you end up here? The egg of that scyther was purchased by my subordinate. We just had it tested, and it indeed meets gym standards. Given your familiarity with Wei Yang, we concluded you possessed this capability. Zhao Kuan, genuinely frightened, became disoriented and fell silent. Confronting a champion-level Tyranitar with mere physicality and dispatching it in seconds left him truly terrified. Testing Pokémon eggs? Wangbin was astonished that they could achieve such a feat. It can be done, but once the egg is tested, it's essentially done for. That egg is likely already in the pot. Zhao Kuan's resources are certainly not that advanced. So it's practically useless then, Wangbin summarized. At that moment, the village chief and his grandson were utterly bewildered. They had thought their fate was sealed, only for the situation to shift dramatically. Now I understand why they were so confident about the egg's qualifications. It turns out he is invincible. Let us not forget about Boss Ben. Gengar and Dragonite are formidable as well. That is undoubtedly true. Sean remarked, don't even think about challenging him in an unrestricted match. In that scenario, he is unbeatable. I suspect Dean Wei has experienced his might firsthand. Sean continued, he charged at my Tyranitar with his annihilation punch. You just laid that out plainly, huh? Sean added, even champions were dispatched. My Tyranitar hasn't reached that level yet. Is he even human? Dean Wei questioned, confirming he wasn't a Pokémon. Absolutely, during my school days. I once threw a Pokeball at him while he was sleeping, and he didn't react. Oh, you're bringing that up? You think we're connected? Yet you attempted a surprise attack while I was asleep. At this moment, Wangbin had taken the phone. He had just reassured the village chief and his grandson, who likely had never witnessed such chaos before. The village chief remained present, as he was the authority, and the police would arrive shortly. Time to head to class, Sean announced, and Wei Yang bolted. Soon after, the police arrived. Officers, I have live footage of the incident. Allow me to show you the video, Wangbin stated, opting for straightforwardness to ensure clarity. The leading officer nodded in agreement. Having video evidence was advantageous, simplifying matters considerably. After watching the footage, he regarded Wangbin with an odd expression. Officer, I am merely a tad stronger than the average person. Wangbin gestured with his thumb and forefinger, expressing gratitude for the contributions made towards societal stability. The subsequent rewards will be duly distributed, and we must take this video with us. The other party nodded in agreement. No problem. Wangbin willingly complied. Following this, the individual offered a salute before escorting the person away. Rest assured, village chief, with me around, our village shall encounter no issues, Wangbin asserted confidently, his sense of security overwhelming. Ah, Bin, my life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can retire in peace? The village chief lamented, embodying the persona of Thin Ice Brother. You certainly can, Wangbin reassured him, giving the village chief a pat on the shoulder. The village chief departed without a hint of nostalgia. All right, comrades, the live stream concludes here for today. Let's take a few days to repair the roads, especially after that exertion earlier. Wangbin waved at the camera before ending the broadcast. The next live stream is bound to be a hit, Good GA remarked, sensing the anticipation. After all, few could achieve what Wangbin had accomplished. Isn't that right? Bao Filong inquired. Moreover, this matter is not urgent. Wangbin waved his hand dismissively. He harbored a suspicion that Wei Yang had ulterior motives, seeking to elevate his own standing. At that moment, Vice Dean Wei of Tianjin Spirit University was not engaged in a lecture, but was attending a meeting. I have a friend who was previously a traveling trainer and possesses extensive outdoor knowledge. I believe we could hire him as an instructor for a wilderness survival course. Vice Dean Wei stated. Please tell us more about this individual, a middle-aged man interjected. Certainly, Principal Huang, Wei Yang nodded. He was my classmate, after graduating from middle school. He embarked on his travels. Just then, someone raised their hand. Principal Huang gestured for them to speak. What is your opinion, Teacher Dong? Principal Huang. I believe it is not appropriate to have a middle school graduate teach university students. Would the students be willing? Teacher Dong argued, expressing his discontent. Principal Huang turned to Wei Yang, implying that he should respond. Please look at the big screen, Wei Yang said as he played a video, Wangbin in battle. A silence fell over the faculty and staff. Is this a human? Can students learn from this? Is this knowledge enhancement or a call for disaster? They regarded Wei Yang with incredulous expressions. Understanding their sentiments, Wei Yang clarified, I do not intend for the students to learn combat. Rather, I wish for Wangbin to impart fundamental knowledge about outdoor survival and related situations, certainly not to teach them fighting techniques. Principal Huang nodded in agreement. Then I believe we can give this a try. If it does not work, we can always make a change. What do you all think? I find the principal's reasoning sound. Indeed, I shall follow the principal's arrangements. With the highest authority voicing support, the others naturally rallied behind the decision. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Comrade Wei Yang. Since you recommended him, you shall invite him, Principal Wong decided, opting to delegate such responsibilities to someone with connections. It was evident that Wei Yang, being the one to propose the idea, would be entrusted with its execution. Wei Yang, if he doesn't attend this class, I must go. After all, it's not my money when he does show up, so why not enjoy the experience? No problem, Principal. Wei Yang nodded. At this moment, Wang Bin had already risen to fame online. Among the trending topics, besides the original video, the trilogy released by Xiaohei captured the highest attention. You threaten me with your arrogance. When I strike, your fate becomes uncertain. With super abilities in my left hand and wave guiding in my right, I am versatile in both mobility and offense. The champion class, Gyarados, was swiftly taken down. Indeed, this is the formidable trainer Wang Bin. Only now do I comprehend what it means to possess a super physique. 5-star trainer Wei Yang declared that if given the chance to battle him, I would undoubtedly opt for a conventional match. I would never choose an unrestricted battle, for I fear I might be obliterated. The grand documentary titled The Three of Us, A Breeding House of Uninformed Bosses, is currently airing. Is this not the same individual who spoke of the cater pie and youthful promise a few days ago? Yes, initially I thought this lad merely skimmed the internet for information. But now I realize the true fool was I. Prior to viewing this video, I believed the opponent, a middle school graduate, knew nothing and was merely leveraging his connection with Director Wei for profit. However, after watching it, I now perceive him as a benevolent figure wishing to assist trainers in overcoming their challenges. He also has a video discussing the starter Pokémon, which I find quite commendable. Haha, soon it won't be a matter of striking others, but rather being outmatched myself. Naturally, Gengar and Dragonite have also garnered significant attention. Rather than being addressed as a strong individual, I prefer to be called a high-level player. I find more joy in video games than in battles. Indeed, this is the seemingly harmless Gengar, who participates in friendly matches, leaving spectators in awe. 5-star trainer Wei Yang noted that if I were to battle Gengar, I would be utterly overwhelmed. No matter how I strategize, it would be in vain. The grand documentary titled The Three of Us, A Breeding House of Gaming Enthusiasts with Gengar, is currently airing. This television show is somewhat tedious, and that film is rather monotonous. I genuinely wish to dismiss the director. If you disapprove of my critique, then let us engage in a direct and vigorous comparison, at which point I shall no longer remain subtle. Indeed, this is the Dragonite, who often lounges on the mat watching shows. 5-star trainer Wei Yang stated that if I were to battle Dragonite, the duration of the match would not be dictated by the battle dynamics, but rather by the speed at which I throw Pokeballs. Being swiftly defeated would become the predominant theme of the contest. The grand documentary titled The Three of Us, A Breeding House of Show Enthusiasts with Dragonite, is currently airing. Wei Yang, defamation. I will sue you for defamation. The grand documentary featuring 5-star trainer Wei Yang is ongoing. I can already sense that Director Wei is on the verge of another surge in popularity. A new unit of measurement, Wei Yang, abbreviated as Wei, is about to be established. Most importantly, it is what he himself proclaims. Smile. A charming high-level player. The adorable purple blob. I told you that Gengar is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Gengar, sitting at home, was surfing the internet and naturally came across its own video. It promptly left a comment. And what of our protagonist, Wang Bin? He was on the phone with Wei Yang. I said, Mr. Wei, are you joking? If I were those university students, I would certainly skip class. Wang Bin truly did not expect Wei Yang to ask him to become a university lecturer. He had established his breeding house purely for enjoyment. Asking him to teach was nothing short of a burden. Rest assured, you have already made a name for yourself. The students recognize your capabilities and would never dream of skipping class. Moreover, during your previous live stream, I did my part to attract viewers for you. It would only be fair to assist me in return. Besides, this is merely an elective course. We are just experimenting, and you will be compensated. Benefits and social insurance are all included, along with cafeteria perks. You can also explore and purchase from the breeding house on campus. Everything is covered except for a formal position. Wei Yang was indeed quite resourceful, managing to secure all possible benefits for Wang Bin. However, Wang Bin saw no reason to complicate his life, nor did he lack for anything. What Wei Yang proposed sounded appealing, but the key was that Wang Bin did not have any pressing needs at the moment. Now it was Wei Yang's turn to feel anxious. What can I say if you feel this way? If the benefits cannot entice you, what else can be done? Then it's settled, Wang Bin readily agreed, fearing that Wei Yang might change his mind. Oh, splendid. Wei Yang realized that the other party was genuinely interested, albeit hesitant due to perceived complications. Now, things were looking up. Who wouldn't he want to engage with university students? Their innocent and naive gazes create such a relaxed atmosphere. Wang Bin chuckled to himself, reminiscing about the time he once possessed that same gaze, which had since faded away. I'll go inquire, Wei Yang stated before hanging up. Once you step in, you will be the teacher, while Wei Yang will be the associate dean. Who knows who will truly find joy in this? Wang Bin was unaware of Wei Yang's thoughts. And even if he did, it would not concern him. After all, it all boiled down to the strength of one's fist. Chapter 17. The first live stream after becoming popular. The three of us were ready, and Wang Bin activated the live stream once more. Goodness, look at all these viewers. As soon as he began streaming, Wang Bin noticed a significant increase in the audience. Gung Gui and Bao Fei Long drew closer, curious about the crowd size. Indeed, many. Satisfied, they returned to their own activities. As the audience grew, so did the barrage of comments. Boss Bin, could you share how to hone one's physique? I wish to become as strong as you. Is that something you can divulge? Isn't it a secret technique? If it requires payment, I can. Why do I feel like you all aspire to cultivate immortality? There's nothing to conceal. You simply need to do as I do daily. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. Of course, proper nutrition is equally important. Make sure to eat well. Wang Bin had no special training regimen. It was merely following along with Pokémon. Without the superhuman physique, he would have long since given up. Anyway, there was no story involving a certain bald man here. So he decided to borrow the concept outright. Why have I suddenly remembered that today is the supermarket's discount day? I do not know, in any case. It did not cross my mind, and I do not have such a notion here. However, this method seems implausible. The physical exertion of athletes far surpasses this. I remain skeptical. If we choose not to discuss it, then let it be. Why must there be a pretense of finding a falsehood? Such nonsense is audaciously presented. Those lacking both skill and integrity are quickly assessed. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect is the fortitude it cultivates within you. Someone in the comments remarked that this is false. And indeed, it is. The crux lies in innate talent, a rare quality among most of you. Wang Bin did not fully articulate his thoughts. What if it is not absolute, and there are anomalies? Initially, he intended to replicate Kai's methodology. Yet he feared that someone might genuinely believe it and inadvertently harm themselves in their training. Thus, it is perhaps prudent for youth brother to refrain from public comparisons for the time being. Talent. Now that is the most outrageous concept. While this statement may sting, I find it oddly more authentic and believable. Enough of this discourse. Let us connect again and watch the sprites. Wang Bin waved his hand, intending to shift the topic of conversation. It is once more time to observe Pokémon. Previously, I deemed it futile, preferring to consult experts. Yet only now do I realize they are indeed doing good. Youthful days. How I recall when no one would connect at times, and now there is a queue. Indeed. Strength serves as the ultimate passport. Machamp unstoppable. Boss Bin, are you still accepting Machamps? Ah, a familiar face. If things remain as they are on your end, and you are certain about sending it over, I shall accept. However, let me preface this. I must warn you that the process may be uncomfortable for you. Apologies. I will not accept it. Wang Bin now aims to clarify in advance. Are you truly willing to send this, brother? At this point, not sending would be abnormal. Wouldn't he it? I genuinely fear that this Machamp might take matters into its own hands and whisk itself away. Which brother? The trainer of that Machamp is a sister. But isn't she afraid of being slapped by Boss Bin? Boss Bin would not resort to such actions. He is confident in his approach. Machamp unstoppable. Understood. We have decided to send it over for modification. Modification. Very well, you are aware of my address. Then locate the Pokémon transfer device and send it over. Wang Bin nodded. Furthermore, let me reiterate, I will not charge for this, but it cannot solely be for altruistic reasons. I shall record a video and disseminate it later. Please do not mistake me for a benevolent figure. Wang Bin emphasized this point again. Since time immemorial, establishing a persona has been prone to collapse. It is better to candidly declare one's flaws than to feign perfection. After all, not everyone embodies the essence of a rain god. I comprehend one possesses a talent for self-deprecation. It is far preferable to those who boast of their virtues. This approach is more agreeable, as it directly addresses the matter at hand. It is evident that, due to established skills, there are fervent fans. Thus, an abundance of fans is not necessarily advantageous. You have begun to bicker once more. Let us connect. Wang Bin sighed. The connection was successfully established, and a young and beautiful girl appeared on Wang Bin's computer screen. Miss, what seems to be the matter? Wang Bin inquired. Boss Bin, have you signed any contracts with trainers at your nurturing house yet? She responded, a hint of shyness in her tone. Not yet, my dear. We have just opened, merely selling Pokémon eggs, and the Moo Moo milk has only just arrived. Wang Bin replied, sensing her intentions, but unsure if his assumptions were correct. I apologize for the intrusion, she said, offering an awkward smile. Not at all. How could it be an intrusion? It's simply a question. If you're comfortable sharing your situation, I am more than willing to listen, Wang Bin encouraged. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately burst into tears. Oh dear, why are you crying? Wang Bin was taken aback by her sudden emotional outburst. I'm so sorry, the girl said, turning off her camera, her voice tinged with sorrow. It's quite all right. If it's not too much trouble, could you share what's bothering you? Wang Bin remained patient. Well, I was hoping you could help me recommend a Pokémon. My starter Pokémon went to another world, and when you mentioned listening, it reminded me of it. And I couldn't hold back, she explained, her emotions spilling forth. It was during a school-organized outdoor training. While I was in the wild, I saw a young child being chased by several bear ticks. I rushed in with my psychic Meowth to help, but it couldn't hold its ground. It took the hit to allow me to escape, she recounted, her composure breaking as she relived the harrowing moment, descending into a fit of sobs. You did a noble deed. You are commendable, Wang Bin said, giving her a thumbs up, though he acknowledged his own selfishness. Knowing that he would not intervene in such matters without the strength to do so, he admired those who bravely extend their assistance. What did the school do about it? He asked. There should have been a positive outcome, right? In Chapter 18, Wang Bin stated, I have sent the information. The girl, having noticed the comments on the screen, managed to stabilize her emotions before speaking again. The school awarded me a certificate and a monetary prize, and they offered a chance for graduate school. If I have the capability, I can reach out to other institutions as well. Moreover, I can select a Pokémon from the nurturing house at school. With energy cubes provided until graduation, it was evident that the school had recognized her actions with commendations and rewards. And Wang Bin speculated that the police must have also awarded her for her bravery. Indeed, they did, and they provided me with some funds. Now, I would like to ask you how I should proceed, she said, reopening her camera, seeing that she had composed herself. Wang Bin refrained from broaching sensitive topics to avoid triggering another emotional response. Miss, I just looked it up. It's the Wuchuan Pokémon University, correct? Wang Bin noted, glancing at the screen beside him displaying Gengar. Gengar had taken the opportunity during a gaming interlude to investigate the matter. Yes, she nodded in affirmation. All right, I understand. You would like my assistance in selecting a Pokémon from the nurturing house, wouldn't you? Wang Bin succinctly addressed the matter at hand. Indeed, Boss Bin. I am aware that you do not favor eggs, so let us directly select the Pokémon. The young lady indicated her understanding of the rules. No need. Let us also consider the eggs. This is a reward from Boss Bin for the brave. If you excel in your studies and Pokémon breeding, I could assist you in contacting Tianjin Pokémon University to see if you can pursue your graduate studies here. Of course, this is contingent upon your desire to come. Wang Bin contemplated breaking his own rules. After all, rules are self-imposed. If they are broken, so be it. Is this acceptable? The young lady felt that breaking the rules for her own benefit did not seem quite right. No problem. Rest assured, I am the arbiter of my own rules. Furthermore, I do not recommend you become a contracted trainer here for the time being. I cannot offer you much at present, but perhaps in the future, should I succeed. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Boss Bin is quite magnanimous. To be honest, I would not criticize such a rule breaking. I support it. Sean, I am aware of this. The while Dean Wei has appeared, the connection between Dean Wei and Boss Bin is undeniably profound. While Sean, I am not. I did not. Please do not make baseless claims. Sean, let us discuss this later. We can act when time permits. Wei Yang pondered that he might indeed have no time at all. There is time to observe, but no time to manage. Yes, precisely. Boss Bin, what is the procedure? The young lady inquired. After all, it was Wang Bin who was selecting. She merely needed to cooperate. Do not worry about it. Simply walk from start to finish and take your time. Wang Bin made no specific demands. He could discern which Pokémon were favorable with just a glance. By the way, do you have any preferences regarding Pokémon attributes? Wang Bin hastily inquired as the selection commenced. None. But I would prefer to avoid psychic types for now. The young lady still seemed somewhat hesitant, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness as she spoke. Very well. Let us begin. Wang Bin offered no further comments. It was best not to intrude with advice when unsure. The goal was to ensure she did not feel burdensome. A plethora of information swirled before him, and suddenly, Wang Bin spotted a promising Pokémon egg, a Lucario of gym-worthy potential. He remained silent, merely noting its location, intending to see if any other suitable options presented themselves later. Notably, as expected from a university breeding facility, Wang Bin soon encountered another gym-worthy Shelder. This little creature, whether evolving into a Cloyster or merging with a Slowpoke, held great promise. After a thorough inspection, he identified a total of 3 gym-worthy Pokémon, the final one being a fully hatched Houndoom. Although this choice seemed somewhat contradictory to his intentions, Wang Bin held on to his current thoughts. All right, I have observed. Let me contemplate for a moment. The young lady nodded and fell into deep thought. Wang Bin remained silent, refraining from interruption. To be honest, my curiosity is quite piqued. Curiosity killed the cat, and with only one option, if I were her, I would undoubtedly choose it. Why only one? Hasn't she displayed hesitation? It is evident she is deliberating. Why the inquiry? It is evident that this is a Pokémon now contemplating whether to choose this particular creature. I suspect it bears a resemblance to a timid bug, possessing a rather undesirable trait, yet endowed with commendable attributes. The analysis from above seems to hold merit. Perhaps it is a mere illusion, but that is inconsequential. If it indeed resembles a timid bug, it will certainly test the mettle of the trainer. I have made my decision, Boss Bin. I shall retrieve this little one. The young girl swiftly reached her conclusion. Very well, from this point forward, your journey is your own. Nurturing a Pokémon requires personal involvement. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Soon, the girl secured the egg of a Riolu, a university student who saved lives. The incident had garnered considerable attention online, with the school observing closely. Wang Bin was also keeping an eye on her. Her potential was not excessively remarkable, thus typically, she would be shielded from undue interference. As for the other two Pokémon, he chose not to mention them. Thank you, Boss Bin. I will strive diligently, the girl replied with a smile, motivating herself. Best of luck to you, Wang Bin said before ending the call. What a remarkable young lady. The situation has resolved quite well. At least without the appearance of why assist someone you did not collide with. Wang Bin could not help but reflect. I saw that matter. The judge has already been dismissed. Chapter 19, Mac Hoke, Spin. I am aware that the League is infuriated by this, he continued. I recall Dean Wei recording a video where he vehemently expressed his discontent. Honestly, had it been anyone else, they would have. Mac Hoke is invincible. Boss Bin, we have arrived at the Pokémon Center and are ready for immediate transmission. All right, send it over. I shall proceed now, Wang Bin affirmed with a nod. Allow me to tell you, the current state of film and television is utterly disappointing. I believe I could win awards if I participated, the Charizard interjected, unconcerned whether the audience comprehended his remarks. So what is my dashing Charizard saying? Uncertain. Yet it certainly appears to be critiquing something, reminiscent of how my girlfriend reacts to a particularly dreadful television series, dragging me into her commentary. Indeed. It seems we are all aware of Charizard's penchant for television series, he mused, cracking the case wide open. As for our Gengar, it was presently embroiled in a showdown on Route 11, with no inclination to divert its attention elsewhere. Wang Bin remained standing, merely gazing into the camera. This is our Mashoki's Pokeball. Let us see how this little fellow is faring. With that, Wang Bin released Mac Hoke. Upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings, Mac Hoke exhibited a hint of caution, surveying its surroundings. Wang Bin refrained from interrupting, allowing it the time to acclimate. Once it turned its gaze toward Wang Bin, he spoke. Little one, from this day forth, you shall reside with me and receive some training. After all, it is not ideal to continually strike your trainer. Roar. Mind your own business. Mac Hoke retorted, a symbol of anger manifesting above its head. It was clear that it was incensed, perceiving Wang Bin's words as unwarranted interference. Subsequently, it unleashed a punch. Wang Bin's speed was unparalleled, and with a swift motion, he ascended effortlessly. The powerful creature demonstrated what it meant to rotate with ferocity. Although it was brutal, it was the creature that struck first. I found myself devoid of sympathy. Perhaps I had indeed grown cold-hearted. The creature proclaimed, brothers, I must withdraw. It would not bode well to continue watching. Hurry, my siblings. Let us engage in other pursuits. If this sight troubles your heart, do not behold it any longer. Such unprovoked aggression is indeed troubling. To be frank, I too felt a desire to send my Pokémon to Wang Bin for guidance. Have you regained your composure? Wang Bin inquired as the creature ceased its spinning. Roar. It bellowed before launching another punch. Wang Bin, naturally, retaliated with a sharp slap. The creature resumed its rotation once more. At that moment, the Dragonite also paused to observe the unfolding scene. As the saying goes, misfortune comes in threes. I sensed that if this continued, Wang Bin would unleash something formidable. Is everything in books incorrect? It should clearly be about winning hearts with love. Young one, that is your ideal. Wang Bin's approach is rooted in reality. However, as you are still learning, it is wiser to cling to your ideals, for examinations do not test reality. The truth revealed itself. Once the creature halted its antics, it became submissive, realizing it could not best Wang Bin. Of course, the presence of a slightly intimidating dragon also weighed on its mind. It felt that any further aggression might result in its immediate demise. Very well, remaining calm is essential. To nurture your character, the household chores in the breeding facility are now your responsibility. You must exercise patience. After all, there are Pokémon eggs to tend to. You wouldn't want to damage anything out of anger and earn another slap, would you? Wang Bin chuckled as he patted the creature's shoulder. However, this smile only served to unsettle it further. I understand. I shall take charge from here. The creature nodded resolutely and began to clean. Yet, it likely regretted abandoning its privileged life to toil here. Wang Bin, however, did not shy away from expressing such thoughts in the creature's presence, believing that time would reveal the truth. Dragonite, on the other hand, was certain that the truth would indeed come to light. Who could say for certain? This was a matter of psychological warfare. A once great master now reduced to labor, and to have it spoken openly was likely to cause turmoil within the creature's psyche. If I were in its position, I would have already been in tears. Enough of the creature for now. Let us continue our connection, Wang Bin declared, unwilling to linger too long on the creature's plight, as there were videos to be made. Soon after, a new face joined the conversation. Wang Bin, I wish to send my Pokémon over as well, the newcomer stated directly. Send it to me? What is the situation? Wang Bin replied, not immediately acquiescing. My Pokémon is a Houndoom, and it has been rather possessive lately. The individual side, it was not always like this. Possessive? Generally speaking, Pokémon possess the intelligence to communicate. Have you tried to converse with it? Wang Bin inquired, puzzled. I have tried, but to no avail. The other party promptly expressed that he was not an indifferent trainer. Show me your Pokémon, he requested, leaving Wang Bin puzzled. What is this? Arcanine is not some pet from a past life. It is loyal and capable of communicating with its trainer. Such occurrences should be rare. Before long, Arcanine made its appearance. Is this Arcanine? What is this? The mystery became apparent. It was clearly undernourished. A little-known fact, the popular Arcanine averages a height of 1.9 meters and a weight of 155 kilograms. This one barely reaches 1.2 meters, and I suspect it weighs little more than a trifle, pure skin and bones. Wang Bin refrained from jumping to conclusions. While he suspected malnourishment, he opted for caution. What if it were ill? Name, Arcanine. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, flash fire. Potential, elite, deteriorating. Level, 25. Skills, minimal. Item held, charcoal. Chapter 20, Wang Bin. The more I observe, the more unsettling it becomes. Evaluation. This is an Arcanine that is perpetually hungry. Severe malnutrition has resulted in a decline in its potential, and it is on course to drop to a standard level within a month. Moreover, it bears injuries and appears somewhat lethargic. My friend, you are quite fortunate to have an Arcanine. Had you possessed a less loyal one, you would likely find yourself in the hospital or worse, Wang Bin scoffed. The expression on Boss Bin's face was genuinely irked. Any Pokémon enthusiast would likely share in his frustration. If you cannot care for it, then do not keep it. Just inherit the family business. Who can afford an Arcanine yet neglect its needs? What do you say, Boss Bin? The other party seemed not to grasp Wang Bin's words. Hungry? Impossible. I followed the breeding facility's guidelines for the energy cubes. The individual clearly found Wang Bin's assertions hard to believe. Or perhaps he was unwilling to accept his own errors. When you purchased it, was it a lil pup? Just a small dog, correct? Wang Bin was genuinely at a loss for words, but steeled himself to explain. Yes, the other party admitted without hesitation. Can Lil Pup and Arcanine consume the same amount of food? Are you the same now as you were in infancy? Wang Bin concluded his statement with a booming voice. Hurry and feed it the energy cubes. I've already told you. If you remain idle, you truly intend to starve it. Wang Bin's tone had escalated to a shout, exasperated by the plight of the Arcanine. In truth, if one does not have an affinity for Pokémon, they need not keep them. Anxiety mounted as Gengar and Dragonite approached. However, Wang Bin did not receive a response from Wei Yang. Clearly, the individual was not present. I say, Boss Bin. This is excessive. I simply failed to manage it properly. The other party continued with an air of confidence. After all, as long as he believed he was adhering to the breeding facility's instructions, any shortcomings could only be attributed to his lack of awareness. I understand. Which is why my aim is to ensure Mr. Wei provides his students with proper guidance, preventing such situations from arising again, Wang Bin declared, presenting his rationale. I was merely reminding my dear friend. There was no ulterior motive involved. Nothing amiss, indeed. You possess your clever stratagems, while I have my means of circumventing obstacles. If the individual acted inadvertently, then reinforcing their education is justifiable. However, if it was deliberate, the institution may revoke their qualifications for further studies, provided they possess such eligibility. Sean remarked, that is not from our school. That student ID belongs to a previous version, at least a decade old, and the age of the person does not align. Capturing Director Wei would be quite the feat. Very well. Then, that resolves the matter. Wang Bin also noticed Wei Yang's comments and nodded in acknowledgement. Add a bit more. Who could possibly consume such a quantity? Wang Bin could estimate the amount even through the screen, making it evident how substantial it was. Still insufficient? Then I shall contribute more. The counterpart promptly added more. Indeed, due to its possessiveness, I feared for my safety and thus confined it to a cage. The other party nodded in agreement. Yes, I intervened to correct its poor habits, and it has improved considerably since then. The individual readily admitted this. Did you strike it often? Wang Bin sensed something amiss. The expression of the speed dog appeared excessively dulled, and the contradictions in the individual's statements were glaring. They approached him under the pretense of the speed dog's possessiveness, yet now claimed significant improvements. Such contradictory assertions typically indicate a poorly crafted narrative. Boss Bin squinted, as if he had unearthed a revelation. My father, a retired police officer, once mentioned that there might be something amiss here. Elaborate. The contradictions were evident. Initially, the connection was due to possessiveness, and now it has transformed into an assertion of improvement. Yes, precisely. Fortunately, it isn't excessive. The counterpart shook their head. When did this speed dog go missing? Wang Bin contemplated employing a ruse. He hoped that his suspicions were unfounded. What do you mean missing? This one is mine. The other party quickly refuted. Wang Bin smiled. Your greatest folly lies in the quality of your surveillance. I observed your eyes and detected a fleeting moment of panic, brief, yet unmistakable. My travels have acquainted me with many faces and tales. I have reported this. My father has contacted his apprentice, and they are likely determining the location as we speak. This aspect puzzled Wang Bin completely. I do not know, but it seems to be an act of boasting. The psyche of such individuals cannot be gauged through the lens of normalcy. Let the authorities handle it from here. We must await their findings. I am no hacking expert capable of pinpointing the culprit. For now, let us continue our connection. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. His heart ached for the speed dog. Yet he would not project himself into the situation, nor would he succumb to tears. Only figures like Gung Gui or Bao Feilong could evoke such reactions from him. However, that would not be empathy, but rather direct involvement. Chapter 21. Wow, what an ugly fish. Soon enough, Wang Bin commenced a new connection. Boss Bin, I have devised a brilliant tactic, which I shall call substitute poisoning. In essence, it entails inducing the opponent's downfall through poison, while employing substitutes as a means to stall for time, ultimately exhausting them to death. The other party was eager to share their strategies right from the outset. Initially, I must admit my ignorance of competitive battles. However, from my Navi perspective, let us first dismiss scenarios where a significant disparity in strength renders defense either futile or unnecessary. When the forces are evenly matched, how would one respond if, while defending, I unleashed a left-handed ice punch and a right-handed thunder punch, all the while emitting a torrent of flames? In such a case, I would merely stand before the defense, unleashing flames while keeping my hands stationary, only to strike once the defense concluded. As a traveler from another realm, Wang Bin is undoubtedly aware of the classic tactic of countering defenses. So, I wonder, why not simply prevent your opponent from approaching? The other party found Wang Bin's scenario somewhat idealistic. Alright, you say I cannot approach. Then, I shall launch a water pulse, swiftly followed by a water gun or water cannon. Wang Bin refrained from further commentary and instead provided another example. The opponent seemed at a loss for words. If I recall correctly, this technique was developed quite some time ago. Indeed, the aforementioned strategy has been both devised and countered, suggesting that this young man may have spent considerable time in competitive gaming, attempting to transpose these concepts into reality. I interjected, remarking that a sandstorm team genuinely requires keen eyesight. Otherwise, how can one see the battlefield? Young man, your prowess in gaming is commendable. Yet it seems you aspire to transpose these strategies into reality. I find this admirable. Your courage to experiment reflects creativity. Perhaps you could refine tactics like countering defenses to better suit real-world confrontations. So, dare to experiment. If something fails, simply adapt. ISNT it through gradual refinement that tactical styles emerge. Perhaps when you return to discuss this with me, I shall be the one left speechless. Wang Bin chose not to dismiss his opponent outright, but rather offered words of encouragement, urging them to fully explore their imagination. How many imaginative children have been constrained in their endeavors? They may find joy in their creativity, yet parents often impose their own directives, insisting on a prescribed path. While their intentions may not be misguided, such insistence stifles imagination, confining them to a fenced-in route. As the esteemed Lu Sun once articulated, in this world, there were originally no roads. As more people walk, paths are forged. Thus, who can say whether their endeavors may pave a new way? Might they uncover a shortcut or a longer route? Thank you, Boss Bin. Tomorrow, I shall claim my starter Pokémon, and I intend to choose Bulbasaur. I promise to make the most of it. The other party nodded in agreement. Wang Bin could sense the burgeoning enthusiasm in his opponent, indicating they would surely take action. After a few more words of encouragement, they concluded their conversation. Engaging in games to test strategies is a commendable approach, low in cost yet rich in potential, but it is imperative to integrate reality and conduct thorough research. It seems the wheels of inspiration were turning. In the realm of gaming, I could single-handedly challenge legendary Pokémon, yet in reality, I found myself humbled. Gyarados, I summon you to battle. Soon, the connection was re-established, and the opposing party revealed themselves to be a middle-aged man. Upon his arrival, he promptly spoke. Hello, Boss Bin. I am a fish pond owner, but the profits from the pond have not been satisfactory. I am considering withdrawing. Do you accept the ugly fish alongside the king carp? Greetings to you. My friend, the evolved form of the ugly fish is Minas, which is quite popular. Although the beautiful scales and items to enhance beauty are not inexpensive, many discerning individuals are willing to cultivate them. Have you not considered selling them? Wang Bin inquired with curiosity. No. I thought it prudent to first consult someone reliable before completely stepping away. If I cannot connect with you today, or if you do not wish to make a purchase, I will seek others, the individual replied candidly, clearly hoping for good fortune. Very well, please show me what you have, and I shall decide thereafter. Wang Bin neither declined nor readily accepted, pondering the potential issues that might arise. Not a problem, I am right by the pond. The other party had evidently prepared for this. Logically, ugly fish could indeed be acquired without difficulty. Indeed, even if their quality is lacking, it matters not. Once evolved into Minas, they will at least be visually appealing. The only uncertainty lies in how much Boss Bin will charge, he mused, contemplating the market price. Wang Bin's establishment emphasized certainty. He would inform them of the quality, leaving the decision to the buyer. Boss Bin, most of the ugly fish are here, though they are quite muddy and may not appear appealing. Would you like me to assist in cleaning them? The other party was quite considerate, after all. He was the potential buyer. No need, my eyes are my measure. A little mud will not hinder my judgment, Wang Bin confidently asserted. Then, he exclaimed in surprise. Name, ugly fish, shiny. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, carefree. Quality, champion. Level, 7, Skills, minimal. Item held, none. Evaluation. A recently born ugly fish, ostracized due to its coloration, has covered itself in mud, harboring feelings of inferiority and lack of love. Yet, it possesses great talent. Young one, fill it with your affection. This was indeed the greatest surprise. Additionally, there were 2 more ugly fish of gym quality, perfectly 1 male and 1 female. However, the remaining were rather ordinary, 8 with elite quality and 10 of regular quality. My friend, I will be frank, I desire all these ugly fish. However, I am curious if you have invested all your wealth into this venture? Wang Bin was certainly interested, yet he had not anticipated the number of reasonably qualified ugly fish the other possessed. To some extent, yes. I specifically purchased the more expensive ones from a large company, and I have taken good care of the pond. However, I must clarify that they were hatched directly in the water. I did not use any nutrient solutions. The other party conveyed the truth. Chapter 22. Strength and power are for living freely. That is of no concern. The truly exceptional hatching solutions are exceedingly expensive and scarce. Most nutrient solutions merely expedite their birth. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Let me state the price, 43 million. Wang Bin is indeed experiencing a significant financial outlay. The shiny Monado is exceedingly popular, with scarce availability in the market, thus rendering the shiny Cho-Cho fish quite expensive as well. Consequently, he quoted a rather lofty price. To be fair, this price was not fully reflective of its qualifications. Had he factored in the credentials, such a price would have been utterly inconceivable. The primary objective, of course, remains advertising. Thus, in the future, should any valuable items arise, individuals would be inclined to sell them to Wang Bin. The brother, visibly puzzled, contemplated the valuable contents within. Sun Xiao, an avid livestream viewer, remarked, Boss Bin, once the purchase is finalized, we can negotiate. Raising the price then would not pose an issue. Sun Xiao refrained from directly inflating the price, recognizing the futility of antagonizing such a formidable trainer over trivial matters. Undoubtedly, the live chat need not be stirred. The elevated price stemmed from the inclusion of a shiny specimen. I recall the last shiny Cho-Cho fish auction for approximately 35 million. But that particular specimen possessed only elite qualifications, whereas this one boasts superior attributes, hence my bid of 43 million. Wang Bin elucidated his rationale without explicitly mentioning its inherent talent. After all, who wouldn't aspire to be a shrewd trader? I see. In that case, the price is indeed justifiable, and considering the auction house would deduct substantial fees, let us proceed with a direct transaction, Boss Bin. The brother, without hesitation, consented. Wang Bin had anticipated some negotiation, yet the agreement came swiftly. The brother, perhaps a bit bewildered, should have recognized the potential for higher bids. Nonetheless, one must concede that Wang Bin's offer was not unreasonable. Is there a teleportation device nearby? We can directly receive the Pokeballs and teleport them here. I'll cover the cost of the Pokeballs as they are quite affordable. Wang Bin chose not to engage with the live chat for the moment, focusing instead on concluding this transaction. Yes, there is one in the town, not far from here. We can purchase the Pokeballs now. Please hold on a moment. The other party nodded, eager to expedite the deal. At this juncture, Wang Bin began to interact with the live chat. Boss Bin, aren't you concerned about being robbed? Stating such things so openly. Not at all. I've got the microphone, and if need be, I will confront them directly, for I am not a virtuous individual. Wang Bin exhibited no apprehension regarding this matter. That makes sense. 666. It seems your breeding facility is truly out of the question for theft. By the way, it is getting late. Once we conclude this business, we shall withdraw, as I have some matters to attend to in the coming days, and will refrain from streaming for a while. Wang Bin glanced at the message from Wei Yang. He needed to visit the Tianjin Pokémon University to handle some paperwork. Wei Yang had just messaged him, confirming that everything was settled. All of Wang Bin's requests had been approved, and he intended to visit and inspect the arrangements thoroughly. Due to the presence of a brother with a bee drill, the process moved swiftly. All right, I have now received all the Cho-Cho fish. Please send me your bank account number, and I will transfer the funds. As for the Kingler, you may collect it from someone else. I have no interest in it. Wang Bin had successfully acquired all the Pokeballs, dismissing the common Kinglers as unworthy of his attention. Sure, Boss Bin. I just noticed the barrage of comments, with many calling me foolish, suggesting I could raise my stakes. To be honest, I understand that this peculiar fish might possess even greater potential and could indeed appreciate significantly. However, I am uncertain whether I can seize that opportunity. The negotiations fell through, and with the sprite in my possession, it is possible that someone may approach me at any moment. If the deal is successfully concluded, the money will be straightforward and everyone is aware of it, making it a safer endeavor. I still believe in contentment. The funds I have are sufficient for a comfortable life, and they allow me to provide my child with official starters, which would require little effort to nurture. I should know when to stop while I'm ahead. Furthermore, if problems were to arise immediately after a pleasant transaction with Boss Bin, I reckon he would not remain composed either. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of comments, I felt compelled to share my perspective. Brother, you are quite right. Wang Bin raised his thumb. Brothers, let me reiterate, I have stated this numerous times. I am not a benevolent character. My previous actions were purely those of a businessman, and I certainly aim to secure my own interests. I believe the price offered is reasonable, as everyone knows auction prices can often be inflated. Thus, the price for this shiny peculiar fish in external transactions probably wouldn't reach what I've set. I have indeed invested more money. My brother stated it plainly, and I too shall be candid that I profited from this transaction. If I wished to earn even more, I would not have mentioned it at all. I could have quietly acquired it at the usual price for such fish. Ultimately, I shall not sell this shiny specimen. I will raise it myself. Some of the others may be sold, while the remaining ones will become the signature Pokémon of our breeding house. There is no need for subterfuge. Having strength is merely a means to live freely, even if my words lead to a reduction in viewership the next day. After concluding the live stream, he turned to his two loyal companions. Let us go. I'll take you to see the little sister, though her mental state seems rather fragile. Gogeo, new arrivals. Gengar was quite pleased to hear about the little sister. Roar indeed. Dragonite nodded in agreement with a smile. Wang first settled the financial matters, then brought the Pokeball containing the shiny peculiar fish to the front of his home aquarium. The aquarium is quite spacious, and Wang directly released the peculiar fish. Hello there, peculiar fish, Wang waved, his face alight with a smile. Hello, Gengar. Gengar waved back cheerfully. Roar, greetings. Dragonite merely smiled, not waving. As it was on all fours and lifting itself would be rather comical. The peculiar fish remained silent, merely blowing a couple of bubbles, staying motionless in place. Little one, we'll wash you up first. You're simply different in color from the other peculiar fish. With our nurturing, you will become remarkably beautiful, Wang mused, aware that the creature would not easily speak. However, just as he reached out to grasp the peculiar fish, it began to struggle, unwilling to shed the mud that served as its disguise and protective shell. Observing this, Wang commenced using the power of Eternatus. Chapter 23, Wei Yong. At last, I've managed to ensnare you. Calm down, there's no need to feel anxious. We harbor no ill will towards you. Wang endeavored to convey his goodwill. The power of the Tokiwa was indeed formidable. Soon enough, the ugly fish began to relax, though it remained silent as Wang gently lifted it for a wash. Before long, a purple ugly fish emerged. Gotta change the water. Gung promptly sprang into action. In no time, the water in the fish tank transformed into crystal clarity. After placing the ugly fish back in, Wang caressed it, saying, everything will be fine. This home will embrace you. You may not believe me now, but through our interactions, I trust you will come to see it. Wang refrained from excessive chatter, sensing that the creature would not absorb more words. Indeed, if you need anything, seek me out, Gung said, patting its chest confidently. I'll do the same, Baophilong added with a smile. The two Pokémon were not disheartened by the ugly fish's reticence. They were well aware of the challenges faced by shiny Pokémon within their communities. It was entirely normal to have psychological struggles. What mattered was accompanying them through the healing process. In time, their little sister would grow more affectionate. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful Milotic? Why not start with a standard energy block? I'll measure it tomorrow morning and prepare something special for you. I need to step out for a moment, Wang stated, as he set off to tend to the other ugly fish. They could simply reside in the pond, which he had readily available. Although not vast, it could comfortably accommodate dozens of ugly fish. As for the beautiful scales, he intended to take on a challenge, encouraging the ugly fish to evolve through beauty, thereby gradually addressing its emotional issues. A number of ugly fish successfully entered the pond, and Wang generously provided them with energy blocks. All right, everyone, this will be your new home. I will also take some of your eggs to hand over to trainers for nurturing. Of course, all while respecting your wishes, Wang symbolically announced. The ugly fish nodded in understanding. After all, they had previously lived in a pond, so it was essentially the same. Eggs would either be retained or sold, with little difference. Wang chose not to linger on the subject and departed. Eventually, he would allow his Milotic to oversee the pond. With strength on its side, it would surely thrive, and if things didn't go well, it had two older brothers to support it. Upon returning to the house, Wang levitated the fish tank into the bedroom with his psychic abilities. From now on, you'll sleep with us, and during our broadcasts, you'll make an appearance. Trust us, you will look splendid, he assured, though he was rather inept at brainwashing. Gung are we heading to the university tomorrow afternoon? Gung inquired. Yes. We'll take care of our business in the morning and head over by noon. We should arrive by the afternoon, complete the formalities, and explore the nurturing center. Wang replied, feeling fortunate. Tomorrow might bring delightful surprises, not necessarily in the form of joining his team, but perhaps enhancements for the nurturing facility. I'll sleep first. Tomorrow, I'll drive you there, Baophilong yawned before settling down. In truth, it is of little consequence whether one sleeps or not. However, a habit has been formed. All right. Good night, including you, Clownfish, Wang remarked as he nestled into his blanket. Good night, little sister, Gugwa said, drifting past with a smile directed at Clownfish. If there's anything important, just call us, the ferocious dragon reminded. With a sudden clap, Wang Bin's supernatural ability forcefully extinguished the light, leaving only the moonlight to filter through the window. Clownfish found itself momentarily lost in thought. It appeared that they genuinely cared for it. Thus, perhaps it was best to remain as it was. Devoid of expectations, one could avoid disappointment. Clownfish closed its eyes. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. By this time, Wang Bin had completed his workout and was now measuring data on Clownfish after exchanging pleasantries with Gugua and the others. Come on, Clownfish. Don't be so unresponsive. At least give me some reaction, Wang Bin said while taking measurements. Clownfish remained silent. Upon finishing his measurements, Wang Bin employed his constant power once more. Although Clownfish was unscathed, this ability could still enhance its innate talents, albeit very slowly for a champion-level talent. Given the current state of Gugua and the ferocious dragon, it was likely that with Wang Bin's constant power, they wouldn't see significant improvements even until his demise, as time was insufficient. Unless, of course, he could extend his lifespan a bit longer. By the way, we are heading out next. Let me change your Pokeball first, Wang Bin stated, producing a luxury ball. Clownfish, still in a daze, was switched to the new Pokeball and subsequently released. The environment inside should be quite pleasant, right? You can stay in there while we're out. Wang Bin gently patted Clownfish on the head before turning to create energy cubes. After all, there would undoubtedly be more Pokémon to come, and it was only natural to recruit them as they appeared. He had already formulated his objective. He would be teaching at Tianjin Pokémon University, so it was perfectly reasonable to employ his own students. They weren't entering into a contract without compensation, as even the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund would be provided. By noon, Wang Bin, accompanied by his Pokémon, stepped outside, heading to Tianjin Pokémon University. At that moment, he found himself seated in Wei Yang's office. So this is all settled, is it? Wang Bin inquired. Do you think just because I'm your superior now, I intend to take advantage of you? Wang Bin was not eager to commence classes so soon. The brief time frame would not allow for quality teaching preparation. He resolved to postpone until the next semester. Regardless of whether he taught or not, he would still receive payment. This was indeed good news. The principal mentioned this to me. It's not within my jurisdiction, Wei Yang replied, shaking his head, yet maintaining a cheerful demeanor. However, I am certain this was something you discussed with your principal, Wang Bin remarked, fully understanding Wei Yang's character. Indeed, it was I. However, it cannot be altered now. As our official website has already announced the information, Wei Yang chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. He was genuinely pleased, having managed to place Wang Bin in a predicament. Unfortunately, I lack morals. You cannot bind me, Wang Bin retorted. After all, what use was reputation? It is your duty as an educator. You surely do not wish for your audience to perceive you as negligent, do you? Wei Yang has opted to vanquish magic with magic. Chapter 24, Wang Bin. Anyone can cast aspersions. Is this not fundamentally a matter of ethics? It is well known that I possess no morals. Wang Bin asserts his superiority in magic. A silence envelopes the scene. Neither party concedes an inch. One merely seeks to draw a salary without merit, while the other is content to await the other's capitulation now that the message has been dispatched. Ultimately, their duel is interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, lo and behold, Wei Yang's superior, the principal. What brings you here, principal? Wei Yang is taken aback by the principal's unexpected arrival. I heard that Comrade Wang Bin was here, so I came to take a look. The principal replies with a smile. Greetings, Comrade Principal. Wang Bin nods respectfully, though he senses an underlying orchestration at play, as if one were to play the role of the villain while the other assumes the guise of the hero. After all, he knows Wei Yang all too well. Resorting to outside assistance when he cannot prevail is a tactic he would employ without hesitation. I have also viewed Comrade Wang Bin's video. I hold your prowess in high esteem. It is not only the students who desire to attend your lectures. Many of us on the faculty are eager to learn as well. We are fervently seeking improvement. And I sincerely hope that Comrade Wang Bin can provide us with an opportunity for advancement. The principal begins, adopting a tone of righteousness. Listen closely. These are the most genuine voices of the people, Wei Yang interjects, joining in the performance. Thus, we should invite the principal to conduct a course. As a renowned institution within the Huaxiao Alliance, the individual who ascends to the role of principal must possess a wealth of knowledge, duly recognized by the state. This will undoubtedly facilitate the student's progress. Wang Bin counters with a hatchet of his own. You may claim I am lacking. Yet I will directly associate you with the official stance. If you dispute this, are you implying that the authorities are ineffectual or misleading? Or perhaps you are merely a product of connections, lacking true merit? Wei Yang exclaims, realizing that Wang Bin is attempting to ensnare him. Hold on. How did this devolve into an indictment of the authorities? Such claims are unfounded. Wei Yang urgently intervenes. Wang Bin is not a permanent fixture. He can leave without consequence. Yet Wei Yang aspires for advancement. This matter is yours to handle, Dean Wei, the principal declares, swiftly exiting the scene. Should Wang Bin unleash his wrath upon them, the principal's frail constitution cannot withstand it. This situation must be resolved by Wei Yang. Wang Bin asserts that such discourse is futile, that which is unattainable remains an illusion. He does not partake in empty promises. Wei Yang smirks disdainfully, gritting his teeth as he remarks, "Let us proceed. You truly are one who waits for the rabbit to appear before unleashing the eagle." Yet, he finds joy in the exchange. Humph. Wei Yang is perturbed. By the way, has that burning insect hatched yet? If Wang Bin's memory serves him correctly, that egg was purchased by Wei Yang. He seems to recall this matter having been mentioned previously. I am also uncertain. In any case, I purchased it and sold it to my father. As for whether it was given to my uncle's son or taken by my mother, I am unaware. Wei Yang expressed that he had not paid much attention to it either, hence his ignorance. Well, that is quite acceptable. Wang Bin nodded and began to survey his surroundings. Some students recognized him, yet none approached to greet him. It remains unclear whether they feared Wang Bin's potential for aggression, were indifferent to celebrity, or simply possessed the decorum to appreciate individuals of both character and capability. In any case, Wang Bin enjoyed a measure of tranquility. Before long, the two arrived at the breeding facility. Wang Bin activated his scanning mode, knowing he had the means to procure any promising specimens. He certainly could not allow all the worthy ones to be whisked away to his breeding house. Rest assured, I understand. Wang Bin merely nodded, refraining from taking further action. As he observed, he found no particularly desirable Pokémon egg, leading him to forego a purchase altogether. His home had space, yet it was not excessively large. Thus he had no need for an abundance of species. Moreover, he lacked the inclination to expand. Selling Pokémon eggs and replenishing stock later would suffice. Let us see what Pokémon eggs you have prepared for me. Wang Bin sensed that he might return empty-handed today. After all, Wei Yang was likely to procure only a relatively rare Pokémon. Any exceptionally high-quality specimens would be nurtured by himself, given his status, background, and prowess, leaving him with little to concern himself about. Over there, in that room, Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised that Wang Bin did not select any Pokémon eggs, knowing well that Wang Bin was discerning. Name, Zorua. Gender, male. Type, dark. Ability, illusion. Potential, elite. Level, 0. Skills, minor. Item, none. Evaluation, an unremarkable Zorua egg, lacking noteworthy attributes. You have done well. Procuring a Zorua egg, Wang Bin was genuinely astonished that Wei Yang had managed to acquire this. Wait, this is Zorua's? Not a clink. Wei Yang was clearly taken aback by the alternative response from Wang Bin. He now felt somewhat disheartened. Ah, your tongue is too swift. I was just about to dismiss this one. Wei Yang was genuinely distressed, for the quantity of Zorua was indeed limited. Well, it can be exchanged, after all. I suspect it will be challenging to find another Zorua to breed with this one. I do not possess a Ditto, and given its elite potential, enhancing the offspring's quality would demand significant time and resources. Wang Bin did not immediately accept it. This could still be bartered. If it had had gym-level potential, he would not have hesitated. Thus, it was better to simply relinquish it. Is it not so easy to negotiate? Wei Yang was evidently surprised that such words could escape Wang Bin's lips. I have my reasons. Let us discuss what to exchange it for once I find something I desire. Wang Bin had completed his perusal and found nothing of interest. Gym-level potential existed, yet it lacked uniqueness. Surely, he could not raise a horde of Machoke, could he? What would he do? Start a subsidiary for a renovation crew. Besides, there was still one troublesome individual at home that required resolution. Chapter 25. Harsh Decisions. Very well. Wei Yang nodded. If things became too excessive, he could always resort to some tricks. Since it had come to this, he might as well participate. Wang Bin contemplated the benefits he had already reaped. Work must be done as well. If he did not enjoy the big pancake, he ought not to draw it. Moreover, lecturing in a university setting was relatively straightforward. Unlike higher mathematics, one could simply read aloud and be done with it. However, Wang Bin intended to take a bold approach, opting for improvisation, speaking whatever came to mind. His focus would be on spontaneity, claiming that his thoughts were too profound for others to grasp. By the way, I heard you've recently acquired a shiny Magikarp? Wei Yang suddenly recalled a video he had seen before sleeping last night. Yes, my Magikarp is quite lovely, Wang Bin nodded. The Pokémon you chose must possess exceptional potential. At this moment, Wei Yang felt a twinge of fear. It might not be long before a Milotic capable of overpowering his team appeared. Indeed, it is quite powerful, but you need not worry excessively. Its growth rate is certainly not as swift as Gengar's or Salamence, so it won't easily breach your team. Wang Bin patted Wei Yang's shoulder reassuringly. This is reality. After all, those two have a strong leader, while the Magikarp currently does not. The probability of encountering a leader in the future is also quite low, especially since he is no longer traveling, significantly reducing the chances of serendipitous encounters. Wei Yang was truly speechless. He genuinely wanted to express his gratitude, acknowledging Wang Bin's kindness and offering comfort. Simultaneously, he wished he could deliver a punch, though he knew he could not. Have all matters been resolved? Wang Bin felt that everything on this front was concluded. Not quite. I was thinking of checking out the cafeteria, Wei Yang replied. Wang Bin glanced at the time and remarked, it is just past 4 o'clock. At this hour, the university cafeteria likely has service windows open. I suggest you wait half an hour. By 4:30, everything should be ready, and you won't see the full selection right now. Wei Yong promptly offered his advice. All right, I'll go live at that time to provide a first-hand exploration of the place. Wang Bin nodded. Now, let us find a suitable location. I have energy cubes prepared for my Pokémon, and it would be inconvenient to dine at the cafeteria later. This space will suffice. The breeding house has dedicated rooms. Follow me. Wei Yong gestured for Wang Bin to follow. They arrived at an empty room, devoid of any furnishings. Wang Bin did not mind. He had brought his own provisions, even a bowl, requiring nothing else. No need to prepare so much for me. I'm not particularly hungry now. If I feel hungry later this evening, I'll eat then. Gengar understood Wang Bin's reasoning for preparing their meals in advance. It had once watched videos of university students dining, which appeared somewhat daunting. Though Vice Dean Wei Yong was present, many students prioritized their meals over their leaders. I'm not too hungry either. Salamence echoed the sentiment. Gengar replied, no problem, we can manage here ourselves. Afterward, we have our little ones to tend to. Wang Bin finished speaking and released Magikarp. It remained unchanged, still bearing its original appearance. This is the ugly fish you have set your eyes on, isn't it? Wei Yong began to observe closely. Isn't it splendid? Wang Bin nodded in agreement. For this little creature, he had truly become a devoted admirer, showering it with compliments at every opportunity. Yet, despite his efforts, there seemed to be no effect. Ugly fish, we have only known each other for a day. So, are you planning to purchase beautiful scales? Wei Yong was well aware that Wang Bin was firmly in the evolution camp. In simple terms, he believed evolution to be advantageous, though he was not insistent upon it. He would never coerce a Pokémon against its will. At that moment, a certain expendable turtle might have vehemently opposed this sentiment, shouting in protest. However, it must be acknowledged that the expendable turtle, relying on speed, would find itself utterly lacking after evolution, exacerbated by the trainer's unfamiliarity with its combat style. I do not intend to purchase that. I plan to evolve through beauty, though it is undoubtedly more challenging. Nevertheless, I remain confident, Wang Bin remarked, shaking his head before turning his gaze back to the ugly fish. Rest assured, I will transform you into the most exquisite Milotic. Let us leave my sister here. We can dine together. Gung Gui believed it was better for the ugly fish to remain here. After all, as a water-dwelling Pokémon, it would be more comfortable in a fish tank or basin than in the cafeteria. Very well, I share that sentiment. You two take a look at it. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. I will search for a basin. There should be one available, and I will bring it to you. Wei Yong also took action at this moment. Before long, the ugly fish was settled into a basin of water. Wang Bin handed some energy cubes to Gung Gui. This is for you. Gung Gui nodded in acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, I am currently with Mr. Wei, and I intend to take you on a tour of the cafeteria at Jinmin Pokémon University. Upon noticing that the live stream had an audience, Wang Bin wasted no time and began his presentation. Hello everyone, I am Wei Yong. Wei Yong waved his hand, greeting the viewers. Why aren't you broadcasting? Goodness. I was wondering what was going on. I saw on the university's official website today that Boss Bin is coming to teach. Haha, how amusing, truly amusing. Come on, Mr. Wei, let me see what your school has to offer. Wang Bin chuckled. Let us go. I assure you will be satisfied. Wei Yong held a firm belief in the quality of his school as cuisine. Boss Bin certainly has a rebellious streak. The food at your school, TSK. Perhaps he is still adjusting to his new position, or maybe he hasn't completed the necessary paperwork yet. Just then, a female student unexpectedly flipped her plate onto a male student's head, leaving food atop his crown, with soup trickling down his face. How sensational. The front row of spectators is in for a treat. Aren't you going to intervene, Vice Dean? Wang Bin asked Wei Yong, considering the latter's authoritative position. After all, a leader must take action. At that moment, the girl bolted away without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly positioned himself in front of her. Chapter 26, Little Rattata's Head. Take a bite of my furious fangs. Classmate, please halt. Wei Yong genuinely did not anticipate such an incident occurring today, especially during a live broadcast. Gentlemen, there's a scandal unfolding. Who would have anticipated the tenacity of the academic culture at Jinmin Spirit University? Wang Bin is entirely bewildered by the circumstances. Dean Wei, this female student is indeed familiar with Wei Yong. You, Dean Wei, the male student angrily pursued her, only to temper his fury upon seeing Wei Yong. He remarked that the excrement of the cat he raised was quite foul. The female student articulated her reasons for her harsh rebuke. At this juncture, Wang Bin had positioned himself closer, firmly in the center of the unfolding drama. Is this not the truth? While I have a fondness for the cat in question, and even care for one myself, it is undeniably odorous. Heh. Does owning one preclude one from speaking ill of it? What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Let us first observe how Dean Wei will address this matter. So, you don't know each other, yet because you own a cat, when he claimed its waste was malodorous, you retaliated by hurling your meal at his head? Despite his astonishment, Wei Yong succinctly summarized the situation. Indeed, the female student nodded in affirmation. The male student was now animatedly gesticulating, utterly incensed. He was genuinely furious. It's not as if they were acquainted. Furthermore, the nature of the complaint is factual. What right do you have to retaliate without a word? And to do so with such audacity, What does that mean? Classmate, do you not recognize your own wrongdoing? Wei Yang was equally taken aback by her unapologetic attitude. I have done nothing wrong. I stand by my actions, was her retort. Very well, a reprimand will be issued. We shall deliberate on the specifics in a meeting. For now, you must apologize to this male student and compensate him, perhaps for the cleaning of his clothing. Wei Yang preliminarily outlined his judgment. This matter necessitates stringent handling. The other party's attitude is unacceptable, especially given that it was broadcasted live. He must take a stand to preserve the school as credibility. It seems Dean Wei is rather stringent. The cafeteria has instituted a new rule, no placing trays atop others' heads. That seems rather simplistic. It ought to be that no trays are raised above one's head. Ha ha ha. Every outlandish rule has an underlying incident. Primarily, with Wei Yang present. She did not dare to confront him directly. The cost of laundry could be several dozen yuan. I'm not certain, as I've never visited. Just give 25. The male student suggested casually, uncertain of the actual expense. Not too much. Here you go. Upon hearing that amount, the female student did not reach for her phone, but instead produced cash, tossing it forward before departing. The male student turned crimson with embarrassment. Wei Yang patted his shoulder. This incident will indeed be raised in the meeting, influencing subsequent disciplinary actions. Do not act impulsively. He genuinely feared that this young man might lose his temper and escalate the situation, complicating matters further. Even if justified, there would be those online who would condemn him for resorting to violence. All right, everyone, please enjoy your meals. Wei Yang began to disperse the crowd. That girl truly had it coming. This young man is quite composed. I dare say, if Boss Bin were to confront him directly. You are overthinking. I shall not afford her the opportunity to encounter me. Wang Bin asserts that his vigilance remains exceedingly high. Now, we await the announcement. This matter cannot be suppressed. After all, it involves Dean Wei. Come, let me see what other events will unfold. I never anticipated such occurrences. I have already reported this in the group, and a meeting is likely to convene this evening. Wei Yang realizes he will again be working overtime. After a brief pause, he notes Wang Bin's silence and glances over. What is Boss Bin staring at? I cannot ascertain, but something must be amiss. Is that the head of little Rada? It certainly resembles one. Those two teeth are quite conspicuous. Word spread that Boss Bin fell victim to little Rada's furious front teeth. What? Boss Bin was rendered foolish by little Rada's furious bite? News circulated that Boss Bin was bitten by Dean Wei, wielding little Rada's wrathful teeth. Wang Bin silently regarded Wei Yang, saying not a word. Yet it felt as though he had conveyed everything. Upon realizing the situation, Wei Yang broke into a sweat. What is this? Tianmin Spirit University is experiencing a streak of misfortune. How is it that they encounter every issue? Or is it that Wei Yang also gazes at Wang Bin? A glance that transcends millennia? Thus, the reason these two remain unattached is because the astute individuals have already taken screenshots, while others. Enough, comrades. Let us refrain from discussing this matter for now. I genuinely do not recommend attending this school. It has become rather unsafe. Wang Bin shook his head at the camera, then picked up the little Rada head, clean and sanitary. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I sense I must become quite busy now. For our sake, please take your phones to the kitchen. Wei Yang felt an urge to explode on the spot. He hastily shared this incident in the group as well, adding that the live broadcast had not yet concluded. Just as Wei Yang and Wang Bin were about to head to the kitchen, Wei Yang's phone rang. It was Principal Huang. I shall answer it. Upon glancing at the phone, Wei Yang discerned that he might not have to handle this matter himself. If there is an issue, it is best left to the leadership. Wow, Tianmin Spirit University is about to gain notoriety. Wang Bin smiled slightly. Why do I feel as if Boss Bin has not signed a contract? I do not know, but it certainly bears no relevance to him, as he does not oversee the cafeteria. The cafeteria director is likely drenched in sweat by now. Moreover, this issue will not be silenced. In other places, it would merely require an explanation from the relevant authorities, and that would be the end of it. The protagonist is different. This protagonist may indeed possess the iron fist of justice. Strength. I can attest, he truly does. Now, we await the principal, correct? Just wait. I will fetch Gung Gue and the others. With that, Wang Bin dashed off. Chapter 27. Little Rada's tale. Behold what I am. How could he possibly allow his Pokémon not to partake in the gossip? Gung Gue, Biao Fei Long, come along with me. We have some juicy news. As Wang Bin entered, he began to shout. Goga, I just saw it. In the hands of Gung Gue, the phone was currently playing footage of the dramatic dunk. A growl? Surely, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Bao Feilong felt there had to be additional developments. Otherwise, Wang Bin would not have come here directly. Indeed, a Rada head had been discovered, and it seemed the kitchen was about to face a crisis. Wang Bin nodded. Let us go? Gung Gue's eyes sparkled with excitement as it clutched the ugly fish and approached Wang Bin. Let us fly over. Bao Feilong, equally curious, looked on. The ugly fish appeared bewildered. How long can you survive out of water, little one? Wang Bin pondered, realizing that holding the creature for an extended period might be uncomfortable. The ugly fish remained silent, merely gazing at the Pokeball. All right, We'll store you inside so you can observe, Gung Gui suggested. Understanding the intent, it executed a teleportation, and the three of them instantaneously appeared beside Wei Yang. Have you finished? Can we begin? Gung Gui inquired impatiently, eager for the impending kitchen adventure. Bao Feilong remained silent, filled with anticipation. Much like a suspenseful television drama, there was bound to be some build-up. Patience was essential, especially with mysteries. The number of students gathered to spectate was quite substantial. Wei Yang made no comments, merely advising them not to miss their evening classes if they had any. As the live stream was already underway, and the audience count was inconsequential, the cafeteria director stood nearby, though visibly perspiring. Before long, Principal Wong arrived. He had to come. Having seen Wang Bin's live stream, he noted the considerable viewer count. If this situation was mishandled, it could spell trouble for Jinmin Spirit University. Principal Wei Yang contemplated updating him on the current status. However, Principal Huang interrupted. I'm already informed. The footage has been released. Let us proceed to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, everything appeared quite normal. Ingredients, cutting boards, and such. The principal's presence indicated the seriousness of the matter. However, let us be realistic. The situation was well known, and it was likely to be deemed an isolated incident, with further investigations that would ultimately lead to nothing. As is widely acknowledged, the internet has no memory. By the way, have the students' dining arrangements been resolved? Dinner time is approaching, Principal Huang inquired, glancing at Wei Yang. Yes. It's taken care of. I've posted notices and ordered boxed meals from a nearby restaurant. To express our apologies, we reduced the price by 5 yuan. The restaurant is Tongfu Restaurant, known for its excellent reputation and has been in business for over a decade, Wei Yang affirmed with a nod. He dared not offer the meals for free, fearing a rush that could lead to chaos. Principal Huang nodded in agreement. That will suffice. A preliminary inspection reveals nothing alarming. Let us check the ingredients, record the entire process, and conduct a thorough search, one by one, and without haste. Wang Bin naturally joined in. But just as he was about to pour out a basket of potatoes, someone stopped him. Hold on a moment, I need to start recording. I know you're live streaming, but protocol requires this. The individual indicated their camera. All right, no problem, Wang Bin nodded. Collaborating with the procedures was certainly not an issue. Soon, the video commenced. Wang Bin was quite straightforward, getting right to the point. Then, a pile of potatoes appeared. Guga noted that he did not observe any rotten or sprouted ones. Gung Gui scrutinized them closely. Let us move on to the next item. Wang Bin nodded, and then directly picked up a basket brimming with carrots. The sound of them tumbling was heard. Nothing found. All seems normal, although some were a bit muddy and perhaps not thoroughly cleaned, which might have obstructed the view. Bao Feilang's keen eyes were also impressive. The staff member nearby could not contain himself, remarking that at this rate, the video on his end seemed rather futile. The three of them fell silent, caught off guard by the situation. Fine, I'll sift through a bit so you can capture it all, Wang Bin eventually agreed. Cooperating once more. I found a little ratata's tail. Someone shouted. The trio dashed over swiftly. True to form, Boss Bin was the quickest to seize the opportunity. Gung Gui and Bao Feilang were equally rapid, proving their mettle. Indeed, that was a little ratata's tail. This was becoming quite the amusing affair. Oh, it appears there's an issue with your quality assurance and quality control, Wang Bin remarked, instantly recognizing the authenticity of the find. There was no doubt about it. The revelation of a ratata's body in the kitchen of Jinmin Spirit University was an undeniable scandal. An official apology was in order. Wang Bin was aware of certain protocols. When encountering a problem, the first step is invariably to apologize. Wei Yang perceived Wang Bin as a detractor of Jinmin Spirit University. He had been relentless in his critiques, never backing down. You are a teacher at our school. You signed a contract, Wei Yang finally interjected. So what? I will always prioritize the people's perspective. You have erred in this matter, and I must voice my criticism. My contractual obligations are irrelevant to this issue. If mistakes are made, one must accept the consequences. Wang Bin asserted, poised to lead the charge in this matter. Wei Yang's lips twitched in frustration. Let us not forget that little ratata's head was found on my plate. I am the victim, Wang Bin added. Now, he stood on solid ground, armed with reason and righteousness. As long as his demands were reasonable, he was untouchable. Wei Yang likely intended to suggest that the attacks should be less severe, but Boss Bin was unyielding. With Boss Bin around, Jinmin Spirit University is now a place of trust. If there are issues, he is the one to approach, right? He stands up and is unafraid of being targeted. That is what it means to be powerful. I apologize. As the principal, I bear responsibility for such occurrences in the school cafeteria. We will establish a dedicated investigation team to thoroughly examine this matter, Principal Huang stated solemnly into Wang Bin's camera. Chapter 28. Wang Bin. This instant noodle is indeed too costly. Since the principal has said so, I shall await the official announcement regarding this matter. It has garnered widespread societal attention, and the 5-star trainer Wei Yang is prepared. Do not misrepresent this. This is our own school, and I must uphold its integrity. Wei Yang insisted. At this moment, Wang Bin was not paying attention to the barrage of comments. for beside him was a door leading from the kitchen to the serving window. He caught sight of the products within, instant noodles. He also noticed the price, 10 yuan. Indeed, 10 yuan. Wang Bin found this price unacceptable. Thus, he approached the window, followed closely by Gung Gue and Bao Feilong. What has Boss Bin spotted? One wondered. If I'm not mistaken, it's instant noodles. Boss Bin seems tempted. It is well known that the first bowl of instant noodles is extraordinarily delicious, while the second bowl is utterly unpalatable. Gung Gue, having lived closely with Wang Bin, quickly discerned the discrepancy in pricing. The sign below indicated additional charges for eggs and ham, suggesting that the 10 yuan was merely for a single serving of noodles. Bao Feilong's observations were equally astute. After all, Tianjin Spirit University is a prestigious institution. Despite the day's numerous events, this did not diminish the university's reputation. 10 yuan for a bowl of instant noodles. Without any extras? TSK, I simply cannot part with that, he mused. President Huang and Dean Wei must be ruining Tianjin Spirit University, he thought. It felt like trouble was brewing. At that moment, Wei Yang finally noticed Wang Bin, who was gazing at the window, and approached him. What is the matter? He inquired. Oh, nothing much. It's just that the instant noodles in your cafeteria are rather expensive. I find them a bit beyond my means. Wang Bin replied with a hint of sarcasm. Let me see what is going on, Wei Yang thought. Though he was irritated, he refrained from voicing his frustration immediately. Considering the day's many occurrences, acknowledging the cafeteria's issues, he hesitated to make any guarantees. He too was bewildered. 10 yuan for instant noodles? Even if my family were affluent, I wouldn't indulge in noodles at this price. Let me inquire. Wei Yang still held on to the notion that perhaps these noodles possessed a secret recipe worth trying. He called over a fellow student and asked about the situation. Is there something special about the instant noodles sold here for 10 yuan? Perhaps a unique broth? No. Dean Wei, the instant noodles here are just ordinary ones, and they have only recently increased in price. They used to sell for 4 yuan and 50 cents per packet. The student replied, shaking his head. Oh, they just increased in price. Why is that? Wei Yang was perplexed. Wang Bin shared his confusion. What could possibly justify such a sudden price hike without an increase in quantity? I don't know, but there's another place on the second floor that hasn't raised its prices. It remains the same. However, the owner mentioned they will be closing soon, the student divulged. Oh, the place that hasn't raised its prices is going out of business? Ponder that for a moment, Wang Bin mused. Meanwhile, President Huang inside remained oblivious to the impending disaster. Wei Yang seemed to have made a connection. Do not underestimate the intellect of those from prestigious families, he thought. It's fine. The cafeteria has run into issues, and since it pertains to the cafeteria, the overall impact is manageable. Haha, that's a valid point. One problem or two problems are still problems. Thank you, my friend. I shall investigate this situation further. Wei Yang nodded to indicate his understanding and then expressed his gratitude to the classmate who had provided him with information. It seemed that trouble was brewing once again. Gung Gue wore a broad grin, unable to contain his amusement. This was far more entertaining than a television drama. Bao Feilong was equally intrigued. If you plan to broadcast live, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I might as well stay and watch for a while, Wang Bin remarked, noting that waiting for a notification was out of the question. However, he was still amenable to observing the situation remotely. That's quite unlikely. Once our investigation concludes, we will convene a meeting. If no resolution is reached, we will discuss the next steps, and rest assured, the meeting will not be publicly streamed. With that, he instructed, you handle things here. I will seek out the principal. Wei Yang decided to refrain from further conversation with Wang Bin, realizing the urgency of informing the principal, especially given the likelihood that the matter involved higher management. Such a troublesome issue was best addressed by the principal. He waved his hand and abruptly ended the live stream. We're leaving, Wei Yang, Wang Bin called out as he approached the kitchen. Wei Yang nodded, taking his Pokémon with him. Although the live stream had concluded, the incident had sparked considerable commotion online, particularly due to its occurrence within a university setting. It is well known that any situation involving students and educational institutions tends to attract significant attention. Furthermore, the school's public relations team was adept. Had Wang Bin not been a victim, this incident would likely have been swiftly suppressed. What if a small eatery on the street found a ratata's head in their meal? One could assume people would merely say the establishment was unclean and avoid it thereafter. The level of scrutiny and public opinion could hardly be compared to this case. Nankai Pokémon University issued a statement. We are aware of the incident at a neighboring institution and assure you that such events will not occur at our school. Rest assured, we welcome applications to Nankai Pokémon University. As expected, I knew you wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Is it true? An incident next door? And we're sending out acceptance letters? Speak up. Tianjin Pokémon University chimed in. This is just the beginning. In a few days, once the investigation is complete, we will likely have the confidence to speak out, perhaps even to apologize. Finally, Wang Bin arrived home. Guali, have you eaten? Though he had left some energy cubes, he still inquired. Yes, I have, came the reply. Good, then let us train tomorrow morning. Just follow our lead. Wang Bin intended to channel Gua Li's fiery temperament. focusing its energy on training rather than engaging in conflict. Of course, additional education was necessary as well. This endeavor required a step-by-step approach. All right, Guali nodded. As for refusal, it dared not. Chapter 29, Guali, I truly regret this. Keep up, keep up. When you wanted to fight, you were full of energy. How did you end up like this? Wang Bin recorded a video, mocking. I'm so tired. This is too harsh. These three are neither normal individuals nor ordinary Pokémon. Although its training regimen differs from theirs, the duration remains the same. Furthermore, there is someone watching over it, ensuring it does not rest. It is exceedingly difficult. Sob. Golem shed tears. Why are you crying? You feast daily and train to become stronger. Although the workload has increased, I have been meticulously observing your health. And there are instruments at home for treatment. You are in no danger at all. Wang Bin did not expect such a large Pokémon to weep, prompting him to speak up. What is a big guy like you crying for? Did you not cry when you defeated your trainer? Have you never faced hardship? He continued. All right, since you can no longer run, let us switch to push-ups. Observing that Golem truly seemed unable to move, he promptly altered the training routine. How about a brief rest? Golem indicated it could no longer endure. Do you think this is your home? Do you believe I am your trainer? Do you think you are a master here? Wang Bin chuckled. Golem realized it could not escape its fate. Without employing a military-style counting method, Golem still managed to complete the push-ups commendably. See, you possess great potential. This is quite good. Wang Bin smiled slightly. Of course, he kept a watchful eye on Golem, ready to halt training at the first sign of poor performance. For now, there were no issues. This truly exemplified the lack of scientific training for a Pokémon that did not belong to him. The training for Gengar and Dragonite had concluded. All right, I will leave the rest to you. While I continue my own training, Wang Bin nodded, as he had yet to achieve a sufficient level of exercise for the day. Leave it to us, Dragonite proclaimed, confident in their abilities. Golem was petrified. What is this? Why must I continue? Do not worry, you will not be overly fatigued. Gengar reassured it after Wang Bin departed, producing a whip with a somewhat sinister expression. May I inquire what that is? Golem cautiously asked. Simple, it is impact training. We will take turns, rest assured. We are well versed in this, and you will only feel pain without sustaining significant injury, Dragonite asserted, showcasing their professionalism. Indeed, and I will utilize the treatment device as well. Even minor mishaps will be inconsequential, Gengar flicked the whip. It was a Pokémon that relished learning and was knowledgeable about such matters. Golem felt despair. How could Pokémon engage in such activities? Are you a Chansey? Besides being a bit plump, there is no resemblance whatsoever. At least the colors are different. Before Golem could ponder further, its mind signaled that its body had been struck. Simultaneously, two words emerged in its thoughts. No problem. Quite healthy. Rest assured, everything is fine, Gengar declared, and the video has been recorded. It gestured with its hand. Does that need editing? Dragonite was uncertain about how to handle the video, but was eager to see the comments. All right, I will watch it closely later. Or you can leave the editing to me. The Dragonite nodded, possessing both a smartphone and a tablet, equipped with specially customized screens to withstand the damage from its claws. Thus, it was indeed feasible for it to handle this task. All right, I'll leave it to you. Wang Bin decided to indulge his Pokémon. By the way, in a couple of days, he needed to take his Phoebe off for training. The little creature should have acclimatized to its surroundings by now. Wang Bin certainly did not wish for Phoebe to squander its innate talents. I think it's feasible. After all, training with Machoke isn't particularly challenging. And bringing along a Phoebe wouldn't be an issue either. Phoebe remained silent. After all, it had only been a few days since its arrival. What could change in such a brief period? Wang Bin paid no mind to it. The ideal moment for forging bonds would be during their training together, and surely, the little fish would speak up then. All right, the editing is complete, Dragonite. I've sent the video to you. Wang Bin didn't add any special effects. He opted for the simplest and most straightforward editing method, employing abrupt cuts without any elaborate transitions. The advantage of this approach was its simplicity in rendering, extraordinarily uncomplicated. All right, leave it to me, Dragonite declared as it commenced its tasks. First, let us head to the breeding house. I'm about to start the broadcast. Wang Bin figured that doing it over there would save him some effort. No worries, you all go ahead. I'll join you once I'm finished, Dragonite assured, indicating that the distance was negligible, thus rendering such complications unnecessary. Good day, dear viewers. Today, I still have not seen any announcements from Tianjin Pokémon University, so I can only start my broadcast and connect with you all. It's rather disheartening, Wang Bin remarked, suddenly pondering a question. Why had no one approached him for a contract on this platform thus far? It truly seemed peculiar. Should Boss Bin consider visiting other universities? I think that could be quite beneficial. Wang Bin read the comment aloud. Before he could respond, he noticed gifts being sent from Nankai Pokémon University and several other institutions. Nankai Pokémon University. Feel free to come. True Gold fears no fire. You can broadcast as you wish. Wuchuan Pokémon University. These are minor matters. We offer generous conditions to trainers who act heroically, so we are unafraid of attracting viewers. Thanks, everyone. These are all prestigious universities, and they are quite challenging to enter. Keep pushing. and strive to join these esteemed institutions. Wang Bin acknowledged their gifts, recognizing that praise was warranted. Chapter 30. Hucking Pokémon University. I find myself inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Boss Bin, hurry and check. There are revelations about yesterday's cafeteria incident. Oh, revelations? Let me take a look. Wang Bin expressed his need to investigate. Oh, it turns out the supermarket intends to raise the price of instant noodles and wants the cafeteria to follow suit. The closed establishment is reluctant to increase prices, but connections at the supermarket facilitated this change. The one raising prices declared that as long as my price exceeds yours, you cannot demand anything from me. Wang Bin succinctly summarized the information he had gathered. Moreover, that individual mentioned that his son is a graduate student at Hucking Pokémon University. Gengar, who had yet to commence its game, stumbled upon this while surfing the internet. At that moment, 3 bubbles emerged from the FIBA in the aquarium behind Wang Bin. Meanwhile, the formidable flying dragon approached. What relevance does the fact that my son is a graduate student at Hucking University have in this matter? Wang Bin was unsure why this detail was necessary to mention. Gugu seemed oblivious as well. Perhaps it was an indication of one's excellence. Gung Gui was also unclear. Gugu mentioned that his game had commenced, and he would start playing. Gung Gui was preparing for a battle. To be honest, I too was perplexed as to why that particular phrase appeared in the chat screenshot. Perhaps it was an implication that his son would be exceptionally talented in the future? Who knows? It certainly appears to lack any logical coherence. My focus lies solely on the fact that these individuals are raising prices for university students. Is this truly how university students should be treated? Haha. I encountered something similar during my university days. A cup of plum juice cost 5 yuan at the supermarket, but 4 yuan in the cafeteria. Thankfully, my frugal nature saved me from being taken advantage of, especially since the cafeteria and supermarket were merely 30 meters apart. Your school must be quite impressive, with strong individuals exploiting students. Wang Bin chuckled. Hucking Elf University. He is slandering me. Is this official? Yes, but I never expected it would escalate to this level. Drawing an admission notice? Haha. The authorities have arrived. Friends from the business sector and educational institutions alike, Wang Bin remarked with a grin. Ha ha ha, let us triumph over our fellow schools. So, Boss Bin, do you have any insider information? Boss Bin seems quite fond of money. I've noticed that too. Of course, I am not Mr. Wei. I come from humble beginnings. I cannot stand before the camera and claim that money is unimportant, nor can I say that I have no interest in it. Even if my finances are currently thriving, I would not look down upon small sums. Furthermore, saving money serves a purpose for me. I plan to undertake a significant endeavor in the future, though I shall refrain from elaborating at this moment. Wang Bin smiled, leaving the audience in suspense. Very well. A riddle master, is it? Riddle master, please step aside. You are the host. It seems he aspires to fulfill a dream. Enough of that. Let us proceed to the main business of the day. Wang Bin intended to begin the serious matters. Invincible strength. Boss Bin, I just watched the video. Everything will be alright, right? Video? What video? No worries. As I mentioned, I have a complete set of medical equipment here, and I will be monitoring the situation closely. There will be no issues, rest assured. Wang Bin nodded, feeling quite confident about the situation. Soon, the connection was established. Brothers, I truly admire this. Is that admiration? You are merely lusting after her figure. Despicable. Hello, young lady, what would you like to see? Wang Bin smiled. He was a normal man. Appreciating beauty is a perfectly natural inclination. Of course, it was from a perspective of admiration, with no offensive intent. Hello, Boss Bin, I have a new Leaf Meow. My initial Pokémon, and I would like your assistance in evaluating it. The other party was quite polite. No problem, just go ahead, Wang Bin nodded. Soon, a small green cat appeared on the screen. Name, Leaf Meow. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Trait, transformative. Qualification, elite. Level, 7. Skills, minimal. Item, none. Evaluation, a splendidly healthy new Leaf Meow. Indeed, there are no issues whatsoever. It appears to be thriving, and, although your time together has been brief, the bond you share is evidently strong. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Indeed, my new Leaf Meow is truly adorable, the young lady declared, gently stroking the creature. Meow feels so comfortable. The Leaf Meow displayed an expression of pure enjoyment, its tail wagging vigorously. Is there anything else you'd like to see? Wang Bin asked, delighted by the heartwarming interaction. Yes, but this one was only just examined at the Pokémon Center yesterday, and the report indicated that everything is fine. What about this one? The young girl nodded hesitantly. No problem at all. It's perfectly fine, Wang Bin assured her. And then a Rapidash appeared in their line of sight. Name, Rapidash. Gender, male type. Fire ability, intimidate potential, gym leader level 33, declining, skills, minimal held item, charcoal evaluation. This Rapidash is quite elderly, having once reached the pinnacle of gym leader strength. However, with age, its capabilities have begun to wane, resulting in a lack of recent battles and training. It merely engages in occasional exercise, while its trainer remains attentive to its health, ensuring regular checkups, and it is currently experiencing normal aging. This Rapidash must belong to your grandfather or great-grandfather, Wang Bin remarked, pleased to see an elderly Pokémon being well cared for, which attests to the family's genuine affection for Pokémon. Yes, it originally belonged to my great-grandfather, who captured it when it was already quite old. Later, it was passed to my grandfather, and after he passed away a few years ago, it was entrusted to me, so I have been caring for it ever since. The young girl confirmed with a nod, affirming Wang Bin's observation. Chapter 31 Live Streaming Platform, Well-Mannered. In other words, this Rapidash has watched the young girl grow up. Family. Suddenly, I recalled the individual who raised a Squirtle. The contrast was striking. No, I can handle this myself, the young girl insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. The education she received instilled in her the belief that this was her responsibility, rendering any assistance unnecessary. Don't be shy. I genuinely admire your attitude towards your elderly Rapidash. It's truly commendable. Moreover, I'm not offering this for free. There is a price, Wang Bin chuckled, understanding the young girl's hesitance and attempting to encourage her. If she continued to decline, he would let it be. Well, I do want it, to be honest. A Pokémon egg from Boss Bin must be exceptional, but let us keep it at the original price, no discounts, the young girl replied with an embarrassed smile, the allure of the offer proving quite substantial. Buying it at the original price is perfectly fine. So what Pokémon do you fancy? Wang Bin nodded. Absolutely. I will remember when you message me privately in the background, rest assured, Wang Bin said with a smile, adding that this matter would likely be featured in a segment. And the audience would remember it for her as well. Thank you, Boss Bin. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further during your live stream. The young lady hung up upon seeing Wang Bin nod. Behold, this is how one should nurture Pokémon. Those who abandon, abuse, or force them should take note. Wang Bin's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed. Makok, I actually wanted to say something as well. Boss Bin, you have nothing to contribute. How can you speak so recklessly? Ha. Makok is still tidying up. This brings to mind a certain variety show. No matter. The Pokémon Center can provide care once more. That remark truly disgusted me. Well then, let us continue our live stream. Wang Bin refrained from elaborating further. People tune in not to be lectured. Therefore, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. Boss Bin, I would like to inquire on behalf of my son. What would be the optimal team composition if he were to become a trainer? A middle-aged man joined the conversation. Parents, first ascertain your child's preferences, Wang Bin reiterated. Nurturing what one loves is the best approach. The child is currently unable to speak. The other party chuckled awkwardly. Unable to speak? Is he asleep? Wang Bin found this puzzling, considering it was not nap time. No, my child is not yet a year old. The man shook his head. Wang Bin was at a loss for words. Frankly, at 1 year old, wouldn't it be more pragmatic to consider which brand of formula to buy? I say, dear parent, why the rush? Even a 10-year-old might lack the capacity to care for Pokémon, so there's no need to hurry. Wang Bin attempted to dissuade the parent from this line of inquiry. That won't do. I must prepare for him so that life will be smoother. The man shook his head resolutely. It's unnecessary, far too early. First, we cannot be certain if he will truly wish to become a trainer in the future. Secondly, we do not know if better strategies will emerge, and we cannot predict the market value of Pokémon eggs. Who knows what the market will look like in 10 years? My own capabilities are insufficient to discern that. Wang Bin shook his head. Well then, please share your current thoughts. The man remained undeterred. I have no opinion at this time. The child's perspective cannot be factored into this dialogue. Wang Bin shook his head again, stating, if you have nothing further to discuss, I shall end the call. This is futile, you a young man. Do not comprehend the responsibilities of parenthood. The other party sighed and shook his head. Yes. Wang Bin decided against saying anything further and promptly hung up. Now, let us move on to the next livestream participant. Wang Bin saw a message before the next call began. Boss Bin, I noticed there are invitations for you to participate in a variety show circulating online. Is that true? What variety show? How come I am unaware? Moreover, I have not even received a call regarding a contract from the platform. How could I be invited to a variety show? Wang Bin was utterly baffled. What is going on here? How humble the officials seem. The officials indicated they wished to avoid a backlash. Indeed, it comes down to ability. Is this a backstage matter? The influx of private messages was overwhelming, and with a chuckle, Wang Bin began to sift through them. The official representative from the Alpaca live streaming platform remarked, no need to worry, I can brief you here. In simple terms, it involves a face-to-face meeting. Oh, a face-to-face meeting? Where shall we go? Wang Bin nodded and, upon reading this, promptly closed the back-end interface. The official continued, we can come to you. When are you available? Anytime is fine, just come to the breeding house. I'm usually around here, Wang Bin mused, realizing he rarely ventured outside. The official responded, that's impressive. The professionalism is commendable. Gifts are often given out of courtesy, and it takes genuine courage to speak openly. Tianmin Spirit University interjected, I can vouch for that. They truly dare to speak their minds. Have you uncovered the matter yet? Are you still issuing bullet comments? Tianmin Spirit University replied, apologies, the investigation is still ongoing. We will get to the bottom of this. How exceedingly formal, Wang Bin thought. Now that we've addressed this matter, let us delve into the variety show. His curiosity piqued. Well, you can ask me. I know quite a bit about these matters, the Dragonite chimed in. Then enlighten me about the situation. Wang Bin eagerly approached Dragonite, ready to absorb the information. As for the bullet comments, what are those? He truly had no idea. Chapter 32, a new approach to work. So, you mean to say that I, a judge for a variety show that tests the acting skills of both human and Pokémon performers? Wang Bin felt as though he had stumbled upon monumental news. Indeed, that's exactly it, Dragonite affirmed with a nod. Boss Bin truly has no clue, someone remarked. But that's understandable, it's merely hearsay. One staff member acknowledged it, yet the official channels have not confirmed any such information. Moreover, it appeared that Boss Bin genuinely lacked insight into the realm of acting. For someone like him, who emerged from humble beginnings, thoughts were likely consumed with becoming stronger, rather than pondering such frivolities. If you were talking about someone else, I might argue a bit, but in Boss Bin's case, it holds true. After all, the power of that Gengar and Dragonite still lingers in my memory. They hadn't even unleashed their full potential. Your claims suggest you have seen them exert their utmost strength, which is quite a stretch. The only one who seemed formidable was that Tyranitar, and that was under his own command. We remain uncertain about the true prowess of his Pokémon, don't we? The Dean personally validated it. What do you say to that? What can I say? They are friends. It's only natural to give them some leeway and boast a bit. However, as soon as he glanced at the bullet comments, he noticed a flurry of disputes erupting. Stop. My Pokémon's prowess is akin to SC Char Dinger's Meowth. If you perceive strength, then it exists. If you deem it exaggerated, then it is indeed subpar. This is not pivotal. Moreover, allow me to clarify. I am not a professional. I am merely a breeding house owner with a middle school education. What I observe is not the result of official scrutiny. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Wang Bin felt he had over-explained himself. Even he found the discourse tiresome at this point. As the number of viewers in the live stream increases, the barrage of comments proliferates, and silencing them becomes an endless task, leaving us with no choice but to resort to such a strategy. Perhaps it is time to depart. We shall not connect with others, but instead explore other live streams to observe their methods. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, one can always find a teacher. Wang Bin has decided to take a back seat. It seems that Boss Bin is seeking an excuse, reminiscent of my own thoughts before clocking out, contemplating a trip to the restroom. How enviable it is to leave work punctually. Oh, the days when I was employed, like a drudge. The most popular live stream at the moment features a competition. I shall refrain from entering the gaming contest, as I fear potential legal repercussions. Naturally, Wang Bin is not one to invite trouble. Broadcasting requires authorization, and thus we must abide by the law. The second stream showcases a stunning young lady, and we venture to take a look. Wang Bin expresses his appreciation for beauty. Her dexterity is truly impressive. Brothers, this is something I too admire. It seems there is nothing you do not like. Were you to traverse into the realm of dream of the Red Chamber, I suspect even Granny Lu would captivate you. At this moment, Wang Bin neglects the comments and instead focuses intently on the backdrop of the live stream. A Diglett rabbit adorns the scene, causing him to furrow his brow. It does not require a system to discern what is amiss from across the screen. Why the furrowed brow, Boss Bin? Could it be that the beauty filter is excessive? I am uncertain, but I know that gazing upon beauty should not evoke such a countenance. Perhaps it is a remnant of a past relationship? A bold conjecture indeed. Yet it carries a semblance of truth. Wang Bin begins to comment. Boss Bin, your Diglett rabbit has a case of red eye. It would be wise to seek medical attention. After posting, he resorts to copying and pasting, hoping that multiple messages might catch the recipient's eye. Gift giving is out of the question. And this observation is not merely a product of Wang Bin's speculation. He has scanned the system and confirmed the ailment, red eye disease. This is what one might call expertise. The allure of beauty pales in comparison to that of Pokémon. Though he verbally suggests exploring other live streams, in reality, he is merely changing the format of his work. However, it seems that even his attempts to copy and paste have gone unnoticed. No matter, if they have not seen it, then they have not. We have done our utmost, and surely someone in the live stream will take note, whether to refute or to issue a reminder. Wang Bin remains unconcerned, once stated. It is done. He does not dwell on a clear conscience. Rather, he is somewhat selfish, for this is not his Pokémon, and its fate is of little consequence to him. Sun Xiao loves watching live streams. Let me shout a bit. It is indeed Sun Xiao. His comments shine brightly, as he is a super fan. Thanks to Sun Xiao's remarks, the female host becomes aware of the situation. That cannot be right. My Diglett rabbit should merely have a glimmer, not a complete shine. Its eyes are red because they sparkle. The host understands that the sparkling eyes of a glimmering Diglett rabbit are red, thus believing her Pokémon is perfectly fine. Sun Xiao enjoys watching live streams. I do not comprehend, yet the one who uttered this phrase is Boss Bin. I suggest you lend an ear. Well, since the other party is already aware, we shall withdraw. Thank you, Sun Xiao. I will inform you when there are quality Pokémon eggs in the shop. Wang Bin thinks quite highly of Sun Xiao. His first Pokémon, the gifted and promising one, had him sending photographs and private messages. He truly took excellent care of it. One could say all the resources provided were thoroughly utilized. In any case, the Pokémon under his care would suffer no hardships. At most they would become plump. Sun Xiao enjoys watching live streams. No problem, I will certainly cultivate it as a mainstay. I still believe in Sun Xiao's financial capabilities. Of course, with an abundance of Pokémon, do not forget to accompany them, ensuring they do not feel isolated. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Sun Xiao enjoys watching live streams. You can rest assured on that front. I am not my brother, I do not manage a company. Nor do I venture into entrepreneurship. My daily routine consists solely of nurturing Pokémon. We spend every moment together, and soon it may not be loneliness, but rather mutual annoyance. I truly envy this lifestyle. Big brother. At times, having overly amiable brothers may not be beneficial. It can be quite exhausting. Well, the time is about right. I shall take my leave now. The streaming hours are from 2 to 6 in the afternoon, should any matters arise. I will inform you in advance. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Once Wang Bin concluded, the screen instantly darkened. Chapter 33, Signing with the Platform. Shall we not procure some Pokémon eggs? It seems our supply is nearly exhausted. Wang Bin stretched lazily as he spoke. Ever since the traffic surged, the Pokémon eggs at his establishment have been selling remarkably fast. The primary reason being the abundance of viewers against the scarcity of eggs, thus hastening the sales. Gugu suggested, perhaps you should inquire during tomorrow's live stream, and see what types of eggs might be favorable to acquire. Gung Gui believed Wang Bin ought to contemplate the market, who concurred with this sentiment. The same went for Ba Fei Long, who expressed agreement. Just as he entered his home, he received a phone call. Hello, good day. Wang Bin recognized the number as unfamiliar, yet recalling the impending contract, he decided to answer. Hello, Mr. Wang Bin. I am a staff member from Alpaca Live. We noticed you have concluded your stream. Do you have time tomorrow morning? The caller maintained a polite tone. Yes, are we to discuss the contract? Wang Bin surmised the purpose of the call. Indeed, that is correct. No problem. I am available anytime after 9 in the morning. Wang Bin considered it best to allocate work hours for this discussion. Very well, we shall arrive at 10. The caller granted Wang Bin an additional hour. All right, Wang Bin nodded. After exchanging farewells, he mused about discussing the signing of the contract tomorrow morning. He would grant Guali a day off, and Cho Cho you could accompany him as well. Wang Bin thought their training could proceed as usual. Gugu affirmed this was agreeable. Gung Gui made a gesture indicating one, who declared it was a minor detail. Ba Fei Long expressed that it was nothing to worry about. As for Wang Bin's safety, they harbored no concerns whatsoever. At this moment, the Guali within the Pokeball shed tears of gratitude. Incredible strength, my dear family, who understands? Being here feels like an eternity. I arrived the day before yesterday, trained yesterday and attended university, trained again today, and tomorrow, I shall finally have a respite. In just 2.5 days, incredible strength has reached its limit. If Wang Bin were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly mock it as a spirit incapable of debuting. Upon returning home, Wang Bin placed the ugly fish into the aquarium, saying, Little one, dinner will be prepared shortly. After giving it a gentle pat, he departed. This contract imposes excessive restrictions upon me. I cannot accept it. Upon reviewing the proposal, Wang Bin shook his head immediately, not even considering it. The individual across from him was Wei Shuiwei, a vice president of Alpaca Live, a woman in her 40s, exuding charm and sophistication. It was likely she believed such an approach might yield certain advantages. However, Wang Bin remained indifferent. When weighed against wealth, allure pales, and one must exercise caution when entering into contracts. A certain esteemed author of tomb-raiding novels had imparted a warning born of hard-earned experience. Mr. Wang, please elucidate your conditions. She offered, granting him the initiative. She intended to glean insights into his boundaries from his opening bid. It was straightforward, unrestricted live streaming. A 70-30 revenue split in my favor, and a signing fee of 100 million per year. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin felt emboldened to make a bold demand. Mr. Wang, that condition is simply untenable, Wei Shuiwei replied, asserting that business negotiations do not function in such a manner. Not a problem. I do not require your promotional assistance. In other words, the previous arrangements shall continue unchanged. If we do not sign, it will be a 70-30 split. Upon signing, we will directly adjust the terms. I desire the funds, and you will benefit from traffic, knowing I will not depart. Wang Bin reasoned that his current streaming status was quite satisfactory, and he merely wished to secure a greater financial return. As for whether the other party would derive sufficient benefits, he was unconcerned. If there were no advantages whatsoever, they would likely not agree, and the discussions would continue. After all, they were the capital and were undoubtedly eager to profit. Mr. Wang, your asking price is still excessively high. A signing fee of 100 million per year is utterly unrealistic, Wei Shuiwei remarked, indicating that this issue was not merely about promotional assistance, but rather about inflated pricing. Has Mr. Wei signed with you? Wang Bin inquired suddenly, believing he could benchmark his signing fee against Wei Yang's. Yes, Mr. Wei's signing fee is 50 million per year, with a 60-40 gift distribution in our favor. We require a minimum of 100 hours of live streaming annually, during which we will provide promotional support, Wei Shuiwei candidly disclosed. As this matter had long been made public, leaving little to conceal. In essence, his streaming hours were minimal, yet his gift revenue was modest. Coupled with a high signing fee, Wang Bin succinctly summarized the situation. Indeed, at that time, Mr. Wei was already a well-known guardian of the sands and a deputy dean, his status unmistakably established. Although the opportunity for live streaming might have been limited, we were certainly eager to secure a contract. Confident that despite the brevity of the streaming time, the gifts would be plentiful. Wei Shuiwei and her associates unanimously praised Wei Yang's ability to attract financial support. However, Wang Bin was different. He had initially risen to prominence by leveraging Wei Yang's popularity, and his current streaming duration was too short, overly reliant on the quality of his guests to determine his success. This lack of sustainability was concerning. I understood that while the signing fee could be lowered, as my social standing does not compare to Mr. Wei's, I would not budge on the gift distribution, which I insisted must remain at a 70-30 split. The streaming duration could be extended slightly, as I currently had ample free time to engage in live broadcasts. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin took a step back. The gift distribution was adjusted to 60-40, with a signing fee of 35 million, resources skewed in our favor, and a commitment of 80 hours of streaming each month. Observing Wang Bin's retreat, Wei Shuiwei further reduced her offer. No, that's unacceptable. Wang Bin firmly shook his head, deeming the price too low. He countered with a signing fee of 45 million, maintaining the 70-30 split, and proposed a streaming duration of 60 hours. After a spirited exchange of words, the final agreement was reached, a signing fee of 40 million, a 70-30 split for gifts, with Wang Bin receiving the larger share, and a minimum of 80 hours of streaming each month. The streaming hours would be calculated annually, meaning Wang Bin needed to ensure a minimum of 960 hours of live broadcasts each year. Once everything was settled, Wei Shuiwei departed, and it was just in time for lunch. All right, time to eat, Wang Bin remarked, stretching. Meanwhile, two Pokémon played nearby, oblivious to the contract negotiations. Chapter 34, Wang Bin. Are you asking me to help you with your homework? Oh, isn't this the sign, Boss Bin? Back to live streaming again. Dean Wei chuckled. Haha. My signing fee remains high. Wang Bin, you still can't compare to me. It seemed Dean Wei was still preoccupied with matters at the cafeteria. Why hasn't there been an announcement yet? Don't worry, the public scrutiny is immense. They will conduct a thorough investigation. Just be patient, and if it takes too long, I will take the lead, Wang Bin laughed. Moreover, one must admit, the live streaming has indeed gained significant traction post-contract. The engagement in his stream had markedly increased. You're quite candid. No wonder you see your brothers as equals. Let's connect. I've been waiting here for ages. All right, connecting now, the audience is eager. Upon seeing this comment, Wang Bin assured them it was no problem. Just before the connection was established, he seemed to realize something. Shouldn't I be able to start promoting products now? Why have you changed so much? Logically speaking, this seemed quite normal, as it appeared that Boss Bin had a genuine affinity for money. We'll see. I never buy anything while streaming anyway. At that moment, he connected the call. Hello. Boss Bin, can you hear me? A melodious voice resonated through. Hello, sister, what would you like me to see? Wang Bin greeted with a warm smile. The change in demeanor was palpable. Brothers, I truly enjoy this sound. Are you by any chance a judge from that magnificent competition next door? The imagery was vivid. I wish to select a Pokémon for my younger brother. In my family, we adhere to the notion of favoring daughters over sons, a philosophy of raising sons in poverty while nurturing daughters in wealth. My brother is 5 years my junior, and the family's inclination is to gift him a cater pie, leaving him to navigate the rest on his own. I desire to assist him. My starter Pokémon was one from the initial trio provided by the tax office. The young lady expressed herself clearly, even revealing her circumstances. From your description, it is evident that your brother must hold a great affection for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so inclined to assist him. Wang Bin chuckled softly. Indeed, during our childhood, he was a good little brother, but as he matured, he began treating me, his sister, as if I were a child, as though he were the one caring for me. The girl seemed to recall previous moments and couldn't help but laugh. Haha. The bond between siblings is truly heartwarming. You received your starter Pokémon from the tax office, which suggests that your family's situation may not be dire, but rather a matter of perspective in child rearing. Since you are merely 5 years his senior, I presume you are currently in university. Wang Bin suddenly realized that the other party might not have a significant income. Yes, I am indeed in university, studying in the breeding department. I have already obtained a junior breeding certificate, and I earn a bit by selling energy cubes, so that is not a concern. The young lady nodded in agreement, though Wang Bin couldn't see her as she hadn't activated her video. A future wealthy woman, qualifying in university, is quite impressive. I can also assist with my brother-in-law's Pokémon egg. Do you have any particular favorites, and what is the budget? Wang Bin continued with his 2 inquiries. He prefers flying-type Pokémon, and the budget is 50,000 yuan, as I am merely a junior breeder and do not earn much. The young lady appeared somewhat embarrassed. A combination of flying and steel types, with only fire and electric as double weaknesses and no quadruple weaknesses, along with 2 immunities, presents an exceptionally advantageous attribute combination. With a base stat total of 495 and physical and special defenses of 98, 105, and 85, it can be deemed quite remarkable. The term home bird ensures its price remains modest, even though it is not a local home bird but rather from the John Bull Alliance. Wang Bin genuinely appreciated this home bird, recognizing its commendable strength, thus he readily recommended it. After taking a sip of water, he continued, "In a few days, I will be acquiring Pokémon eggs. I will keep an eye out for you. After all, this is not a common occurrence. Even if you have it on your side, it is not an issue. I can sell it in my breeding facility. By the way, the brothers can leave messages on my homepage to help me gauge market demand for stocking purposes. Alright, Boss Bin, I have no objections on my end." The young lady prepared to end the call. "If there are no issues, feel free to hang up." Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a second caller joined. "Boss Bin, I would like to inquire about a situation where a Charmander's flames diminish and it exhibits rapid breathing. What could this indicate?" The caller posed a question to Wang Bin. Clearly, a fever is present. A visit to the Pokémon Center is necessary. Wang Bin thought to himself that since the other party didn't even open a video call, he certainly wouldn't state his concerns outright. After all, without observation, his conjectures could not be deemed accurate. If anything were to go awry, the one to suffer would ultimately be himself. What could have caused this? The other party inquired. "Are you studying medicine?" Such probing questions led Wang Bin to feel as though the person was engaged in homework. To his amusement, the other party did not deny it. Good heavens, what a clever little rascal, seeking assistance from Boss Bin for his assignments. Boss Bin was probably contemplating calling the teacher directly. "Which school do you attend? Who is your homeroom teacher? Assignments must be completed independently. Keep at it, young one. If you can't handle this, who would entrust you with their ailments?" Wang Bin shook his head and prepared to end the call. "That knowledge comes from practical experience. I'll manage when I start my internship." The other party promptly expressed his own thoughts. "Goodness, knowledge acquired from books is merely superficial. It is best to apply it directly. When the time comes, simply call upon others." Haha. It seems he plans to have an intern while an expert supervises, doesn't it? This matter remains uncertain. I'm off now, Boss Bin. The other party promptly hung up. How amusing. Wang Bin chuckled. At that moment, the peculiar force sensed Wang Bin's good spirits and promptly posed its own question. Chapter 35 Wang Bin. It would be fine if we didn't go to the hospital. Look at the sorrowful little eyes of the peculiar force. I truly feel a pang of sympathy for it. Yet, recalling the invincible encounters of the peculiar force, my feelings dissipated. This is indeed the right course of action. Alright, let us connect once more and explore this official platform together. After watching for so long, I found it somewhat monotonous and thought it might be refreshing to try something new. Letting loose, Boss Bin. It seems that this routine has become rather tedious. Just a few days, I assent it. Regardless of the duration, many occurrences have transpired. Indeed, it can be considered a release, but that is inconsequential. These are mere trifles, after all. We are enjoying this for free. Well, we have indeed received many gifts. However, occasional variations can help adjust my state and enable me to serve you better. Wang Bin's response was swift, as he promptly concocted a justification for himself. Boss Bin is quite the adept at explanations. I believe it wholeheartedly, with a grin. Soon, the connection was established. Hello, young one. What would you like to know? Wang Bin opted for a swift resolution. This approach was certainly not due to the other party being a boy. It was most definitely not. Hello, Boss Bin, do you know how to pursue a girl? Upon finishing, the other party appeared quite embarrassed. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, began to rub his face with both hands. Oh no, this is beyond my expertise. Boss Bin found himself unable to maintain composure upon encountering a question he could not answer. It turns out even the strong can be troubled by matters of the heart. Well, young man, love is a realm I cannot navigate. So I am afraid I cannot provide guidance. You must seek a more knowledgeable source. Wang Bin shook his head resolutely. If he didn't know, he simply didn't know. There was no point in pretending otherwise. Alright, thank you, Boss Bin. The other party felt a bit dejected but refrained from pressing further. No need for thanks. I have not been of assistance to you. Wishing you success. Wang Bin shook his head and then ended the call. The audience in the live stream suggested that they engage in some fun, acknowledging that the topic indeed exceeded the syllabus. Wang Bin had no intention of elaborating further. As matters of love were not his forte, the official connection was established swiftly, and at that moment, someone from the back end aided Wang Bin by facilitating a connection with a popular celebrity. Hello, I am Wang Bin, the owner of our 3 nurturing houses, he greeted enthusiastically. Hello, commence your performance. The other party responded with an air of authority. Wang Bin was left perplexed, his face a canvas of confusion. Who was this person, speaking to him in such a manner? The disdain for the arrogant young man grew, as not every charming individual possessed the same excellence as his brother. Let us not be too harsh. Perhaps he is merely lacking in education. My assistant just glanced at his profile. He is a high school dropout and might be uncertain about how to proceed, explained the young celebrity, seemingly unfazed by the criticism. Honestly, I have no affinity for this sort of thing. I cannot fathom where this sense of superiority arises, Wang Bin retorted. Just then, the young celebrity was struck by an unseen object, letting out a scream. Ah, it hurts so much, I can't endure this. Hurry and take me to the hospital. If we delay, my wound will worsen. Wang Bin felt justified in his lack of civility towards someone who had shown none. Haha, Boss Bin is truly remarkable. I see no visible injury. It seems to be a mere scratch, someone commented. How dare you speak ill of my brother? You have invited your own demise. The young celebrity turned crimson with anger. After sailing smoothly for so long, he was now confronted by someone who dared to strike at his ego. I will send you a lawyer's letter. You have defamed me. Apologize now, and you might still have a chance, he declared, issuing what he deemed a final ultimatum. Quickly apologize to my brother, or we will unleash a wave of online harassment against you. What kind of official is this? How could one encounter such individuals? Wang Bin mused. It could be said that the threshold for live streaming was too low, allowing all sorts of people to participate. Go ahead. I await your court summons. By all means, let your fans harass me. I shall take them all to court. I have ample time, Wang Bin chuckled. He believed that if the opposing fans possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they would refrain from online harassment, as such actions could indeed lead to legal consequences. Moreover, with the presence of a multilateral beast like this Pokémon, managing online affairs was quite feasible. Fine, I will have my company sue you, just wait. The young celebrity threatened, his anger palpable. Wang Bin showed no inclination to relent. I have already seen the news. The speed of dissemination is astonishing, he remarked. Enough of him. If he sues me, I shall welcome the opportunity to engage in a legal battle together. Wang Bin remained unperturbed by the other party's antics. Soon, he connected with another streamer. Upon recognizing the individual, Wang Bin felt disinclined to engage in conversation. Wasn't it a reflection of his own efforts? He was still alive after all. Boss Bin appeared quite dejected. Truth be told, if I were in such a predicament, I too would feel disheartened. Hello, I am Aki. We are currently promoting a line of enchanting cosmetics. Would you like to purchase some for your Pokémon? Perhaps your Feeba could use a little enhancement. The other party chimed in with an air of familiarity. No, my Feeba is naturally beautiful. It is merely undergoing a transformation, Wang Bin replied, shaking his head. Cosmetics hold little benefit for Pokémon, so he had no intention of making a purchase. If Feeba were to desire something, he might consider acquiring some perfume from the neighboring Rainbow Gym. Though costly, the quality was superb and not harmful. His own league did not place much emphasis on cosmetics. At least, Wang Bin was unaware of any gym that sold such items. By the way, the organ of that Asper behind you seems to be in poor condition. You should have it checked. I suspect prolonged exposure to these chemical products might be the cause, Wang Bin remarked, taking a moment to assess the other person's Pokémon. Aki was taken aback, not having anticipated any health issues with his Pokémon. However, he quickly regained composure. Alright, I understand. Thank you for the advice. Chapter 36. Easy entry, strict exit. Either a pyramid scheme or fraud. Wang Bin merely nodded. It was rather absurd. After all, these were finished products, not raw materials. For a Pokémon to exhibit health issues was indeed serious. My friend, you are being overly cautious. I believe sending it in for a thorough examination is the wisest choice. Thus, it was evident that this streamer was inept, first mocking consumers, and now peddling defective merchandise. It seemed he was oblivious to the situation. Who knows? If there are issues, they will certainly need to address the product. And I imagine he will be quite busy again. Is Boss Bin perhaps carrying something? Don't be ridiculous. What could I possibly have? This is hardly my fault. Wang Bin asserted, distancing himself from any responsibility. At this juncture, the second official arrived. Hello, I am from the Jinmen police station. Have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? The representative spoke in a formal manner. Hello, officer. I have already downloaded it on my phone, Wang Bin replied, cooperating fully. Whether he had truly downloaded it was anyone's guess. Excellent. Please remember, easy entry and strict exit equate to either a pyramid scheme or fraud, the official recited the advertisement. Pleased with Wang Bin's compliance. Following this, he took his leave, as viewers typically preferred engaging content over mere announcements. He was off to find the next streamer who could enliven the broadcast. Goodbye, officer. Salute. Now let us continue. Wang Bin felt there was nothing further to discuss. It was merely a matter of downloading an app, a topic that had been reiterated countless times. What he did not anticipate was that the next visitor would also be an official. Well, signing a contract certainly has its perks. Even the guests are either officials or influencers. There was no empty promise. It was a commitment fulfilled. Naturally, if it is convenient, please proceed. Wang Bin smiled and nodded. When conversing with these officials, he always maintained a composed demeanor, characterized by a courteous smile. May I inquire about your perspective on the matter of marriage not requiring a household registration? The other party was equally forthright, presenting the question directly. If I recall correctly, the cooling-off period for divorce was recently implemented, correct? Wang Bin sought confirmation on this point. Indeed, to prevent impulsive divorces, the alliance has enacted this policy, which is now in effect, his interlocutor affirmed with a nod. Well, then, I just heard the officer's admonishment. If it's not a pyramid scheme, it's a scam. Therefore, may I ask, is marriage a pyramid scheme or a scam? Or perhaps the officer's statement was erroneous? Wang Bin initiated the inquiry boldly. He was perplexed by this concept and sought clarification. Quite bold, Boss Bin, came the response. What, then, does marriage truly offer to individuals? Sighing, he continued. It's not that I don't believe in love, but rather that I feel love will never find its way to me. Just like those upstairs. I have friends who have either married after dating since high school or are still in relationships, while another plans to marry after graduate school. Yet, I remain single and skeptical of love. Do you sense that the live stream may be fading? He pondered aloud. No, it's simply that I don't understand. After all, you can view my profile. I only graduated from junior high. My educational background is limited, preventing me from grasping deeper concepts, hence my need for your elaboration. Wang Bin, however, chose not to engage further. He was not foolish enough to openly question the policy. Such sentiments were not often expressed. Oh, it seems a subtle battle of wits has commenced. Boss Bin, your junior high education is proving to be quite resourceful, the other quipped. Let us just agree on the reality of the situation, shall we? My political acumen is insufficient to comprehend the alliance's profound implications. Moving forward, I shall endeavor to study more diligently. For now, I will consult my superior to see if they can provide clarity. His counterpart acknowledged their own limitations. In truth, their thoughts mirrored Wang Bin's, yet their position forbade them from speaking candidly. Understood, I realize you are quite busy. After all, it is a service to the people. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. There was no need to dwell on why one might be absent. The reasons were understood. There were always pressing matters. Thus, the two parties concluded their connection. During a meeting, he noted, those who understand truly grasp the situation. Shoo, let us not discuss this further. I fear we may vanish entirely. For now, this conversation is private, and I believe we should standardize our approach. For instance, if there is a cooling-off period for divorce, then why not establish an application period for marriage? Additionally, I propose placing several elderly individuals at the entrance. If one wishes to marry, they would be ushered into separate rooms, one for the man and one for the woman, where all pertinent information, both favorable and unfavorable, would be disclosed. If one finds the situation unsuitable, they need not proceed. If agreeable, they may return. Wang Bin articulated his thoughts clearly. Reasonably speaking, I find this situation quite justifiable. Prior to marriage, numerous elders imparted to me the merits and demerits of matrimony, which felt genuine. However, how can one ascertain the veracity of their words? Indeed, one must consider the possibility that their accounts may have been premeditated scripts. This perplexes me. It seems that what you all articulate appears genuinely arduous to actualize. Nonetheless, this is merely a singular notion I have proposed, just an idea. I have not contemplated the myriad points you subsequently raised, so please do not take them to heart. Wang Bin was taken aback to discover that the audience had genuinely begun to ponder the feasibility of his assertions, prompting him to hastily provide clarification. I sense that Boss Bin's perspective is, ironically, the most relatable. Alas, having graduated only from middle school, I am unable to conjure anything particularly sophisticated, just a means of self-preservation. Well then, today's livestream concludes here. I shall prepare for tomorrow's adventure in procuring a spirit egg, and then I shall stream as fate permits, depending on circumstances. Wang Bin planned his retreat. He had signed a contract with another party today, feeling elated, and was ready to indulge with his Pokémon. So, he had no intention of continuing the livestream. What time is it, after all? The audience began to protest just as the screen went dark. Chapter 37. Encountering fans. Let us go. Today we shall feast. Venturing into the city, Wang Bin declared after shutting down his computer and stretching languidly. Sure thing. Just let me finish this match, replied Gung Gue, engrossed in gameplay. I'm done over here. This is rather uninteresting, remarked the Charizard. Currently experiencing a drought of engaging television shows, thus ready to pause at any moment. As for the Cho-Cho-Yu, the counterpart had improved slightly. At least capable of gazing at Wang Bin now. This suggests an emergence of confidence. It appears that Wang Bin's strategy of flattery, coupled with treating them like family, has proven effective. As for the Machoke, it was of no consequence. Being an outsider Pokémon, its opinions were irrelevant. Primarily because there was no intention of bringing it along. After all, there remained a plethora of Cho-Cho-Yu back home, contentedly consuming energy cubes. Wang Bin arrived at a renowned restaurant in the city, Qishilin. As a native of Tianjin, he had never visited this establishment before. Hello, may I inquire if there are any private rooms available? Wang Bin asked the staff. I'm sorry, sir, but we have no private rooms today. The attendant replied with a courteous smile and a shake of the head. Very well, then please find me a corner. I wish to enjoy a meal with my Pokémon. Wang Bin nodded. The absence of a private room was, after all, anticipated, given the restaurant's popularity. However, Wang Bin did observe a curious phenomenon. It seemed that there were hardly any locals present. This led him to a realization. This place appeared to be rather unwelcoming, much like the dogs disregarding the buns. Hello, I would like to order a canned braised Quintero meat and a Quintero steak. cooked to 10% doneness. Wang Bin had mentally prepared himself, thus refraining from ordering excessively. He then presented the menu to Gung Gui and Charizard. Gung Gui, I shall have a braised Dai tail and a Quintero steak, fully cooked, Gung Gui requested. Gung Gui surveyed the surroundings once more, feeling a lack of appetite, and nodded to indicate he had finished ordering. 3 portions of grilled scallion duck for me, he declared. Bao Feilong also quickly completed his order. It is well known that scallion duck is an exquisitely delicious Pokémon, once nearly driven to extinction by overconsumption. Therefore, it was indeed a worthy choice. Come. Cho fish, what would you like to order? Do let me know, Wang Bin reminded his little companion. However, time was of the essence since he hadn't brought a water tank and was merely carrying it around. It wouldn't be long before it needed water. Soon. Cho fish also finalized its order. Wang Bin and the others then waited for their dishes to arrive. At that moment, 2 handsome young men approached. Are you Boss Bin? One of them asked tentatively. Although Wang Bin typically did not use beauty filters during his live streams, he was still concerned about being mistaken for someone else. Hello there, he greeted them with a warm smile. Boss Bin, we are your fans. We've been watching since your very first stream. May we take a photo together? One of the young men chuckled. Of course, that would be no problem at all. Wang Bin replied, signaling with his hand. After snapping a photo, the 2 exchanged a few words with him before departing. After all, they were at a restaurant, and it was time to eat. At last, Wang Bin's dishes arrived. This is definitely not fresh, Gung Gui remarked after tasting a bite. Honestly, this scallion duck was probably taken out from the freezer. Who knows how long it's been sitting there? Bao Feilong nodded in agreement, affirming Gung Gui's observation. Considering the price, it's hardly worth it. Wang Bin shook his head after sampling the dish. Although he was neither a chef nor a gourmet, his palate was still discerning. All right, Cho fish, it's time for your meal. Wang Bin suddenly remembered that this creature could not simply consume the food like an energy cube tossed into water. Lacking hands, Cho fish was unable to use chopsticks or anything of the sort. After finishing their meal, Wang Bin proceeded to settle the bill. After paying, they prepared to leave. Shall we find a small street-side eatery to continue our celebration? Wang Bin pondered, having initially come to celebrate but finding the experience less than satisfactory. Gung Gui emerged from the shadows, believing that celebrating at home would be far better. Bao Feilong echoed this sentiment, nodding to convey his thoughts to Wang Bin. Just then, Cho fish's Pokeball vibrated a couple of times, seemingly in celebration. Haha, this little one, Wang Bin chuckled, giving the ball a gentle pat. All right, young fellow. Here's your food. The shopkeeper across the counter neatly packaged Wang Bin's purchases and handed them over. As soon as he received the items, Wang Bin's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Wei, what's the matter? Wang Bin was quite surprised. Wasn't he this fellow still supposed to be investigating? It seems you are quite happy, Wei Yang remarked. Just to let you know, our investigation here has concluded. It was a joint scheme orchestrated by the cafeteria director and the supermarket director. Both are to be dismissed and held accountable. Wang Bin, skeptical, replied, You wouldn't have gone out of your way to call me about this, would you? I could easily find it on your official website. He couldn't fathom why such a trivial matter would warrant a phone call, as even a simple message would suffice. Huh. You are indeed quite astute. I have a business trip to Hucking University. Would you care to join me? It's on the company's expense, Wei Yang suggested, seeing it as a splendid opportunity. Naturally, he thought of his good friend in such favorable circumstances. Business-funded feasting sounds quite appealing. How many days are we talking about? If I accompany you, will there be any specific tasks? Wang Bin expressed his need for more information, feeling that Wei Yang's details were too scant for him to make a decision. All right, then I shall go, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 38 Wang Bin. Shall we switch seats, my dear lady? Business trip, leave of absence, and random streaming. After crafting an appropriate title for his live stream, Wang Bin closed the page. All right, gather your belongings, and Guiley, you're getting a break for a couple of days. Remember to feed the ugly fish. As the energy cube has already informed you, rest assured, I will handle everything splendidly, Guiley chirped. Unable to contain his excitement upon hearing about Wang Bin and company's business trip, regarding any potential mischief, don't be ridiculous. Just relax, Wang Bin reassured himself, pondering why Wei Yang had chosen to travel by high-speed train. Isn't it more convenient for us to fly directly? You have flying pets for your sandstorm team. After all, I already told you, it's a company-funded trip, just spend a little money. It's not coming out of our pockets, Wei Yang replied, firmly believing that one should seize opportunities. With only half an hour to go, I can't even catch a nap. Wang Bin contemplated his next move. Simple. Just start your stream, Wei Yang suggested as he picked up his phone. Don't you think you're joking? You're wearing a mask. Once you start streaming, are you certain you'll be able to leave here undetected? Wang Bin was convinced that Wei Yang was not thinking straight. It's fine. I won't say anything. Wei Yang waved dismissively. This isn't my first time doing this. It'll be alright. Luckily, I brought a mask and a hat. I'll just pretend to nap. And we won't know each other. Reflecting on his past experiences at Tianjin University of Spirits, Wang Bin chose to keep a low profile. Look who it is. Director Wei, I adore you, exclaimed a viewer. What is that backdrop? Are you on the high-speed train, out for some business? Wei Yang's popularity was evident as many viewers flooded into the stream upon its commencement. I'm out on a business trip. But since I'm in a public place, I'll keep my voice down, Wei Yang said, deliberately lowering his tone, positioning the microphone close while wearing his headphones to ensure the audience could still hear him clearly. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, which remained hidden behind his mask, he directed the camera towards Wang Bin. Good friends are meant to be put in a bind. What is going on? Wang Bin's instincts were remarkably sharp, honed through his adventures in the wilderness. Hello, everyone, he greeted, waving his hand. Wei Yang was not particularly surprised. He was aware that this young man possessed considerable talent. The voice belonged to Boss Bin, and one could surmise that their joint business trip was akin to a university assignment. Boss Bin's intuition was indeed exceptional. He spoke just as the camera turned to him. Without such instincts, he might have been left stranded in the wild during his travels. However, it seemed that Boss Bin was feigning ignorance of Director Wei. Was that merely my illusion? Perhaps he believed that recognition of Director Wei would incite a series of fan encounters. Before Wei Yang could continue, a young girl approached him. Asking Director Wei, Wang Bin, wide awake, firmly asserted that this was certainly not his issue. There was some mysterious figure involved, though he refrained from naming anyone. Did you just speak? He teased, for was it not a straightforward deduction? Although Boss Bin was currently popular, he could not rival the long-standing fame of Director Wei, making the likelihood of recognition for Wei Yang quite significant. Hello, classmate. Wei Yang thought that since he had been recognized, he might as well admit it. At that moment, Wang Bin suddenly opened his eyes. Young lady, would you like to switch seats? He decided to withdraw from the situation. After all, they were good brothers, and it was only natural to lend a hand. Sure, thank you so much. The young girl agreed without a moment's hesitation. Wang Bin then occupied her previous seat. Hello, this is my girlfriend's spot. You must be mistaken, interjected a nearby boy who clearly knew the girl. No, she switched seats with me, Wang Bin replied, shaking his head. Switched seats? That's quite unbelievable, the boy responded, incredulous. What does that mean? They are a couple, and she just up and left? His expression reflected both disbelief and astonishment. Could you tell me where she is? He asked, still retaining his composure. Just behind, in the last row, Wang Bin generously pointed. The boy dashed off, and that was the end of it. He, too, was a fan of Wei Yang. A couple soon surrounded Wei Yang, bombarding him with questions. Wang Bin chuckled quietly before closing his eyes. Surprisingly, after having played a prank on Wei Yang, he managed to drift off to sleep. Half an hour flew by swiftly. Wang Bin felt the tremors of a Pokeball and awoke. Upon glancing around, he realized that the Pokeball was beckoning him. By now, Director Wei's identity had been revealed, and he was still surrounded by admirers. Observing this, Wang Bin took out his phone to message Wei Yang. Boss Bin, brother, I'm stepping out for a moment to grab a drink. Call me when you're ready. Yes, he still intended to wait for Wei Yang, as even if he ventured to Hucking Pokemon University, he would lack the necessary documents. It was undoubtedly better to accompany Wei Yang. At this moment, Wei Yang, engrossed in his tasks, remained oblivious to the text message. He yearned to metaphorically kick Wang Bin all the way to Tianjin. This lad was truly a source of exasperation. You are quite inconsiderate. Wei Yang finally concluded his work and approached Wang Bin. Inconsiderate? I prefer to call it an act of benevolence. After all, he is your fan. How could you abandon them? Wang Bin positioned himself atop a moral high ground. Moreover, you are already live streaming for your fans. Do you intend to treat them unequally? Truth be told, I could also act without scruples, Wei Yang retorted, indicating that he too was capable of abandoning ethical considerations. Well, I must say, the esteemed Dean Wei appears to lack morals. I question your ability to educate students. Wang Bin began to point an accusatory finger at Wei Yang. That hardly compares to the shortcomings of certain educators, Wei Yang replied, unfazed by the jibe. Let us depart. We must head to Hucking University. Wang Bin decided to cease the bickering and hastily made his way toward the university. At the very least, allow me to purchase some water, Wei Yang remarked, noting Wang Bin's urgency. After engaging with fans earlier, he had spoken nonstop and was in dire need of a moment's respite. Chapter 39. Arrival at Hucking Spirit University. Long time no see, Dean Wei, a jovial, portly middle-aged man extended his hand with a smile. Indeed, long time no see, Dean Zhang. Wei Yang reciprocated with a grin as they shook hands, the exchange exuding warmth and congeniality. These were mere formalities, yet Wang Bin stood nearby, feigning a smile. This must be Teacher Wong. The other man acknowledged Wang Bin, recognizing his recent online popularity. Hello, nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Wang Bin replied with a smile as they shook hands. Allow me to take you to the hotel so you may drop off your belongings, Dean Zhang offered, noting the bags slung over their shoulders. We appreciate your assistance, Dean Zhang. Wei Yang nodded, acknowledging the inconvenience of carrying their items. Upon arriving at the hotel, Wang Bin and Wei Yang discovered their rooms adjacent to one another. Wang Bin in room 221 and Wei Yang in room 219. As for room 220, that was directly across from 219. Wang Bin promptly unloaded his belongings, for all his valuables were safely tucked within his trusted companion. While the items outside were of little consequence, they held no substantial value. I have no complaints. The accommodations are quite satisfactory, Wang Bin remarked with a smile. In his mind, he categorized lodging into distinct tiers. First was home, the ultimate sanctuary, unrivaled in comfort, and then there were all other places. Wang Bin had no particular demands for the latter, just cleanliness and adequate facilities sufficed. Of course, wilderness settings did not necessitate such standards. I find myself in a similar situation, Wei Yang concurred. At that moment, Dean Zhang's phone rang. Yes, understood. I shall be there shortly. He quickly excused himself, my apologies. But a student of mine has encountered an issue that requires my immediate attention, so I will be unable to accompany you further. Director Zhang set down the phone, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. Although the schedule had been meticulously arranged, the pressing matters concerning the students took precedence. One must not overlook their circumstances for the sake of other affairs. Hence, Director Zhang broached the subject. No problem, the students are paramount. Please, do attend to them. We shall meander around here, and having visited numerous times, I am quite familiar with the area. I can take him along, he assured. Wei Yang promptly concurred. Recognizing that a sudden call to a director regarding a student's predicament must be of significant concern. As an associate dean, he was well aware of such matters. Thus, Director Zhang departed. What do you think is happening? Wang Bin mused. Could it be that a student is frightened by the strong winds on the rooftop? He assumed it must be a serious issue, hence his conjecture. I doubt it. If that were the case, the fire department would have arrived by now. Wei Yang shook his head, deeming Wang Bin's interpretation overly dramatic. Such incidents cannot be concealed. If they occurred, everyone would be informed. Never mind. Let's explore this prestigious institution. Mr. Wei, Wang Bin suggested, his curiosity piqued as it was his first visit. Where do you wish to go? Wei Yang inquired, dismissing the previous concern. To the breeding facility. I believe the resources here must be abundant. It would be splendid to acquire some for my own breeding house. Wang Bin replied candidly. The resources here undoubtedly surpassed those at Jinmin Spirit University, promising valuable finds. Setting aside his identity as a breeding house owner, as a trainer, he was eager to witness the offerings. Very well, but perhaps we should forego that plan, Wei Yang responded, prompting Wang Bin to reconsider. Resting his chin on his hand, Wang Bin began to ponder. You seem to be struggling with that thought. What if we simply visit the training ground to observe the student's skills? Wei Yang suggested, noting Wang Bin's lack of direction. Let us proceed then. But why have you put your mask back on? Wang Bin questioned, bemused by Wei Yang's actions. He had removed it at the university entrance. Why don it again within the campus? You wouldn't understand. It's just that I'm rather popular, Wei Yang replied, closing his eyes and tilting his head back, shaking it in resignation. Wang Bin ignored him and turned to walk away. Oh, just admit you're envious. Wei Yang called after him, the banter continuing. Envious? Huh. You're akin to a child covering their ears to block out the noise. Your mask betrays you. Wang Bin chuckled. Impossible. They only think I have a cold. Wei Yang waved dismissively, unconvinced by Wang Bin's assertion. At that moment, the elevator doors ahead opened. Are you Dean Wei? A voice called from within. Haha, sharp-eyed young lady. Wang Bin laughed, unable to contain himself. Hello, fellow student. You recognized me? How is that possible? Wei Yang felt a peculiar sensation from the individual beside him. Oh no, he has befriended a rather unimpressive companion. What a predicament. As they made their way to the training ground, the distance between Wang Bin and Wei Yang grew increasingly vast, with more and more classmates interspersed between them. Do you think that the students from esteemed academies are merely starstruck? Absolutely not. They are here to seek knowledge. They flock to inquire about the various aspects of the Sandstorm team, seeking strategies on how to combat and handle challenges. Their dedication to learning is truly commendable. As time ticked away, they finally arrived at the training ground. Upon entering, Wang Bin noticed that Wei Yang was still surrounded by a throng of people. Sticking to his usual routine, he sent a quick text and wandered off on his own. The variety of Pokémon present was truly astonishing, featuring everything from the iconic starters to legendary creatures from distant lands. Wang Bin struggled to find a worthy opponent to match his prowess, and thus lacked the motivation to engage in battle. Little Fire Horse. A soprano voice pierced through the air, resonating against Wang Bin's eardrums. He recognized that it must be a Pokémon suffering from severe injury, and its trainer was undoubtedly distressed. Chapter 40. The Three Foolish Birds. Wang Bin continued his stroll through the training ground. As for assisting the female student in healing her Pokémon, that was far from his mind. This was the training ground of a prestigious institution, fully equipped with the necessary facilities. He saw no reason to intervene. Wang Bin simply wasn't inclined to help. However, as a seasoned trickster, how could he pass up the opportunity to prank his friend? He approached a nearby classmate and said, Hey, the Sand Guardian has arrived. Just over there. I was about to get an autograph. If you're interested, you should hurry over before the crowd swells even larger. All right, thanks man. I'll check it out in a bit, the classmate replied, visibly excited. Wang Bin understood the excitement, especially since the individual was accompanied by a Dratini. Clearly, They were part of the Sandstorm team. After a few more exchanges, many people in the training ground began to disperse. At that moment, Wei Yang observed the increasing crowd and silently apologized. My dear friend Wang Bin, I still have numerous matters to attend to, so you enjoy yourself for now, haha. It can only be said that this was a mutual pursuit of their respective interests. Boom. An explosion erupted within the school. This was a prestigious institution, and in Kyoto, no less. An explosion here was a grave matter. Wang Bin's instincts heightened immediately. Gengar, lurking in his shadow, also focused intently, prepared to discern any abnormalities. Meanwhile, Wei Yang pulled out a Pokeball, with Tyranitar and several other Pokémon standing guard in front of the students, their gazes fixed on the source of the explosion. Why has Wang Bin become such a harbinger of misfortune? This was not his usual demeanor. First Tianjin, now Kyoto. Would he bring calamity wherever he went? Wei Yang's mind raced with thoughts, convinced that Wang Bin was indeed a bad omen. He couldn't fathom how this fellow had managed to survive in the wild. Ah, ah, ah. 3 cries echoed through the air. Wang Bin focused his gaze and discovered that it was indeed the 3 legendary birds, accompanied by their divine roles. This signified that they were the trio responsible for controlling the weather. Suddenly, the Zapdos launched an assault on the Moltres. Wang Bin swiftly began his appraisal. Name Moltres. Gender, none. Type, fire, flying. Ability, pressure. Qualification, level 2 divine. Level, 118. Skills, limited. Held item, charcoal. Evaluation, one of the 3 divine birds, possessing formidable strength. Yet currently in a state of fury, seeking vengeance against the provoking Zapdos. Wang Bin also observed the status of the other 2 birds, which bore similar indications. Students, evacuate immediately. At this moment, personnel had arrived to disperse the crowd. The destructive potential of divine Pokémon engaging in battle was significant. Charizard, Gengar, evolve. A smile crept across Wang Bin's face. His Pokémon were finally prepared for combat. Although the opponent held divine status, his Pokémon had achieved a battle capability equivalent to that of a level 1 divine through evolution. In other words, the advantage lay with him. Classmate, stop. The individual attempting to disperse the crowd hastily intervened. What on earth is this? This fellow is undoubtedly causing chaos. Rest assured, it's all under control. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively before issuing commands. Charizard, use Body Slam. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Charizard soared into the air and collided forcefully with Moltres. Boom. The Moltres plummeted. Charizard quickly adjusted its trajectory and charged at Zapdos, which also fell from the sky. Gengar's Shadow Ball struck Articuno, sending it crashing down as well. The crowd control personnel were left bewildered. What is happening? Even the principal couldn't achieve such feats. At that moment, Gengar and Wang Bin sprang into action. With Gengar restraining Zapdos and Moltres, while Wang Bin held Articuno's head firmly. Calm down. Given Articuno's high special defense, it remained capable of battle, unlike the other 2, who were incapacitated. However, even Articuno lacked the strength to retaliate. Charizard hovered above, vigilant against any unforeseen events. Soon, members of the school's administration arrived. Thank you. I am the president of Hucking Pokémon University. Had it not been for your intervention, this situation could have escalated dangerously. The individual approached to express gratitude. After all, if chaos ensued, the president would bear the responsibility. Even if the crisis was averted, repercussions would inevitably follow. Not at all. Had a crisis occurred, I would also be within the danger zone, wouldn't I? I was merely acting in self-defense, Wang Bin replied with a smile. Let us attend to their injuries. A medical personnel stepped forward. Of course, that is only right. Wang Bin nodded and released Articuno. As for the power of the Evergreen, it was unnecessary here, given the abundance of medical staff and specialized equipment available. However, had the situation involved his older brother battling against 7 adversaries along with Giratina, he would have exerted every effort to provide healing. We shall first attend to the subsequent tasks. For your assistance, we shall grant you a reward. However, please bear with us for a moment. After all, the 3 sacred birds must not be mishandled. I trust you understand, stated the president of Hucking University. Not a problem. It's my duty. Please, go ahead. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. He was well aware of the significance of these divine creatures bearing sacred roles and understood the urgency of the situation. Subsequently, the group departed. At that moment, both the Charizard and Gengar reverted from their evolutions, with one entering the ball and the other fading into the shadows. Wang Bin sensed that he was about to become the center of attention, so he seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. What about Wei Yang? Nonsense. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Bin released his Magikarp to cultivate their bond. Look, both your brothers are incredibly powerful, akin to celestial deities descending upon us. Hence, I too shall guide you to become a formidable and beautiful Pokémon. Trust in me. Wang Bin was not particularly adept at persuasion, so he could only express his sentiments in this manner. Step aside. Let me take the lead, Charizard asserted. Feeling that the knowledge gleaned from television far surpassed Wang Bin's approach, it intended to take matters into its own hands. As a mature Pokémon, it proclaimed its strength. Ah, Magikarp, You have successfully captured my attention. Charizard struck a grandiose pose. Wang Bin, Gengar, and Magikarp remained silent. What's wrong? At a loss for words? Charizard continued its performance. Listen, my dragon brother, shall we indulge in better fare in the future? Wang Bin could no longer contain himself. What kind of television show is this? Chapter 41. The three of us in the breeding house, the greatest under heaven. What's wrong? Is what I said unacceptable? Charizard felt it was merely emulating what it had seen on television, convinced that this approach would appeal to a young creature like Magikarp. It's so oily, Gengar remarked. Charizard, you could practically extract oil now. No need to buy it for cooking in the future. I thought learning this would be somewhat useful. At least more so than that which had been just employed, Charizard chuckled, its demeanor endearingly foolish. Indeed, we three are truly straightforward men, haha? Wang Bin burst into laughter. Observing this, Gengar and Charizard exchanged glances and joined in the mirth. The three of us in the breeding house shared uproarious laughter. Under their infectious joy, Magikarp too began to smile, albeit unnoticed by the trio as they reveled in their joviality. Meanwhile, Wang Bin's video began circulating online. In Kyoto, even the slightest stir is difficult to conceal, especially within a prestigious university. Students witnessing the three sacred birds in person would undoubtedly record the event. Consequently, Wang Bin's popularity on the internet began to soar. The three of us in the breeding house, the greatest under heaven. The documentary series remained somewhat conservative. Director Wei exclaimed, I told you, but you didn't believe me. That is not my fault. Dude, tell me, does Boss Bin not understand battles? Who claimed that Boss Bin lacks battle knowledge? He understands it all too well. No wonder, no wonder. He is indeed fearless when it comes to discerning the essence of spirit eggs. I initially thought it was due to his champion-level prowess and his friendship with Director Wei. But now I realize it is purely a matter of sheer strength. Hey, Blackie, speak up. What Blackie? A decade-long fan has arrived, uninvited. When will the breeding house start signing trainers? I'm waiting online, quite anxious. If you're in a hurry, go elsewhere. I shall wait. I possess the patience. Regardless of the uproar online, Wang Bin was savoring a leisurely business trip. He wasn't paying attention to the commotion, for the Dragonite had drawn them into watching a television drama together. I mean, does this man not have a mouth to speak? Is he mute? Wang Bin continuously critiqued the plot. It's utterly kitsch, beyond belief. It defies logic and reality. Truly a degradation of intellect. Wait, why does this woman, who despises this man so much, keep gravitating towards him? Gengar expressed its genuine confusion. Actually, this drama has received decent ratings recently, Dragonite asserted. It's not that I failed to find a good show for them. There simply aren't any worth showcasing. I truly do not wish to witness my Pokémon becoming foolish. Dragonite pondered and concurred. It felt that this content was, to some extent, affecting its mind. Though the impact was minimal, it was nonetheless concerning. Who would have thought that dramas could harm me so deeply? From this day forth, I shall abstain from such trashy television. Dragonite resolved firmly. Hey, you could always watch some anime. Even if it's mindless, it surpasses dramas. At least it won't make you immerse yourself in reality like your greasy remarks today. Wang Bin recognized that Dragonite's behavior was not merely a jest. It was a result of excessive television consumption. During their travels in the wild, the ample social interaction and training had limited their viewing time, which was why it hadn't been an issue. The good news was that the current symptoms were mild and easily treatable, primarily due to their brevity. Dragonite nodded, acknowledging the validity of Wang Bin's words. Once it adjusted, everything would return to normal. By the way, why do you think the legendary birds are present at the university? Gengar inquired, still somewhat curious about the matter. However, it understood that it was not appropriate for Wang Bin to ask about other people's affairs. I speculate they might be here for some reason. Perhaps for a physical examination or to settle some matters, Dragonite guessed casually. It was not particularly interested in the situation. It merely thought the three foolish birds lacked combat prowess, unable to compare to its elder brother who could take on 7 opponents single-handedly. Soon enough, Dragonite found an anime to watch, colloquially titled The Invincible Titan of the Short. However, before it could begin, a knock echoed at Wang Bin's door. Without a doubt, it was Wei Yang. I must say, my brother, you have truly become more popular than I, Wang Bin remarked, astonished that this fellow had ignited the entire scene. Keep it low-key, low-key. There's nothing I can do. Our strength is simply unparalleled, Wei Yang replied, resigned to the situation. Wang Bin expressed his own helplessness as well. It is evident that he has contemplated the implications of his affairs surfacing on the internet. If you were to retract your deliberate posturing, it might be more advantageous. Wei Yang remarked that your intentions are glaringly obvious, and it is quite challenging to launch an attack against him. Shall we go for a meal now? Wang Bin inquired, not wishing to delve into this matter any further. In any case, it should have no bearing on his life. Even if it did, what could they possibly do? Barricade their home? Did they truly believe themselves to be impervious? Let us go, we shall set forth. Wei Yang nodded in agreement. Wang Bin turned to Bao Filong, Gingawei, and Chao Chiu. Are you joining us? I won't be going. I find this rather appealing, Bao Filong replied, shaking his head without sparing Wang Bin a glance. Agreed, Gingawei remarked. acknowledging the charm of the situation. Qiu then shook its head at Wang Bin. It had its fish tank here, and likely would remain confined to a ball outside. It preferred to accompany its two brothers instead. Hey, the little one is now willing to interact with us. Wang Bin chuckled, genuinely delighted. All right, enough of your foolish merriment. We must leave, Wei Yang interjected, finally interrupting Wang Bin, who had been laughing and petting Qiu for quite some time. Okay, let's go, Wang Bin agreed with a nod. Aren't you wearing a mask? Wei Yang felt that Wang Bin was about to ensnare him again. What mask? Even if I wore one, they would still recognize me. It's simpler to just go without, Wang Bin replied, shaking his head. He recalled how Wei Yang had been identified previously and was therefore well aware of the situation. Thus, Wei Yang was persuaded and followed along. The cafeteria, a remarkable realm. Initially, one perceives it as a sanctuary for dining, but over time it becomes increasingly unpalatable. Wang Bin vaguely remembered how, in his final year of university, he could hardly stomach the cafeteria food, even contemplating expelling it. It was enigmatic, with no discernible reason. Since they were not masked, the two were naturally recognized. However, perhaps due to uncertainty regarding Wang Bin's temperament, no one approached them. After all, this lad could easily subdue an Articuno. He was quite formidable. I hope nothing untoward occurs here in the cafeteria, Wei Yang remarked, casting a glance at Wang Bin. Oh please, what you're really thinking is quite different. Wang Bin sensed Wei Yang's sincerity was misplaced. As a teacher at Jinmen Spirit University, how could he genuinely hope for the best at hucking? More likely, he wished for even graver issues to arise. Let us head inside. I've been here before and found several establishments to be quite commendable. Wei Yang did not engage further. To voice such thoughts would be foolish, as this was territory belonging to others. Wang Bin remained silent and followed him inside. This place is my top recommendation, Wei Yang announced as he led Wang Bin to a particular window. Then I shall have what you're having, but in greater quantity. I'll ensure my three companions at home get a taste as well, Wang Bin mused, acknowledging that, although Gengar and the others had not accompanied them. As a seasoned trainer, he still remembered them. All right, no problem. Wei Yang nodded, acknowledging that it was not his money being spent, after all. His Pokémon were his own to nurture, and he could invest as much as he pleased. Do you have any other recommendations? Let's purchase together. I can share the food with Gengar and the others, Wang Bin mused, considering that their stay would be brief, and thus, indulging in a variety of dishes seemed prudent. Given their hearty appetites, he reasoned that nothing would go to waste. All right, sounds good, Wei Yang replied, having no doubts about their voraciousness. With their meals in hand, the two found a table to settle at. By the way, I haven't asked yet, why has the Challenger Cup invited you, an outsider and dean from another institution? Wang Bin queried, having not previously contemplated this aspect, and thus finding it puzzling. Typically, such inter-school competitions would not extend invitations to individuals from other schools, as they would be content with their own knowledge of their strengths and weaknesses. Since this year's intercollegiate competition is being held here at Huaqing, we are also discussing other matters, Wei Yang explained. There is indeed someone, though not a graduate student. It's a young girl from the Huang family, exceptionally talented. I have tried for quite some time to recruit her, but she insists on applying here. If all goes well, she is likely to become a freshman in a few months, Wei Yang elaborated. As for this competition, I believe it pales in comparison to my own earlier performances. He reflected thoughtfully. You're just being stubborn. Surely there's someone you admire. If we follow your reasoning, then there wouldn't be anyone impressive here, as they would all be inferior to me, Wang Bin scoffed, gazing at him disdainfully. You should really keep quiet. We are in the cafeteria. Even if there were someone, I wouldn't disclose it here. I would approach them directly, Wei Yang retorted, demonstrating his understanding from years of teaching experience. Yes, helping teachers during school also counts as experience, he added, nodding in acknowledgement of his own wisdom. At that moment, two individuals approached them. Principally, Dean Zhang, have you finished your discussions? Wei Yang rose to greet them. Wang Bin naturally stood as well, recognizing that remaining seated would be quite impolite. We've resolved the issues. The three sacred birds are fine now, Principal Li replied, nodding. This is largely thanks to Teacher Wong. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the safety of the students might have been compromised. Not at all, it was merely self-preservation, Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Engaging in conversation with such individuals could be tiresome. However, given their courteous and formal manner, he deemed it inappropriate to respond with anything less than decorum. We understand that you are the proprietor of a breeding facility, and to express our gratitude, you are welcome to select 15 Pokémon or Pokémon eggs from our school's breeding house, Principal Li offered, extending 5 fingers. Of course, I recognize that this gesture pales in comparison to the assistance you have provided. Therefore, we have also included additional tokens of appreciation, such as a library access pass, allowing you to freely consult our library for resources. Then I shall graciously accept your offer, Wang Bin smiled, not wishing to decline. In all honesty, the thanks could be viewed positively or negatively. Some Pokémon eggs could also be procured from larger breeding facilities outside this locale. However, the quality of the Pokémon eggs at Huqing Spirit University is commendable. After all, The resources of a top-tier institution are indeed formidable. The library situated at the back is a splendid place where Wang Bin can acquire further knowledge. Although being a native of Jinmin, he might not find it particularly useful. Nevertheless, he is indifferent to such matters, as his intentions were never driven by a desire for gratitude. Thus, even if he were to receive nothing, he harbors no particular thoughts on the matter. However, if he truly does not receive anything, this would likely be his last visit here. As for the banner, we have already begun searching for someone to create it, added Dean Zhang. I am truly grateful, Wang Bin expressed with feigned surprise. It is well known that banners are a rare commodity. Their potential is limitless, although occasionally an additional fee of 200 yuan may apply. When do you plan to go choose? Wei Yang inquired. All right, let us go together then. Wei Yang was eager to discover what treasures Wang Bin might select. What if there were something suitable that he could purchase from him later? Although a profit might be made, the items would undoubtedly be of high quality. Oh, that's unfortunate. Shortly, we must discuss matters regarding the Challenger Cup, so I cannot accompany you, Principal Li lamented. Discuss shortly? Wei Yang pondered, perplexed, as he had not received any relevant notifications. It pertains to our school. The league matches are scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and notifications will be sent out tomorrow. Principal Li chuckled, indicating that the oversight was not Wei Yang's fault. Chapter 43. The commoner version of the starter trio, having surveyed the selection. Have you decided on what you wish to choose? Wei Yang asked. He did not pay particular attention to Wang Bin's reactions, for this lad was quite cunning. Even if he were interested in something, he would not reveal any signs of excitement, opting instead to await the conclusion to make his selections. Then you may use it, Wei Yang remarked dismissively as Wang Bin began selecting his eggs. Name, Hohu gender, male type, bug. Rock ability, glutton potential, elite level, 0 skills, minimal held item, none evaluation. Hohu, surely you do not expect me to elaborate further? Following this were other Pokémon. As Wang Bin's vision was straightforward, to forge a commoner version of the starter trio, with the addition of the unique Pokémon Cho-Cho fish. His breeding house's roster would essentially be complete. The two choices were equally uncomplicated. Name, Pidgey gender, male type, normal, flying ability, keen eye potential, gym level, 0 skills, minimal held item, none evaluation. A Pidgey with commendable talent. Surely you do not wish for me to elaborate further? As a common bird Pokémon, Pidgey's price is not exorbitant within the Pokémon market, and it possesses a pleasant temperament. While its final evolution, Pidgeot, may not boast exceptional base stats, it is capable of flight and possesses considerable aesthetic appeal. Additionally, with an evolution level of 36 and no need for various evolution stones, it is exceptionally suitable as a Pokémon for a common trainer. Furthermore, its evolution can enhance its combat prowess. In summary, it is an ideal choice. The esteemed Wang Bin, with aspirations of nurturing a regal lineage of Pidgey, has set his sights on a Pidgeot of notable qualifications as the patriarch of his burgeoning Pidgey clan. The third Pokémon in his collection is a male Hoppip, characterized by its grass and flying attributes, with the ability Chlorophyll. Its qualifications are classified as Gym Standard, currently at level 0, with minimal skills and no held items. And it remains unassessed in terms of evaluation. Hoppip, as a grass-type Pokémon, requires relatively modest resources for its upbringing, with its final evolution only necessitating a level of 27, devoid of any evolutionary stones. Thus, it proves to be a fitting choice for a trainer of humble means. It is no wonder that Hucking Pokémon University is recognized as a premier institution, as Wang Bin swiftly procured 2 gym-qualified Pokémon. The ease of his acquisition is remarkable. You are certainly meticulous in your selection, remarked Wei Yang, observing that 2 of the 3 Pokémon possessed parents of gym-level pedigree. While the additional Hoppip is also a commendable Pokémon, highly sought after among breeders, it seems you have managed to extract a significant advantage from their school. Wei Yang, watching from the sidelines, perceived Wang Bin's straightforwardness. No offense, but let us set aside your affiliations. The 2 Pokémon I selected are quite common, and the Hoppip's lineage is not particularly impressive. I would argue that I have exercised restraint. Wang Bin defended his choices, asserting that he had not overreached. Indeed, had this been at a university in Tianjin, it was likely that he would have been more aggressive, discarding lesser options without a second thought. Wei Yang understood Wang Bin's nature well. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly opt for maximum benefit. However, Wang Bin was unfazed as he had previously surveyed the area and found no particularly rare Pokémon. Thus, he concluded that this time, he would not uncover any hidden gems. Ultimately, he purchased 6 Pidgey eggs and 6 Hoppip eggs, all of elite quality. After all, Hucking Pokémon University is affluent enough that the mere acquisition of these few would not lead to a shortage of Pidgey or Hoppip. I apologize, but we do not offer delivery services, the attendant replied, shaking his head. Very well, I will take them, Wang Bin conceded without protest. After all, it was reasonable for a university not to provide such services, especially when no one would behave like Wang Bin in terms of procurement. Indeed, and besides, that fellow's temperament is ill-suited for childcare, Wei Yang nodded. He was well aware of the Makoke in question. Correct. However, I am still deliberating on the final selection. Wang Bin acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying the point. Pidgey and Hoppip were indeed suitable choices, as their final evolution requirements were not demanding, lacking the need for evolutionary stones, and their commonality rendered them affordable. Wei Yang quickly grasped Wang Bin's selection criteria. That is accurate, yet at present, I remain uncertain about the third choice. I have yet to strike upon an idea. Wang Bin nodded. He hoped that Wei Yang would offer a worthy suggestion, thereby sparing him the mental exertion. It's all right. No rush. If the 3 primary Pokémon don't appear, we shall manage with 2. However, we must first focus on expanding our groups. You know, despite the ample space I have, maintaining several groups is about the limit. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. The primary concern is that having too many elves makes management rather cumbersome. Well then, we can consider the civilian version of the 3 primary Pokémon as 3. And the ugly fish as a specialty. We might add 1 more specialty, and your breeding house would be sufficient. The rest can be sourced externally, with your keen eye. It's a simple task. Wei Yang nodded in agreement, convinced that with Wang Bin's capabilities, running a breeding house would be a piece of cake. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Bin placed the Pokémon eggs before Gung Gue and the others. Listen to me, these Pokémon eggs are. He recounted his plans and the circumstances surrounding the eggs, as Gung Gue and Bao Fei Long, being the leaders of their breeding house, ought to be informed. Chapter 44, The Challenger Cup at Hucking University. Let us go. Ah Bin, we need to head to the competition venue now. Wei Yang urged early in the morning. Gung Gue, you're not coming? We'll stay here and check out the Pokémon eggs. Gung Gue shook his head firmly. I'm staying here, continuing with my tasks. Bao Fei Long felt that the anime was quite enjoyable at the moment. Ugly Fish also shook its head, indicating it would not join. All right then. You can continue playing here, Wang Bin remarked without any particular thoughts. He didn't voice any concerns about them not going out for a stroll. If they chose not to attend, so be it. After all, they had received a token of appreciation and were invited to spectate. Declining would seem dismissive. Of course. Had it not been for the previous encounter with the 3 foolish birds, Wang Bin would have felt more at ease. After all, he had only met them once and was not well acquainted, so his presence or absence would likely go unnoticed. Why are you still carrying a game console? Wei Yang observed that Wang Bin seemed inclined to play games. Just as you think. I plan to find a quiet corner to sit and play, Wang Bin replied, giving Wei Yang a thumbs up. Haha, I understand now. Wei Yang refrained from further persuasion, knowing that had it not been for earlier events, Wang Bin might have opted to stay in the dormitory or wander elsewhere. When Wang Bin saw the seating arrangement assigned to him, he felt utterly disheartened. He had assumed he could simply find a seat at the back, like Wei Yang, who had a name tag affixed. However, to his surprise, he was seated right next to Wei Yang in the front row. It was quite uncomfortable. The moment he pulled out his phone, any glance in his direction would surely expose him. Even sleeping would be challenging. Thus, he resolved to feign interest in the competition. Haha, Wei Yang was in high spirits. He cared not only for his brother's well-being, but also feared for his brother's potential embarrassment. Watching the competition while Wang Bin played games behind him was a troubling thought. Now, however, they were together. Stop laughing, my brother. Your current demeanor truly makes you seem quite mad, Wang Bin remarked with a straight face. That may be, but it's still better than your current expression. Look at your face. It seems as if someone owes you money. Wei Yang remarked that they were evenly matched. I merely maintained a stoic expression. To which he exaggeratedly responded, come on, little brother. Wang Bin was rendered somewhat speechless, pondering how one could be such a burden to a friend. Soon, the principal commenced his speech. To fully implement our school's initiatives, let us now. Wang Bin did not pay much attention to the principal's words. They were merely formalities, likely derived from a template applicable to various gatherings. With the concluding phrase, now we begin, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Before long, the first group took the stage. How many pairs are competing? Wang Bin quietly inquired. Oh, I didn't notice. You know me. I only engage in unstructured play, came the reply. Wang Bin nodded in acknowledgement. The first round of the quarterfinals swiftly concluded. He did not scrutinize the matches closely, intending to focus on the final showdown later. Fortunately, this was not a talent show, so there was no need for commentary. Wang Bin continued to enjoy the event, lost in his thoughts, until the finals began, prompting him to observe the competition intently. On the field, 2 students unleashed their Pokémon. The student on the left, Wang, sent forth a Swanna, while Zhang, on the right, summoned a Haunch Crow. Both were of elite status, which was quite standard, as not everyone could be exceptional. Wang's team is a rain team, Wang Bin noted, observing the gathering clouds above the battlefield. It appears so. The ability has been well utilized, at least covering the entire arena. Wei Yang agreed. However, I wonder how long this weather effect will last. The next move should be to bring out the Swampert. Wang Bin expressed his fondness for Swampert, the cornerstone of a rain team. Yet, he reminded himself, reality is not a game. Look, even the coverage of the weather isn't fixed. If it were a Dragonite initiating the weather, the duration would be prolonged, and the area would be significantly larger. Of course, Wang Bin typically refrained from such tactics. as they would consume more stamina. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Honchkrow initiated Tailwind, boosting the speed of his team's Pokémon. Following this, both sides switched their Pokémon. As expected, the Rain team deployed Swampert, who immediately used Mega Evolution. The Honchkrow was replaced by a Superior, which was decidedly contrary in nature, leading to a flurry of leaf storms, complicating matters for Swampert. Wongbin quickly assessed the forthcoming battle scenario. However, since the choice of Swampert as the Rain team's flagship Pokémon had been made without a switch, he assumed there must be a strategy in play. They could only wait and see. Wei Yang believed it was too soon to ascertain the outcome. At that moment, the first round of skirmishes had passed. The leaf storm from Superior failed to overcome Swampert's Hydro Pump. However, due to the reduced damage from the leaf storm coupled with Superior's double resistance to water-type moves, it sustained minimal harm. Just then, Swampert charged forward, its fist glowing with a blue aura, an ice punch. The combination of rain and its agility allowed Swampert to execute its moves with remarkable speed. If this were a game, the Sovereign Serpent would have already perished, considering its speed stat of 140. However, reality dictates that a high base stat does not guarantee swiftness, as other factors, such as weight, also play a crucial role. The colossal Swampert, being a substantial entity, faced the Sovereign Serpent, which, empowered by Tailwind, unleashed Leaf Storm once more. Bang! Both contenders struck each other simultaneously, leading to their mutual elimination. The quadruple weakness to grass-type attacks proved to be too devastating. Wei Yang understood that it was not merely Swampert's frailty. Rather, it simply could not withstand grass-type moves, especially a powerful one. Subsequently, both trainers opted to summon a new Pokémon. The Rain Dance team brought forth Blastoise, while the opposing side introduced Ampharos. One side committed fully to the Rain strategy, while the other devised a countercomposition against it. Upon seeing Ampharos, Wongbin nodded and remarked, Chapter 45, The Little Ones Have Hatched. Ampharos, a Pokémon boasting a staggering special attack of 165, posed a significant threat. Wongbin, oblivious to the rules, quietly inquired, Is it true that evolution can only be used once in a battle? It seems Blastoise hasn't adhered to that. Indeed, otherwise we would see it again, after all. Who wouldn't desire to seize the championship? Wei Yang affirmed. At that moment, Blastoise unleashed Ice Beam, while Ampharos retaliated with Charge Beam. The Ice Beam could scarcely withstand the latter's might, prompting Blastoise to retreat into its shell for defense. The Charge Beam struck true. However, Ampharos refrained from following up with additional attacks. Initially, Wongbin found this perplexing, believing that a direct follow-up would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, he soon grasped that Ampharos was wary of Blastoise's potential to have lost its combat capability, and attacking again could pose a risk to its safety. After all, the previous encounter had seen a single move dispatch Swampert, and he feared the opponent had not fortified their defenses. Wongbin criticized this hesitation. Nevertheless, Blastoise emerged from its shell, quickly regaining its footing. Thanks to the ability Rain Dish, it steadily replenished its health. Blizzard, Wong's classmate, initiated another offensive. Aware that the current circumstances were not in his favor, he aimed for Blastoise to inflict some final damage. Ampharos responded with Thunderbolt. Poor strategy ensued. Had it opted to dig to evade the attack, the subsequent assault combined with close-range Thunderbolt could have easily secured victory. Wongbin shook his head, disapproving of Zhang's choice. After all, as students, their practical experience was still lacking. Wei Yang, being the vice dean, understood the present state of students well, rather than lacking experience. It was their combat style that seemed somewhat conventional. He was uncertain if that term was accurate, but such a fighting approach would not survive in the wild. Wongbin was acutely aware of their differences. Students engaged in combat at school to hone their skills, while his battles in the wilderness were not solely for improvement, but primarily for survival. As Blizzard and Thunderbolt struck simultaneously, both sides struggled to endure. Just then, the rain subsided. The Rain Dish effect ended, and Blastoise was the first to succumb. However, the situation with the Electric Dragon was not particularly favorable. After listening to Wei Yang, Wongbin felt a departure from his previous sentiments. One cannot gauge their capabilities solely through personal perspectives. Their paths diverge, thus their criteria for assessment differ as well. Soon, the Seagull entered the fray once more. This time, it refrained from activating its ability, as the Electric Dragon initiated an attack with Thunderbolt right from the outset. Even the swiftest of abilities require a moment to activate, and forcing such a maneuver to mitigate damage could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in a complete loss of combat efficacy. Let us not forget, this little creature is quadruple weak to electric-type moves. As Wong, a fellow student, observed the Electric Dragon's dwindling energy, he sought to eliminate his opponent directly. The final Thunderbolt was unleashed. Zhang, another student, displayed no fear of losing combat capabilities. He chose not to evade, believing that if he landed this attack, it would result in a fair exchange. He was confident that with one Pokémon remaining, he could secure victory in this match. Dodge quickly. Wong understood that this move was one he absolutely could not endure, thus he relinquished his offensive strategy. The Corviknight took the stage. With an intent to incapacitate his opponent, Zhang devised a plan. The Corviknight aimed to paralyze the seagull, and once that was achieved, he would switch back to the electric dragon for a decisive thunderbolt. Wang recognized Zhang's strategy. Indeed, it was evident that the seagull's speed was inferior to that of the Corviknight, making this maneuver quite feasible. Wei Yang nodded in agreement. And so it transpired. The seagull was paralyzed and subsequently eliminated by a thunderbolt from the electric dragon. Thus, the champion was crowned. The subsequent award ceremony held little relevance for Wang Bin. He could hardly usurp the principal's responsibilities. Goga, it's not a problem. I believe it will resolve swiftly. Gengar had spent most of the past few days in the room. Thus he was well acquainted with the state of the Pokémon eggs. Just as Wang spoke, the eggs began to show signs of cracking. Gengar, Charizard, are you ready? This number is rather substantial. Wang expressed concern that with so many Pokémon emerging, managing them with only 2 hands would prove challenging. Upon hearing this, Gengar and Charizard promptly pressed the pause button and began preparing for the task at hand. A Pidgey was the first to emerge. Oh dear, he noted, as a Spheal also made its appearance. And a Whirlipede has joined the fray. Wang and Gengar commenced tidying up. The little ones fell asleep after indulging in moo moo milk. Goga, it's all right. I find this arrangement quite agreeable, as caring for so many little ones can be quite taxing. It's better to manage them at home. Gengar nodded in approval of Wang Bin's plan, expressing no dissent. I feel the same, Charizard concurred. Now, Chinchou, will you accompany me or your 2 brothers? Wang inquired, glancing at the aquarium. The Chinchou blew 2 bubbles in response. All right, understood, the little one will come with me. Wang nodded, satisfied that everything was now in order. Please be cautious when hiring, cautioned Baophilong, expressing his concerns. While the idea of recruiting university students for breeding seems commendable, their practical skills remain uncertain. Exercise discernment. Rest assured, I am aware, Wang Bin replied confidently. After all, I am bringing them in to assist with the care of Bobo and to craft energy cubes. I will ensure I select the right candidates. He was determined not to relinquish complete control over the breeding house's operations, as he feared being overshadowed by the trainers. Chapter 46, Recruitment this time. Wei Yang refrained from pulling out his phone to live stream. He was weary of the overwhelming enthusiasm. By the way, I'll be accompanying you shortly, Wang Bin mentioned, intending to recruit individuals from Tianmin Spirit University. Huh, what is your situation? Wei Yang inquired, having been preoccupied with thoughts of the Challenger Cup and thus unaware of Wang Bin's activities. My Bobo and the others are out, and I could use some assistance in caring for them. Managing alone is somewhat exhausting, Wang Bin explained. I see. You'll need to recruit from the breeding department. I doubt you'll find anyone here. However, you must consider the cost. University students do not come cheap, Wei Yang advised, understanding the burden of a full roster of Wang Bin's acquaintances. I know this well. Undergraduate students tend to demand higher pay, but those who have graduated are more familiar with the realities of society and thus have lower expectations, Wang Bin acknowledged, recognizing the truth in Wei Yang's words. By the way, do you know which fruit tree company is reputable? I need to purchase some for planting, Wang Bin inquired further. All right, I'll leave that to you. If you help me with this, you won't have to provide that Pokémon egg. Wang Bin remembered their previous agreement. Huh, that works in my favor. Wei Yang chuckled. I currently lack the energy to tend to more Pokémon, and I have no particular desire to expand my team further. I'll leave it to fate. So it's hardly a loss. Wang Bin remained unconcerned. If only you had said that when you captured that shiny Magikarp, Wei Yang remarked. Fully aware of Wang Bin's nature. You're quite astute. These matters must be evaluated in context, Wang Bin admitted, acknowledging the flexibility of his moral compass. The distance between Kyoto and Tianmin is relatively short, and Wang Bin soon arrived at Tianmin Spirit University. Guided by Wei Yang, he reached the breeding department. Before him stood the head of the breeding department, and it was essential to discuss arrangements at the entrance of the academy. No problem at all. Providing students with practical opportunities is wonderful. It's mutually beneficial, Dean Zhao smiled. Great. I'll set up my stall now, Wang Bin said with a grin. Eager to proceed and finalize the arrangements today, he had a significant advantage. He could issue internship certificates. Now, Wang Bin sat at the entrance of the breeding department, with freshly printed advertisements displayed on the table beside him. With a pre-tax monthly salary of 10,000, an internship certificate is available. For some university students still pursuing their studies, Wang Bin believes that 10,000 is quite substantial. Moreover, he provides meals and accommodation, and those who perform well may secure a permanent position. Truly, a commendable employer. Before long, students began to notice Wang Bin's booth and shared the news in their groups. Consequently, many became aware of the remarkable man who was hiring. It wasn't long before a student approached Wang Bin with a resume in hand. Hello, Boss Bin. I am your fan and also a freshman in the education department. A young man said as he presented his resume. Dear student, you are still quite young. My current intention is to recruit juniors and seniors, as they will have ample time to work with me. Freshmen and sophomores have a heavier course load, and it is better for them to enjoy their campus life first. Wang Bin replied, gently declining the application without even reviewing the resume. All right then, the young man responded, not pressing the matter further. Don't be disheartened. Enjoy your university life first, Wang Bin added, sensing a hint of disappointment in the student's demeanor and offering a word of comfort. Okay, Boss Bin. Could I get your autograph? The student asked, to which Wang Bin readily agreed. After signing, the young man departed. Soon, other students arrived, and ultimately, Wang Bin hired 2 young women, both seniors who had obtained their educational certificates. One was named Su Ming, and the other Zhang Yu. They lacked particularly striking appearances, but proved to have delightful personalities. They were fully capable of caring for the little ones. Are you still not graduated at this time? Wang Bin inquired, recalling that senior graduation typically occurs much earlier than final exams for other grades. Yes, that's right, Zhang Yu replied, explaining that they were childhood friends. Hence their synchronized schedules. Not a problem. We will go over tomorrow, Su Ming said, as they had no other commitments and could leave at any time. All right. I will take my leave then, Wang Bin nodded, feeling that his task was accomplished. Next, he awaited news from Wei Yang regarding the fruit tree. He took out his phone to inquire about Wei Yang's whereabouts, as he intended to depart. Sean, you may leave first. I suddenly have a meeting to attend. I will send you the specific location and contact information for the fruit tree shortly, Wei Yang replied. Boss Bin, no problem. I will be on my way. Wang Bin responded. Thus, Wang Bin set his phone down and began to leave. Just a few steps later, Wei Yang sent the information. Wang Bin looked up at the sky and pondered. The journey seemed rather far. It would be more convenient to have Bao Feilong accompany him tomorrow. By then, the 2 young women would also be at the education center, alleviating any concerns regarding the sprites. Chapter 47, Employee Onboarding. That's wonderful. Taking care of children is genuinely exhausting. Gugana expressed his delight upon hearing the news. Indeed, it will be much easier then, Gung Gue concurred. The ferocious dragon nodded repeatedly, unable to resist the allure of the adventure ahead. Roaring is but a trivial matter. I shall take you there tomorrow, he proclaimed. The dragon expressed confidence in the swiftness of the endeavor, assuring that with his assistance, it would be accomplished in no time. Where are the little ones residing now? Wang Bin inquired about the whereabouts of Bobo and the others. Gega had yet to finalize their accommodations, currently residing at home, but once the fruit grove was established, they could relocate there to assist with management and patrol duties. Gung Gue believed this arrangement was among the best options available. No problem, let us proceed with this plan. Wang Bin agreed with a nod. The evolution of Pokémon from their juvenile stages occurred at a remarkable pace. Thus, this arrangement could hardly be deemed exploitation of child labor. Early the next morning, Su Ming and Zhang Yu arrived. You two, bring your luggage and follow me. I shall prepare your living quarters, Wang Bin instructed. All right, the 2 women nodded in agreement. Wang Bin led them to the 3rd floor of the breeding house. This breeding facility has 3 stories, similar to mine. The 3rd floor serves as dormitories, while the 2nd floor, being less utilized, is merely for storage. Although the 3rd floor is not vast, it is adequately equipped. Is there anything else you require? I can procure it for you. Su Ming and Zhang Yu explored the area, taking note of their surroundings. We have no issues. The amenities here are quite sufficient. However, what about meals? Zhang Yu asked, uncertain about the absence of a kitchen. That is easily resolved. Firstly, you may cook in the courtyard. Secondly, you can use the kitchen on the 1st floor of my place. This building lacks a kitchen, which complicates matters, especially since it usually houses Pokémon eggs. And installing a kitchen poses fire safety concerns. Wang Bin nodded, having long devised a solution to this predicament. We can manage in the courtyard. Su Ming felt somewhat reluctant to intrude upon someone else's home for cooking. All right, Boss Bin, let us proceed with that, she affirmed, appreciating the kindness of her employer. Excellent. You may tidy up first, and then come find me. I will outline your current tasks, Wang Bin said, ready to assign work to his employees. Understood, both women affirmed, recognizing that it was their first time visiting and thus needed some time to settle in. However, the 2 young women quickly finished organizing their belongings. So soon? Wang Bin was pleasantly surprised. We merely tidied up a bit, planning to do a thorough job after work tonight, Zhang Yu smiled. Very well, follow me, Wang Bin acknowledged, leading them to Bobo and the others. Pointing to the group of small creatures, Wang Bin announced, these little ones will be your responsibility. Take good care of them. And you will also be in charge of crafting energy cubes. Absolutely, Su Ming gestured affirmatively. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, indicating her readiness as well. As for the fruit trees, I will purchase them shortly. Once our grove begins to yield fruit, we shall no longer require additional purchases. Then, regarding the energy cubes for Gung Gue, you need not concern yourselves. I shall handle it myself. After all, they are accustomed to my creations. And a sudden change in flavor might render them uneasy, Wang Bin continued. Which brand of tree fruit should we purchase? Su Ming brought up a point she was unsure about. No worries. I purchased some when I acquired the energy cubes for Gung Gue. Now, you may check what type of energy cubes you wish to create and what raw materials are required, Wang Bin assured, indicating that he would manage those details. Very well. Su Ming and Zhang Yu understood that this was to assess their professionalism. If they did not even know how to adapt the energy cubes, it would be quite unprofessional. No rush. You can observe for now, and I will go by the tree fruits. There's no urgency in concocting them. I still have some provisions for them here, which will suffice for the time being. Wang Bin had no intention of interfering with their formula writing. He would simply review the results later. This process is akin to solving a problem. If you set the answer aside and write step by step, honestly, the outcome is rarely satisfactory. Of course, this was Wang Bin's belief, a conclusion he had drawn during his own preparation for the rigorous mathematics exam for graduate school. As for the final outcome, naturally, he did not succeed. That unfortunate English exam had failed to meet the national standard. Seated upon the back of a soaring flying dragon, Wang Bin navigated with his phone in hand. Soon enough, he arrived at his destination. Hello, I am here to purchase tree fruits. Wang Bin casually inquired of a person clad in work attire. Ah, you should head over there to speak with the individual who is currently drinking water. The person nodded and gestured toward another. Thank you kindly, Wang Bin acknowledged before approaching the indicated individual. Greetings, I wish to buy tree fruits. Wang Bin began once more. Good day. Which variety are you looking for? The other person, noticing the potential transaction, instantly donned a welcoming smile. I desire all that you have available, Wang Bin declared. Since he aimed to establish an entire grove of tree fruits. Not a problem. We have all the varieties available in the market, except for the rarer ones, such as the sand-scaled fruit. How many would you like? The individual's eyes sparkled. This was a significant business opportunity. Let us go with 10 of each type. You can deliver them to my location, right? Wang Bin nodded decisively. This was all thanks to the village chief's advice to expand the land. Otherwise, fitting everything might have proven challenging. Now, it was perfect. Not only could he plant them, but there was also ample space to ensure adequate sunlight, while still leaving plenty of room for other purposes. Splendid. Certainly, we can not only deliver but also assist with planting, though a labor fee will be required. The individual nodded and explained. Chapter 48, Variety Show? That sounds delightful. Please assist with the planting, ensuring that sunlight reaches them. Wang Bin naturally opted to pay for the service. Such matters were not ones he intended to handle personally, merely some yellow and white objects. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Wang Bin discovered Su Ming seated at the computer, engrossed in her research. So, we don't need to oversee the cultivation chamber? Su Ming, noticing Wang Bin's curious gaze, seemed to grasp the situation intuitively. That is not the case. What I meant was that if I were absent, you could take a look. However, I did not anticipate that you would act on your own accord without my input. Wang Bin shook his head. The eyes of these university students are truly clear. There is genuine vitality within them. So, are you about to start a live stream? Su Ming glanced at the computer before her, as if she had come to a realization. Indeed, that is the case. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier that once you are promoted, you can purchase Pokémon eggs in the breeding house, and we will offer you a discount. Wang Bin suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about the Pokémon belonging to these two individuals, and thus he brought it up. All right, boss. We will strive for promotion, Su Ming replied, feeling positive about this, as she had previously learned about Wang Bin's reliability. His eyes truly reflect his sincerity. The quality of the Pokémon eggs will undoubtedly be assured. With that, Su Ming went off to find her close friend. Wang Bin officially commenced the live stream. Oh right, I will summarize the votes from the online users shortly. Tomorrow, let's restock. Gung Gue glanced at the now empty counter, realizing that new Pokémon eggs were indeed needed. No problem, and let us hold off on selling those ugly fish for now. We'll keep them for breeding. Although some have ordinary qualifications, even those can still find a market, Wang Bin nodded. Initially, he intended to sell those with qualifications below elite level, as the market is not solely comprised of high-end products. Oh look, it's Boss Bin. We are the #1 breeding house in the world. Boss Bin has finally started his stream. I am eager to watch the Pokémon now. At this moment, I trust no one but Boss Bin. Machoke is invincible. I now believe that my Machoke will not encounter any issues. If there were to be problems, they would have arisen long ago. The latter half of the upstairs comment seems oddly familiar. Wow, it appears that the current traffic is quite high. It is very popular. As soon as Wang Bin began his stream, he noticed the barrage of comments flooding into his chat room. That's quite impressive. However, why haven't you introduced the Pokémon eggs yet? Did you forget your main business while on a side quest? The upstairs commentator truly has no fear of repercussions. Just then, Wang Bin's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wei Shuiwa. Hello, President Wei, I am currently live streaming. What is the matter? Wang Bin answered the call directly and explained his situation. You're streaming? We can discuss this once you finish. Wei Shuiwa responded without revealing too much. That's fine. I can step away for a moment, Wang Bin assured. He promptly muted his microphone and distanced himself from the computer. All right, I'm all set here, he said, noting that the timing was appropriate. Although he had muted the microphone, he was cautious in case he made a mistake or if there was a malfunction. Thus, keeping his distance was prudent, concise, and to the point. Variety show? No, I want to go. Wang Bin rejected the offer without much thought. What purpose would that serve? Setting aside the content, he simply found the script too insincere to endure. 1 billion. Wei Shuiwa uttered 3 words. Then please elaborate on the specifics, Wang Bin requested. He admitted, feeling a stir of excitement. The price was indeed exorbitant. The potential for quick profits was undeniable. It involved survival challenges, where certain celebrities would embark on wilderness adventures, and he would serve as the team leader. Wei Shuiwei remained succinct in her response. Well then, the team leader must not only oversee the tasks, but also ensure their safety, which I am not equipped to handle. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Bin declined outright. Why is the money so easy to earn? He pondered. It appeared that the situation was rather complex. Weighing the circumstances, he concluded that the financial reward was insufficient to warrant such a considerable expenditure of energy. Primarily, any mishap could lead to significant complications. Accustomed to solo ventures, he lacked relevant experience. Moreover, what if there were female celebrities involved? The potential for scandal loomed large. That would be unbearable, an unwarranted tarnishing of his reputation. 120 million. Wei Shuiwei increased the stakes. Can you enlighten me as to why you are willing to offer such a sum? Wang Bin thought Wei Shuiwei had completely lost her mind. This financial backing felt more like folly than serious investment. The cost seemed more reasonable for hiring some rising stars. Firstly, your recent popularity is exceedingly high, which has spurred discussions around travel themes among netizens. Seizing this moment of high visibility, I believe it is worth attempting, she explained. Moreover, this price is quite reasonable. The fees for popular stars are not insignificant. Wei Shuiwei demonstrated a keen understanding of the industry. While the current popularity and fan base of those stars might surpass Wang Bin's, the disparity in talent was stark. They were essentially gambling on Wang Bin's rapid ascent. Whether it could translate into profit remained uncertain. However, adding one or two more celebrities would mitigate their losses considerably. This was a gamble. But the primary concern was ensuring that no safety incidents occurred. Is the 120 million post-tax? Wang Bin was on the verge of acquiescing, feeling a flicker of temptation. It is pre-tax, but you can initiate your own livestream. We plan to conduct this in a livestream format, which means that any gifts you receive will be yours. Of course, specific details were yet to be finalized. If it didn't work out, he would simply walk away without hesitation. All right, that is acceptable, he confirmed, finding no grounds for refusal. Chapter 49, a simple livestream. Connect, hurry, and connect. Brother, I've been eager for you to see my Pokémon. Boss Bin, teach the kids how to grow stronger. How to grow stronger. There are no shortcuts. Only hard work will suffice. Wang Bin's journey was unique and irreplicable. After all, others had not achieved the same level of success. Stop talking about strength. Let us just connect. All right, since everyone is impatient, we shall commence connecting. Wang Bin nodded, deciding against further idle chatter. Firstly, we have our first guest. Hello, young one. What would you like to discuss? Upon connecting, Wang Bin was greeted by a young boy. Hello, Boss Bin. I have a question I would like to consult you about. The other party seemed somewhat distressed, uncertain whether to voice their thoughts. You speak, Wang Bin prompted, nodding slightly. Before the other could articulate their feelings, he refrained from offering his opinion. You see, when I was a child, I raised a little Rattata, but it still hasn't evolved into Eradicate. I'm unsure if I should continue nurturing it, the other finally spoke. Is there a difference in handling this little Rattata based on two choices? Wang Bin inquired. If I decide to give up and switch to another Pokémon, I would release this little Rattata, the other side, their expression steeped in melancholy. If I don't give up, that means I will continue to care for it, right? Wang Bin pressed further. Yes, the other affirmed with a nod. Will you still aspire to be a trainer in the future? Wang Bin felt this was a matter deserving serious contemplation, intertwining various considerations. I will, the other replied, still nodding. But if you can't even care for a single Rattata, are you certain you have the means to nurture other Pokémon? Wang Bin furrowed his brow, sensing a contradiction in the other's words. No, I plan to work to save money for a Pokémon egg, the other responded, momentarily flustered. Their subtle gestures did not escape Wang Bin's notice. What if the other was not as he presumed? Wouldn't he that unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? If he were later subjected to online harassment, he would be the instigator. Therefore, it was best to refrain from discussing matters lacking evidence. Moreover, if the other intended to sell the little Rattata, what could be done about it? Could one possibly monitor such actions around the clock? Was that not absurd? In reality, it could easily be sold on the black market. Thus, this was a matter that hardly warranted discussion. Wouldn't that be too late? I feel that starting then would hinder my journey as a trainer. The other clearly was reluctant to wait too long. Not at all, considering your age, which seems younger than mine, and your intention to work for a Pokémon egg, it shouldn't take too long. Are you perhaps aiming for an egg of a gym-class Pokémon or higher? Wang Bin thought the other was merely talking nonsense. Common and elite quality Pokémon eggs were not excessively expensive. The money saved from working was primarily for nurturing. Once the Pokémon outgrew its juvenile stage, one could engage in various trainer-related jobs, such as acting as a sparring partner, which could yield a fair income. At least it would suffice for daily expenses. Indeed, I wish to acquire a Pokémon of higher quality. The other nodded earnestly, expressing their desire. Wang Bin fell silent, rationally contemplating his own aspirations. I too wish to purchase one, but the cost is prohibitive. Perhaps it is best to forego it. How long would I need to work for that? I don't know, but I find their determination rather admirable. You seem to have forgotten the subject is the little Rattata. At that moment, a little Rattata appeared on the screen, and Wang Bin casually assessed it. A common quality one. It truly lacks potential. The most crucial balance lies between emotions and future prospects. I cannot make this decision for you, as the outcomes of this choice are of great significance to you. I can only express how I would approach it. If it were me, I would find it difficult to part with this years-long relationship. So I would choose to wait a few more years. In fact, I might not even purchase a Pokémon with dojo qualifications. Instead, I would acquire an elite quality Caterpie and then diligently strive to progress step by step. Wang Bin merely articulated his thoughts without suggesting what the other party should do. All right, Boss Bin, thank you, the other party nodded. As for whether they absorbed Wang Bin's words, he could not tell. It's nothing really. This is a significant matter regarding your future, so you must prepare adequately. Wang Bin waved his hand. Shortly thereafter, the other party hung up the phone. Indeed, most of it consisted of trivial matters, such as life. No worries, let us carry on. They might reside on the opposite side of the globe, where time flows in reverse, and then the moment arrives. EU time, perhaps? Music software, activate. Since today marks the onboarding of 2 new female employees, both performing admirably, Wang Bin decided to prepare a delightful meal as a welcome gesture. So, do you have any dietary restrictions? This was a question he needed to clarify. None. Both women shook their heads in unison. Then I shall proceed with the preparations. Wang Bin nodded. In any case, if you say you have none, then that is the case. Should any arise later, you may simply choose other dishes. No need to prepare too much. I don't eat a lot, as I need to monitor my energy intake, Zhang Yu remarked, noting that girls tend to be quite conscious of their weight. No worries. All these dishes are homemade. If it's not specified, then it's 0 calories. Wang Bin waved his hand, adding this remark. Watching Wang Bin's departing figure, the 2 women felt something was amiss. Is this for real? Chapter 50. Wang Bin. Whether there are jujubes or not, let us take a swing. All right, let us leave it at that. Wang Bin had already selected the Pokémon eggs and was preparing to check out. Got it. Seeing Wang Bin purchase so much, the shop owner was quite pleased, as selling more means earning more. At least, the delivery could be received at any time without needing to check if one is at home. No problem, boss. The other party nodded. These are all minor matters. Since you've paid, we will certainly provide excellent service. After all, this isn't a one-time transaction. We will have further dealings, won't we? After completing his purchase, Wang Bin rode off on his Charizard. He had bought numerous Pokémon eggs this time. As the demand remained high and they sold swiftly, he had also taken into account the comments from his fans, though merely as a reference, since those who do not purchase can also leave comments. Mr. Wei, are you here to discuss that variety show? Wang Bin called out. Indeed, Wei Shua nodded. All right, Charizard. Let us head down. Wang Bin patted Charizard's back to signal its descent. Roar, no problem. Charizard landed smoothly. Who is this? Wang Bin inquired of an unfamiliar individual upon disembarking. This is Director Li, the chief director of this variety show. Wei Shuiwe, seeking to delve deeper into the matter. Summoned the director as well. Hello, Director Li, Wang Bin acknowledged with a nod. Observing that Bao Feilong remained passive, he did not perceive him as a director. After all, as a Pokémon fond of watching films and dramas, Bao Feilong was quite knowledgeable about the intricacies of the entertainment industry. Please, take a seat. I'll fetch some tea. Wang Bin indicated the sofa upon entering. After exchanging a series of perfunctory pleasantries devoid of substance, Wang Bin and his companions prepared to discuss the matter at hand. Allow me to introduce the main format. It will be a live broadcast. As Wei has mentioned, you will be running your own segment while we operate ours. The distinction lies in my guidance on when to cut to different scenes, while your segment will be entirely your own responsibility. You will serve as the team leader, overseeing 6 members who will live in the forest. We've also prepared some tasks for you to complete. Director Li briefly outlined matters pertinent to Wang Bin. In essence, it was rather mundane, something the audience would undoubtedly find unappealing. The allure resided with the celebrities. Thus, certain elements were specifically crafted with these stars in mind, ensuring a promising viewership. It was certainly not out of fear of backlash that he approached the situation this way. Everything seems in order. But let me state a few points. Firstly, the location must be on the outskirts of the forest. I will not accept a deeper venture at this price. And as I am the team leader, should anyone find my methods unsatisfactory and wish to depart, I will consent, but the remaining arrangements will be up to you. I shall not intervene. Additionally, with the limited capacity of one person, I cannot guarantee that I can monitor them all the time. So I will need some of you to keep an eye on things to prevent any real trouble. Wang Bin began to lighten his own burdens. After all, the payment was fixed, and the less work he had to do thereafter, the better. Yet, it was troublesome. Additionally, the viewership ratings did not appear to significantly impact his earnings. Wang Bin implied that the concern for viewership was theirs, not his. Even with low ratings, it mattered little. The payment was assured, and the broadcast duration would suffice. 80 hours a month, totaling 960 hours a year. Outdoor variety shows can run for a full 24 hours a day. In other words, a year's tasks could be completed in just 40 days. It's remarkably simple. Very well. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Was he unaware of this? Certainly not. He was well aware, much like those who aim to exploit challenges for gain. However, it seemed the other party was unable to generate any more revenue, leading Wang Bin to acquiesce. Subsequently, the two sides engaged in various discussions, ultimately yielding little change. Wang Bin would often remark on the difficulties encountered, implying a need for increased compensation. Yet, in the end, no additional fees were added. Nonetheless, the difficulty of this activity was genuinely low. Thus, the commencement would likely transpire swiftly, and Mr. Wong was advised to prepare accordingly. Director Lee has wrapped up the discussion, and it is nearly time to commence. The remaining young celebrities and internet stars are considerably easier to manage. If you choose not to participate, there will be others who will. Popularity does not hinge solely on you. Attendance is voluntary. After bidding farewell to Wei Shuiwei and Director Lee, Wang Bin once again settled in front of his computer. Of course, he had no intention of going live. He merely intended to change the title. A simple alteration would suffice, effectively informing his audience of the update. As for any discussions that might arise within the chat room, he anticipated there would be some. But Wang Bin chose to ignore them. To him, it was as if they did not exist. This exemplifies the principle of straightforward substitution. Suddenly, Wang Bin cast his gaze toward the distant Ma camp. The creatures seemed to be in a considerably better state now. After all, Pokémon possess relatively high intelligence, allowing them to grasp many matters quite swiftly, unlike ordinary pet dogs. I believe it is manageable. Should any symptoms recur, simply have the owner bring it back, he mused. This young one still possesses some wit, and currently, it wouldn't dare act aggressively. Whether it is merely playing a part is uncertain. If that were the case, Dragonite would likely notice. Chapter 51, Ma Camp departed. Wang Bin harbored no sympathy for Pokémon that attack their trainers without provocation. Soon, he established contact with Ma Camp Invincible. Alright, Boss Bin, but we are indeed quite uneasy given the brief time frame, they responded. No worries, it's not a significant issue. It already understands your intentions, and you must have seen the training videos regarding it. The three of us have become a psychological shadow for it. At home, it will temper its temper and accept training. It will make the right choice, considering Pokémon are not lacking in intelligence, Wang Bin reassured them. That makes sense. Thank you, Boss Bin. If any issues arise, we will reach out. For now, we are heading to the Pokémon Center, they replied. Sounds good. Just call me when you arrive, he said. Since Wang Bin had no plans to go live today, he had little to attend to and could easily notice any incoming calls. Just as he finished sending a text, the phone rang. Hello, Director Wei. You aren't about to tell me we're starting the recording soon, are you? Wang Bin thought this was the reason for the call. No, it's regarding a promotional matter. Rest assured, it is official from the Mongolian Provincial Agricultural Bureau. They are seeking a streamer with considerable reach, which is how we found you. Wei Shuiwei clarified the situation. Oh, from the official alliance department? That should ensure quality. What about the remuneration? Wang Bin inquired, intrigued by the official nature of the offer. The payment isn't particularly substantial. It may not meet your expectations, Wei Shuiwei informed him. That is somewhat anticipated, Wang Bin nodded. Will you accept? The product is Kintaro meat rolls. We intend to enlist 3 top streamers to promote it. The other 2 have already been confirmed. If you agree to promote it, you can join them or do it solo, Wei Shuiwei explained candidly. All necessary certifications for the product are in order, I presume? Wang Bin continued with his inquiries. There is indeed a complete array of items. Wei Shuiwei nodded in agreement. There are no issues. As for the official materials, we can manage that. And a slight decrease in income is of no concern, since I have no intention of selling goods anyway. Consider it a pastime. As for sales, I cannot guarantee anything. Wang Bin expressed that the remuneration was insufficient, yet the task could be accomplished, albeit with no assurance of quality. Very well, I shall send the items directly to you. You should receive them by tomorrow, after which we can commence. Upon hearing Wang Bin's agreement to send the items immediately, Wei Shuiwei was relieved, wishing to avert any potential change of mind from the other party. By the way, can you manage the link for the live stream? I have no experience in that area. Wang Bin began to voice additional requests. No problem. We will arrange for staff to assist you with that. Wei Shuiwei was pleased to fulfill this minor request on the spot. And what about the contract? Wang Bin brought up the final point, emphasizing that the contract was paramount. He would only trust what was formalized in writing. I will send you the electronic contract shortly. Just a signature will suffice, Wei Shuiwei assured him, having already contemplated how to proceed with these matters. Excellent. Then I have no further issues on my end. Wang Bin nodded in acknowledgement. However, I do have a concern. The variety show has passed the review process, and filming is expected to commence in just a few days. Wei Shuiwei remarked while glancing at the information on her computer. Wang Bin was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the rapidity of the approval. How could this be possible? He found it quite unreasonable. Ahem, you know how it is. Wei Shuiwei chuckled lightly. Understood, Wang Bin grasped the situation. As the saying goes, having connections in the right places facilitates matters. This clearly indicated some insider knowledge. No problem. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave. With that, Wei Shuiyue intended to end the call. Wang Bin, however, preemptively terminated the call. At that moment, a message from the powerful Goliath Pokémon arrived, indicating its arrival at the designated location. Wang Bin produced the Pokeball and initiated a video call, transporting it forthwith. The Goliath emerged, immediately embracing its trainer and bursting into tears. Wang Bin observed the incongruous sight of a robust Goliath clinging to a young girl, weeping. This scene struck him as rather disconcerting, yet he had already ended the call, oblivious to the peculiarity. Wei Shiyue's contract was promptly sent over. After a thorough review, Wang Bin signed without hesitation. Soon thereafter, his payment was received. Of course, this was merely a base salary. The subsequent commission depended entirely on his sales performance. Greetings. We have come to plant fruit trees, a burly man announced as he entered the shop. Ah, hello, please follow me. Wang Bin nodded, pleasantly surprised by the company's efficiency. Leading the individuals to the yard, he pointed out the pre-planned areas designated for planting. These spots are designated for cultivation. How you arrange them is up to you. Rest assured, we have extensive experience in this field. We are quite adept at our work, the other party responded confidently. Very well. I shall leave it in your capable hands, Wang Bin affirmed. He firmly believed that professional tasks should be entrusted to professionals. Moreover, this endeavor is not akin to home decoration. What techniques could he possibly employ? Besides, he is right here, and any subtle movements would not escape his notice. Wang Bin worked alongside the laborers, and as a seasoned expert in the art of jade washing, he found this task quite effortless. Furthermore, there was no need for mental exertion regarding future plans, as everything had already been arranged. Following the established plan, he completed his work swiftly. Chapter 52, Profiting from Sales. Little ones, once these berry trees grow a bit more, you will be able to make your home here. Wang Bin said with a smile to the small creatures before him. He did not intend for them to reside here just yet, as the berry trees were not fully prepared. I wish to live here directly, said Hu, expressing its profound affection for the berry trees, which brought it such delight. Even in the absence of berries, residing here posed no issue. Oh, I feel the same way, chimed in the Jijikai, who also expressed a preference for this place. Being grass-type Pokémon, their fondness for flora was quite natural. Very well, you may stay here and look after these berry trees. Wang Bin nodded in agreement, naturally consenting to the little one's desires. After all, these small creatures were unlikely to cause any destruction, so there was little concern. We, Pidgeys, want to come here too. The Pidgeys followed suit, eager to join their companions. All right, but the berry trees are not yet complete, so be extremely cautious while building your nests. Wang Bin said after a moment's contemplation, granting permission while advising them to exercise care. As for his earlier thoughts, they were promptly cast aside. But there are no branches available. Do we need to venture into the wild to collect some? Gengar expressed concern that the little ones might encounter danger outside. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. I will keep an eye on them, and as long as they stick together, it will be quite simple, said the Dragonite confidently. Then I entrust this task to you. Gengar nodded in agreement, relieved that it was not the one venturing out. Hee, it's all yours, Wang Bin chuckled in response. Rest assured, little ones, let's go, Tatar, take off. Dragonite shouted, soaring into the sky. Wang Bin watched the departing Dragonite in silence. After a moment, he spoke. Should I not have allowed it to indulge in anime? Gengar reassured him, it's merely a phase. Perhaps in a few days, it will be fine. No one understood Dragonite better than it did, and this concern was trifling. At that moment, a Bulbasaur dashed over. Whoosh whoosh. Oh dear. The Bulbasaur had come to play with the Jijikai. Wang Bin recalled that this little one typically accompanied its trainer in crafting energy cubes. He remembered that at this hour, Su Ming and the others were likely wrapping up their tasks. Given that they had come to check on the berry trees today, they should still be engaged in their work. Due to the presence of a fruit forest nearby, I wish to spend some time here today. Understood, enjoy yourself. Wang Bin nodded. I can't shake the feeling that this trip may not suffice, Wang Bin remarked, gazing at the branches on Bobo's feet in the distance. Indeed, it appears insufficient. I concur, so I suspect we may need to make a few more trips. Gega shared the same sentiment. Gega speaks wisely. And Gung Gue nodded in agreement. After years of camaraderie, their ability to read each other's expressions was finally honed. This Kintaro meat roll looks genuinely impressive. At this moment, Wang Bin had received his package and began to inspect the meat roll. Gego observed that it appeared quite promising, and after cooking, it would likely be quite palatable. Gung Gue, with his seasoned eye, recognized its quality as well. What are you staring at? Let us dig in. Bayo Philong asserted that the most sensible course of action was to taste it immediately. That's reasonable. Let us invite Su Ming and the others for lunch to sample it. After all, there is plenty to go around, and we can also save some for the afternoon's promotional needs. Wang Bin nodded, affirming that it indeed needed to be tasted. Gega, why leave any leftovers? We could simply eat and stream live simultaneously, Gung Gue suggested, feeling it unnecessary to complicate matters further. Wouldn't the most genuine reactions reflect the product's quality? It certainly seems like that would provide the audience with the most authentic assessment. Bayo Philong understood the merits of Gung Gue's approach. All right, let us proceed with this plan. It will be more convenient. Wang Bin nodded, ultimately deciding to embrace Gung Gui's suggestion. As for the Cho-Cho fish, can this little creature partake in hot pot? Wang Bin pondered whether to toss the cooked items into its aquarium, effectively turning it into a hot pot experience. Of course, one could also remove the Cho-Cho fish and feed it directly. But this proposal was outright rejected by the fish. It preferred the energy cubes, deeming them simpler, more convenient, and delectable. Later, Wang Bin approached Su Ming and the others. We're having hot pot for lunch, including Kintaro meat rolls, which I plan to promote in a live stream. Will you join? Certainly. Sounds good. Su Ming nodded. Should we appear on camera to endorse it? Zhang Yu ventured to inquire. That is fine. If you wish to appear, you may, and if not, that is perfectly acceptable as well. The same goes for advertising, Wang Bin replied, expressing that he had no stringent demands. Then I'll appear without promoting anything. I'll just serve as a backdrop, Zhang Yu remarked, hesitant to endorse products. I feel the same, Su Ming chimed in. No problem. Let us proceed with that arrangement, Wang Bin affirmed. At midday, everything was prepared, and Wang Bin initiated the live stream. Promoting products, generating revenue. His title was succinct, comprising merely these 4 words. Wow, it seems the ultimate goal of live streaming is indeed sales. I initially thought this space would be pure. But now, well, it's quite amusing really. I'm contemplating unfollowing. Hold on before you unfollow. Listen to today's offerings, and you'll understand why. Truly. Grant me a small opportunity. Wang Bin was not inclined to forfeit his efforts so easily. Upstairs, remain calm. This product is spearheaded by the Alliance. And there are no issues. I have observed that other prominent streamers have already showcased it. How do you know? It's the Kintaro beef roll. I spotted it at a glance. Haha, impressive. Your keen eye is commendable. Today's item for promotion is indeed the Kintaro beef roll, and as previously mentioned, it is initiated by the Provincial Agricultural Bureau, along with various inspection reports that I have reviewed. Thus, I agreed to promote it, Wang Bin remarked with a smile. Chapter 53, Promotion? Just a meal, really. To be honest, Wang Bin did not anticipate that this product would be recognized so swiftly. However, this is beneficial. At least the misunderstanding was cleared up quickly, avoiding a repeat of the earlier confusion. I see, so it's led by the official Alliance Department. That makes sense. No wonder. Since it is official, I shall forgive you. Misunderstanding resolved. Let us move on. As for the tasting, I had not sampled it before. But now I will taste it and share my impressions with you all. Wang Bin chuckled, and since the misunderstanding was resolved, he continued with his work. He opened the packaging and showcased it to the camera. The beef roll looked quite appealing. Not much different from the meat I purchased from the Kintaro ranch in the neighboring village. Let us get started, Wang Bin explained. He could not discern the beef's marbling too well, relying solely on intuition. For convenience, he simply bought directly from the nearby Kintaro ranch, which he knew was reliable, thus eliminating the selection process. As for cooking outdoors, who would bother making hot pot on a whim? The marbling of the beef roll appeared satisfactory to him. But this was merely his subjective perception, unnecessary to articulate. The audience would see it for themselves. After all, sometimes what he finds appealing may not resonate with the viewers. Honestly, this looks really good. I just wonder about the price. The price, you ask? Quite simple, 299 yuan for 300 grams, Wang Bin replied candidly. Primarily, he was not concerned about sales. With food also available nearby, he was eager to eat. Thus his remarks were rather casual. Not bad, indeed. Let us share the link. All right, I'll share the link. Please wait a moment. The official staff will assist me in posting it, and you can click to purchase. If there are any issues, it's a tenfold compensation for any fakes. Wang Bin expressed this with no sense of burden. Surely, the alliance wouldn't undermine its own reputation, would it? With that, Wang Bin took his seat to enjoy his meal. It was indeed delicious. Yet he was quite indifferent towards selling it, showing little interaction. Wasn't he just chatting with Gung Gui and Bao Feilong? The rather unattractive fish in the background occasionally bubbled up. Hence, hosting a live stream for product promotion seems as simple as uttering a few words. I could do that too. At this moment, Wei Shuiwei was also watching Wang Bin's live stream. However, she now understood. Wang Bin worked for money, and the effectiveness was tied to the price offered. The compensation was minimal, thus the results were mediocre. As for the alliance's reputation, it merely required him to accept this task. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Nevertheless, it was indeed accomplished. The data from the back end appears satisfactory. There are customers making purchases. Soon enough, Wang Bin finished his meal. Well, comrades, the food here is quite decent. If you're inclined to try it, feel free to sample. But don't overindulge. What if it doesn't suit your palate? Wang Bin addressed the camera. By the way, Boss Bin, I heard you're set to participate in a variety show. Where did that rumor originate from upstairs? I haven't encountered such information myself. I have a friend within the industry who mentioned it. I thought I'd inquire. A variety show? Wang Bin pondered whether this information was deliberately disseminated or merely a slip of the tongue. After all, it could be a marketing ploy by the organizers. Or perhaps an inadvertent leak by someone. Thus, he was uncertain about how much he could disclose. At that moment, Wei Shuiwei sent him a message. Wei Shuiwei, you can speak about it. An announcement will be made shortly, so it's all good. It is indeed happening, and soon there will be an official statement. As for whether there is a script, I'm unsure. If there is, I won't be reviewing it. The contract doesn't stipulate that I must adhere to any script or similar content. Upon reading this message, Wang Bin immediately shared the information. Most importantly, since we'll be in the wilderness, the feasibility of following a script remains uncertain. Who can guarantee that external conditions will align? Thus, he resolved not to adhere to any script, provided there was one at all. Director, Marula, this is directed at me. The director genuinely considered replacing the cast. But with contracts already signed, the implication of breach penalties deterred him from doing so. What genre of variety show is it? It wouldn't be one of those typical formats, would it? No need for speculation. The official announcement has been made. It's a wilderness survival show, tailored to the profession. Oh, it's already been disclosed? Then it's permissible to share. It's a wilderness survival variety show, and I'll be the team leader. The camera presence shouldn't be excessive, and I'll simply keep an eye on things. We'll remain on the outskirts of the forest, where the danger level is minimal. I'll also be live streaming. In summary, there will be fewer occurrences, yet the financial remuneration is substantial. Wang Bin was somewhat reticent to elaborate, as he believed that talking too much would be futile. Ultimately, witnessing the event firsthand is what truly matters. Boasting about grand productions before their premiere often leads to disappointment, akin to the disparity between hype and reality in film and television releases. Thus, Wang Bin felt it prudent to say less. There is money to be made. Boss Bin isn't short on funds, yet he still revels in earning. Money never betrays me. I can entrust it completely. Ouch. He glanced to find only a minor scrape, laughing heartily. However, he believed that the stars who rise in this industry have not done so effortlessly. Of course, this sentiment applies across various fields. Only with sufficient skill can one avoid being swept away. I can already envision Boss Bin's account inundated with a barrage of fan vitriol. The live streaming room might experience the same. It's of no concern. Simply ignore them. When the time comes, I'll have some moderators ban a few of them. Wang Bin waved his hand, dismissing the matter as insignificant. He was confident that should he face online harassment, he could easily resort to legal action, as he possessed ample human, material, and financial resources. The prospect of a prolonged court battle held no fear for him. The entire situation could be summed up in 2 words: perfunctory. It seemed unlikely that anyone would seek his assistance in product promotion again. Chapter 54, Issues with the Goods. So Wang Bin, do you truly merit the trust of so many of us? And you, Agricultural Bureau, do you honor our faith in you? Refund, compensation, explanation, apology. The echoes of fury resonated from his phone. The meat rolls featured in the video from Gega appeared decidedly subpar. Gung Gui sat beside Wang Bin, watching the video, and sensed something was amiss with the merchandise. We should hold a live broadcast shortly to ascertain the extent of the issues, and then head to the warehouse. Wang Bin nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After all, he had endorsed these products, and he was undoubtedly accountable for any problems that arose. Before long, the live stream commenced. All right, brothers, without further ado, let us discover how many of you have encountered issues with your orders, Wang Bin declared with resolve. His first step was to assess the situation, conduct an investigation, and ultimately resolve the matter. It was imperative to demonstrate his commitment. He couldn't appear indifferent or disengaged. I have 2. I have one here. Wang Bin noted the numerous complaints flooding in. All right, I see there are indeed many issues. And while there are some duplicates, the total is still substantial. Please hold on while I make a call. He retrieved his phone without hesitation, dialing Wei Shuiwei directly. The call connected swiftly. Hello, President Wei. We have encountered problems with the products sold here. Have other streamers associated with this merchandise reported similar issues? Wang Bin sought clarity. Yes, others have faced problems as well. I have already received feedback and am currently investigating, Wei Shuiwei replied, demonstrating her seriousness regarding the matter. Do you have the address of the shipping warehouse? I'd like to bring a buyer along to compare notes, Wang Bin inquired, believing that large corporations often move too slowly through bureaucratic processes, and that his personal involvement would expedite matters. Yes, I've sent it to you on Green Bubble. Wei Shuiwei responded promptly, aware that Wang Bin's investigation would not be hindered by her. Thank you, I'll get to work now. Wang Bin acknowledged before ending the call. He then turned to the camera, asking, is there anyone available to accompany me to the warehouse? Flying Lu, I'll come. I have the time. Great, Lu. Please message me privately in the backend shortly, and I'll send you the address. We'll meet there, Wang Bin replied. Nodding, I'll end the broadcast for now, and once we check the goods, we'll resume. Rest assured, you all know the address of my cultivation house. He assured his viewers without glancing at the barrage of comments, focusing instead on taking action. All right. It has to work. Even if it doesn't seem feasible. Hey, don't treat me like a bandit. Wang Bin felt the discordance of the comments, but chose not to dwell on it. After uttering that remark, he concluded the broadcast. It is accurate to say that once the boss has employees, he can reduce his workload. No problem, Boss Bin, Su Ming and the others nodded in agreement. After all, if they were not managing the store, a considerable portion of their time would still be dedicated to creating energy cubes, regardless of the location. Wang Bin subsequently sent the information to Xiao Lu, who had previously expressed interest in accompanying him. All right, it's settled. Bao Filang, let us go, Wang Bin declared. And Bao Filang promptly arrived. Mounting Bao Filang, Wang Bin soared into the sky. In the warehouse, Wang Bin inquired, are our Kintaro meat rolls here? Pointing towards a cold storage unit. Yes, they are all here, but the dates may not align with what you have, as we need to restock and ship, a staff member nodded in response. Well, let us take a few out to compare, Wang Bin suggested, ready to begin his evaluation. Upon examining the items, he immediately noticed discrepancies. In essence, it was a matter of goods. Given that Boss Bin had not previously inspected or researched, he recognized the oversight was partly his responsibility. It is indeed the case. But one must also consider the trust placed in the alliance. Yet, this is the outcome. Frankly, if the alliance approached me and provided various certifications, I would likely respond as Boss Bin did. There simply wasn't enough rigor in this process. I doubt I will be involved in merchandise again after this, he reflected. All right then, this situation is distinct. I will transfer the funds to you within the next couple of days, tenfold, and I will seek out the remaining balance. Do not worry, I will ensure you do not incur losses, Wang Bin affirmed, initiating the aftermath of the situation. Directly providing it? Boss Bin is truly a man of his word, came the response. However, it seemed that compensation would not be inexpensive. That's all right, even if it's costly. I can manage. The truth of the matter has come to light. I will end the broadcast now, address this issue, and also look for after-sales support for myself. Wang Bin chuckled before shutting down the live stream. Fortunately, the number of people purchasing through his link during the broadcast was not overwhelming. Xiao Lu, show me your travel expenses. I will reimburse you, Wang Bin insisted, demonstrating his consideration. Sure, Xiao Lu replied without hesitation, having already felt the sting of being a consumer in this situation and thus was not inclined to be polite. After bidding farewell to Xiao Lu, Wang Bin called Wei Shuiyue. What is going on here? The officials brought someone to work and then created this mess. What is this? Bullying through power? He expressed his frustration. Yet, suggesting they take legal action was daunting. After all, they were merchants. Didn't you see what happened to that certain princess who ended up losing everything? While Wei Shuiyue was indeed a merchant, her priority was self-preservation. All right, I understand. It's nothing serious, Wang Bin nodded, comprehending Wei Shuyue's perspective. He recalled how, in the past, he had shared similar fears when he had nothing. However, circumstances had changed. Now, he would stand firm. If they intended to obstruct his breeding facility, he would simply shut it down. Hanging up the phone, Wang Bin turned to Bao Filang and Gengar. Let us head to the Agricultural Bureau of Meng Province. With that, they set off. The ferocious dragon is unfazed by such trifles. Let us proceed. The ghostly figure chuckled softly. Chapter 55, Agricultural Bureau of Meng Province. All funds have been exhausted. Should there be any outstanding payments, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am now pursuing debts and will not be live streaming. Following the settlement of his debts, Wang Bin altered the title of his live stream. Truly, Boss Bin is a man of fortitude. I had intended to tune in after seeing the payments had been received. Yet I was taken aback that he chose to pursue accountability rather than engage in a live broadcast to attract followers and traffic. A genuine warrior. Indeed, that is the essence of the alliance. To be candid, the ones who should be anxious are the personnel of the Agricultural Bureau. If the alliance were to show favoritism and impede Boss Bin's endeavors, I would wholeheartedly applaud his decision to emigrate. It now remains to be seen whether Boss Bin's temper will flare. Should he truly take action at this level, there would be no doubt that it would be unstoppable. Let us not be naive. Does one truly believe Boss Bin lacks discernment? Seeking answers is reasonable, yet resorting to violence would be folly. However, one can never be certain. In one's 20s, when passions run high, who knows if one might lose their composure? Within the live stream, many appear to revel in the chaos. Indeed, a multitude hopes for Wang Bin to stir up a commotion. Wang Bin, however, remains oblivious to this, as he is preoccupied with his journey. Hello, I am a product promoter who has come across your order. I wish to inquire about certain matters in detail. At last, Wang Bin arrived at the Agricultural Bureau. Upon entering, he refrained from immediately stating his purpose, contemplating that perhaps they had yet to grasp the situation, allowing him the chance to meet with the leadership directly. If he were to voice his concerns, the leader might very well be attending a meeting elsewhere. He was hesitant to gamble on whether the leader was a benevolent figure, especially given the recent issues surrounding the meat rolls, which suggested otherwise. Naturally, this was merely Wang Bin's conjecture. Very well, I do not possess extensive knowledge on this matter. Allow me to escort you to the individual responsible for product promotions. The staff member nodded, offering no further commentary. After all, this was not a personal concern, so they had little incentive to intervene. Moreover, despite recent occurrences, this bureau dealt with more than just one shipment. Thus, it was reasonable to assume Wang Bin was interested in other products, such as Moo Moo milk. Soon, Wang Bin was ushered into a reception room. An office worker approached him. Greetings, may I inquire which product you wish to learn about? I represent a substantial entity. Kindly take me to meet your leader, and we shall discuss matters in detail, Wang Bin remarked, noting that the individual before him was rather young and likely lacked the authority to make significant decisions, prompting him to refrain from elaborating further. Understood, I will inquire momentarily. The worker replied with a nod, recognizing that discussing large orders with a leader was a standard procedure. It was evident that the leadership had acquiesced. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks echoed, followed by a voice from within. Please enter. Upon entering, the staff member introduced, Director Wong. This is the individual seeking information regarding product promotions. Very well. Director Wong acknowledged with a nod. The staff member then departed, leaving Wang Bin alone with Director Wong. Please, have a seat, Director Wong offered courteously. After all, a successful conversation could assist him in fulfilling his responsibilities. Wang Bin took a seat, wearing a half-smile, yet before he could utter a word, the other party recognized him. Are you Mr. Wang Bin? The director's jovial demeanor had dissipated. It was evident that the individual had come seeking an explanation. In that moment, his mood soured. Oh, it seems Director Wong is already aware of my intentions. Let us speak plainly, Wang Bin remarked with a smile. Silence enveloped the office as Wang Bin locked eyes with the director, clearly intent on allowing the other to speak first. He felt justified, allowing him to maintain a straight posture while observing the director. As a person of low decorum, he understood the principle of not yielding when in the right. At present, we are conducting an investigation, and we will reach a conclusion soon. Once we have results, we will contact you immediately, the director stated, sensing Wang Bin's silence and resorting to formalities. How soon is soon? Wang Bin was skeptical of such vague assurances. These empty official phrases were merely for show. It's hard to specify. Given that it's an investigation, no one can guarantee a timeline, the director replied, emphasizing that the matter required substantiation and due process. He didn't wish to sound evasive, but he found himself at a loss for words. Then why don't you get moving? You're drawing a salary from taxpayers while sitting idly here? A problem arises. And you remain here as if there's nothing amiss. Are there newspapers and tea in your drawer? Oh wait, it must be a phone now, Wang Bin retorted, visibly displeased. We have dispatched personnel to investigate. Please remain patient, Mr. Wong. The director maintained a cordial front. Fine, I shan't engage in idle chatter. 3 days, just 3 days. Wang Bin declared, raising 3 fingers. Mr. Wong, we truly are in the midst of an investigation, and I cannot provide you with a definitive timeline. I can only assure you that we will do our utmost, the director replied, employing a stalling tactic. It matters not. I shall wait 3 days. Upon my return, my demeanor will be quite different, Wang Bin stated before departing. He had already exerted sufficient pressure. A person of his stature could effectively make an impact without further words. All right, I've finished my discussion with the Agricultural Bureau of Meng Province. They have yet to conclude their investigation, and I have granted them 3 days. We shall see what unfolds, Wang Bin announced during a live stream, updating his followers on the current situation. I have given them this time. Surely, I won't be staging a scene akin to Huang Chao's rebellion, will I? How dare one jest about Huang Chao's aspirations? He mused, bemused by the irrelevance of the quote. Setting aside the fact that the original meaning suggested that if one achieved their lofty ambitions, Huang Chao would be inconsequential. It was clear that such a reference was inappropriate in this context. To draw a parallel between his situation and that of Huang Chao was utterly absurd. What circumstances did Huang Chao face? His era was dominated by powerful families wielding diverse Pokémon. Becoming a trainer today was relatively straightforward, unlike in those times. Let us not forget the monetary cost of becoming a trainer, Wang Bin stated, extending 5 fingers. 500 taels of silver. At that time, the price of rice was 10 won per dough, in reference to the Kaiyuan era, and 500 taels of silver could be considered, at the very least, equivalent to over 1 million in today's currency. Many commoners would struggle throughout their lives to amass such wealth. Moreover, the price of rice was influenced by powerful families, who would never allow the common folk to possess Pokémon, as this would pose a potential threat to their dominance. This is precisely why Huang Chao took such actions, donning the guise of a bear and achieving legendary status through battle. Furthermore, who would dare to mock Huang Chao's masculinity? Wang Bin shook his head and chuckled after finishing his remarks. Chapter 56. Let's talk money. Who is Huang Chao? You don't know Huang Chao? He is famous for a poem you must have heard of, titled after failing the imperial examination, I compose a poem on chrysanthemums. Wang Bin refrained from directly suggesting that the other party search for it or provide a detailed introduction. I see. However, it seems that Huang Chao and his faction were not entirely honorable. They were known to consume human flesh. I also heard rumors about them feasting on princesses. Though the latter claim lacks evidence, it remains a question mark. I belong to a faction with strength, and the 3 of us have no other family ties. Thus we are unafraid of any retaliation. Wang Bin had made his point quite clear. In past encounters, his family had simply advised him to steer clear of such matters unless he had someone backing him. Indeed, it is said that the one who stands out attracts the fire of the gun. Do you think they wouldn't be able to discern your situation? In other words, if you have certain connections, some matters can be resolved privately. All right, let us refrain from discussing such sensitive issues. Wang Bin sensed that his livestream might soon come to an end. So, your explanation amounts to a simple mistake, claiming it was a small workshop? Wang Bin was taken aback by Director Wang's response. Yes, that is indeed the case. It was our oversight, Director Wang acknowledged with a nod. Haha. Then how do you explain the various certificates? Did you forge them, or did you simply neglect to review them? Wang Bin chuckled derisively. This is absurd. An official organization of the Alliance would choose to collaborate with a mere workshop and then encounter such issues. Frankly, even fiction would hesitate to portray such a scenario. Yet, this is the stark reality we face. What does this signify? It signifies that reality does not always adhere to logic. After all, no one can guarantee the flawless execution of a task, so errors are, unfortunately, inevitable. We will do our utmost to rectify the situation, Director Wang stated. Now devoid of further remarks. Were it not for his awareness of Wang Bin's capabilities, he would not find himself in such a predicament. It was utterly vexing. So, will you compensate? I have already taken the initiative to reimburse the buyer on your behalf. Surely, you do not intend to renege on that now? Wang Bin squinted at him. No, we wouldn't. The higher-ups are currently in a meeting, and I cannot access my position. Your matter is under discussion at the top level. Director Wang was genuinely fearful that Wang Bin might resort to violence. All right, I understand. However, as an official organization of the Alliance, you must lead by example. This must be the first significant failure of the Alliance, correct? Therefore, it is all the more imperative to impose strict penalties and set a precedent, demonstrating the Alliance's sense of responsibility. Wang Bin's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. I am indeed inclined to lead by example. However, this matter must adhere to the organization's directives. Director Wang's back is already drenched with sweat, and he realizes that Wang Bin is no longer as amenable as he was initially. At that moment, Director Wang's phone rang. Allow me to take this call. It is likely the results have come in. A glimmer of hope seemed to illuminate Director Wang's countenance. Understood, he nodded, attentively listening to the instructions. Once he ended the call, he smiled at Wang Bin and said, Mr. Wong, rest assured, the compensation will be borne by the Alliance. And we shall also provide you with a certain amount of compensation. Furthermore, we will issue a public apology online and address the subsequent matters. Very well. When will the funds be transferred? Wang Bin inquired, nodding in agreement. He was quite content with this outcome, as it aligned with the contractual obligations and legal standards. Of course, had Wang Bin lacked the requisite influence, the resolution would not have been so straightforward. For instance, if one were to resort to underhanded tactics, dragging matters out and merely offering an apology, it would likely result in minimal consequences. Some public opinion online could help alleviate the pressure. Or perhaps they might even offer a banner and a few red bills to commend Wang Bin's sense of social responsibility towards compensating the buyers on behalf of the Alliance. However, compensation would certainly not be at the exorbitant rate of 1 to 10 that Wang Bin currently expected, as such figures are not supported by legal precedent. Should he wish to escalate the matter legally, he is free to do so, but any lack of media traction could hinder the acceptance of his case. Various procedural formalities require considerable time to navigate. Success in such endeavors would necessitate the perfect alignment of timing, location, and personnel, akin to Brother Long's case. The funds were swiftly deposited, and thereafter, Wang Bin departed. It wasn't until he exited the Agricultural Bureau that he comprehended why the adjacent establishment was dubbed the Elderly Blood and Gut Series. Those with strength prefer action over contemplation, while those lacking such prowess resort to cunning stratagems. Currently, he possessed significant strength, rendering him disinclined to engage in intricate scheming. Moreover, his adversaries were reluctant to employ underhanded tactics, lest they provoke a conflict that could escalate beyond mere scuffles. Everything fell into place. While it might be gratifying for the opposing party to play mind games, such actions would jeopardize their rapport with the authorities, until certain conditions were met. It was prudent to avoid such confrontations, as he needed the officials' cooperation for future endeavors. Admittedly, one cannot deny that he was outmatched in cunning by those within the establishment, as survival in the wild only hones one's guile to a certain extent. At that moment, Gung Gui emerged. Shall we venture to the grasslands? Wang Bin mused that since he was already here, it would indeed be delightful to indulge in some leisure. I believe this is an excellent choice, he replied. Bao Filong also emerged to express his agreement. Let us proceed, Wang Bin declared, making a sweeping gesture with his hand, signifying their immediate departure. He then took out his phone and updated the title of his live stream. The matter has been resolved, and the official side will provide relevant results. Since we were already there, we decided to venture into the grasslands. Recently, we have not been broadcasting. Upon arrival, they were quite elated, but after spending half a day, boredom set in. Aside from the vast expanse of grassland, there was truly little to entertain us. However, the good news is that the local cuisine was quite delightful. Wang Bin and his companions indulged in milk tea and various meats. I must admit, the quality of meat from Mongolia is indeed exceptional. As for how it compares to that of Xinjiang, Wang Bin is unsure. But it's best not to broach that topic in either region. Chapter 57, The Variety Show begins. By the way, has the trailer for the new variety show been released? Has Boss Bin seen it? Of course, there are no clips featuring him, just a few live broadcast photos. It includes 3 internet celebrities, along with a second-generation star from a certain studio and 2 artists. I believe I know which second-generation star it is. Let's set that aside for now. My head is starting to spin. The male celebrity who previously joined the live stream, the one who was screaming in pain from a hand injury, is also part of it. My goodness, he might end up crying for 10 seconds and resting for 1 in the wilderness. Wang Bin suddenly thought of this and felt he might need a very good pair of earplugs. The young heartthrob is named Tang Chaotian. I specifically searched for him. I can hardly wait. Boss Bin is likely to be in for quite a spectacle. Let us not even discuss that self-introduction. It nearly made me retch. Tang Chaotian, sugar so sweet. How absurd. Boss Bin, torture. Never mind. I'm getting paid for this, and the compensation is sufficient. Wang Bin waved his hand, seemingly resigned. The weather here in Yunnan is quite pleasant, around 20 degrees, neither too cold nor too hot. Wang Bin had now arrived at the province where the recording would take place. Let's have mushrooms for dinner tonight. It's been a while, and I miss them, he suggested. Gung Gui reminisced about the delectable dishes enjoyed during their previous travels here. Instantly salivating. No problem, I had the same thought. Wang Bin snapped his fingers. They found a restaurant and ordered the dishes they desired. Of course, they wouldn't be cooking themselves. Wang Bin was not adept at that, although he was a meticulous person who would willingly poison themselves for no reason. Mr. Wong. Over here. Hello. Wang Bin approached and shook hands with the other party. What a pleasure, Mr. Wong. I'm Xiao Sunday. Have you eaten yet? The other party was very courteous. Yes, I have. I just ate outside before coming here. Wang Bin nodded. No problem. Wang Bin gestured with his hand. Long time no see, Boss Bin. Director Li smiled brightly as he approached Wang Bin. In the face of unexpected circumstances, like encountering extraordinarily skilled Pokémon, he was indeed the key player. Long time no see, Director Li. I didn't expect the recording location to be in the primeval forests of Yunnan. Even if it's just the outskirts, this poses a significant challenge, Wang Bin remarked. Upon learning the location, he understood why such a high price had been set for him. It was primarily due to the trust in Boss Bin's capabilities. Director Li chuckled. This is the result of their collective deliberation. Although the periphery of the primeval forest is more perilous than that of a typical forest, we possess the advantage of the celestial passage, so there is no cause for concern. This influx can be embraced with confidence and audacity. Soon, the participants gathered. Among them were the recovering Tang Chaotian, the artistic scholarly Tian Lin, the exceedingly fortunate Yang Jin, the exquisitely transformed Zhao Sansan, the sweet flower Zhang Runan, and the second generation Huang Shuqiang. For the time being, these individuals posed no issues, and the influx seemed quite promising. As for whether his thoughts held any truth, that would only become evident with the unfolding of events. The following day, Wang Bin rose early. After meticulously inspecting his spatial backpack and ensuring that he was well equipped, he prepared to step out for a meal. After making his statement, Bao Filon yawned. Gung Gui and the others made similar choices. As Wang Bin opened the door, he was greeted by Director Li, who was raising his hand. I was just about to knock, but I didn't expect the door to open. Today marks the first day of recording. As the team leader, it is your duty to awaken your teammates. Afterward, we shall have breakfast together before departing. Director Li had come with a task in mind. All right, Wang Bin nodded, then took out his phone to commence a live stream. The variety show had begun. It was time to act. After setting an engaging title for his live stream, Wang Bin turned to Director Li, saying, for the boys, it's fine for me to wake them up, but for the girls, it might be inappropriate. There are others designated for that. Director Li reassured him that he was overthinking it. Wang Bin nodded and proceeded towards Huang Shuqiang's room. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Bin opted to knock on the door. Huang Shuqiang was not the typical spoiled second generation. He was quite diligent and had developed a habit of morning training. So at that moment, he was already engaged in his morning routine. Shuqiang, your task awaits. As a diligent team member, go rouse your teammates. The method of awakening will be determined by a draw, Wang Bin stated as he took out his phone. I'm just joking. I'm too lazy for that. Why not utilize modern tools instead? As for this being my task, I'll outsource it. Director Li responded, did I say that? Who exactly is the director here? Fine. No problem. Huang Shuqiang nodded. Then, he asked, could you please wake him up? Huang Shuqiang felt disheartened upon seeing the method he had drawn for awakening. He now understood that he was only responsible for waking the boys. I think it's necessary, Huang Shuqiang chuckled. After all, who wasn't he a bit mischievous? The items would naturally be provided by the production team. This is too thin. Perhaps another round would be more entertaining, Wang Bin commented. What good is this tiny circle of lipstick? Chapter 58, Entering the Forest. Tang Chaotian was utterly taken aback. His senses awakened him, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a swirl of red. This prompted a scream from him, coupled with the dim surroundings. One might easily mistake it for a ghostly apparition. If it were me, I would likely be on the brink of a nervous breakdown. All right, Chaotian, you are next. Go awaken the next person. Let us draw lots. Huang Shuqiang assumed that this was a rotational process, especially since Wang Bin had not specified any rules at the time. In the realm of our enchanting narrative, Tang Chaotian is acutely aware of the presence of cameras. Thus he refrains from any form of evasion. It seems the lottery system may have its quirks, as the forthcoming awakening services are rather simplistic, lacking any extraordinary elements. Greetings. I am Wang Bin, the proprietor of our Trio S nurturing establishment. With a mere wave of his hand, Wang Bin asserts that he has no need to vie for the spotlight, as he is already broadcasting live, and such trivialities are unnecessary. Although I do not peruse the comments, I am certain that messages will abound. Brother Chong, what accolades do you possess? Accolades are undeserved. Yet greatness is my rightful claim. I am the sole individual who flawlessly merges wilderness battles with gym challenges, and the only idol in the hearts of all domestic gym successors. Why, you may ask? Because I am the only one who traversed the northern summer forest without possessing any Pokémon of gym level or higher. Thus, I have etched a remarkable chapter in the annals of the second-generation saga. Huang Shuqiang's voice resonated powerfully, epitomizing what it means to be extraordinary. Bug brother. Shiny Caterpie, are you about to recount my solo encounter with Dragonite again? I anticipated that Brother Chong would indeed indulge in this tale. My phone is close to overflowing with excitement. Hello everyone, I am the delightful Tang Chaotian, whose voice exudes a playful charm. Fortunately, Wang Bin is currently focused on his own phone screen, not gazing at the others. If he refrains from envisioning, he shall not find it repugnant. I suspect the official live stream is inundated with adoring mothers proclaiming, "So adorable, mommy loves you." No need to speculate, it's undoubtedly true. At Wang Bin's place, everything is splendid, save for the absence of female celebrities. To be fair, he does appreciate the beauty of women. However, the starlets before him, while visually appealing on screen, appear excessively slender in person, leading Wang Bin to feel as though they might shatter at the slightest touch. He prefers a more voluptuous physique. By the way, you all continue your conversation. I shall close my eyes for a brief respite. Once we enter the forest, vigilance must be heightened. Wang Bin opted for a moment of relaxation, content that the introductions were complete and discussions of the circle were underway, of course, excluding Huang Shuqiang. This fellow, too, is currently in a meditative state. Put that down. Huang Shuqiang exclaimed as he witnessed Zhao Sansan pick up 2 mushrooms. Wang Bin turned his gaze in curiosity. What is the matter? Zhao Sansan, perplexed, could not fathom Huang Shuqiang's agitation. Those are poisonous. Huang Shuqiang hastily clarified. Upon hearing the word poisonous, Zhao Sansan promptly discarded the mushrooms. No worries, it's not serious. Consuming them merely induces hallucinations. The toxicity is not fatal. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. This assessment is based on the average human constitution, not his own. Should Wang Bin partake, the outcome might differ significantly. No worries. It won't be fatal. Do you hear what people say? One cannot generalize the constitution of individuals, yet I've just checked. And it appears this indeed pertains to the average person's constitution. Let us continue our journey. After a while, we shall halt to set up camp. I must reiterate, please refrain from discarding any refuse within the forest and avoid the use of various shampoos and such. Wang Bin does not wish to see the pristine ecological environment of the ancient forest compromised. Furthermore, this includes cosmetics. Do not attempt to convince me of your professionalism or the necessity for camera readiness. The impact of those chemicals, should they be released here, is unknown. I am aware, for instance, that certain sunscreens contain substances that can cause coral bleaching or even death, Wang Bin added. Absolutely not. If makeup is prohibited, it would be utterly irresponsible towards the audience, protested Tang Chaotian. Therefore, for the sake of your viewers, it would be best if you simply departed. Wang Bin declared without a moment's hesitation, contemplating expelling him from the group. Boss Bin is remarkably straightforward. Is it possible he's simply unable to tolerate the flamboyance any longer? It was uncertain, yet the truth regarding the coral's plight was undeniable. Tang Chaotian turned to Director Li, exclaiming, "Director, this approach is simply untenable. There is no room for negotiation. We adhere to the leader's directives," Director Li replied, having previously addressed this matter. However, this was merely a minor conflict between a top-tier star and the team leader, and he had no intention of intervening. It's all about the money. There is no shame in that. Very well, sighed Tang Chaotian in resignation. Ultimately, with the director's stance reinforced, he acquiesced. He had also come to realize who was in charge. If makeup was to be eschewed, so be it. As long as I comply swiftly, I shall evade any repercussions. Although this had been mentioned yesterday, he had thought he might discreetly apply some without consequence, only to find Wang Bin reiterating the rule today. All right, we shall establish our camp here, and once more, I must emphasize the importance of proper waste disposal, Wang Bin mused, feeling like a nagging mother. I feel as though I could recite this entire monologue by heart. Yet, it is undeniably vital. Boss Bin, could you possibly inquire with Brother Tianlin if his thesis can be located online? A comment from the live chat caught Wang Bin's attention. He sensed an ominous foreboding. Yet, as an entertainer, he was intrigued enough to ask. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well, I shall set up the tent and then inquire. It should be feasible. Undergraduate theses might be elusive, but doctoral dissertations should not pose a problem. The entertainment industry boasts a scarce number of highly educated talents. Most are akin to Tang Chaotian. Fortunately, this is Boss Bin's live stream. Otherwise, I would fear being overwhelmed by those fervent fans. The idol culture is truly formidable. Having organized his tent, Wang Bin approached Li Tianlin. Chapter 59 Directorly, surely not? This is merely the first day. Mr. Li, there are viewers here who have entrusted me with a question for you, Wang Bin stated as he positioned himself beside Li Tianlin. Naturally, he refrained from any juvenile gestures. Not an issue. Go ahead, Li Tianlin responded, feeling unperturbed. As a public figure, being questioned by the audience was entirely customary. At that moment, Director Li noticed the situation and pulled out his radio, commanding, "Focus the camera on Li Tianlin." The presence of a highly educated actor was one of his major selling points. How could the director possibly overlook this opportunity? However, in the next moment, a cold sweat broke out on him. Zhihui Network? What is Zhihui Network? Li Tianlin felt that Wang Bin had mentioned something novel, leaving him with a perplexed expression. A string of codes? Zhihui Network is indeed hard to describe. Truly, the professionalism of an actor shines through in such performances. This was the sentiment echoed in the comments of the official live stream, where viewers unanimously believed they were subtly critiquing the platform. Yet, the atmosphere fell into a thick silence. At this moment, Director Li fervently hoped that the other party was speaking in jest. Unfortunately, his hopes were soon dashed. Li Tianlin spoke again. "I truly do not know what this is." His expression was so sincere, and his confusion so earnest, that it left Wang Bin utterly bewildered. Tentatively, he inquired, "What about Wan Fong?" Li Tianlin shook his head once more. "What?" Wang Bin's live stream was filled with question marks and exclamations. Meanwhile, Director Li's anxious heart shattered. It was over. A suspension for restructuring seemed imminent. Ah, that essay literature review platform. Wang Bin finally broke the silence when he noticed no one was speaking. Observe closely. This man speaking is a middle school student, introducing a literature platform to a postdoctoral researcher. If only Li Tianlin had added something like "not even as good as Wan Fong." One could argue he was being sardonic, but at this moment, it was likely he didn't even comprehend that mysterious string of codes. Certainly, he did not know, but it was imperative that he kept it to himself. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. Li Tianlin fell silent, fully aware that he had made a grievous error. Now, the incident had been uploaded across major platforms. They needed to seize this surge of traffic while it was still warm. "I don't know, but I have a foreboding feeling. I'm an undergraduate." A chill ran down his spine. At that moment, Director Li began directing his team. "Do not give him the camera. Starting now, not even one shot." After uttering this, Director Li also called the investors to discuss whether to change personnel or how to proceed. This was merely a temporary measure. Wang Bin left Li Tianlin with his phone, while the latter retreated into his shell. As for offering comfort, what good is consolation for someone who has committed academic fraud? Director Li remarked. And this is just the first day. Besides Boss Bin, everyone else probably feels like the sky is falling. With such high anticipation, the prospect of it all vanishing was indeed disheartening. Boss Bin, let us wrap it up quickly. After all, the money is already in hand. And having no work to do is even better. Due to this incident, the team had lost their enthusiasm for arranging procedures, since the activities were all interconnected. With one person unable to appear on camera, they could only adjust accordingly. This, however, left Wang Bin quite satisfied. Slacking off, who wouldn't he love that? "Hey Bin, I'm heading to the depths of the forest to visit some old friends with Bayo Filang." Gengar expressed that staying here was rather dull, and it would be better to enjoy some time playing. He had trained here during previous travels and had fought against several formidable tribes deep in the forest, maintaining a decent relationship. "All right, no problem. I have nothing on my agenda," Wang Bin nodded. He was confident that his super clean reputation would remain intact. Then, Gung Gui and Bao Filong departed. Subsequently, Wang Bin produced a small fish tank and placed his rather unattractive fish within. While the atmosphere here remained tranquil, the online realm was anything but calm. The incident had garnered immense attention. The League officials had commenced inquiries and investigations into the matter. Thanks to the presence of Duobian Beast and Rotom, the situation was swiftly clarified. Notice, today, actor Li Mulan, during a live broadcast, was found under investigation for academic misconduct. It has been confirmed that this individual is involved in scholarly fraud, and appropriate actions will be taken. The overarching message was clear. This individual had erred, classified as a disreputable artist, and banned from participation, alongside an intensified scrutiny of university graduates. In that instant, the students felt as though the sky had fallen. Do you understand what it means to revise a thesis? Due to this incident, our graduation defense became exceedingly arduous, with advisors now requesting us to amend our papers. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and revise," exclaimed a peer. "Go on, young man, stop surfing the internet. Thankfully, I've already graduated. Hey, fellow upstairs, get a sampling of this." Goodness, I declare, at this moment, it is the first year of Tianlin. My mentor lamented that he was on the verge of losing his hair, as the school had altered its regulations, requiring him to reassess our theses, which he found more repugnant than anything else. Previously, we drew lots for defenses. This year, everyone had to present, and not only that, but there would also be rigorous checks. Brothers, what if the plagiarism rate doesn't decrease? Without further ado, I was on the high-speed train, accompanying a friend. Online discussions were fervently heated, and Wang Bin was also taking new actions. Li Tianlin had departed, while new members were being sought, for the time being. Only these few could participate. Perhaps due to the prior incident, the atmosphere among them was not particularly warm. What if someone spoke cheerfully and faced the wrath of online critics? They were not pursuing a path of antagonism. Having resolved all matters, Director Li finally began to make adjustments. Everyone, our new guests should arrive by evening. Our task today is to prepare a culinary delight using ingredients from the primordial forest. To prevent any harm to the local flora due to a lack of expertise, professionals will accompany us to provide guidance. Captain Wong, shall we team up? Huang Shuiqiang extended an invitation. Wang Bin shook his head. No, my responsibility is to ensure your safety. Very well then, Huang Shuiqiang conceded. Boss Bin, while they work, shall we connect online? If you have something to say, wait until later, at least until they have left. Otherwise, it might seem deliberate on your part. Wang Bin nodded slightly. It appeared that the majority of his audience possessed a modicum of intelligence. Look, Boss Bin has nodded. Chapter 60, Old Zhang awaiting his fate. Once the guests had departed, Wang Bin began to connect online. Regarding their safety, there was no cause for concern. Bao Feilong and Gung Gui had already made the necessary arrangements. Thankfully, Director Li was unaware. Had he known, he would likely have been infuriated. Hey, Boss Bin, who are the new guests? At this moment, Wang Bin had already established the connection. I haven't been paying attention. This is all being handled by Director Li and his team. I'm not part of the production crew, so it's not my concern, Wang Bin replied, shaking his head. I have heard that it is by Zhan Shan, though I am uncertain if this is accurate. How bold, Director Li, to approach in such a manner. This is now a moment of trial for the photographer. I hope the frame captures others as well. In any case, it does not affect us. I cannot believe he would dare to come and snatch Boss Bin's phone. Remain calm, remain calm. This is merely a trivial matter. The task has commenced. And I anticipate that tomorrow will mark the true beginning. By then, we shall likely have little inclination for other pursuits. Wang Bin, however, remained unperturbed. He was aware of the subsequent procedures, which included consuming raw food, and it was likely that these few individuals would find it utterly revolting. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Wang Bin swiftly transported himself to the scene. There he found Zhao Sansan staring at the ground in sheer horror, retreating frantically. Wang Bin cast his gaze downward and realized it was merely a shed skin. Yet, the frightened individual was too absorbed in her cries to heed his words. Fortunately, the staff members beside her maintained their composure and began to offer reassurance. After a brief period of coaxing, Zhao Sansan gradually regained her calm. It's merely the shed skin of an ABO snake. She was just startled, Wang Bin explained to the onlookers. In truth, I might have been even more terrified than she, but online, I would assert that she was overly timid. True to your character. Let us first examine the ingredients to decide what to prepare for dinner. Wait, is there any connection here? Not really, but I wish to take a look. Boss Bin, shall we connect? Now, Wang Bin glanced at the group, comforting the individual, and nodded. Very well, I will step away a bit. Boss Bin, I am currently awaiting my demise. The other party's opening line was a bombshell. Unsure of how to respond, given the despair surrounding him, he felt the weight of his own situation. Old Zhang got divorced a few days ago. My ex-wife cheated on me, and when I proposed the divorce, she sought financial compensation, leading to a lawsuit. Do you know what the outcome was? Old Zhang's tone carried a hint of disdain. Let me guess. You were left with nothing? Wang Bin had never encountered such a case before. Boss Bin, you dare to make such guesses. One cannot rely on logic in these matters. If we were to think according to our moral compass, she would not have posed the question in the first place. Indeed, you are correct. I was left with nothing. Old Zhang sighed. Do you know what baffles me the most? They even awarded my initial Pokémon to her. Is that reasonable? Good heavens. Is this a legitimate court? How terrifying. Moreover, I am no mere pretty boy. Most of the money in our household was earned by me. Such is the law, Old Zhang added. Wang Bin nodded thoughtfully. From the information you've shared, this judge seems to have a significant issue. I cannot fathom why such a ruling was made. From the most fundamental moral standpoint, it is entirely unjust. Yesterday, I encountered a man whose circumstances mirrored my own, and we instantly connected. Just moments ago, we escorted that female judge to meet her fate, so now we await our own demise, not through capture, but by our own hands. After exhaling deeply, Lao Zhang remarked, All right, Boss Bin, I've finished my last cigarette. It's time for us to depart. Before Wang Bin could respond, the connection was abruptly severed. I recently searched for information, and it turns out that the female judge indeed rendered such a verdict. Lao Zhang was not lying. This transpired just a few days ago. Remarkable, isn't it? After all, this realm and the previous life are two entirely different worlds. Shortly thereafter, this female judge became a martyr, and merely a few hours had passed. I cannot fathom this. My recollection of martyrs does not align with such standards. Wang Bin expressed his disapproval on the spot. Boss Bin, it's not wise to speak out. This already demonstrates the opponent's power, he noted. Indeed, our dissent holds no weight. Let us leave it be. I understand your sentiments. Yet I merely wish to voice my perspective. Perhaps it is best we discuss other matters now. Wang Bin recognized that not everyone possessed the privilege to speak their mind. At that moment, a scream echoed from behind. It seemed that someone had carelessly added oil to a pan that had not been properly cleaned. Wang Bin discerned that this Tang Chao Tian had never cooked before. Had it not been for Director Li and his team being preoccupied with the Li Tianlin affair, this incident would have likely occurred sooner, as the staff had previously provided meals directly. A novice indeed. Such mishaps are typical for a first-time cook. With practice, proficiency will follow. Nevertheless, the advanced technology here is quite impressive, capable of absorbing odors to prevent attracting Pokémon. During my travels, I had never encountered such a marvel, prompting me to marvel at the greatness of technology. Aren't you going to cook, Boss Bin? Someone inquired. Boss Bin is the team leader. His role is solely to ensure safety, came the reply. So he is essentially a bodyguard? It seems the tasks are indeed quite similar, and Wang Bin found no counterargument. Chapter 61. Broadcast Suspension. Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Zhanshan, and I am delighted to join this gathering. I ask for your guidance. A man bearing a tier mole arrived at the camp. Hello, Zhanshan. Our team has prepared a lavish dinner for you. Zhang Runin welcomed him. Thank you all. Bai Zhanshan expressed his gratitude with hands clasped together. To be honest, that tier mole seems somewhat artificial to me. Perhaps it is merely a trick of the camera? Surely it cannot be drawn on with a pen. That would be far too clumsy. It has been a long time since I have heard the sound of Director Li's heart breaking, and I sense it shall happen soon. As for how he arrived, as a renowned artist, possessing a flying Pokémon is rather commonplace. Bai Zhanshan sampled the green beans, but found them difficult to chew. These beans are well stewed, but they are a bit tough, he remarked. Is that so? Let me try, Zhao Sansan said, taking a bite. After chewing thoughtfully, she confirmed, indeed. These beans are too tough. Is it possible they were undercooked? Yang Jin contemplated a new possibility. Impossible, it must be thoroughly cooked. I've stewed it for quite some time. Zhao Sansan asserted confidently. Who says these beans are overcooked? They are simply exquisite. At this moment, Tang Chao transformed into the life of the party, enthusiastically singing praises. Meanwhile, Wang Bin approached Director Li, stating, the green beans are undercooked. We still have time. Let us take them to the hospital. He had no intention of intervening directly. After all, if anything went awry, he might find himself bearing the responsibility. Time was still on their side. A trip to the hospital was the best course of action. Moreover, sending them to the hospital would afford him a bit more leisure time. Not cooked at all. Director Li hardly had the luxury to monitor how long the beans had been stewing. You'll know with just one bite, Wang Bin replied with a subtle smile. Oh, dear me, if everyone eats this, it might end badly. Not to worry, I'm confident this won't poison Boss Bin, he reassured. Bai Zhanshan and Zhao Sansan departed, escorted away by two of their companions. Thus concluded what could have been a splendid welcome party, leaving only regret for the mishap with the mushroom stew. No matter, we can share what we have, Huang Shuiqiang chimed in. Director Li, Wang Bin is back. Came the announcement. Is there still an issue? Upon seeing Wang Bin approach, Director Li's demeanor soured. Wang Bin simply nodded with a smile. The green beans inside aren't cooked. I suspect we'll soon have some serious repercussions. And so, the cycle began anew. First academic endeavors. Then food poisoning. A string of calamities seemed perpetually intertwined. Boss Bin might truly carry some bad luck, one joked. Let us capture Dean Wei, another quipped. Mr. Wei, please don't slander me, Wang Bin retorted. Before long, the team members were whisked away, and the hospital was set to receive more food poisoning patients. The following day, Wang Bin took his Pokémon out for a day of play. After all, following a bout of food poisoning, it would be unwise to venture straight into the wild. Thus, the production team opted to retreat to their hotel. Wang Bin, feeling disinclined to stream, simply titled his post and called it a day. What awaited in the primal forest? Danger, resources, and opportunities. Oh, and their old friends. Lopunny, is that you? Wang Bin exclaimed. Long time no see, Shilaby. He waved cheerfully. He hadn't anticipated encountering Shilaby here, although Gengar had previously mentioned its presence. Still, Shilaby often traversed time and space for leisure, making it difficult to guarantee another encounter so soon after their last. Safety was hardly a concern. This was Shilaby, imbued with divine attributes. Even if it were to face a foe, it could easily escape. Shilaby inquired, what is happening? Nothing much, just a group that poisoned themselves. So we've taken a pause. Wang Bin waved dismissively, chuckling. Shilaby laughed in return, but soon waved goodbye. That's enough for me. I'm off to continue my adventures. All right. Gengar has informed you of my whereabouts. Feel free to find me if needed, Wang Bin nodded. Shilaby reassured him. Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony. With that, Shilaby departed. Finally, the stream resumed. This marks the first day of resuming broadcasts. as well as a day fraught with challenges. It appears we are engaging in a rather reckless endeavor. Training is undoubtedly necessary. Not far from the forest, nestled within the mountains, they discovered a village that met their criteria. Greetings, we are a team filming a variety show focused on living in the primordial forest, and we wish to learn from your villagers. May we proceed? Yang Jin stepped forward to negotiate. No, leave at once. The villagers responded with palpable resistance, waving their hands emphatically. In such a remote locale, it is likely they wish to avoid disturbances. Indeed, once this place gains notoriety and transforms into a trendy destination, an influx of visitors will surely follow. While some may view this as a boon, others may feel their tranquil lives disrupted. Please, kind sir, came a plaintive voice, the owner of which was none other than Tang Chaotian. Yes, a voice belonging to a grown man. Leave. The villagers, previously resistant, now displayed impatience, eager to expel the intruders. Understood, we apologize for the intrusion, Huang Shuiqiang interjected. Given the villagers' demeanor, it was prudent to cease further discussion. As others turned to depart, Wang Bin gazed into the distance. He observed a man grappling with a woman, whose disheveled appearance and fearful demeanor suggested distress. Hey, something's happening over there. Wang Bin pointed towards the villagers. None of your concern. Hurry and leave. The villagers grew increasingly agitated. Chapter 62. Wang Bin thought, great, another incident. Perhaps it was merely a domestic quarrel. Zhao Sanson failed to perceive anything amiss. A man and a woman were entangled, and the villagers remained indifferent, likely viewing it as a private matter. While I share this sentiment, I believe Boss Bin has discerned something troubling. Could it be what I fear? What kind? The most distressing kind. At that moment, the man struck the woman with considerable force. Is no one going to intervene? Wang Bin was now 90% certain of his suspicions. Get lost. The man shouted vehemently. Director Li, we should call the police. That woman is likely a victim of abduction, Wang Bin suggested, glancing at Director Li. Acting swiftly, he separated the two individuals. Help. The girl gasped upon being freed. Indeed. A case of abduction. Isn't it said that rural areas are filled with simple folk? If I were surrounded by people like you, I would be quite content. What do you mean? They think you are innocent. Kid, you can't leave now. The two villagers before them produced pokeballs. In the blink of an eye, two Meowth appeared on the scene. Simultaneously, one of the men produced a whistle and began to blow. The shrill sound echoed across the village. Wang Bin. They are likely summoning reinforcements. We must retreat immediately, Huang Shuiqiang promptly responded. This was their territory, and the villagers had the advantage in numbers. Retreating was the wisest course of action. It's all right. Just take this girl to the hospital. It is best to capture everyone at once, Wang Bin said, showing no sign of hesitation. It seemed that Brother Chong had forgotten the caliber of Boss Bin. The aesthetic of violence was about to commence anew. Coach, I have made up my mind. I still wish to learn this. Ready to go? What are you thinking? The man across from him smirked with a sinister charm, as if he had just heard a delightful jest. Soon, a throng of individuals rushed in, accompanied by a multitude of Meowth. They were all the same Pokémon. After all, Wang Bin mused that it would have been amusing if there were a nearby troop of Snivy. By the way, doesn't your village have internet access? He quipped. The delaying tactic of one facing imminent demise. The other party perceived Wang Bin as a mere clown. Meowth, attack. As the Meowth charged forward, Wang Bin also surged ahead, deftly dodging its claws with a sidestep. He seized the head with one hand and the body with the other. A swift pull, and it split in two. The head and torso were flung apart. It was utterly brutal. The live stream was likely at an end. The broadcaster was en route, perhaps to observe other streams. Not just Wang Bin's stream, but even the official channel had gone dark. It was inevitable. Some had already begun to vomit forth their reactions. Everyone, attack together. An elderly man exclaimed. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. And just like that, they all began to float. The newcomers, disobedient, could be subdued easily. The old man was evidently no match for Wang Bin's extraordinary abilities. He was dispatched without delay. Village chief. The group cried out, but it was merely a fleeting shout. Wang Bin, irritated by the noise, sent them all into a stupor. How long has it been? How many have been brought here? What channels do we have? Wang Bin fired off a trio of questions. I don't know the exact time. It has been like this since my childhood. The numbers are too vast to count. If you seek channels, consult Ma Lu in the county. He can assist in making connections, the old man replied. Just then, several hissing sounds emerged from behind Wang Bin. We appreciate their minuscule contribution to global warming. A helicopter appeared in the distance. Clearly, the police had arrived. Sir, you must accompany us for a while to assist with our inquiries. An officer addressed Wang Bin with a salute. Not a problem. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Just cooperating. It's simple. While Wang Bin complied, the online buzz surged once more. My daughter just told me yesterday that she wanted to teach in the countryside. And now she has changed her mind. Let's await the official report. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, I believe this is certainly not an isolated incident. But you can investigate. Those inside protect one another. How can you find out? Isn't Pokémon appealing? You can't expect everyone to adore Pokémon. How did you first sense something was amiss? The officer seated opposite Wang Bin inquired. It was evident. The woman's arm trembled, yet she fought valiantly. The villager's silence fell off. After all, it is human nature to be spectators. If it were an internal family dispute, they would not intervene, but they would certainly observe. The absence of onlookers likely stemmed from their habituation, disinterest, and the evident demeanor of the individual at the entrance. Then the other party had already made their move, and I instinctively retaliated in self-defense. After all, remaining passive could lead to my demise. Wang Bin stated that there was no need for inquiries. He would share whatever he deemed necessary, and if there were any omissions, further questions could be posed. Subsequently, the police inquired about various matters, and soon enough, Wang Bin emerged from the station. Upon his release, he initiated a live stream. Is it all over? Everything has been unblocked. Boss Bin has signed a substantial contract, creating a mutual interest. Being a benefactor, he surely won to face undue restrictions. This is the police station. What is the outcome? As for that, I remain uncertain. I merely came to assist at the station, and I am not involved in the specifics. Wang Bin shook his head, advising that one should await the official announcement. He was unsure whether confidentiality was required, so he opted for silence. I hope for a favorable resolution. By the way, allow me to share my personal counsel, which reflects solely my perspective. Of course, if you possess strength akin to mine, feel free to attempt it. Just a friendly reminder, I am not intimidated by underhanded tactics. Wang Bin broached a relevant topic. Boys must also protect themselves. A good teacher. Fortunate indeed. If you must venture forth, it is advisable to bring along a Pokémon capable of teleportation and ensure it remains concealed. Agree in advance that, should complications arise, it will promptly escort you away. Wang Bin elaborated further. A teleporting Pokémon is rather expensive, indeed. Truly, I cannot afford it. Then you might consider acquiring Ghost-type Pokémon, hiding within shadows as a final line of defense, and additionally procure a flying Pokémon, allowing you to fight while retreating. Wang Bin conceived yet another idea. Or perhaps we could learn psychic abilities. Gengar combined with Dragonite, ghosts that can fly, while Boss Bin could teleport. Is that the condition to write the answer? A vivid image has emerged. Later, Wang Bin pondered whether issues might arise during his lessons. This has nothing to do with me. It isn't my problem. He felt quite innocent. From the initial issue of academic fraud to the current matter of a trafficking ring, what connection did it have to him, Wong? He was not the one who raised the concerns. He merely relayed what netizens had expressed. He was aware of that website. But who could have anticipated such a doctoral predicament? He had not participated in the selection of ingredients or the cooking process. Furthermore, the choice of this village bore no relevance to him. At most, he identified the issue. This is a good thing. Otherwise, who knows how long this situation could persist? Ah, right. Indeed, who would dare claim that Boss Bin is at fault? It is all these individuals' fault, tarnishing my boss's esteemed reputation. Is there a sequel to this? Gengar was also somewhat perplexed at this moment. Hey, Bin, Xiaohei has created a video for you. It's quite entertaining. Go have a look. Dragonite followed Xiaohei closely, immediately viewing the video and promptly recommending it to him. All right, I shall go take a look. Wang Bin nodded. With his actions, a figure resembling Wang Bin appeared on the screen. Naturally, it was immediately recognizable. Mr. Wei remarked that I am a harbinger of misfortune, asserting that wherever I go, trouble follows. Am I truly to blame for all these incidents? None of them originated from my actions. I even offered reminders and assistance in resolving issues. If I had not been present, would such problems have arisen? The situation with the 3 sacred birds was already precarious. Should I refrain from attending to avoid complications? How am I privy to when the 3 sacred birds would make their appearance? Would silence prevail in the face of a major incident? I inquire why you can voice such opinions now. Is it not a matter of fact? If a significant mishap had occurred in my absence, would you still have the audacity to speak? Tell me, was it I who rendered them incapable of recognition? Was it I who inhibited their efforts? Answer me. Shouldn't they have been adequately prepared from the outset? Is this an undertaking I initiated? Must their actions precede mine for me to uncover the truth? Am I to bear the blame without having acted? Speak up. Let me ask you again. When you, Mr. Wei, live-streamed on the high-speed train, did I not caution you? Did I not express my doubts? Was it not your assurance that everything was fine before calamity struck? Answer me. Had I not changed seats, that young lady would have been compelled to cry out. Would the situation have been better then? Would we have been able to pursue our passions in peace? Or would chaos have ensued? Might there have been a risk of a stampede? Oh, no. I would be vigilant. My fans are all very cultured, and the team leader is exceptionally competent. Our trio is unrivaled. They would likely be in disbelief. Do we not often emphasize the importance of identifying variables and consistent conditions? We must focus on both the unique and the common factors. Come, let us examine this together and see what results arise when we eliminate a particular element. But no, you are the strong one, and they are the weak. As such, it is imperative to scrutinize your own shortcomings. You, being the strong, must shoulder a greater share of responsibility. Now, compare the points you have identified with legal standards. We labor diligently each day. Because they are the weaker party, your strength necessitates your accommodation of them. Thus their inattentiveness may be deemed unintentional. Shall we cleanse the slate? Should I procure some detergent for you? Perhaps some mighty lady? Must we delineate responsibilities based on strength and weakness? Can we truly lay these matters bare for discussion? When problems arise, they exist in their own right. Do not shift the blame onto others, calling them harbingers of misfortune. We are all adults here. If things go awry, it is not the fault of others. I maintain that I am not a harbinger of misfortune, regardless of the circumstances. If you find yourself unable to cope, perhaps it is best to step aside. After all, if you relish placing the blame on others, then one might as well refrain from action altogether to avoid making mistakes. You have stirred the pot, yet desire to cast the blame elsewhere. Such a notion is laughable. It is indeed humorous. In the video, Wang employs various tones to explore whether he is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. It is rather intriguing. Well said, Xiaohei, the video is excellently crafted. With a knowing nod, Wang expressed his appreciation. I wish to create an episode with Luo. I have already composed the script in my mind. Haha. It seems that Boss Bin's material is still somewhat lacking. I feel that Luo could articulate much more. Am I, the 5-star trainer Wei Yang, not deserving? Sean, President Wei is quite active. What videos is he producing? Is it not true that your presence is essential for every occurrence? It seems the reverse would suffice. Oh, Director Lee has called me. Wang Bin is filled with an ominous foreboding. Boss Bin, our situation here is manageable. We can continue broadcasting. However, your previous scene was a bit gruesome, and the team members are feeling a bit anxious, so perhaps we should take a break. Director Lee believes we ought to pause for a moment. Chapter 64, Wang Bin, Wilderness Survival, Activate. No problem, I'm ready on my end. Wang Bin had no objections. He surmised that Director Lee intended to create a buzz around a suspended variety show to attract more traffic and maintain prolonged interest. However, the subsequent statement left him utterly astonished. We will provide you with additional funds, and you will direct the subsequent arrangements. How does that sound? Director Lee, feeling somewhat exhausted, decided to entrust the management to Wang Bin, who possessed extensive outdoor experience. Oh, how much? Wang Bin had begun to formulate an idea and sought to ascertain the specific amount. If it's reasonable, I have no objections. After all, his methods were effortless. Let us discuss this in person. Director Lee suggested that such matters should not be addressed over the phone, and it seemed there was potential for negotiation. All right, everyone. We currently find ourselves in a small forest, where the danger level is significantly lower than that of a primeval forest. My project is quite simple, wilderness survival. You will live together in the forest, and how you survive is entirely up to you. You must procure your own food and water, and choose your own shelter. Keep one thing in mind. If someone is killed, they will die. Thus, when we intervene to protect you, it signifies your demise in this show, at which point you can clock out. Standing before the forest, Wang Bin outlined his arrangements. Team leader, what are our initial supplies? Yang Jin raised his hand to inquire. A bottle of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, and each of you will receive a dagger. Since this is called wilderness survival, there won't be many conveniences, right? Oh, indeed, it's truly captivating to see Boss Bin in action. At this rate, it feels like it will conclude in just a few days. Do not underestimate my brother Chong, younger sibling. Team leader, are we to work in teams or individually? Huang Shuiqiang posed his question. Both options are viable. The production team has hired trainers equipped with gym-level Pokémon to ensure your safety. Even if you are separated, they can provide immediate protection, and I will be able to reach you shortly. Wang Bin reflected for a moment before adding, however, my personal recommendation is that you stick together. After all, night watch will be easier with more individuals. Can we have some time to familiarize ourselves with wilderness precautions? Zhang Runin felt that entering without any knowledge would pose too great a risk. Certainly, you may remain here for a maximum of 3 days during which you can learn and acquire knowledge, and we will provide the food. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. This is beneficial for him as it alleviates some of his worries. To be honest, this seems to be what I truly wish to witness. The previous task was undeniably a bit challenging, perhaps intended to foster interaction with the audience in the live stream. I'm not certain, but 3 days feels rather lengthy. My electronic pickled vegetables are still not ready. By the way, I want to inform everyone that if anyone wishes to withdraw, they are free to do so at any time, for any reason. Wang Bin, seeing no further inquiries, provided a final supplement. Brother Chong, would you like to team up? Bai Zhanshan approached Huang Shuiqiang. As a man capable of traversing forests, his skills are beyond doubt. Forming a team is indeed an excellent choice. Sure, that works for me. Huang Shuiqiang nodded in agreement, not declining the offer. Take me along. I wish to join a team as well. Yang Jin extended a proposal for collaboration. Why not all team up together? Zhao Sanson suggested that since they were already in this situation, they might as well unite. Thus, a group of 5 and a solitary participant emerged. Ruanin is quite formidable. I hope she doesn't log out too soon. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today, they officially commenced recording. Although the previous attempts had been formal, they evidently did not yield favorable outcomes. Thus today marks the true beginning. Upon entering the forest, Wang Bin and his companions primarily followed along. Naturally, the number of participants varied. Only a few trainers with gym-level capabilities remained here, while others, like Director Lee, were engaged in remote work at the camp. Otherwise, it would be excessively unwieldy, entirely lacking the essence of wilderness survival. The first order of business was to find a suitable campsite, a prudent decision indeed. After all, having studied for so long, they surely understood these essentials. We will split up now. I will go with Ruanan, and you all can head in another direction. Even if you encounter difficulties, your greater numbers should allow you to hold your ground for a while. Wang Bin promptly made adjustments. These individuals had no objections, as they were paid to fulfill their duties. Initially, Ruanan discovered a small stream and, at a reasonable distance from it, located a tree hollow. She immediately resolved to set up camp there. This location was quite satisfactory, though the visibility was somewhat poor, making it difficult to assess any potential issues in a timely manner. If I remember correctly, Ruanan possesses a Butterfree and a Dratini, right? Yes. Those two will need to rest at night. We can only alternate shifts. Sometimes, having the insomnia ability proves quite useful. However, that Butterfree seems to be a starter Pokémon, doesn't he? If it's not high in level currently, the original one has passed away. This one is its offspring, born shortly before its demise to ensure Ruanan wouldn't be alone. This story has garnered quite a bit of attention. It truly moves me to tears. Leader, how did you acquire a starter Pokémon without any assistance? Ruanan suddenly inquired while engaged in her tasks. Oh, my Gengar evolved from a doll, Wang Bin replied, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected conversation but maintaining his composure. Really? It evolved from a doll? Ruanan looked at Wang Bin in astonishment. Why can't my sister's doll transform? Which one? Yes, that doll does not belong to me. It is my mother's. Perhaps it is maternal love that has brought this spirit to my side. Wang Bin smiled faintly. I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. Thus, I took 1,700 yuan to buy my mother a smartwatch. Should I feel guilty? Absolutely not. Chapter 65. How could one possibly eat such an adorable kitten? In that case, I suppose I share a similar fortune with you. My family favors boys over girls. I succeeded in the college entrance examination. Yet my family insists I marry instead. When I refused, they locked me away. Fortunately, the village consists of bungalows, and I managed to escape. I took out a loan for my tuition, and having developed quite well, I entered this industry and earned a substantial income. Zhang Runan recounted her experiences. Your name reflects your circumstances, but do not lose heart. We both possess bright futures. Wang Bin did not wish to delve further into this topic. He disapproved of lamenting and glorifying suffering. Naturally, the probability of a normal outcome is as high as 0. 1. They want me to hand over my current job to my younger brother, allowing him to become a star while I marry. Zhang Runan did not hide her truth. If I refuse, they will create a scene at my company. Wang Bin noticed the helplessness etched on Zhang Runan's face and nodded. If it were me, I would simply cease all contact with them. Let them create their ruckus if they wish. But what if they say you owe them for raising you? If I were to act on that, my fans might be deeply disappointed. Zhang Runan remained apprehensive. It was their responsibility to raise you. They never consulted you when they brought you into this world. Since they chose to give life, they must bear the corresponding responsibilities. This includes educational expenses. I believe they should have funded your university education, yet they did not. Moreover, in a family that favors sons over daughters, the resources available to you in childhood were likely limited. Can I interpret this as them providing only the basics? If so, there is no notion of indebtedness to them. If it were me, I would simply leave and never look back. Of course, I would fulfill my legal obligations for support. I would provide the legally mandated amount for their care. Being a public figure, I could offer a bit more. Should they fall ill, I would cover my share of the medical expenses and convert necessary support into monetary terms, with no excess expected. Naturally, I would accept not a penny of their inheritance. This is all Wang Bin could contemplate. His primary focus was on severance and legality. I owe them nothing. Frankly, I believe parents should undergo an examination if such a situation arises. To criticize over this seems rather foolish, doesn't it? Indeed, certain celebrities can contribute significantly. Thank you. Leader, I will give this serious consideration. Zhang Runan nodded, falling into silence, seemingly contemplating Wang Bin's words. Upon noticing the silence from the other party, Wang Bin chose not to utter another word. The notions of gender preference, whether favoring males or females, are fundamentally erroneous. It brings to mind the individual who purchased Pokémon for either a brother or sister. My assessment is, rather than procreating, one might as well nurture Pokémon. Forgo the eggs and instead acquire juvenile Pokémon, as their genders are immediately discernible. A miraculous insight, indeed. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, due to the composition of a 5-member team, they had delineated their roles after establishing their campsite. Some members set about erecting tents and organizing the area, while others ventured forth in search of sustenance. Yet, tensions erupted among them. How can we consume such an adorable Meowth? Tang Chaodian could not reconcile with this reality. However, if we abstain from this, we shall face hunger, Huang Shuiqiang retorted, utterly speechless. Moreover, the Meowth he had captured was a limping one, unlikely to survive long in the forest. If you do not wish to eat it, you need not partake, Bai Zhanshan suggested. Believing that the young man had yet to experience true hunger, once famished, he would cease his moralistic objections. Absolutely not. You cannot take its life. This is a living being. Tang Xiaotian interjected passionately. The remaining members of the team were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening here? A saintly figure? Or merely an attempt to cultivate a persona of compassion? In that case, we shall proceed to the other side and ensure you do not witness it, Yang Jin proposed, assuring that they would not do so in her presence, thereby rendering the matter inconsequential. However, Tang Xiaotian still wished to voice her thoughts. No buts. It is thus, the minority must yield to the majority. We are in a fight for survival, not engaging in a game, Huang Shuiqiang declared, losing patience with the ongoing debate. If they were to squabble incessantly over such trivial matters on the first day, they might as well withdraw entirely. With Huang Shuiqiang, the team stalwart, having spoken, Tang Xiaotian fell silent. Logically, my blood pressure is rising. Perhaps I should divert my attention elsewhere. This team might very well perish without my esteemed brother. In this apocalyptic scenario, the virtuous are often the first to be sacrificed, though hunger has yet to strike. Subsequently, Tang Xiaotian consumed the meowth. How could one eat something so endearing? This scenario epitomized the concept of empty rhetoric. While the five-member group feasted, Zhang Runin found herself in a rather precarious position. Her Pokémon lacked strength, primarily serving as companions. Even her pseudo-divine mini-Dratini had not been rigorously trained, making the prospect of consuming a Pokémon rather daunting. Thus, she elevated the importance of gathering berries and other resources, proceeding with utmost caution. Fortunately, she had gleaned information from other trainers regarding the locations of berry trees, sparing her the need to invest excessive time in searching. With great care, Zhang Runin navigated the forest alongside her Pokémon, with Wang Bin trailing closely behind. This was not a mere game. It was simply the nature of his duties. The information from the senior was invaluable, and Zhang Runin swiftly discovered a berry tree. Coincidentally, it bore a generous yield of berries, and crucially, there were no Pokémon in the vicinity. Was this mere happenstance? Certainly not. There must undoubtedly be a reason for this. Although our esteemed boss Bin refuses to acknowledge it, one cannot deny the improbability of him never encountering difficulties. Not far from the trees lies a pit, within which rests a verdant gem, accompanied by an object of black and red metallic composition beneath it. Chapter 66. Directorly. Fortunately. Wang Bin gazed at the object with an air of familiarity, particularly due to the supernatural energies it emanated. With the aid of his keen eyesight, he swiftly discerned its identity. Name, Deokisis. Gender, none. Attribute, supernatural ability. Characteristic, sense of oppression. Qualification, level 1 deity. Level, 0, originally 115. Skills, minimal. Item carried. A type of stone from the cosmos, capable of enhancing the carrier's supernatural abilities. Description, a Deokisis that descended here has become damaged during its landing, now resembling a broken meteorite. It requires specific technology for revival. Whether it returns to its original strength or starts anew depends on the revival technique employed. A friendly reminder, Deokisis can ascend to level 1 deity without divine appointment. Thus, action speaks louder than words. To be candid, it would be impossible not to feel excitement. The potency of Deokisis in reality starkly contrasts with its strength within the game. In reality, its transformation is instantaneous and formidable. Thus, he approached it directly. Did Boss Bin venture towards the pit? He picked up a stone. How remarkably green. It was evidently of high quality. Naturally, what poor materials could possibly catch Boss Bin's eye? Observing Wang Bin's actions, Director Li felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he unearthed something extraordinary that could jeopardize the livestream? Team leader, what is this? Zhang Runin, having gathered some tree fruits, approached with curiosity. It is said that wealth should not be flaunted, but I possess a formidable presence, so it is safe to inquire. Are you familiar with Deokisis? Wang Bin was undeterred by the prospect of a banner and 2 crimson tokens. I have no idea. Zhang Runin shook her head. Her university did not specialize in the study of mystical creatures, hence her ignorance. Could it truly be? What is that? A type of Pokémon from the cosmos. It was evident that some in the comments understood Wang. As for its potential for revival, that remained unspoken. So, can it transform into it? Zhang Runin pressed for clarification. Wang Bin shook his head, uncertain, yet if transformation were possible, it would indeed be splendid. Should it lack memory upon revival, it would be like a blank slate, which he could nurture. If it retained memories and desired to leave, it could do so. If it wished to remain, it could stay. This question delves beyond the expected. Boss Bin, well, let us set aside the question of whether it can be augmented. After all, there is little time to address such matters lately. Wang Bin glanced at the comments. Why were Gung Gui and Baofiling not curious about this? They were aware that there was a 99% chance of revival. Otherwise, Wang Bin would have directly contacted Wei Yang to sell it to the school. At that moment, Director Li wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity. But why use the phrase narrowly escaped? Is it a result of habit? Time continued to flow slowly. If we consider Zhang Runin's situation as progressing normally, then the predicament of the 5-member group can only be described as chaotic. The night watchmen succumbed to slumber, and their camp was ransacked by a horde of rattatas. It was only during the shift change that the devastation was discovered. Food had vanished, water buckets were overturned, and their provisions had been entirely depleted. These rattatas were quite clever, sneaking into the village without a sound, avoiding confrontation. They refrained from damaging the tents, thereby evading any potential attack from the humans upon awakening. Consequently, all that remained were the initial rations of bread and a few bottles of water. Huang Shuiqiang quickly assessed the current situation. Indeed, it felt as though everything had been reset. Bai Zhanshan nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. I apologize, I was too fatigued yesterday and inadvertently dozed off. Zhao Sansan expressed her regret. Let us set aside that matter for now and focus on organizing our next steps. Addressing the immediate issues is of utmost importance. Huang Shuiqiang waved his hand dismissively. When trouble arises, the first priority is to resolve it, rather than apportion blame. After all, the event had already transpired, and the outcome could not be altered. It would be disingenuous to claim that there were no grievances among the group. Yet Huang Shuiqiang was the core of this team, and it was only natural that they would refrain from voicing their discontent at this moment. Do you think we should consider relocating our camp? Bai Zhanshan was the first to speak, noting that their site had already been intruded upon, and there was no certainty that they would not be targeted again. I believe that is unnecessary. The fault lies primarily with us. As long as we bolster our defenses moving forward, we should be fine. Yang Jin shook his head. I concur, and moreover, even if we were to relocate, cooking would still emit odors, and lighting a fire at night would reveal our position, thus rendering the move futile. The rattatas that visited today were not particularly formidable and did not provoke us, so I see no cause for alarm. Zhao Sansan echoed his sentiment. As representatives of a new generation, many stayed up late, and consequently, the live stream was still bustling with comments. Thus far, I would characterize the situation as disorderly yet authentically chaotic, with frequent unexpected events, considering none of them were professionals. Let's be honest, the night watch truly fell asleep. Don't you understand the importance of beauty sleep? Our appearances are paramount. I suppose they intended to conserve energy for daytime activities, Wang Bin remarked, glancing at the comments to glean insights about the opposing team's circumstances. He could only interpret the lack of Pokémon usage in one way. After all, he could hardly suggest that the other side was foolish, could he? As for intervening, not a chance. He was merely the team leader. Why should he concern himself with such matters? In fact, he welcomed the prospect of their elimination, viewing it as a means to alleviate burdens and finish the task early. Perhaps we should inquire of Runin. Someone involved in the entertainment industry might have some insights. Wang Bin nodded, then turned to Zhang Runin. Runin, I have received word that the opposing team has scarcely utilized any Pokémon thus far. Do you have any idea why? I do not know, she replied. Zhang Runin shook her head. However, to my knowledge, most individuals within the entertainment industry possess Pokémon that lack formidable battle prowess. Moreover, I have heard that a considerable number of these individuals pamper their Pokémon to such an extent that they become quite fragile and susceptible to illness. Chapter 67. Directorly. Bin, the team is in peril, act swiftly. Alright, I understand. The only remaining question is why Huang Shuiqiang has not released his Pokémon. Wang Bin nodded. Could it be that he wants his team members to experience some adversity to prevent them from being so complacent? I don't know. It's pointless to ponder while watching a variety show. Wang Bin shook his head, choosing to dismiss the thought. There were too many complexities for him to comprehend. Thus, when the incident occurred at the camp yesterday, these little ones were completely oblivious. It's a Nidoran. Zhang Runin spotted a wild Pokémon peeking through the surrounding grass. Wang Bin glanced over upon hearing her voice. He quickly noticed something amiss. This seems somewhat different from a regular Nidoran. Is this a shiny Nidorino? Indeed. It sparkles. It's evident, especially to someone like Boss Bin. Oh dear, it's injured. Come here, little one. Let me take a look. Zhang Runin noticed the wound on its head. Given that this Nidorino was of merely elite quality, training it would be quite laborious. Nidorino hesitated. Although it sensed her sincerity, it was reluctant to trust her. What if, upon approaching, she found it unworthy? Don't worry, come here. Runin observed the hesitation in its expression and offered further encouragement. At that moment, her Dratini and Butterfree also began to coax it. If I were Boss Bin, I wouldn't be able to resist. But, according to the rules of the circle, it is only right for Boss Bin to act this way. Perhaps it's because they are live streaming now. Finally found a flaw, Haven Tiwi? Nidorino remained uncertain, yet ultimately decided to approach. Zhang Runin extended her hand to gently stroke it. Don't be afraid. Little one. Butterfree presented some berries it had previously collected. Nidorino hesitated to accept, merely gazing longingly. Observing this, Zhang Runin spoke again. Go ahead. Butterfree has offered them to you. Reassured, Nidorino began to eat. What an adorable Nidoran, Zhang Runin exclaimed, feeling her youthful heart swell with delight. However, upon hearing this, Nidorino froze in surprise. Wait, my friend is male. How could he be referred to as Nidoran? What's the matter, little one? Why the astonishment? Zhang Runin assumed it might not appreciate the term adorable, as preferences vary between those who relish cuteness and those who favor allure. Haha, dear Runin. To be fair, if it weren't for the comments from netizens, I wouldn't recognize it either. Runin, that a Nidorino, a shiny one, Wang Bin interjected, reminding her that understanding would soon follow. Zhang Runin gasped in astonishment. I've encountered a shiny Pokémon, and in the wild, no less. Indeed. So let us see if destiny allows it to become a companion. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. No wonder you bear injuries. The identity of the shining Pokémon is indeed Zhang Runin. Now I comprehend why this little creature is in such a state. Since your kin do not embrace you, would you consider joining our family? Faced with Zhang Runin's sincere invitation, Nidoran hesitated to accept immediately, instead adopting a battle stance. Very well, I understand. Zhang Runin grasped the situation. At that moment, Wang Bin's phone rang. Hello, Director Lee, what is the matter? Boss Bin, there has been an incident. Someone has been poisoned. Hurry over and assist in bringing them here. The ambulance is ready. Director Lee sounded frantic on the other end. Understood, Wang Bin replied before hanging up. Gungue, I entrust this side to you. My sister will stay here to keep you company. Got it, Gungue affirmed. Catching the Pokeball containing Chu-Chu-Yu that Wang Bin tossed before departing. With a swift teleportation, Wang Bin arrived at the scene. Help! I'm dying. Upon arrival, Wang Bin was greeted by anguished cries. Chao Tian, hold on. Zhao Sansan encouraged, rallying him. What is going on? Wang Bin sought out Huang Shuiqiang, who appeared to be the only reliable one amidst the chaos. I don't know. He just keeps shouting that without providing specifics. Huang Shuiqiang shook his head in frustration. All right, I see. Wang Bin nodded, moving towards the tearful Tang Chao Tian, teleporting him away in an instant. He posed these questions to relay pertinent information to the doctors later. By the time Wang Bin reached the area, he found Director Lee already prepared. The ambulance awaited to transport the injured to the hospital. I'm dying. Dad. Mom. I really want to live. Tang Chao Tian was consumed by thoughts of life and death, oblivious to everything else. Calm down. We need to prevent the toxin from spreading rapidly. A medical staff member began their work. Tang Chao Tian continued to writhe, but regrettably, it was not a dramatic death roll, lacking any spectacle. Cooperate with the medical personnel, and you shall be fine. Resist, and you may perish. It's up to you, Wang Bin remarked nonchalantly. Surprisingly, his words proved effective. Tang Chao Tian immediately ceased his struggles. Please, you must save me. Tang Chao Tian sniffled, filled with hope. Is this what one calls a sense of belief? Regardless, I think this fellow is suited for acting. It's no wonder Boss Bin was given no screen time in the official livestream. Director Lee must be quite distressed. Perhaps fans might even lodge complaints. Tang Chao Tian was taken away by the ambulance. It's over, it's over. Fear not. Although there have been complaints, we will not cease. Director Lee rubbed his face, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. I feel like I'm sprouting white hair. Director Lee was genuinely troubled. Earning this money was indeed a burden. If it were me, I would have lost my composure by now. Let us hope the next guest brings a tremendous surprise. Haha, there is something even more explosive. The next guest is already confirmed. Top-tier star Li Qian. Director Lee's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 68, Director Lee. Sometimes, one must change their perspective to view issues differently. Li Qian's arrival was unlike before. There was no welcoming ceremony, as it was now Boss Bin who called the shots. Upon arriving, one should conduct oneself with sincerity, avoiding any superfluous embellishments. However, on that day, Wang Bin unexpectedly received a call from a female admirer. Hello, Boss Bin. I used to be a fan of Li Qian. She greeted him, providing a brief introduction. Wang Bin nodded. Hello, are you hoping for me to procure an autograph for you? He sensed something amiss. Her demeanor was unusually calm. After all, as a fan of Li Qian, her approach to connecting with Wang Bin should have elicited a greater degree of excitement. No, let me share with you what has transpired on my end, she replied, maintaining her placid tone. You see, I was the president of Li Qian's fan club. I invested a considerable amount to support him, and upon becoming president, I had the opportunity to meet him. We developed a relationship, but he mentioned that his company forbids romantic entanglements, so we could not go public. She continued, for about half a month, he expressed his fondness for my Pokémon, the Arcanine, and repeatedly asked to borrow it. I lent it to him, but later he claimed he lost it. Taken away, he said. I believed him when I saw him crying, but just yesterday, I found my Arcanine, barely alive. It was then that I realized the truth. He had sold it. At this point, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep. How could he do this, especially as a public figure? Have you managed to calm down? Wang Bin inquired, noticing the absence of her sobs. Yes, I will continue. As president, I contacted other fans last night and discovered I was not the only one deceived. That's why I decided to speak up today. She concluded her account. Indeed, my platform has significant reach, which renders any pressure from behind-the-scenes investors ineffective. It is a prudent approach, Wang Bin remarked. Have you reported this to the authorities? If not, I suggest doing so now, and I can inquire further. However, I lack the authority of law enforcement. So if they choose to disregard my inquiries, it is of no consequence. We must await further developments. Wang Bin's concern was solely for the unfortunate Arcanine, as he felt no particular empathy for the young woman. He held no belief in the concept of victim blaming. However, it is fair to say that if someone were to borrow his cherished Pokémon, he would firmly refuse, regardless of the circumstances. Growing impatient with the conversation, he would have likely delivered a sharp rebuke. Thus, it seemed this young woman might not have valued her Arcanine as she should. If she truly cherished it, would she have lent it out so readily? It had only been half a month. Moreover, the Arcanine is known for its loyalty. It likely resisted leaving her side. Yet she did not heed its plight. Furthermore, upon discovering the truth just yesterday, did she not harbor any suspicions prior? Was her Arcanine truly so insignificant to her? Consequently, Wang Bin felt neither sympathy nor disdain for her situation. After all, failing to appreciate one's Pokémon is not a crime. I've already reported it, but only within our circle, she affirmed with a nod. All right, I understand. I shall look into it further, Wang Bin replied, offering a slight smile. Ruan Nan, why don't you join us? My family's Gungui, Bao Fei Long, and Cho Cho, you must be eager to join the fray. Wang Bin never intended to showcase his Pokémon here. It's far more enjoyable to be a spectator. Very well. Zhang Ruan then expressed her curiosity. At this moment, Director Li was frozen in place. After a brief pause, he took out his phone, opened the documentary made by Chuan Qi, and forcefully tapped the screen. He then exhaled deeply. The upcoming excitement will likely be explosive. We must prepare and ensure our live streaming platform is ready without any glitches. Li Qian, your illicit sale of your fans' Pokémon has been exposed, Wang Bin stated, fixing his gaze on Li Qian. This revelation halted the actions of those around them. Who is this person? How dare they slander my Qian Qian? Huh, desperate for attention, aren't we? Slandering my Gugu, prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. Team leader, what are you talking about? Naturally, Li Qian could not admit to such accusations. However, in his exasperation, he was hesitant to retaliate. The truth of the matter was evident, and he feared the person before him might act violently. Oh, denying it is of little consequence. The police should be on their way. The victim has already filed a report. And soon enough, we shall know whether you are guilty. Wang Bin nodded. Any further inquiries or displays of anger were futile. Once he sat in that chair, he regained his composure. Following the trail of the cardigan dog should lead to numerous individuals and evidence. Suddenly, Li Qian approached the camera and raised his voice. I, Li Qian, now swear on my integrity that I am pure and law-abiding. My friends are honest and uninfluenced by money or lust. I, Li Qian, have absolutely not engaged in any unlawful activities. With a loud thud, Li Qian slammed his hat onto the ground. As the saying goes, rumors cease with the wise. I hope you all believe in my heartfelt words and not the slander of others. Truly, Gugu, so dashing. How could someone so handsome possibly commit such acts? Let's send out those lawyer letters. Many of Li Qian's fans began to voice their support for him. However, in the next moment, a helicopter appeared overhead. Stop licking. The police have arrived. Nonsense. They are here to apprehend the accuser. Then, Li Qian adorned himself with silver accessories. He was taken away. The outcome was swift. Given the high-profile nature of the case, ultimately, Li Qian confessed to his crimes in the face of evidence. He is now serving time in prison. At this point, Director Li began searching for new talent yet again. He had come to terms with the situation. Let it happen. Every incident only escalates the attention. This is all a part of the game. Therefore, he eagerly sought out more artists with scandalous backgrounds. Are you planning to start training Pokémon? Wang Bin was quite surprised by this. Indeed, my Nidoran has endured much hardship and understands the significance of strength, so I must assist it. Zhang Ruanen nodded. Chapter 69, Director Zhao. The road to success is wide and expansive. The ultimate evolution of Nidoran is Nidoking. I believe the two crucial points for training are strength and toxicity. Strength training is straightforward, just practice until perfected. The art of poisoning involves a certain finesse, enhancing the venom by incorporating other toxins to enrich its potency. Wang Bin shared some fundamental insights regarding the effects achievable through varying concentrations of toxins, yet he refrained from divulging any unique techniques. After all, he was not addressing his own apprentice. A discussion of basic, universally applicable knowledge sufficed. On that day, a police officer approached Director Li. Hello, Director Li. I am Zhao Tianla, the newly appointed Chief of Police. Greetings, Chief Zhao. What brings you here? Director Li inquired, somewhat puzzled, as there had been no unusual disturbances in recent days. Although the latest addition to their circle, the infamous second-generation figure Zhang Xian, had joined, he surprisingly refrained from causing any uproar. I came to see if there is anything we can assist with, Zhao Tianla replied with a smile. In truth, his eagerness for advancement was paramount, as his previous achievements had also stemmed from this very locale. Meanwhile, in the forest, what on earth is that fellow doing? Gung Gue pondered, observing Zhang Xian not far from him. At that moment, Zhang Xian was rolling on the ground, clutching a twig in his mouth to stifle any sounds. Gung Gue glanced around, but failed to spot any surveillance cameras. The first to witness this peculiar scene was Bao Filong. This looks like something straight out of a television show, he remarked, sensing something was amiss, and promptly released a Pokeball. Boss Bin, you keep an eye on him from there. I'll go check it out, he instructed. Nan, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot leave the Pokemon with you. You should come along. Wang Bin was hesitant to leave someone alone in such a vulnerable position. Understood, Zhang Nan nodded. No need to ponder, it's confirmed. That person just arrived. Let us go and take care of him, Gung Gui pointed out, indicating Zhang Xian's companion. Let us proceed and subdue them, Wang Bin agreed, and in an instant, they transported themselves to the scene before them. Ah, splendid. Someone has come to deliver achievements to me, Wang Bin mused, fully aware of the significance of toxins within the alliance. The term convenient gateway encapsulated the essence of their interactions. Any process associated with such matters required no bureaucratic navigation, as they effortlessly arranged everything themselves. What's this? The screen was ablaze not only with viewers, but also with Director Li and Zhao Tianla. Quick, quick, armed action. Zhao Tianla could hardly contain his excitement, his mouth agape in disbelief. What is this? This is his avenue to success. Move, move, move. Let our personnel converge immediately. Director Li was equally anxious, aware that all the excitement was occurring within Wang Bin's live stream, while he remained empty-handed, merely left to savor the aroma of success. What do you mean by delivering achievements? Mr. Wang, let us have a conversation. What is it that you desire? He is currently on the path to recovery. Grant him an opportunity. The man beside Zhang Xian attempted to wield his financial influence. My dear brother, this is a live broadcast, Wang Bin replied with a subtle smile. He fell silent, no longer needing to speak, simply waiting to face the consequences. Zhang Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a burden had been lifted. Just then, Zhao Tianla arrived. What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Zhang Xian's rationality had been compromised, leading him to speak without thinking. However, Wang Bin perceived this as a reflection of his inherent nature, accustomed to wielding power. Yet, would anyone relinquish their path to prominence? Unthinkable. Feeling the restraints on his hands, Zhang Xian grew frantic. I tell you, my father possesses a celestial-level Pokémon and is a venerable figure in the entertainment industry. Cease your actions now, and I may advocate for leniency, but should you persist, the outcome is uncertain. Celestial level? Wang Bin sneered. Even the threshold to challenge me is beyond them. Nan Wu, speak up. How dare anyone belittle my father? Take action. Zhang Xian glanced at the man beside him. Nan Wu's expression darkened. And do you know who that person is? I wish to live. You won't speak? Ah, you wretched creature. Zhang Xian was on the verge of exploding. Take him away. Zhao Tianla paid no heed, already commanding his subordinates to escort them out. I am Zhang Xian. No one can judge me. You rabble. Zhang Xian shouted vehemently. Alas, this was not a sonic battle. His words held no power over these individuals. I seem to recall him portraying a character in a show. I was puzzled by his exceptional acting at the time. Turns out it was merely a reflection of his true self. Bao Filong finally recognized the role played by this individual. After Gagao, it seemed unlikely he would be seen again. All his works would likely vanish. Gung Gui asserted that this individual would no longer tarnish Bao Filong's eyes. Bao Filong had witnessed numerous disgraced artists attempting comebacks, including those who had made similar missteps. Meanwhile, the incident had gone viral online. How did this fellow manage to evade the cameras? Simple. By claiming he needed to use the restroom. Consequently, no one would follow him, and the security personnel would maintain a respectful distance. Even the threshold of a celestial level is insufficient. Please welcome the next genius trainer. It was suggested that these individuals be permanently banned. What justification did they have for a comeback? Oh, and their Zhang Runin and her little ones. Su Ming texted, Boss Bin, the breeding house's eggs have sold out. What shall we do next? At this moment, Su Ming sent a message. Chapter 70 Director Li. Here we go again. This variety show had smoothly reached its final day. That evening, they would gather for a communal dinner at the camp outside the forest to avoid further mishaps. Gung Gui thought more events might unfold, while Bao Filong yawned widely. However, Rotom was capable of so many tasks, managing the online store, guiding customers, and doing laundry. Thus, Wang Bin contemplated and decided against hiring university students, as their capabilities paled in comparison to Rotom. Before long, night fell. Boss Bin, would you like some wine? Zhang Runin inquired. No need. I do not drink. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Within this circle, it seems that only Boss Bin abstains from alcohol. Many of the staff members have also refrained from drinking, my friend. Meanwhile, Hua Buyu has indulged excessively. No. Stop him. Director Li is about to lose his mind. We see Hua Buyu staggering towards Zhao Sanson, his pants already undone. Fortunately, Huang Shuiqiang acted swiftly, managing to subdue Hua Buyu. Don't touch me. I merely need to use the restroom, and besides, I have children. I'm not fond of men. Hua Buyu blurted out, revealing more than he intended. This lad is still single, isn't? Indeed, I know. The one who claims to be married is, in fact, still unwed. Whose children are they? At this moment, the trio of Wang Bin looked on in bemusement. Wow, this is something. P.S. Spilling his own secrets in a drunken stupor, exclaimed Bao Fai Long, eager for more gossip. I can already predict tomorrow's announcement. Yes, I have children, Gung Gue remarked, casually picking up a piece of watermelon. Where's my camera? One of us queried, observing the spectacle unfold. Over there, it's already gone. Pants removed, P.S. bare-bottomed. A sensational beginning deserves a world-class conclusion. The dramatic scene was met with a lackluster ending in the live stream. Huang Shuiqiang finally grasped the situation. Having been preoccupied with thoughts of size earlier, he snatched up the discarded pants and charged forth. However, Hua Buyu seemed to sense the impending danger, dodging with a swift sidestep and rushing towards Zhao Sansan and the alluring Tian Lenmei. Gosh, what the heck? Gung Gue was left flabbergasted. Wait, so you're into that sort of thing? Could it be your child is? Wow, that is impressive. Bao Failong found himself at a loss for words. What a move. It's like a Pokémon battle gone awry, Wang Bin exclaimed, bewildered. What is going on? He wondered aloud, as even the local dialect slipped into the conversation, revealing the absurdity of the situation. Where's the camera? I can't see anything, came the frantic cries. In the Tianjin dialect, refers to a situation that is utterly lost, so don't even think about it. It's definitely out of sight. Boss Bin continued to narrate the unfolding chaos. Naturally, Tian Lenmei couldn't just stand idly by. She executed a swift trip, causing Hua Buyu to tumble. Such a simple maneuver. Wang Bin and his companions expressed their disappointment. If it were me, I'd unleash a barrage of seed grenades, Gung Gue declared, showing no mercy. Indeed, strike at the legs. No one can argue against it. And a word of mercy wouldn't hurt. Bao Failong nodded in agreement. If it were me, I'd obliterate everything in sight. With a lost target, Hua Buyu switched his focus, attempting to crawl towards Zhao Sansan, but Huang Shuiqiang had already pinned him down. Director Li and his team rushed in to provide support, successfully subduing Hua Buyu. All right, the matter is settled. Clothes are back on, and all is well. However, that live stream over there is likely done for. Let us focus on this side, Wang Bin remarked, redirecting his phone. But now that the crisis was averted, there was little left to witness. We must await Hua Buyu's sobriety for any further developments, rendering the situation rather anticlimactic. Indeed, the rest of us have lost interest. Gung Gue agreed, nodding in solemnity. The final meal concluded in such a manner. The following day, Wang Bin pondered why Zhao Sansan had not confronted Hua Buyu. It seemed as if they were strangers to one another. What a pity, the amusement had dissipated. Gung Gue sighed. Surely, the instructor would not accept gifts from students' parents. Bao Failong chuckled. That would indeed be a hassle. If there were students who failed to catch up, supplementary exam papers would have to be prepared. As for those who did not pass, well, they could simply retake the exams alongside the next cohort. In the end, it was all the same. It merely required printing a few more papers. Wang Bin took his leave. Before departing, he exchanged a few words with Zhang Runan. As they had spent a considerable amount of time together in the forest, thus becoming somewhat familiar with one another. As for the others, he deemed it unnecessary. They were truly not well acquainted. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion of the team that he did not see anyone during breakfast. Chapter 71, The Issue of Distinctive Clans. Bobo, was I flying with my mouth agape? Bobo had not noticed this detail at all. Indeed. Do you not feel your tongue? Wang Bin nodded. Bobo acknowledged the oversight and promised to be more mindful in the future. Very well, we must rectify this habit. While it is tolerable in summer, come winter, the frigid air would not be beneficial for the body. Wang Bin was not in a hurry for it to change. He preferred a gradual approach. Hey, Bin, come with me quickly. A swift grass Pokémon rushed over. All right, position. Wang Bin sensed the gravity of the situation. Oh dear, in the fruit tree grove, the leaves on one tree have turned quite yellow. The grass Pokémon was in a state of distress. After all, these trees were under their care, and they held an emotional bond with them. In an instant, Wang Bin teleported alongside the grass Pokémon to the grove. Item, peach fruit tree. Status, the leaves are yellowing due to a magnesium deficiency. A bit of magnesium will suffice. Fear not, the issue is minor. I will procure some magnesium-rich fertilizer, Wang Bin reassured, feeling relieved. Oh, thankfully, it's nothing serious. The grass Pokémon was greatly alarmed. It's all right. Do not be afraid. Wang Bin gently patted the little creature's head, assuring it that they would ensure everything was fine. All right. The grass Pokémon placed immense trust in Wang Bin. At this hour, it was still not time to rest. Suddenly, the grass Pokémon became petrified. It truly felt nothing. To be honest, it did not harbor a strong obsession with the power enhancement of the Pokémon in its yard. The primary concern was the sense of security, which was paramount. I recently went out and made a friend in the forest. Today I feigned illness to take a day off. The voice of the grass Pokémon grew quieter, aware that its actions were not commendable. Although there were no restrictions against making friends outside, it still neglected to attend training. A sense of guilt welled up within. Well, it appears you have come to recognize your own mistakes, and having acknowledged the issues at hand, you may consider this an opportunity for redemption. Thus, the forthcoming sanitation duties shall serve as your penance, while you continue your training unimpeded by any outside distractions. Wang Bin, however, chose not to impose undue hardship on the little ones. A mild reprimand would suffice. Ah, no problem. The Gianzakeo has regained its vigor, nodding firmly in agreement. In stark contrast, the violent flying dragon wore an expression far from serene. Those unsightly fish were procured from the fish pond, a multitude of them embodying the very essence of lethargy. Without a fierce demeanor, they remained obstinately unresponsive. The trio had taken turns attempting to intimidate them for quite some time, yet these little ones showed no signs of change. It seemed evident that their presence served a purpose, for they were not truly in peril. Even when injured, they would receive treatment. Thus, the situation had devolved into a stalemate, compelling the violent flying dragon to contemplate a negotiation. It seemed the moment had arrived to bring this matter to Wang Bin's attention, who sought to maintain control over them. The violent flying dragon narrowed its eyes, feeling a sense of clarity. Engaging in a protracted battle? It deemed such a course of action beneath its dignity a waste of time. A few opportunities would suffice. Consequently, during the midday meal, the violent flying dragon voiced its perspective. Wang Bin, those unsightly fish are beyond redemption. I propose we allow them to lay eggs first, and then let the next generation inherit their lineage. Wang Bin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if they had not improved over these past few days, they were best left aside. Goga, do they still wish to engage us in a tug-of-war? Gung Gui smiled faintly. Ho ho, one ought to consider whether they are worthy. The violent flying dragon regarded them with disdain, though it could not entirely dismiss its biases, particularly given the past experiences of its younger sister who had faced their exclusion and oppression. Let us keep around 20 eggs, and once they hatch, we shall separate them and guide their development ourselves. Wang Bin calculated briefly. This number seemed just right. While the unsightly fish were a unique product of their breeding facility, there was no need for an excessive quantity. After all, various large breeding facilities also possessed them, and the market demand for unsightly fish was not particularly high, given that evolution required exquisite scales or beauty. The price of exquisite scales had been driven sky high, and many lacked the patience for beauty enhancements, which were also costly. As for selling them outright, Wang Bin harbored no reservations. In the wild, they had witnessed clan warfare, particularly the fierce battles between the meerkat and the rice spoon snake. They had observed such conflicts more than once, with the most devastating encounter resulting in mutual annihilation, indeed, mutual destruction. Neither clan emerged unscathed. Had they ever taken action to eradicate a clan in the wild? Yes. Once, a group of Alitos had obstructed their path, seeking a meal. Wang Bin, naturally, would not idly stand by. After that encounter, his purse had grown considerably. Goga, no problem. It must be said, our own little ones are indeed superior. Just look at the Gianzakeo and the Bobo. They truly are remarkable. Gung Gui held a fondness for the little ones he had nurtured from their hatching. Would you like a cup of juice? I just squeezed some. Huhu approached and inquired. Oh darling, you are simply wonderful for coming over to ask us. Wang Bin exclaimed as he embraced the little Huhu. Huhu chuckled cheerfully. It was untrained, having previously approached Wang Bin to express its thoughts on the matter. Wang Bin had consented, leading Huhu to conclude that since it was untrained, it might as well prepare more juice. Had those ugly fish been more proactive in their communication, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Then let us have a cup. I am quite eager to taste it, Gung Gui remarked as he retrieved a cup. Huhu immediately filled it to the brim. However, the trio did not drink yet. Gung Gui placed the cup before Huhu, saying, since you brewed it, you should take the first sip. All right, Huhu responded, bowing its head. It tastes good. Though it feels a tad too sweet, you should all try it. Huhu smiled, genuinely satisfied. Wang Bin and Gung Gui began to savor it as well. Only the violent Flygon gulped it down in one go and smacked its lips. Wow, that is truly delicious. Chapter 72. The initial experience of teaching time flew by, and today marked the commencement of the semester at Tianjin Spirit University. At this moment, Wang Bin was seated in Wei Yang's office. This system is quite challenging to navigate, Wang Bin remarked as he struggled to set up his course. I have a rotom. I can assist you, Wei Yang offered. Noticing Wang Bin's prolonged difficulties. How many students do you need for this class? Wei Yang inquired, shifting the focus to specifics instead of addressing Wang Bin's struggle. About 80 or 90 should suffice. I prefer not to teach in a lecture hall. A standard classroom accommodates 40 to 50, and larger ones hold about 100. So 80 or 90 seems reasonable, Wang Bin stated with determination, resembling a paragon of the teaching profession. Come on, you just want to use me to attract students. Wang Bin discerned Wei Yang's ulterior motive with a keen eye. Indeed, but I am also doing this for your benefit. It would enhance your standing as well. Wouldn't it? Wei Yang began to paint a rosy picture. I have no need for your embellishments. I lack nothing, Wang Bin replied with a dismissive smile. Brother, show me some courtesy. After all, I played a significant role in bringing this about. Wei Yang conceded, attempting a softer approach. If you say so, I shall grant you that courtesy. Let us switch to the lecture hall, but do remember to prepare a good speaker for me. I am unsure about the quality of the one in your classroom. Wang Bin agreed upon seeing Wei Yang relent. Good brothers can tease each other without issue. But when it comes to matters affecting each other's careers, we ought to lend a hand. Moreover, it doesn't cost Wang Bin much effort. Rest assured, good brother. I will definitely buy any exceptional Pokémon eggs I come across for you, Wei Yang said with a smile. I will hold you to that. Wang Bin replied without hesitation. By the way, how is your ugly fish doing lately? I am looking forward to seeing it evolve into a Milotic, Wei Yang inquired. Fortunately, although my methods of flattery seem to have lost their charm, during the earlier recording of the variety show, the Dragonite and Gengar took turns imparting their wisdom. In the wild, numerous Pokémon are available for battle, and with each skirmish, my confidence has grown. Now, I often find myself conversing with them. Wang Bin chuckled at the thought of his little one. As for the Magikarp, well, I must apologize, they no longer completely belong to his yard. Such genuine confidence. It appears that this little fellow is on the right path. Wei Yang nodded, his thoughts remaining a mystery. Let us not digress. The course selection ends next week, so I can simply attend class then, right? Wang Bin sensed that Mr. Wei was beginning to drift and hurriedly sought confirmation on his own matters. Indeed, you have yet to review the document I sent you. Wei Yang anticipated this, which is why he had appended a reminder to come by at the start of the semester. By the way, there's something I need to mention. Next week, the champion Cynthia from next door will visit our school, and I may have to entertain her, leaving me little time to attend your class. Wei Yang said quickly as he noticed Wang Bin preparing to leave. Cynthia? I can understand if she were to visit Hucking, but I fail to grasp why she would come here, Wang Bin replied, perplexed. It's because we uncovered some myths in our area that pique her interest. She reached out to us, Wei Yang explained, understanding Wang Bin's confusion. Ah, so Tianjin has something of significance after all, Wang Bin chuckled. By the way, I have something pertaining to Deoxys. Do you know where the most skilled revival expert is located? For that, we would head to the history department at Kyoto Pokémon University, or perhaps to the adjacent Devon Corporation or the Crimson Research Institute, Wei Yang replied. Still knowledgeable about the matter. Where's my change? Wang Bin exclaimed, unable to locate his tea leaves. Gengar, do you know? Dragonite was ready for action. Quite dapper indeed. Although it merely sported a pair of sunglasses, it exuded an air of sophistication. Wang Bin scrutinized the Dragonite before him. Absolutely, these sharp sunglasses were my ultimate choice. Dragonite grinned, showcasing its shiny teeth. Gengar felt this moment was somewhat unnecessary. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what I was thinking. Wang Bin admitted with a nod, yet he had no intention of changing his mind. Hey, it's all good, brother. I am no longer the person I once was. Embracing public scrutiny is no longer a concern for me, the Magikarp asserted firmly. Trainers aspire to take the stage, to undergo a complete transformation. Brothers wish to protect themselves and preserve their dignity. Your sentiments are understood, Magikarp acknowledged. This is akin to cross-region communication. All right, let us embark on this journey. Henceforth, we shall venture into the realm of education, Wang Bin declared with a sweeping gesture. Upon entering classroom 101, he found a considerable number of people already present. Gengar is so adorable. A student below exclaimed in delight. Hello, hello? Gengar waved cheerfully. Wang Bin paid little heed. He retrieved the fish tank, filled it with water, and added the fish. Subsequently, he powered down the computer. What purpose does this serve? I haven't done anything with it. As for what to do if one doesn't know what to say at that moment, it is quite simple. He recalled a particular professor from his university days who had a penchant for discussing philosophy during biology classes. Thus, when Wang Bin found himself at a loss for words, he could always delve into other topics. Of course, philosophy was out of the question, as he had only managed to score in the 30s during his high school philosophy studies. Thankfully, the Division of Arts and Sciences spared him from further embarrassment. As the class time approached, more and more students arrived, and soon the lecture hall was filled to capacity. There were even some who had come to audit the class. To be honest, Wang Bin was surprised by the turnout. It seemed that his Pokémon, Gung-Gue, Bao-Fai-Long, and Cho-Cho-Yu, were quite popular. He picked up the microphone to stir the atmosphere. Let me clarify something right from the start. Do not expect to gain anything truly useful from my session. My discussions on the wild will be based solely on my personal experiences, which may not be universally applicable. For instance, if we were to be attacked by a circle bear and suffer no damage, I might emerge unscathed while someone else could meet their demise. Additionally, listening 1,000 times without venturing into the wild holds little value. There are plenty of guides online, and what you can learn from me is no different from what others can teach you. Wang Bin began with a purifying statement. Perhaps, after hearing this, a number of students would choose to leave. Indeed, he thought. Gung-Gue, standing beside him, closed its eyes, nodding in agreement. Well, since you all seem rather silent, let us commence, Wang Bin declared, ready to begin the lecture. As for the students below, there was no feedback. They merely watched in silence, reminiscent of his former self. Oh wait, it was different. He would have likely skipped such an elective class back then. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Bao-Fai-Long turned its head and glanced towards the door. Perhaps it was a special fate, for it caught sight of a distinctly angular face. The other party evidently noticed it too, and they seemed to share a moment of mutual recognition. What's wrong, Liao Lusha? A blonde woman outside observed her Pokémon's reaction. This individual was none other than Champion Cynthia. Ah, impressive, Lai Yao Lusha fixated on Bao Feilong, its eyes reflecting a hint of battle intent. However, Bao Feilong's thoughts diverged. This dragon type is quite formidable. No wonder Mr. Wei is merely the vice dean. There must be someone above him who is even more powerful. At that moment, Wang Bin also noted Bao Feilong's behavior and watched it intently, which led his classmates to follow suit. Ah, Cynthia! A boy exclaimed. Instantly, the entire classroom erupted in commotion. Yet, one should not assume that Cynthia's fanbase consisted solely of males. She had a considerable number of female admirers as well. Hello, everyone. Cynthia greeted as she stepped inside, waving her hand. It's all right. Now that you're here, why not say a few words to them? Wang Bin smiled and nodded in encouragement. No. If you don't mind, let's take a listen, said Xylona, clearly intrigued by Wang Bin's lecture. This lad is no ordinary individual. The tales of his exploits at Hucking University have long since circulated. Certainly, Wang Bin nodded in affirmation. We have no objections. Professor Wang's classes are quite esteemed. Principal Huang interjected. No need to offer your seat. Even school leaders do not require such gestures, Wang Bin remarked, halting a student who attempted to relinquish their place. Nonsense. This is my classroom. They must listen to me. Xylona led her Gyarados over to where the Haunter and others were gathered. Ah, you are quite formidable, she acknowledged. Gyarados, however, remained fixated solely on Dragonite. Your roar is impressive. Keep up the good work. Dragonite nodded in encouragement. Goga, would you care for some tea? Haunter, ever sociable, produced some of Wang Bin's spare change and offered it to Xylona. Thank you, she said, gently patting Haunter's head. All right, since you are all so eager, let me share something different. I will discuss how to handle encounters with ruins in the wild, Wang Bin suggested, instantly inspired by the audience's engagement. It is well known that the wilderness brims with resources. What should we do when we come across ruins? Wang Bin initiated an interactive discussion. It seemed that Xylona's presence had invigorated the atmosphere. Report it. That's one solution, Wang Bin nodded, though he clarified that it wasn't the primary option. At that moment, Wei Yang began signaling to Wang Bin. He was aware of what Wang Bin intended to say, yet felt it inappropriate given the presence of school leaders. However, Wang Bin dismissed him, raising 2 fingers. It's simple. Enter first, retrieve what is beneficial to you, and then report it. Earning twofold is the most rewarding. What if there are traps? A student voiced a differing opinion. What if we are required to hand it over? Another queried. You must assert that you took nothing. Maintain a clean slate to avoid incrimination. Even mere speculation should not concern you, Wang Bin explained, bemused by the naivety of his students. And what if they claim I disturbed the site? The same student asked again. If you suggest that, you are presuming they possess evidence against you. It is quite simple. Just say you heard something, felt frightened, and panicked. That constitutes an emergency escape, Wang Bin elucidated. Children, remember, in society, resources are earned through personal effort. Do not naively believe that reporting is the best course. It is the honest individuals who are often taken advantage of. If you possess a conscience and are inherently kind-hearted, wealth will elude you. Wang Bin punctuated his words with a tap on the desk. Let me provide a straightforward example. Faculty members possess the privilege to purchase Pokémon from the breeding house. Why do people buy them regardless of necessity? Wang Bin paused, scrutinizing the students below. A hush fell over the room until one ventured. Is it for resale profit? That is merely one aspect. You grasped it in a single sentence. Wang Bin replied, sipping his tea. If I don't buy, how can Dean Wei procure them? If Dean Wei doesn't buy, how can Principal Huang proceed? If Principal Huang doesn't purchase, how can Dean Wei and I advance? At that moment, Principal Huang's complexion darkened considerably, and he inwardly screamed, he is slandering me. However, in the next instant, he forced a smile and said, no, that's not the case. It's merely an example. Wei Yang, with his left hand resting on his forehead, appeared utterly speechless, thinking, you're really laying it on thick. I'm just providing examples. It's my first day here, and I'm not quite aware of the specifics. He added. Wang Bin chuckled. Indeed, that is accurate. Gung Gui joined in with applause, exclaiming, use your fists. At that moment, a voice rang out. Who? Wang Bin began to search for the student who spoke. Chapter 74. The butler takes his position. Soon, he located the speaker and raised his thumb in approval. You have grasped the essence. Gung Gui and Bao Feilong nodded in agreement. Although our situation differs from that of the neighboring alliance, where the champion serves as the supreme leader, here we implement a system akin to a separation of military and political powers. Ultimately, as long as your fist is strong enough, you can certainly acquire power. Wang Bin added this remark. The Huaxiao Alliance does not adhere to a champion supremacy. Champions may be powerful, but are not necessarily inclined to handle various administrative duties. Hence, roles such as the champion or gym leader are typically occupied by military or enforcement personnel. Political matters, on the other hand, are addressed through public examinations and the accumulation of experience. However, as the requirements for political roles are relatively low, their authority is significantly diminished, primarily managing issues like urban infrastructure. They are incapable of addressing incidents involving Pokémon in the forest. To put it plainly, they assist champions with trivial matters. Ding ling ling. Is teacher Wong not calling the roll? A student inquired. Aren't you continuing with the next agenda? Wang Bin expressed his confusion. Isn't it obvious that since you're fine, we thought we could proceed together? Principal Wang remarked with a smile that barely concealed his irritation. What a joke. There's no compensation. This is nothing but unpaid overtime. Who would be willing? Gung Gui, I wouldn't either. Would it be convenient to wait a while? I'd like to take my Garchomp to pay a visit, Sharona asked upon seeing Wang Bin preparing to leave. Of course, come along, Wang Bin readily agreed. He was reminded that Sharona also had a Milotic, and it would be delightful for his own Phoeba to see its future evolutionary form in reality. As for the school, he had already assessed it and found nothing appealing. Upon arriving at a large breeding facility, Wang Bin had yet to speak when he noticed a middle-aged woman arguing with the receptionist. Madam, your wait has been excessively long. We truly cannot process a refund, the receptionist said, looking quite distressed. Wang Bin, intrigued by the mention of Rotom, found himself approaching them. Ahem, could I see that Rotom? He coughed a couple of times, feigning a cold due to his hat and mask. Are you interested in purchasing it? The middle-aged woman asked. I have an interest in Rotom, but I'd like to take a look first. Had I not heard about it the moment I entered, feeling it was fated, I wouldn't have inquired. Wang Bin almost forgot to cough again. However, adding it at the end felt rather insincere. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to mind this detail. Before long, a Rotom appeared before Wang Bin. Name, Rotom. Gender, genderless. Type, electric ghost. Ability, levitate. Aptitude, champion. Level, 8. Skills, limited. Held item, none. Evaluation, exhibits remarkable talent in electric type abilities. However, due to insufficient control, it tends to discharge excessive electricity, which can damage electronic devices. Its presence here is due to the breeding facility's standardized training for tool Pokémon, lacking proper aptitude assessment, and it has not had the opportunity to showcase its potential. Young man, your luck seems to be rather favorable lately. If you don't seize this chance, what are you waiting for? Hello, Rotom, Wang Bin greeted. Hello, are you here to capture me? Rotom's tone was filled with anticipation. Indeed, I have taken a liking to you, Wang Bin nodded, then glanced at a middle-aged woman nearby. I will neither increase nor decrease the price. I will sell it for the same amount I bought it for, the woman stated, retrieving the payment record. All right, Wang Bin. Ever pragmatic, paid without hesitation, and Rotom became his. All right, Rotom, Rotom exclaimed joyfully. The receptionist nearby sighed in relief. This was a positive outcome for her as well. Despite achieving his goal, Wang Bin did not leave immediately. Instead, he began to browse the breeding facility. After all, one might stumble upon something extraordinary. Name, Meowth, Alolan form. Gender, male. Type, dark. Ability, technician. Aptitude, ordinary. Level, 5. Skills, limited. Held item, none. Evaluation, ordinary. One might dream of their luck being so extraordinary as to encounter another Pokémon of champion aptitude. How naive. Upon reading this evaluation, Wang Bin's lips twitched. Yet he remained undeterred. However, the outcome was not as favorable, as evidenced by his unchanged account balance. Upon exiting, he purchased a set of electronic devices, phones, tablets, and an entire suite of equipment, ensuring he had backups in case of malfunction. His motto was to indulge in extravagance. Isn't the control over electrical currents lacking? No matter. We'll practice. If something breaks, so be it, we can afford it. Upon returning home, he set the items down. Come, Rotom. Your tendency to damage electronics stems from your inability to regulate the electricity within you. However, your aptitude is exceptional, and we will assist you. You need not worry about causing damage, for we are well off, very well off. So feel free to utilize your abilities without hesitation. Woohoo, you are all so wonderful, Rotom exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. From now on, you will be our chief steward. Our household is also a small breeding facility, so I will entrust you with tasks such as online trading and deliveries. Wang Bin quickly set him to work without a hint of hesitation. Not a problem, Rotom. Rotom replied confidently, this is a trivial matter. If you ever need assistance, just reach out to your elder brother, Gengar chimed in, patting his belly. Oh, and if I decide to post videos, I will rely on you as well, Tyranitar added with a laugh, while Magikarp also expressed agreement. Understood, Rotom, Rotom said, before diving into one of the phones. Bang! In the next instant, the phone exploded. For faces displayed expressions of shock, accompanied by one of awkwardness. They exchanged glances, encapsulating the current predicament. Chapter 75. As Sharona entered our breeding house, Goga cautioned, take it easy, observe my Thunderbolt. Gung Gui commenced a personal demonstration for Rotom, showcasing Thunderbolt's variable intensity, sometimes fierce, at other times gentle. The essence lay in the mastery of control. Do you see, Goga? Electrical currents resemble water, and you are the faucet. Open it as needed, regulating the flow to perfectly operate appliances. The advanced techniques can wait for now. Gung Gui exhibited remarkable expertise. Indeed, much like my superpower, where I can lift multiple objects while regulating my strength. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Your explanation is rather vague, Hu remarked, feeling Wang Bin's words lacked substance despite their pleasantness. Initially, they had connected through a shared understanding and keen insight. Now, however, Rotom, though intelligent, had just met him and could not grasp his intent. All right, I shall remain silent for now, Wang Bin chuckled, reaching for the quirky fish in the nearby aquarium. Isn't she our little darling? Indeed, Rotom affirmed, the specifics no longer matching. It nodded, releasing faint sparks of electricity. Gungue sought to harness technological prowess. I'll check online. Such devices must exist. Otherwise, it would be challenging for those running training facilities to accommodate electric-type Pokémon, Wang Bin mused, though uncertain. His intuition suggested he would find what he sought. A quick online search confirmed his thoughts. Prices varied based on capacity, so he decided to opt for the most expensive. Reasoning it was a minor expense. Will it be safe? Perhaps a more affordable option, Rotom? Rotom expressed concern. Fear not. If you follow the instructions, it won't break. Gungue reassured. You're overthinking it, my young friend. All right, the purchase is complete. It will arrive shortly. For now, relax and familiarize yourself with the household and its routines. Wang Bin had no intention of jumping straight into training. As evening approached, the silhouette of a Garchomp appeared in the sky. Pidgey, Boss Dragonite, we have a situation. A Pidgey flew over. Huh, a Garchomp? Dragonite inquired. Yes. Pidgey confirmed with a nod. Oh, so you were aware. Your calmness reassures me, Dragonite smiled. Indeed, I was informed earlier. Well done, bringing me the news. Dragonite chuckled as Pidgey flew away. I'll go meet them to avoid the formalities later, Dragonite announced, taking flight. Thank you for coming to greet us. Sharona waved as Dragonite approached. Just a small gesture. Follow me, Dragonite replied, leading the way, as Sharona remained unaware of the Garchomp's affairs. She could comprehend the words of her own Garchomp due to their deep bond forged over years of companionship. However, the same could not be said for the Dragonite. Welcome. Please come in and make yourself comfortable. After hearing Dragonite's words, Wang Bin approached the doorway. Thank you, may I release my Pokémon? Cynthia felt the scenery here was quite pleasant and intended to let her Pokémon enjoy the fresh air. Of course, I would also like to trouble you to let Milotic out. I wish for my Phoeba to see what it may become in the future. Wang Bin readily agreed. Cynthia released her 6 Pokémon, Garchomp, Lucario, Glacian, Togekiss, Huntail, and Milotic. Wang Bin glanced over, noting that Garchomp had already reached level 3 divine status, while the others were all at champion level. Truly, she deserved the title of Valkyrie among trainers. Yet, one could only wonder how much stronger Red had become. After all, it was well known that Champion Cynthia's primary pursuit was the study of myths and the investigation of ancient ruins. Shortly after becoming a champion, Red had retreated to Silver Mountain, dedicating himself solely to the enhancement of his strength. Look, sister, this is what you will become in the future, albeit with a slightly different hue. Gengar immediately referred to Phoeba. At that moment, Phoeba was utterly mesmerized. It's truly beautiful. Rest assured, you will definitely achieve this in the future. Wang Bin approached and affectionately patted Phoeba on the head. Hey, yes, I will work even harder from now on. Phoeba's fighting spirit was ignited. Go for it, Milotic. Milotic also offered encouragement, having once been a Phoeba herself and understanding the struggle. Lucario, what powerful aura. As soon as Lucario emerged, it fixed its gaze on Wang Bin. The so-called human. Staring like that is quite impolite, Cynthia chided, giving Lucario a gentle pat on the shoulder. Lucario, I am astonished by his aura. Lucario did not conceal its admiration. Truly remarkable Pokémon. Cynthia, your training is exceptional, Wang Bin praised, giving a thumbs up. Your Pokémon are impressive as well. Both Garchomp and Lucario have spoken highly of them. Cynthia responded with commendation. I know Garchomp. Its gaze towards Dragonite was telling, but I did not expect such from Lucario. As we had not met before, Wang Bin chuckled and turned his attention to Lucario. He remained silent, instead opting to sense the aura directly. Lucario reciprocated with its own aura. Gengar and the others also observed. Wang Bin and Lucario locked eyes, their auras engaging in a subtle interaction. Moments later, Wang Bin smiled and spoke. What a remarkable aura. Although our aura compatibility isn't particularly high, I can still perceive the power contained within. Lucario, if you were not human, I would genuinely wish to battle you. Lucario sensed Wang Bin's strength as well. It's no trouble, I am always ready for a fight. Often battling with my Pokémon. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Lucario's words were trivial, adding, moreover, I have my weapon, the spear I forged long ago. Gaga had not had the chance to unleash its prowess for quite some time. Gungue chimed in, expressing a keen interest in witnessing Wang Bin's battle. After all, every mage harbors a warrior's spirit. Although it could not partake in the combat, its trainer certainly could. When the time came, standing in the command arena would signify a reversal of fortune. Chapter 76, Wang Bin and Lucario. I too wish to engage in a duel with the Dragonite, exclaimed the fierce Garchomp, genuinely eager for battle. Roar, then let us go, follow me to a distant place. Dragonite offered no objection. It too was feeling restless and intended to hold back somewhat during the bout. Cynthia nodded slightly, and soon Dragonite and Garchomp soared into the sky. Haha. One must engage to truly know one another, Cynthia remarked with a smile. She had not anticipated this development, yet it alleviated any sense of awkwardness between the two sides. With no further pleasantries, they were ready to engage. All right, let us proceed to the battlefield outside, Wang Bin signaled to Lucario. As Lucario turned its head, it caught Cynthia's nod, a clear indication of her agreement. In the arena, you may attack first, Wang Bin extended his hand, fingers poised in invitation. Lucario, though somewhat surprised, did not hesitate and launched a punch. However, Wang Bin swiftly blocked the strike with ease. I encouraged your initial strike to convey that I am far stronger than you might imagine, so there is no need for such caution. Wang Bin said with a subtle smile. I understand, Lucario acknowledged and threw another punch, this time with greater ferocity. Wang Bin raised his left hand, using his arm to absorb the blow, then retaliated with a right hook aimed at Lucario's face. Lucario instinctively raised its hand to defend itself. The good news, it managed to block the attack. The bad news, it lacked Wang Bin's strength and was pushed back several steps. With that, Wang Bin abandoned his defensive stance, teleporting directly in front of Lucario. His finger pressed against Lucario's abdomen. Fist of fury. Boom. Lucario was sent flying, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Wang Bin did not believe that his strike had incapacitated Lucario. Thus, he maintained his readiness for combat. Simultaneously, he activated his aura. Oh, I see. Wang Bin discerned what his opponent was attempting. He began to conjure an aura sphere. With a whoosh, an aura sphere erupted from the cloud of dust. Wang Bin swiftly launched his own aura sphere. Boom. The two spheres collided, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Gaga. Gungue braced for defense. There was no choice, as this was home, and any damage would be deeply regrettable. If they were battling in an open field, it would have been of little concern. Lucario was on the move again, its left hand poised for Ice Punch and its right for Thunder Punch. Wang Bin transformed his punch into a palm strike, intercepting Lucario's arms. Cloud hands. Lucario's fists were deflected aside, their blue and yellow hues tracing a circular arc. Clearly, it could not land a hit on Wang Bin, who, after executing the cloud hands technique, followed up with a push that sent Lucario sprawling. He then assumed the elegant stance of the white crane. Lucario wielded a bone club, which materialized in its grasp. Gengar, witnessing this, promptly hurled Wang Bin's spear toward him. Wang Bin caught it with steady hands. While many favored swords and knives, Wang Bin had a particular affinity for firearms. In truth, he also possessed another weapon, a halberd, though it saw considerably less use than the spear in his hands. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Bin parried the bone club 3 times with his spear, then seized an opportunity to strike, disarming Lucario and swiftly regaining his stance. With a forward thrust, the spear came to rest firmly against Lucario's neck. Lucario felt akin to a novice, realizing that it needed to employ its skills if it were to avoid being continually subdued. I shall unleash my skills now, Lucario declared, preemptively informing his opponent, as it did not intend to utilize aura or melee techniques since Wang Bin was a human. No problem, Wang Bin replied. Sensing vibrations from the ground, he quickly deduced that it was either a spike attack or the onset of an earthquake. His choice was straightforward, teleport, followed by a sweeping strike. Lucario swiftly raised its arms in defense, attempting to shield itself from the impending damage. Yet, it was soon airborne once more. Just as Lucario prepared to rise, Wang Bin executed an aura lock followed by a spear throw. As the spear embedded itself mere centimeters from him, Lucario felt it was futile to continue. Indeed, Wang Bin had no intention of prolonging the bout. He had initially imagined engaging in a duel-like confrontation with a Pokémon capable of wielding weapons, but that now seemed unrealistic. Pokémon possess skills, often neglecting weapon training. I have a medical device here, Wang Bin said, stepping forward to retrieve his spear while simultaneously helping Lucario to its feet. I'm fine, I hardly sustained any injuries. Lucario replied, shaking its head. It then inquired, if it were a multi-battle scenario and someone attacked you from behind, would you teleport away? Lucario was intrigued by this notion. It appeared that both parties remained unharmed. Gengar held back. Gengar quietly confided to Dragonite. Of course, they are a guest, and since it was merely a spar, I couldn't possibly go all out. It was just a couple of exchanges, akin to when the Elder sparred with us. Dragonite nodded in agreement. Gengar noted the distinction. They had to exercise greater caution, lest they be caught off guard. In the Elder's eyes, they were fragile, lacking the resilience of Wang Bin. Meanwhile, Garchomp conversed with Cynthia about the earlier encounter. I couldn't prevail. My opponent was not serious, and I sensed the disparity, Garchomp admitted, acknowledging its strength without offering excuses. Oh, understood, it nodded, fully trusting Cynthia. At that moment, Wang Bin's 2 employees arrived. Work is done, Boss Bin. It's prime time for star chasing, Su Ming and Zhang Yu exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. All right, got it, Wang Bin replied with a nod. As the clock struck the end of the workday, The arrival of the two employees was already deemed a positive occurrence. Chapter 77. Wang Bin resolutely opted for the second choice. Go have some fun, he said. Upon entering the room, he gave a gentle pat to Gung Gue and the others, then turned his gaze towards the fierce shark Pokémon. You need not stand on ceremony. If you require anything, feel free to consult Gung Gue and the Dragonite. Regrettably, he had yet to fully familiarize himself with Rotom. The Pokémon expressed its disappointment, acknowledging that as the household steward, it had not yet perfected its duties. However, this only underscored Rotom's necessity within the group. Did it not? Rotom bore no resentment towards this notion. After all, it had previously faced disdain from its former household, and now it wished to avoid further rejection. In this household, you will always be needed, Wang Bin reassured it, recognizing the sentiment behind Rotom's feelings and thus comforting it. At that moment, Sharona was captivated by the components of Dialga. She stood beside the intriguing apparatus, scrutinizing it with great attention. What do you think? Can you discern anything? Wang Bin approached her. Not really, Sharona replied, shaking her head, but then added with a hint of uncertainty, though it seems there is some energy within. Indeed, I have sensed it with my psychic abilities. I believe it could be revived through a series of operations. I've already booked my ticket for tomorrow. Planning a visit to the Kyoto Pokémon University, Wang Bin had anticipated Sharona's inability to decipher the outcome. Oh, is it the history department? Sharona inquired suddenly. Yes. I've heard it's one of the premier places for such research, Wang Bin nodded. How fortuitous. I have a ticket for tomorrow as well. Let us check the timing. We might be on the same train, Sharona remarked, feeling the serendipity of the situation. As they both pulled out their phones to compare details, they discovered, to their surprise, that their tickets were indeed the same, with adjacent seating. What a coincidence. Are you going there for the mythology or the ruins? Wang Bin asked, his curiosity piqued, as he believed this matter was more pertinent to the Tianmen Pokémon University. You're not very well informed, are you? Although this ruin is located in Tianmen, it involves ancient texts, and many professors from various institutions are engaged in its deciphering. Sharona explained the current situation to Wang Bin. Ancient texts? I see, Wang Bin responded, finally grasping the context. You have some knowledge about it? Sharona, relying on her intuition, sensed that he understood more than he let on. I've come across a few books while studying at the library, so I have a bit of an understanding, Wang Bin replied with a slight smile. In truth, his comprehension was limited. Without his visual aids, he could only interpret a few images. I have some pictures. Take a look, Sharona offered, retrieving her phone. Now, Wang Bin faced two choices. First, to glance at the images, claim ignorance, and let the moment pass without consequence. Second, to examine the pictures closely, express his thoughts, and potentially forge a connection with Sharona. As a typical young man in his 20s, it was impossible for him to deny any feelings of attraction towards a strong, attractive, and kind woman of similar age, particularly when he felt himself deserving of such admiration. Wang Bin did not consider himself base, yet he acknowledged his desire for her. However, given that both were single, such feelings were entirely natural. Thus, he opted for the latter. May the dark deity bless us, Wang Bin remarked as he scrutinized the photograph. Is it really that simple? Zyrona felt that the speed of translation was akin to a playful endeavor. Oh, what a coincidence. This falls well within my realm of understanding, Wang Bin replied with a faint smile. Take a look at the subsequent images. Zyrona swiftly scrolled through the screen. This appears to be a collection of symbols, rather meaningless. I surmise this must be an altar, presumably for sacrificial purposes. If the site lacks sufficient artifacts, extracting complete information becomes quite challenging. Wang Bin perceived that this relic might not be of great utility. The practice of sacrifice is commonplace among many tribes. Some may merely burn a wish plaque without any additional offerings. That's fine. I have ample accommodation here. Staying is not an issue, Wang Bin nodded. He felt it prudent to make a suggestion without imposing, for being overly insistent might lead to an awkward situation. Then I shall not impose, Zyrona replied graciously, eager to share her extensive knowledge on ancient mythology. Observing her Pokémon having a delightful time, she felt that remaining here would be quite beneficial. The two Pokémon were formidable, yet surprisingly amiable, though one, Rotom, seemed to be quite the chatterbox. What do you feel like eating tonight? The refrigerator has cabbage, persimmons, spinach, and celery. Oh, and that infernal quinoa roll. Wang Bin initially felt pleased, but his mood soured upon encountering the mention of the quinoa meat roll. What shall we eat? Previously, I always had hot pot here, which was indeed delightful, but perhaps trying some new dishes would be worthwhile. Zyrona began to ramble. Wang Bin then recalled that Zyrona suffered from decision-making anxiety. If left to her own devices, dinner could easily morph into a midnight snack. Thus, Wang Bin decisively suggested, why not consult the Pokémon? Although his Pokémon predominantly consumed energy cubes, they also enjoyed a variety of human dishes for a change. Excellent idea. Zyrona's eyes sparkled as she promptly set off to find her Pokémon. Sharpedo, what do you wish to eat tonight? Zyrona first sought out her initial Pokémon. Anything is fine, Sharpedo replied. Having been with Zyrona since it was an egg, It was well known that Pokémon often mirror their trainers. Thus, it too displayed a hint of indecisiveness. Typically, it would eat whatever its trainer chose. The following Pokémon, Milotic, echoed a similar sentiment, indicating that they were content to let her decide. How about I take charge? I'll prepare 2 broth bases for Hot Pot, Wang suggested. Feeling a touch hungry himself. Sounds good, Zyrona agreed with a smile. Hot Pot is ready. Wang quickly prepared the broth. It was quite straightforward, just adding some ingredients. It looks quite appetizing, Zyrona remarked, ready to dig in. Ignite the burner. Oh wait, that's not right. It's heat the broth. As the temperature rose, the enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air. Chapter 78, Little Meowth confirmed. Thus, you intend to designate the ugly fish as a distinctive Pokémon, while the combination of Bounsweet and Pidgey will represent 2 of the common starter trio, Cynthia summarized after swallowing her food. Indeed, selecting the common starter trio proves to be quite a challenge. Someone had previously sent me a private message inquiring why, among the plethora of bird Pokémon, I chose Pidgey over others. My reasoning was that while Corviknight and Talonflame boast superior strength, they are a steel-flying and fire-flying type respectively, which consume resources at a higher rate than the typical flying type. Moreover, the most crucial point is that I must provide them with an escape route. Choosing Bounsweet, regardless of whether it evolves or not, allows it to learn grassy terrain, enabling a transition from being a trainer to working in a club as a healer or managing a farm. Pidgey, its size is sufficiently large, making it suitable for delivering food or packages, which is why I refrained from selecting Fletchinder or Swellow. However, the downside is that Pidgeot requires a higher evolution level than the other 2, marking it as a somewhat risky choice. The final selection is troublesome. I am currently contemplating either Mareep or a Spur. Both do not necessitate evolution stones, and if I am fortunate enough to acquire items, I can enhance their combat abilities. However, electric types tend to consume substantial resources and carry inherent risks, as being electrocuted can lead to accidents, and I have yet to devise a viable escape plan. Wang articulated his thoughts, eager to hear Cynthia's recommendations. What about fire types? Magcargo is also a commendable option. Cynthia quickly proposed a worthy Pokémon. I lack an appropriate environment for its survival. Wang shook his head. What about bug types? Pokémon like Butterfree are quite friendly to novices. Cynthia offered another suggestion. I shall procure the bug types directly. If I were to raise them, it wouldn't be long before I would have to part ways with a batch, which is somewhat disheartening. Wang preferred to avoid the emotional turmoil of farewells. Ultimately, those he raises will inevitably elicit feelings of attachment. In truth, had I not been unable to tolerate the stench of Grimer, I might have considered including it, as its rarity is not particularly high and it could scavenge in the sewers. The sewers could also serve as a fallback option, but the odor is rather unbearable. Wang noticed Cynthia had been silent for quite some time, indicating her desire to conclude the topic. Let us settle on a Spur then. Although it is not an ideal choice and lacks a solid fallback, having a multitude of kittens at home is certainly preferable to other options. This choice seems to favor Wang Bin's own convenience. If only Rockruff didn't become temperamental upon evolution, it would be an excellent selection. Wang froze. He seemed to have indeed overlooked this detail. Well, my choice is settled then. I will go with a Spur. Raising some cats sounds delightful. After a moment of silence, Wang ultimately resolved his decision. You pinpointed the matter I had been pondering regarding Gengar and Salamence without any resolution. Thank you. Wang expressed his gratitude sincerely. Not at all. You were simply blinded by the details. Besides, you treated us to a feast. Cynthia smiled, then shifted the topic. However, what I truly envy is your system. In our region, all responsibilities rest heavily on the champion, which is incredibly exhausting. Isn't it feasible to implement such a system in your region? After all, you are the champion. Wang was enduring a forced patience, his thoughts drifting to Wusong. If this fellow were to hear such words, I wonder what his reaction would be. Wusong, do not disturb. I am currently working overtime. The disparity in numbers between the Neon Alliance and the Huaxiao Alliance is overwhelmingly vast, and the Sinnoh region is merely a fraction of that. They dismissed my proposal using this very rationale. Sharona remarked that a champion should not be overly capricious. Certain matters must be approved by others to progress. It sounded more like a nuisance to her, yet it seems our system is not without its flaws either. And I am rather unclear about the specifics of any potential changes, Wang noted, shaking his head. Could it be like Daitu? Gung Gue interjected at this moment. Wang assumed the role of translator. Resigning, perhaps? However, champions possess considerable authority to investigate numerous relics and such. Sharona was reluctant to relinquish this convenience. Very well then. Gung Gue conceded after hearing this justification, for it was indeed a matter that brought joy to them. Wang refrained from inquiring about the implications of Dr. Giselin's involvement. Wang had spotted Sharona descending the stairs and greeted her. Good morning, Sharona, he waved. Let us grab a bite to eat before we set off. The timing seems just about right, and we should leave some leeway for unforeseen events, he remarked, glancing at his watch. Sounds good. Sharona nodded in agreement. Traveling on a Gyarados would be too conspicuous, potentially causing a commotion. And I heard there is a newly opened ice cream shop near the high-speed train station that I am eager to try, Sharona expressed, her fondness for ice cream evident. I see, Wang Bin acknowledged. But why are you taking the high-speed train too, Albin? Rotom inquired, puzzled. There's no choice. I've become something of a celebrity now. Riding on a Dragonite and attracting a throng of fans could lead to a stampede, which would be quite troublesome, Wang Bin explained, preferring caution. Moreover, the journey isn't lengthy. It's just the subway that tends to be overcrowded. Nothing to worry about. The superwash Pokémon fear nothing. Strawberry is delightful. But chocolate is also fantastic. Or perhaps vanilla. Sharona resumed her musings. At that moment, a large question mark hovered above Wang Bin's head. But wait. Wasn't it said that riding a Gyarados would be too conspicuous? There's not even a disguise. He surveyed the crowd of onlookers. I, Wang, have no intention of ensnaring you like Wei Yang. How about we do something similar? Wang Bin proposed, offering a solution. Good idea. This way, we can sample each flavor. Sharona's eyes sparkled with excitement, concluding their shopping expedition with a sense of satisfaction. Rotom, stay close to me, preferably right on my head. So you don't get lost, Wang Bin instructed, knowing his Rotom was particularly anxious about being abandoned, thus eliminating any possibility of misunderstanding from the outset. Chapter 79, Kyoto Pokémon University. After a flurry of signatures aboard the high-speed train, Wang Bin and his companion finally arrived at Kyoto Pokémon University. Since Sharona had made prior arrangements, there were individuals awaiting them at the entrance. Greetings, Champion Sharona. I am Nangang Zhantian, the president of Kyoto Pokémon University. A man who appeared to be in his 50s approached. I am Vice Dean Zheng Lu. He introduced himself, looking younger than the principal by a few years. I am Sun Yun, the dean of the Academy of Elven History and Legends, Sun Yun added. Wang Bin immediately discerned that this individual was technically inclined. A bald old man who seemed to embody the essence of a seasoned expert. Greetings to you both, said Sharona with a smile as she shook their hands. Pardon my intrusion, but could you kindly direct me to the department that specializes in the study of resurrection? Wang Bin inquired. He suspected that these individuals assumed he was Sharona's assistant, especially given his hat and mask, which made it reasonable for them not to recognize him. Moreover, the presence of a Rotom accompanying him was not unusual for a champion and their aide, making the assumption of his role quite logical. Wang Bin had no objection to their thoughts. He preferred to bypass pleasantries and seek out the professionals directly. Our department is located on the 3rd floor. Professor Lee's office is in room 318. Upon entering the academy, you will see the elevator. Just go up, and you will find a map at the exit, complete with room numbers for easy navigation, Sun Yun explained in detail. At that moment, Nangang Zhantian was intrigued by the term Boss Bin. Is it the same Boss Bin who resolved the crisis of the 3 divine birds? He wondered. Sharona nodded in affirmation. Nangang Zhantian immediately turned to Sun Yun, exclaiming, I shall call Professor Lee right away. Sun Yun understood instantly. This young man likely brought along the remains of Deoxys and deserved a warm welcome. An opportunity for a potential research paper would be splendid. Meanwhile, Wang Bin was engaged in conversation, primarily driven by the exuberance of Rotom. That over there looks splendid, Rotom. And that too seems quite impressive. Oh, that appears to be entirely electronic equipment. I believe I can just step in. That is quite unnecessary. It is still prohibitively expensive. While we may have wealth, we do not squander it so recklessly, Wang Bin interjected, halting Rotom's enthusiasm. Who knows what exorbitant items might be inside? Antiquities, cutting-edge technology, and so forth. Spending a little at home for a minor noise is acceptable, but forking out a fortune here for a major explosion is best avoided. Before long, Wang Bin arrived at the 3rd floor of the academy. Exiting the elevator, he was immediately hailed without even consulting the map. Mr. Wang Bin, greetings. I am Professor Li Hao, a middle-aged man announced, accompanied by a group eager to meet him. Their interest in the remains of Deoxys was palpable. If it had been anyone else, they would have called directly to inquire about it. Hello, I did not expect all of you to come. Shall we discuss this in the office? Wang Bin gestured vaguely in an unknown direction, uncertain of where the office lay. Certainly, let us proceed, Li Hao replied, stepping aside and extending his hand. Inside the office, Wang Bin had divulged all the information he possessed. Now it was time to see what these professionals would articulate. Li Hao gazed intently at the object before him for a prolonged period, ultimately articulating a request. Might I be permitted to bring this into the laboratory and invite other professors for observation? Certainly, Wang Bin nodded in agreement. In the laboratory, it was clear that the resurrection device used for fossil Pokémon could not be employed here. That mechanism relied on extracting and recombining Pokémon genes to achieve revival. However, we lack the genes in question. Professor Sun, while your reasoning holds merit, I believe that device could still prove useful. The main challenge lies in gene extraction. And fortunately, the items we need to extract are right before us. We can first decode them and then input the data, ultimately achieving the necessary preconditions akin to those for resurrecting fossil Pokémon. If I recall correctly, the data we currently possess indicates that Deoxys can alter its form. How can we ascertain that its genes remain unchanged during this transformation? Should we pursue this course, we would inadvertently restrict its capacity to switch forms, which would be quite a failure. Upon hearing this, the assembled scholars fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if that were to transpire, would that individual not dismantle them? After all, this was Deoxys, a being endowed with psychic abilities, and the combination of the two would undoubtedly yield formidable power. At that moment, Wang Bin observed Rotom, remarking, "These instruments here are quite expensive. If you wish to experiment, you might consider the electronic scale over there. It's inexpensive, and it wouldn't matter if it were damaged." He continued to focus on his future butler. This is a complex endeavor. Even if we resort to computer simulations, we cannot ascertain whether the genetic sequences of Pokémon from outer space align with those of our own. Li Hao mused, recognizing the intricacy of the issue. "Senior brother, why not attempt a computer simulation first?" Li Hao's junior, aware of his senior's hesitance to directly engage in sampling, stepped forward to take on the difficult task. "I shall inquire about it." Li Hao patted his junior's shoulder, expressing gratitude. "You are a true companion. I did not regret including your name on the paper back then." Meanwhile, Wang Bin was engrossed in a game with Gung Gue. "Gung Gue, remember, this strategy is most vexatious." Gung Gue proceeded to explain to Rotom the intricacies of the game, knowing that in the future, Rotom could inhabit a mobile device, allowing them to collaborate in their gaming endeavors. "Keep this in mind, Rotom." Rotom hovered above Gung Gue, closely observing the operations. "Mr. Wong, we wish to procure some samples for computer simulation. May we proceed?" Li Hao approached Wang Bin. "Certainly, but your computer must remain offline to prevent data loss. And no materials may be copied or removed," Wang Bin cautioned, nodding in understanding. Conducting experiments necessitates data, yet he harbored concerns regarding potential leaks. "Rest assured, we comprehend the importance of confidentiality. We are professionals," Li Hao affirmed with a gesture. Chapter 80, Cafeteria. This time, victory is mine. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. "Let us dine. Health is paramount." Wang Bin regarded these researchers as lunatics. They were now completely engrossed in their work, each one exhibiting a level of fervor that seemed almost mad. "All right, I understand. I shall give it a try," Wang Bin declared before taking his leave. "Boss Bin," he called out to Sharona, "I'm heading to the cafeteria. Have you all finished over there?" "I am Lucario. She is still occupied," Sharona replied. "No need, thank you. We have everything we require," she added. The camaraderie between Lucario and Wang Bin had blossomed into a solid friendship. To be more precise, the Pokémon of Wang Bin and those of Sharona shared a commendable rapport as well. "By the way, where are you?" Wang Bin inquired. "We're on the 5th floor of the Institute of Pokémon History and Legends, room 503, Sharona informed him. "Perfect, I'm on the 3rd floor. I'll check with Gung Gue to see if they're heading to the cafeteria. Are you all dining on the 5th floor or joining me for lunch?" "If it's the 5th floor, Sharona and her team will be there," Wang Bin addressed his Pokeball. "Let us head over there. The cafeteria is too crowded," Gung Gue remarked, emerging from the ball, clearly uninterested in mingling with the masses. "Charizard won't be going either," came another voice. "I'll head to the cafeteria, Rotom," Wang Bin decided. "Hey, I'm following my 2 older brothers." Chincho chimed in, showing little interest in the cafeteria, at least not at the moment. "5th floor, room 503. Then I shall go eat and return afterwards," Wang Bin concluded, arranging for Gung Gue and the others before preparing to leave. "Go on. It's not a matter of life and death. Don't cling so," Gung Gue waved dismissively, playfully licking Wang Bin's face with its tongue. "Well, there's nothing to be done. You are my Pokémon, after all. Off I go," Wang Bin stated, unperturbed, and departed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Wang Bin squinted slightly. "Let us explore the cafeteria at Kyoto Pokémon University. Time for some braised chicken from the second cafeteria's 2nd floor." He initiated a live broadcast, thinking he would stop once he deemed the duration sufficient. "Oh, a brand new Rotom. Is Boss been practicing his alternate account again? Spread the word. Dean Wei is about to be swarmed again. Am I the only one praying for the cafeteria at Kyoto Pokémon University? Warning, Rattata. All right, let us head in and see for ourselves," Wang Bin said as he entered the cafeteria. "Wow, quite a crowd for the braised chicken. No wonder Professor Lee recommends it so highly." Wang Bin swiftly located the appropriate window. As he stood in line, a classmate in front of him fortuitously opened his live stream. "Wait a minute, why does that hair look so familiar? And this background too?" The male student pondered. Slightly bewildered, his murmured thoughts were drowned out by the cacophony of the cafeteria. Even if his phone recorded it, the playback would be inaudible. "Old Lou, come take a look." "Huh." The classmate finally registered the situation, looking perplexed at his phone. "What is going on?" His companion approached. "Young man, check the comments. It's definitely you." "Ha ha, Boss Bin is quite the trickster." Wang Bin patted the bewildered student on the shoulder. "Hello, classmate." "Whoa, Bin," the other exclaimed, stunned but managing to contain his excitement. "I heard from Professor Lee that the Huangmin chicken here is quite exceptional, so I decided to give it a try." Wang Bin waved his hand in greeting. "Indeed, this place is bustling. At times, they sell out, and people will still venture to the Huangmin chicken shop off campus. Boss Bin, I'm your fan. May I have your autograph and take a photo with you? The other party appeared quite excited. No problem. But please wait in line for a moment, Wang Bin replied without hesitation. Bin, should we try that Huangmin chicken shop outside as well? Rotom suggested, reasoning that since it was a substitute, it might still be quite good. Let us skip that. I believe once we've had this, there's no need for the substitute. However, if you really want to try it, we can buy a portion, Wang Bin thought inwardly. Reluctant to go, but willing to consider his Pokémon's suggestion. Let us buy a portion then. Rotom nodded, smiling, feeling Wang Bin's care for it. Why are you still fussing around? Rotom observed Wang Bin's actions with some confusion as he took his meal and began to inspect it closely. Previously, I encountered some unsavory items at Gengar Pokémon University, so I'm being cautious, Wang Bin said with a slight smile. At Gengar Pokémon University, Teacher Wang. We are family. At Kyoto Pokémon University, from the perspective of food safety, the distinction is glaring, haha. What a face. The serene little rattata in your dish is something that will never grace our cafeteria. As the comments teased Gengar Pokémon University, Wang Bin had already finished signing for the earlier student and was now posing for a photo. Click. Alright, thank you, Boss Bin. The student expressed gratitude after the photo was taken. Haha, no worries, but I must say, you have a Galarian Ducklet in your Pokémon team, which is quite rare around here. During the photo session, Wang Bin also learned about the student's Pokémon. I particularly admired Ducklet. It resembles a knight, very dashing. The student expressed admiration for the evolution of their Ducklet. To have acquired such a Pokémon speaks volumes about one's strength. Has anyone tasted it? How does it compare to the ordinary Ducklet? I'm not sure, but if I had one, I would certainly train it into a Swanna. Sun Xiao loves to watch live streams. No way, it's inferior to the ordinary one. It's too bulky. It's still me, Sun Xiao. That makes sense. With its fighting attributes, it likely exercises more and has less fat. This time, the meal yielded no unusual findings. And Wang Bin decided to buy 10 more portions to take to Gengar and the others, including the Biteland shark. The reasoning was quite simple. It's akin to how some boys pursue girls through their friends. However, Wang Bin would never resort to such tactics. Pokémon and friends are vastly different entities, at least in terms of species. Chapter 81. Wang Bin mused. I wondered why there was nothing happening earlier. It turns out the location was incorrect. Its name is quite simple, Huangmin Chicken Rice. Wang Bin remained silent, merely gazing intently. Although the issue has arrived belatedly, the university cafeteria has narrowly escaped a calamity. Wang Bin scrutinized the mushroom before him. Item, a piece of cooked mushroom. Indeed, you are not mistaken. The mark is a dental impression. Nevertheless, congratulations are in order. Young man, at least this dish is not entirely composed of refuse. He then brought forth his phone, magnifying the image. Is this really a dental imprint? It resembles one. Yet it seems somewhat off. It is too shallow. Had it been deeper, certainty would prevail. Wang Bin glanced at the barrage of comments without speaking, continuing to sift through the Huangmin chicken, knowing he would not partake in it. Instead, he sought more conspicuous evidence, treasure hunting. It turned out that the other party exercised a degree of caution, as no additional unsavory elements were discovered within. Is that truly what it appears to be, Rotom? Rotom had already formed a hypothesis while Wang Bin examined the scene. After all, if there were no issues, tasting would have ensued directly. Wang Bin was neither a gourmet nor a chef. He needed to assess the appearance and types of ingredients involved. Indeed, Wang Bin nodded. Would you mind observing here for a moment? I need to step outside to make a call. No problem, Rotom readily agreed. What exactly is this Rotom's background? It seems somewhat timid. In simple terms, it appears to have been abandoned at some point. This is understandable, as Boss Bin's establishment is a breeding ground. It is normal for someone to buy it if they find it appealing. Wang Bin stepped outside and dialed the reporting hotline. Hello. I am currently outside a Huangmin chicken shop at Kyoto Spirit University, and I have discovered a mushroom with a dental imprint. I cannot fathom how many more there might be. I believe it is prudent for you to come and inspect it. Wang Bin swiftly conveyed his situation while also offering a suggestion. After hanging up, he sent a message in the group chat. He intended to wait and observe the situation. Gungawei. Alright, we are already in the live broadcast room, ready for some entertainment. Gungawei expressed its expertise in such matters. Clearly pleased that this time they had followed through on their words, providing it with positive reinforcement. Wang Bin felt no need to correct or comment. He could mend its inner scars through such tangible actions. It was different from Cho Yu, who seemed utterly despondent at the time. Severe ailments require potent remedies. Hence the direct praise given back then. Boss Bin must have made the report just now, right? Now, watching the interaction between trainers and Pokémon. Such an unexpected remark is truly a mood killer. Yes, as the comment above indicated, Wang Bin nodded, though he refrained from vocalizing it. He must not alert the shop owner. Soon, the inspectors arrived. Hello, we are from the bureau. Here are our credentials. Please cooperate with us during the inspection. They presented their identification. Alright, please follow me. Contrary to expectations, the shop owner displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he remained quite composed. I am the reporter. May I accompany you inside to observe? Wang Bin stepped forward with a slight smile. Just moments ago, he witnessed the proprietor pressing a button through the wave guide. However, Wang Bin, being quite cunning, resorted to his supernatural abilities to cause a disruption. In other words, regardless of the button's purpose, it failed to transmit any valuable information. It was as if it had never been pressed at all. Very well, Mr. Wong, remarked the staff, who instantly recognized the man. It could be said that many individuals within the bureaucratic system were familiar with him due to his inquiries at the Agricultural Bureau. Indeed, everyone is welcome to observe. We embrace the scrutiny of the populace, another staff member chimed in. There is little distinction between watching collectively and observing individually. Both amount to observation and promote a sense of fairness and transparency in enforcement. Long time no see, little Rada, he greeted. Hello, came the reply. The staff nodded in understanding, acknowledging the considerable foot traffic in the area. And what about your waste bucket? Wang Bin posed a pointed question. Follow me to the back, was the unwavering response. They proceeded to a room behind, where an elderly woman was busy harvesting. She was picking through visibly disturbed vegetables, with a basin nearby brimming with mushrooms. The proprietor's face paled at this sight. What on earth is going on? Did the signal not get received? The sound may have been inaudible due to the range hood and other noisy appliances, which is precisely why that button was installed. But can anyone explain this situation? Goodness, this truly is a disregard for humanity. They say university students are fragile, yet they are indeed difficult to eliminate. Boss Bin is maintaining his composure. It's time to disclose the criminal facts. This is genuinely revolting, Wang Bin scoffed. The elderly woman was taken aback, hastily explaining to the staff. These mushrooms are for feeding stray cats. And the meat? For human consumption? Wang Bin interjected. Yes, indeed, the woman floundered, but she quickly waved her hands. No. The meat is for us to eat. Yes, for our own consumption. I absolutely detest wasting food. The proprietor was clearly desperate. Chapter 82. Wang Bin. I am not meddling. I am acting for a brighter future. Impressive, my friend, Wang Bin commended, raising his thumb. With a quirked brow, he added. We have a saying. Those who recognize the times are true talents. Your supernatural abilities are formidable. I believe they will compel you to speak the truth. The staff found themselves unable to interject. Tell him to hush, they thought, yet they hesitated, aware of the limited monthly income and the unnecessary risks involved. Moreover, the individual before them was both a consumer and a whistleblower, which was a perfectly reasonable source of grievance. Just so happens, I have a penchant for honesty. Wang Bin stated ominously. This is dire. I will heed the staff's guidance. The proprietor conceded. What followed was the staff's intended course of action. However, as the proprietor departed, he directed a parting remark at Wang Bin. Kid, this is beyond your control. Let bygones be bygones. How familiar this felt. Was the next step to claim he had once been a passionate youth as well? Once upon a time, it was merely a moment of weakness. The template of the little prince. At that moment, the dragon, seated before the screen, felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. I thought there would be some revelation about my father, especially given that this is Kyoto. That outcry seemed rather foolish. Gung Gui, however, found it improbable. Ease belonged to Gung Gui and its companions, but ire belonged to the students. On the playground, the shouts resounded. Refund. Naturally, there were those inside the school watching the live broadcast, and soon, voices began to rise in unison. Wow, I used to visit frequently. Someone echoed nearby. The entire school erupted in chaos. As a substitute for the cafeteria's Huangmin chicken, many preferred not to queue for food. In an instant, an unsettling feeling swept over many. However, the alliance had already intervened, and the school's priority was to provide reassurance. Please stay tuned for the follow-up, the familiar phrase echoed. Though I wondered if the other side had a blue background with white text. Uncertain, yet I sensed the broadcast might be concluding soon. No, wait. We haven't connected yet. Oh, how clever. I indeed planned to end the stream. Wang Bin chuckled to himself as he closed the broadcast and stepped forward. Yet, if nothing were to transpire, he would not be the protagonist. At that moment, a female classmate approached him. Boss Bin, could you investigate the sanitary pads? Many of them are defective and harmful to health. Sanitary pads? The ones that females use. Wang Bin inquired. Yes, she nodded. I know nothing about those. But their production cost seems low. There shouldn't be a need for deceit, Wang Bin pondered, considering the materials involved. Unless, of course, those were being sold at a remarkably low price. A good one costs over 10 yuan, he added. The girl was not surprised, after all. Who would expect a single man like Wang Bin to be well-versed in such matters? His intentions were not rooted in a quest for justice, but rather an excuse to seek assistance from a woman. Who? It would be Shiroina, of course. It was all in the name of nurturing future happiness. All right. The girl nodded, clearly not intending to act impulsively. If she truly had such intentions, there would be no need to confide in Wang Bin. After all, if she had spoken and then acted without a compelling reason, people would suspect she had received some counsel, leading them to review the live footage for witnesses. Now, the situation was simplified. Such malice exists among us. This was Wang Bin's title. So soon, he was broadcasting again. What was happening? Still in a state of disbelief. I just ended the stream, intending to review the comments, when I stumbled upon a most egregious situation. Someone informed me that many sanitary pads on the market are made from substandard cotton, posing significant health risks to women. At that moment, Wang Bin radiated an almost luminous energy. He was not merely correct, he was undeniably righteous. Indeed, a high-quality sanitary pad can cost over 10 yuan, while its production cost is remarkably low. Rotem and Wang Bin engaged in a playful exchange. Is this matter true? As a woman, I can affirm its truth. Many of my friends have encountered similar issues. So, is Boss Bin intending to rectify this situation? It may not be a rectification, but exposing the truth is my responsibility. However, since I lack expertise in this area, I will consult a friend to see if they can assist. Wang Bin shook his head and said, well, I just wanted to inform you all. And now I will sign off. If various products are suddenly taken off the shelves, it likely indicates guilt. One can safely assume there are underlying problems. After a few brief remarks, Wang Bin concluded his broadcast. It would be absurd to expect Shalona, who is currently engrossed in mythological studies, to assist without proper timing. Of course, if they decline, that friend happens to be Wei Yang. After all, no identities or genders were disclosed previously. As for the notion of investigating the sanitary pad issue, Wang Bin felt it was reasonable, considering Shalona's status as a champion. Although Wusong often works late, she should have handled numerous issues, particularly those concerning women's health, without any misguided notions. Let me share with you, just moments ago, a young girl approached me regarding sanitary pads, and Wang Bin began to recount his experiences. We are all aware now. Gung Gui, who had already followed Wang Bin's livestream, received the notification. Luca, are you seeking Shalona's assistance in this matter? Luca directly pointed out the situation. Yes, I know very few female friends, and the only one capable of withstanding scrutiny is Shalona. However, I will bear the brunt of the primary criticism. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. At this juncture, diverting the conversation would be unwise. Sincerity is key. Rest assured, we will endeavor to persuade her, said Lai Yao Lu Sha, expressing their willingness to help. It's no trouble at all, Bu Yi replied with a smile. I didn't realize you were so approachable. This marked Wang Bin's first conversation with Bu Yi. How are you, Bu Yi? Inquired the Ice Fairy, lifting her head. Chapter 83, Wang Bin. This is quite different from what I had imagined. Wang Bin then took action. Bu Yi felt a sense of comfort. The Ice Fairy sensed that Wang Bin possessed skillful technique. Initially, she contemplated resisting, but then Rotem interjected, a bin. Shouldn't you check on Dialga and Palkia? Given the time, those individuals should have commenced their afternoon research. Nevertheless, it is also possible they did not take a break at noon. That makes sense. I'll take a quick look, Wang Bin replied, finally giving the Ice Fairy a gentle touch. Professor Li, how is the situation? Upon Wang Bin's arrival, Professor Li was sipping water at the laboratory entrance. Mr. Wang, it seems manageable at the moment. The likelihood of genetic factors preventing transformation appears to be non-existent. Li Hao reported, delivering good news. That is indeed excellent news. Wang Bin responded with a smile. However, Mr. Wang, we wish to compose a paper on Dialga and Palkia. May we proceed with that? Rest assured, we are merely collecting some data. Later, we shall document the process and conjectures of this experiment. Li Hao expressed his requirements. This matter must be addressed sooner or later. While the other party is in high spirits, it is prudent to present our requests, as the likelihood of acceptance is higher. I have no objections, but it would be wise to wait until after the resurrection to proceed, lest unforeseen complications arise, such as malevolent forces attempting to intervene. Wang Bin, however, voiced no dissent. He found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to seize anything from a prestigious institution in Kyoto, as that would be akin to defecating on the neck of the alliance. Anyone with a modicum of sense would surely refrain from such folly. As for whether the subsequent paper might bolster the sinister forces, Wang Bin remained indifferent. That was a concern for the alliance to consider. Very well. We share the same sentiment. The other party nodded in agreement. They would certainly take note of this aspect. Time passed steadily, minute by minute. Professor Li, aren't you taking a break for dinner? Wang Bin inquired, perplexed. Firstly, this experiment was not of a nature that required constant attention, and it was already 5:30, which was quite late for these professors, who could very well conclude their day. Moreover, it is customary for many professors to be absent in the evening, often departing as early as the afternoon. Let us wait a moment. You may attend to your affairs first. We will contact you once we have made progress. Li Hao said politely. All right, then I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Wang Bin nodded. Upon ascending the staircase once more, Wang Bin found Sharona already present. The Ice Fairy has informed me. When shall we proceed? Sharona initiated the conversation. After hearing this, she called Wusong, as it was also necessary to investigate matters pertaining to the Sinnoh region. As for you, I have no pressing matters. We can discuss your availability at your convenience. Wang Bin relinquished control of the decision to Sharona. Let us aim for tomorrow. We have nearly completed our research on the artifacts within this ruin. Save for that enigmatic dark demon, whose Pokémon identity remains unknown. Sharona nodded in agreement. Very well, that works for me, Wang Bin replied. However, he was uncertain about the dark demon, Without images or system prompts, he was at a loss. Surely, it could not be his own Gungue. The following day, Wang Bin and Sharona reserved a conference room. I hope you don't mind if I go live, Wang Bin asked Sharona. Not at all. Handling matters transparently is commendable. Sharona shook her head. As a champion, facing the camera was a trivial endeavor. Greetings, esteemed viewers. Regarding this sanitary napkin incident, my plan is to conduct a preliminary inspection. I have ordered takeout from various brands, and several delivery personnel will bring them here for evaluation shortly. Additionally, I have invited my friend Sharona to participate in the assessment of this event, Wang Bin announced, turning the camera toward himself. Hello everyone, I am Sharona. She greeted with a smile and a wave. Are they acquainted? In short, neither can be targeted. Targeted? Just look at the plethora of Pokémon behind them. Aside from Rotom and the Phoeba, which are baby level, the rest are formidable threats. Without further ado, the matter of a regional champion is indeed remarkable. Boss Bin, you are merely a casual viewer. Kindly exit this live stream. Am I the only one who finds this amusing? By the way, let us bring forth the Garchomp and the Dragonite. Now, the items have arrived. Wang Bin, perceiving the conversation veering off course, immediately redirected it. Before me lies an array of sanitary napkins from various brands. And as for Sharona, should we not simply open one to ascertain its quality? Wang Bin, relying on external assistance, had not bothered to research. Essentially, the materials within constitute the primary evaluation criterion. Sharona nodded in agreement. He tossed the sanitary napkin lightly into the air. The Dragonite swiftly sliced through it, revealing a mass of pristine cotton upon the table. Externally, it seemed devoid of any issues, and no unpleasant odors were detected. However, a more thorough examination is warranted, Wang Bin remarked. Next comes the bacterial analysis, which we will conduct using a new, unopened sample. We are currently situated within Kyoto Spirit University, making comprehensive testing quite manageable. Sharona nodded affirmatively. During the testing phase, gosh, this ISNT merely exceeding standards. This is a bacterial culture dish, exclaimed Gungue, astonished by the results. Utilizing this could significantly elevate the probability of disease, Rotom concurred, indicating that the harm this may inflict on the human body could be considerable. The specifics remain unknown until it is entered into the system for detailed data retrieval. ISNT, the cost of producing this relatively low, yet it is sold at such a steep price, yielding enormous profits, but they are reluctant to utilize quality materials? Wang Bin genuinely struggled to comprehend. I'll make a phone call. We need to investigate matters on the Shin side as well, Sharona stated before departing. Clearly, this situation is grave, as evidenced by Sharona's immediate decision to make a call. Boss Bin sensed there was more left unsaid. Indeed, there was a continuation. Do we lack a review system? Is no testing required? Or have they accepted bribes to bypass scrutiny? Wang Bin had more to express. Well, let us hope everything proceeds smoothly, he nodded. This was not aligning with his expectations. Indeed, Wang Bin, inexperienced in romance, was still rather naive. Chapter 84, The Arrival of the Fourth Wall. The live stream swiftly concluded. It had little content and was wrapped up in no time. Currently, Wang Bin was at the airport, seeing Sharona off. We look forward to your return. You are aware of the location at the breeding house, Wang Bin said with a smile. With Sharona departed, Wang Bin received a message from Li Hao, indicating that the revival of Deoxys was prepared. Upon returning, it could focus on training and subsequently relish the experience of mastering electrical control. In the laboratory, Wang Bin fixated on the apparatus before him, the data within his gaze continuously fluctuating. Suddenly, a vibrant green hue emerged from within the device. Wang Bin squinted, continuing to observe intently. Soon, a Deoxys materialized within his line of sight. Name, Deoxys. Gender, genderless. Type, psychic. Ability, pressure. Qualification, level 1 god. Level, 30, originally 115, currently in a recovery phase. Skills, minimal. Item, a type of stone from the cosmos that enhances the bearer's supernatural abilities. Introduction, a resurrected Deoxys. Though lacking sufficient energy during its revival, has not manifested in its peak form. The silver lining is that it can gradually recuperate through energy absorption without the need for leveling up. Furthermore, its memories have returned. But since it has spent an extensive period traversing the cosmos, it is akin to a blank slate, showing no strong aversion towards you. Additionally, being resurrected means that Rayquaza will not pose any trouble for it, and there is no need to seek out your elder brother for special assistance. In short, it is a wallflower. Hello, may I inquire where this is? The eyes of Deoxys were filled with curiosity and caution. Oh, you can speak. How splendid. Greetings. I am Wang Bin. I found part of your body in the forest and have just revived you. Wang Bin was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Thank you, so what now? Deoxys nodded. How about a capture battle? Regardless, Wang Bin was determined not to let such an exceptional Pokémon slip away. A capture battle? I do not comprehend. Deoxys expressed its confusion. Thus, Gengar recounted many fundamental concepts of this realm. I understand now. It is acceptable, Deoxys readily agreed. Since it had been revived by him, Wang Bin was indeed qualified to capture it. Wang Bin harnessed his supernatural abilities, carefully controlling his strength to subdue Deoxys. How quaint. You are merely level 30. How much of your abilities can you truly wield? You are stronger than I, and I can sense a high compatibility between our powers. Deoxys remarked, acknowledging Wang Bin's prowess. Wang Bin nodded and tossed out a Pokeball. And so, the Wallflower was successfully added to the team. As for the Phoeba and Rotom, they were still too inexperienced to deserve the title of Wallflower. After concluding all matters at the Kyoto Pokémon University, Wang Bin departed. On his way back to Tianjin, he made a stop at the breeding house, purchasing a gym and 6 elite-quality Meowth eggs. It must be said, Kyoto truly excels in the quantity of Pokémon available at the breeding house. Are we running low again? Wang Bin observed the 3 remaining Pokémon eggs at the counter with astonishment. No wonder many enterprises employ ambassadors. The celebrity effect is indeed quite effective. Wang Bin unabashedly took credit for the success. For the final distinctive Pokémon, let us choose Gengar. It comes with its own treasure chest and has a lively personality. Ensuring our home will be quite lively. Just then, Gengar emerged. Sounds good. A bit of liveliness would be delightful. Wang Bin's own Gengar had played many pranks and was already accustomed to the chaos. Thus, raising another batch was no trouble at all. I will first take Rotom for training. The fierce dragon instructor was back in action. Let us go, brother. We are off, Rotom. Rotom readily agreed. Go on, and keep an eye on it. Let it practice with those purchased phones and such, but do not use anything else, Wang Bin advised once again. After all, during his university days, it had shown a keen interest in large appliances. Therefore, Wang Bin had to remain vigilant. Their therapeutic device was indeed quite expensive. It must not be damaged. Gung Gui removed a Pokeball from Wang Bin's possession and released Dialga. Come on, little brother. I'll take you for a stroll around my home. All right, Dialga nodded in agreement. Hey, Boss Bin, this is the one, Su Ming remarked, surprised to see Dialga. Yes, this is the one revived by the green stone, Wang Bin confirmed her thoughts. However, Dialga had not yet fully recovered, so he would have to incur significant expenses in acquiring numerous resources in the near future. What significant expenses? This fellow is incredibly wealthy, yet quite frugal. The items needed to advance from level 30 to 115 are abundantly apparent. Wang Bin discussed finances, while on the other side, Gung Gui had already introduced Dialga to all the Pokémon. As a respected leader who also enjoyed playful antics, Gung Gui got along splendidly with the little ones. And thanks to him, Dialga was quickly accepted. Meanwhile, Rotom was happily training. So this is the extent of it, Rotom exclaimed, realizing much from the data before him. Data is very intuitive. You can use it to manage energy levels. Once you become thoroughly familiar, we will remove this device. And then you will need to rely on your experience to find a rhythm. Ultimately, you will master it, said BB. Rotom nodded. But fearing that Rotom might become overly complacent, he reminded, I understand, Rotom. I will strive harder, Rotom replied, brimming with determination, envisioning the various large appliances at home. One day, could it possibly harness the healing device to become an exceptionally powerful healing Rotom? Chapter 85, Wang Bin. For the sake of money still eating? Zhang Yu observed Dialga, which had absorbed an unfathomable number of psychic gems, and felt his worldview shaken. It's normal. The energy was insufficient during revival, so it hasn't returned to peak condition. Its body currently lacks energy. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively, displaying no trace of heartache. Training Pokémon is inevitably costly. Isn't a one-time recovery a bit harsh on the body? Gung Gui pondered, feeling that Dialga was consuming a tad too much. After all, it was uncertain how long that state of demise lasted, and given its recent revival, it would be wise to take it easy with its various skills. These considerations had crossed his mind previously. I've absorbed enough. I need to digest it, Dialga remarked, acknowledging that the energy within was indeed substantial and required transformation. Commonly, this is referred to as overindulgence. It must digest. No problem. Is the Pokeball still inside the house? Wang Bin inquired. In the house. It's rather dull being alone in the ball, Dialga replied. Having traversed the cosmos for so long, it had grown fond of this lively environment. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Although the ugly fish seemed to be languishing, they indeed possess the ability to thrive, and several of them are currently pregnant. The latest information has been shared by the mighty dragon. One hopes they are not all of ordinary quality. It would be preferable to retain only those of elite caliber, as the common ones are unwanted. Wang Bin never intended to raise many. Thus he has already dismissed the notion of accommodating Pokémon of ordinary quality. When the time comes, he will simply procure supplies directly. Gaga? That is of little consequence. But why is Rotom engaging with the electrical apparatus all alone? Gengar feels that this behavior is uncharacteristic of Rotom, who usually relishes company. Buzz. Ah, dear brother, under certain circumstances, I am quite capable now, Rotom. Suddenly, Rotom rushed over, ejecting the grass from the lawnmower. Wang Bin, employing his psychic abilities, gathered the grass and tossed it into a basket. You're quite capable now. But what about your phone? That is still not operational, Rotom lamented. Well then, let us continue to strive. It's time to train those little ones. Although success has not yet been achieved, Wang Bin is already quite content with the progress made thus far. At that moment, a call from Wei Shuiwei interrupted him. Gaga. We're leaving. Take your time with the call. Gengar remarked before departing, followed by the mighty dragon, who flew away. Such simple machines cannot compare to the allure of a smartphone. Hello, President Wei, why are you calling me again? Wang Bin was genuinely curious about Wei Shuiwei's call. She was merely coming to offer financial support. The previous incident had not been resolved satisfactorily, causing them distress, and she was eager to make amends. Wang Bin fell silent. To be honest, he had been injured last time and was hesitant to go, but the pile of psychic gems before him compelled him to reconsider. Well, he was indeed swayed by the prospect of profit being entirely his. Moreover, if he declined this matter, it would undoubtedly leave the other party uneasy. Accepting it would allow both sides to move past the previous incident while still reaping rewards. Please, share the details. Eventually, Wang Bin spoke up. At that moment, Wei Shuiwei also sighed in relief. His willingness to listen indicated the potential for further discussion, thus dissolving any barriers between them. You keep emphasizing that there is no problem, which paradoxically makes me somewhat anxious. Wang Bin had heard the phrase no problem repeatedly, leading him to genuinely suspect that there might be an issue. I am merely reiterating for clarity. I will send you the documents and videos directly. We preserved relevant materials during our investigation, which will readily demonstrate the authenticity of our claims. Furthermore, should any issues arise, we will compensate at a rate of tenfold, and additionally provide you with a sum that corresponds to the compensation. Wei Shuiwei immediately clarified. If that is the case, then I have no objections whatsoever. Wang Bin nodded at this resolution. To be willing to offer such a substantial compensation indicates significant confidence and a thorough vetting process. As for dragging this matter out, Wang Bin had never entertained such thoughts. To do so would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions, alienating a friend of Wei Yang and a companion of Cynthia, both esteemed figures, even among the world's elite. Shall we proceed as we did last time, with us managing the back end while you take charge of the sales? Wei Shuiwei inquired. No problem. That previous arrangement worked quite well, Wang Bin affirmed with a nod. In truth, this meant he had little responsibility. Can we schedule it for the night after tomorrow? Wei Shuiwei asked. Certainly, Saturday evening is ideal as people are more relaxed then. Wang Bin had never been fond of working at night, yet he was willing to endure it for the sake of profit. The subsequent contract signing and related matters were relatively straightforward. They opted for an electronic version. Having settled the details, Wang Bin felt unoccupied and sauntered towards the ugly fish. Hey look, this fellow has conceded, right? I told you, as long as we stand united and remain passive, they will undoubtedly relent, one of the ugly fish boasted upon seeing Wang Bin approach. Wang Bin understood their chatter but saw no need to engage in discussions with a group of fish destined for sale. It would merely diminish his own stature. There were 6 pregnant fish, which wasn't an excessive number, but the good news was that one of the females possessed elite qualities. Wang Bin nodded to himself in contemplation. Once the information was confirmed, he took his leave. Concurrently, he resolved to procure some eggs and directly replace the fish. While he chose not to argue, he felt it best to refrain from keeping them. A small investment for personal comfort was indeed a worthwhile trade. Su Meng, please add the Ugly Fish project to our breeding house's online store. There's no need to retain these fish, but kindly note their lethargic nature for trainers to consider before purchasing. Wang Bin instructed upon arriving at the breeding house, addressing Su Meng. Understood, boss. Su Meng promptly began to execute the order. Chapter 86. Wang Bin. If Xiaolong can do it, so can I. Due to the less than pleasant temperament of these ugly fish, Wang Bin set a lower price. There will always be those who believe they can alter the fish's nature, leading to swift purchases. I'll catch the fish and then teleport them. Wang Bin quickly set to work. One of the ugly fish looked at him with a puzzled expression. But that confusion soon dissipated. You're being sold, and I'll be sending you off to your new owner. Good luck. Wang Bin said with a slight smile as he produced a pokeball. Many of the ugly fish fell into a daze upon hearing this news, as it was far from what they had anticipated. Before long, one of the ugly fish exclaimed, "Hey no, don't do this." And soon the air was filled with frantic cries from the others. "Hey, we'll change, we promise to train right now. Give us a chance." Naturally, some remained composed. Why the fuss? It's not like we haven't been sold before. Exactly, it's just a new place to lounge around. We'll probably end up with another breeder, and life will resume as before. Yet, there were dissenting voices as well. But we offended him previously. He is likely to relish this moment of our despair. Ultimately, the remaining fish in the pond consisted of those few pregnant ones, who would also meet their fate once they laid their eggs. Wang Bin subsequently procured 10 eggs of the elite quality Chao fish. Although he initially contemplated acquiring 20, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that it is best not to amass too many of such unique products. As for the gym-level specimens, they are exceedingly rare. After all, eggs from gym-level parent Chao fish are highly coveted, especially when one considers the powerful and aesthetically pleasing Milotic. Once he completed his purchases, Wang Bin sought out his own Chao fish, which was diligently training. The Chao fish nodded in agreement. It was indifferent to the offspring of its own kind. but it felt comfortable with this newly acquired addition, starting from the egg. Alright, however, there are still a few pregnant Chow fish. I plan to wait until they give birth before sending them off, just in case one of them produces a shiny. Wang Bin explained the current situation. The Chow fish still preferred not to expose its younger siblings to those other Chow fish. Understood, I know what to do, Wang Bin replied with a nod. Only one final step remained regarding the Chow fish, and thereafter, there would be little left to address. This feels much better. If it were like the Hohu younger brother, it wouldn't be a problem if we had discussed it in advance. It's just a matter of playing against each other, huh? The Violent Dragon was quite pleased with the departure of the Chow fish. Goga, little sister. You are soon to become the big sister, Gung Gue chuckled. Hey, if anything comes up, just reach out to your big brother, I understand. The Chow fish was still aware of how to rally others. At this moment, Wang Bin shifted his focus to the panel of the Chow fish. Name, Chow fish, shiny, gender, female type, water ability, swift swim qualification, champion level, 20 skills, sparse item, none evaluation, under the nurturing influence of 3 companions. It has grown increasingly confident, a confidence that also enhances its appearance. After having encountered a top-tier Milotic, its resolve has strengthened, and its beauty is nearing the required standard. It is recommended to assist its evolution with a beauty scale and a water stone to achieve the optimal form and state post-evolution. Although its level is somewhat low, this is not a matter of premature evolution exhausting potential. Furthermore, as long as Wang Bin prepares adequately, he can replenish energy without issues. Xiaolan can facilitate early evolution for Pokémon without depleting their potential, and he can do so as well, especially with the support of the power of Eternatus. Overall, this presents a tenfold assurance, not an adventure. Thus, Wang Bin retrieved his phone once more. Boss Bin, Mr. Wei. There's no need for the Pokémon we discussed last time. Just bring me a beauty scale directly. Sean, that's not an issue. But aren't you supposed to be evolving based on beauty? Boss Bin, circumstances have changed. I now require a beauty scale as assistance. Sean, no problem. I'll have it ready for you when you come to class next week. Boss Bin, that's reliable. Bin, how do you plan to market this, Rotom? Rotom could hardly fathom Wang Bin shouting for purchases in a livestream. It's simple. Just showcase the product and provide a price. We aren't relying on this for our livelihood, so there's no need to exert too much effort. Wang Bin could easily discern Rotom's curiosity. Goga, do you need our assistance? Gung Gue inquired. That shouldn't be necessary. Wang Bin shook his head. Gogana, I shall seek out my superior. How many Gengars does Ghost need? Gengar has its own thoughts on the matter. It is time to put into action the agreement regarding the second distinctive Pokémon, Gengar. A count of 10 should suffice. Not everyone possesses the capability to nurture Ghost-type Pokémon effectively. I fear that most individuals will merely utilize them as mere guardians lurking in the shadows. Hence there is no need for an excessive quantity, Wang Bin contemplated. Moreover, he was concerned that an abundance might overwhelm the Jijia grass. Should there be tongues flailing left and right, or shadows above and below, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Gogana expressed no qualms. Gengar deemed the proposed quantity quite satisfactory. Thus, our breeding house's population would be adequate without further additions. Wang Bin concluded. Are you not considering some legendary Pokémon? The Dragonite felt that the number might be insufficient. No more, if that were the case. We would merely be hosting an auction. Regardless, the standard price would undoubtedly be lower, and I would be unwilling to part with them. Wang Bin dismissed the notion. Gogana chuckled. Initially, the intention was to establish a modest breeding house for amusement, yet now we find ourselves striving for perfection. Gengar sensed that their current path diverged significantly from their original intentions. Nonetheless, there was a certain pleasure in this newfound ambition. Wang Bin laughed in agreement. Suddenly, Cho Fish posed a question. Seeing that the 3 elder brothers remained silent, Rotom expressed some confusion. What's the matter, Rotom? Nothing, I forgot. We can chat idly later, Wang Bin replied, indicating that lesson preparation was out of the question. Gogana, why not bring the labor to us? Gengar transformed into a fountain of ideas. Chapter 87, The Little Delivery. And if issues arise along the way, it could turn disastrous. Dragonite understood that stability was key in such matters. Gogana concurred, and Gengar nodded in agreement. Gogana, are we to simply deliver goods in the courtyard? Gengar had not anticipated Wang Bin's straightforward approach. It had assumed they would operate indoors. We might as well bask in the sunlight. Keeping it simple, Wang Bin nodded, his sudden inspiration striking him. Gogana, you do your best. Call me if anything arises. Gengar nodded and departed, seeking out its superior. Why has Boss been broadcasting so early in the morning? Is this another round of deliveries? Indeed, we are at it again. Initially, one would be cautious after being bitten by a snake, yet the offerings are simply too plentiful. Furthermore, everyone can rest assured. This time, General Wei has conducted thorough inspections, and the quality of the goods is assured. Should there be any issues, do not hesitate to reach out. We will compensate tenfold, with her footing the bill. Wang Bin nodded, dismissing the need to discuss his own compensation. This is the backyard of the breeding house. The scenery is quite pleasant, I senti it? Is that Pidgey in the sky one of Boss Bin's own? Indeed, my beloved trio has already been selected. Pidgey, Jija Grass, and Meowth. However, there remains a considerable amount of time before they can be offered for sale, as they have only just emerged from their eggs and require nurturing before they can reproduce. Wang Bin shared his plans for his popular trio. However, he employed a colloquial tone, lest some might accuse Wang Bin of discrimination, even though he himself is a commoner. As for those highly effective caterpillars, first and foremost, this soap is safe and user-friendly. I need not elaborate further, but rather, allow me to present a video that astonished me upon first viewing. Wang Bin proclaimed, retrieving a tablet and positioning it before the camera. It's not clear. Then let us switch to my phone, he replied, initiating the operation. Fortunately, the phone he used for the live stream was a separate purchase, devoid of any personal information, thus safeguarding against any potential leaks. Before long, the video came into view. An elderly gentleman within it promptly took a bite of the soap, exclaiming, "This soap is truly excellent and safe. I am familiar with this manufacturer. It's a long-standing brand, truly remarkable. If this is not false advertising, then it is genuinely impressive." Wang Bin continued, "I shall refrain from saying more. To prove the quality of the product, he directly sampled it. And I will now provide the link." With a grand gesture, Wang Bin commenced. "Truly, I am not adept at promoting products," he admitted. Others chimed in. "It's genuinely good. Everyone, come and take a look." Wang Bin, "If it's such a good product, why not promote it?" "No need. I wash my clothes directly in the washing machine. No hands involved. It's too cumbersome." Wang Bin outright rejected the notion, asserting that the invention of the washing machine is meant to facilitate our lives. Hence, he does not subscribe to the belief that hand washing surpasses machine washing. Honestly, for instance, the air conditioner is merely a decoration. I don't even use an air conditioner. My home is comfortably cool with 6 tails. Far more pleasant than any air conditioning. I long for a 6-tailed Alolan. Well then, the link remains active. Let us move on to the next item. Is this instant noodles? Wang Bin produced a boxed meal. This appears to be mixed noodles. It's all the same. I'll give it a try. Wang Bin glanced around, realizing there were no Pokémon present, which meant he had to take matters into his own hands. True instant noodles, devoid of any interaction. Just 2 minutes in total, a trivial matter, he remarked, beginning to mix with chopsticks. Once everything was prepared, he commenced eating. After a thoughtful tasting, he offered his review. Overall, it's acceptable, but such convenience food cannot compare to what we prepare ourselves. If you find yourself on a business trip or traveling and can't acclimate to the local cuisine, you might consider bringing some along. As for specifics, decide for yourself and follow the link. With a swift motion, another link appeared. Wang Bin, this seems a bit pricey, over 30 for a box. How much? What did you say? Wang Bin, unaware of the price, promptly clicked the link, revealing a glaring 32 yuan before him. Well, I want to recommend it. I believe this item does not merit a price tag exceeding 30. Wang Bin clearly stated his disapproval. Yet, just as he intended to move on, he noticed another piece of information. The original price of this item is 33. It's only been discounted by a yuan. When selecting goods, did you only consider quality and neglect the price? Or did they merely claim it was a good product, justifying a meager discount? Wang Bin felt as though he had been duped once more. Never mind, let us proceed to the next. As he retrieved the next item from the box, his eyes widened in astonishment. A Kanto roll. My lifelong rival. Here I come, Rotom. At that moment, Rotom approached. Finished training? Wang Bin suddenly had an idea. Indeed, Rotom. Would you care to attempt product promotion? Wang Bin promptly vacated his position. All right, Rotom. The Rotom, inexperienced in this endeavor, remained quite intrigued. At that moment, Hoo approached Wang Bin, pouring him a glass of juice. Wang Bin lifted the cup, sipping while observing Rotom's promotional efforts. Boss Bin certainly knew how to relish the moment. Hoo's juice was truly delightful. Rotom's presentation felt entirely scripted, contrasting sharply with Boss Bin's spontaneous charm. Inkila, accelerate plant growth and meet nutritional needs. We welcome everyone to seize this opportunity. After finishing its pitch, Rotom suddenly turned to Wang Bin. Bin, do we need to fertilize the fruit trees? Wang Bin replied, we recently replenished them, so there's no immediate need. We can purchase when necessary. He shook his head. Having previously conversed with those who cultivated trees, although Inkila offered comprehensive nutrition, it lacked excellence in any particular area. If one sought quality, it was preferable to select a few superior fertilizers and apply them at intervals. Hence, in his financially stable condition, he was reluctant to use this product. Meanwhile, Wang Bin's live stream continued to progress smoothly, while on another front, Gung Gui successfully reached its destination, the Distortion World. Chapter 88. Gung Gui, come into the ball. The Distortion World, a realm inhabited solely by Giratina. Gaga, I've come to find you. As Giratina's subordinate, Gung Gui had even mastered the shadow sneak ability, making it unsurprising that it could unlock the door to the Distortion World. What is happening? Are you all participating in a variety show again? Giratina recalled the last time Gung Gui visited, during its idle moments on a show. No, that thing is unlikely to participate again. Gung shook its head. Oh, that's normal. I gathered as much from your last account. It sounded quite dull. Giratina nodded in agreement. Just then, the distortion world trembled. Ah, what is this? Giratina began to sense and investigate the cause of the disturbance. Soon, it discerned the issue. What is that little Palkia up to? Come, let us go teach it a lesson. With that, Giratina took flight. All right, boss. Gung immediately followed suit. Giratina didn't employ any abilities. It simply barreled forward. Bang! Palkia was sent flying. Already at a disadvantage against Giratina, Palkia found itself further hindered by the assistance of a secondary deity's capable subordinate. Time to retreat. Giratina recognized Palkia's intentions instantly. Will it allow you to escape? It's impossible to avoid a proper beating. Whoosh! A shadow ball was launched. Palkia retaliated with its spatial rend. Naturally, Gung rushed to support its elder brother, unleashing its own shadow ball. However, in comparison to the two, its attack fell short. Regrettably, without Wang present, it could not evolve. Bang! As their abilities collided, Palkia seized the opportunity to flee. Gaga? Boss, shall we pursue? Gung quickly glanced at Giratina, knowing it was wise to heed its leader's command. Giratina chose to abandon the chase. Primarily, it was the arrival of my younger brother, who was apprehensive about potential mishaps. Nonetheless, he held a fondness for this little brother. Gengar, dear brother, do you know of a group of around 10 Ghastly or Gengar? He inquired. Our breeding house is in need of a distinctive Pokémon. Gengar articulated his desire. Oh, I'm afraid I am not privy to such information, replied Giratina after a moment of contemplation. However, fret not. I shall accompany you to seek them out. With that, Giratina began to search for various bubbles existing within the distortion world. These bubbles displayed an array of scenarios from the real world. For instance, the scene before Gengar depicted Wang live streaming. With a gentle poke, the bubble burst. Bang! Wang was suddenly propelled backward by an unseen force. What the? Wang beloved teapot was startled. Fear not. It's just your brother Gengar playing tricks, he reassured, well aware of Gengar's mischievous antics from prior encounters. However, as he was live streaming, he chose not to articulate this aloud. Meanwhile, in the distortion world, Gengar chuckled before continuing his quest alongside Giratina. Indeed, the database proved to be quite formidable, for Giratina swiftly located a small group of Ghastly and Gengar. Ah, there are 8 within, according to Wang assessment. 1 possesses elite talent, while the other 7 are gym quality. Do you find that sufficient? Since this was for his younger brother, Giratina was meticulous, disregarding those with inferior abilities. Gengar, that is more than adequate, my dear brother. This is splendid. Gengar felt a deep appreciation for Giratina's earnest assistance. Excellent. They reside near a cemetery, and currently, there is no one around. You may approach them directly, Giratina affirmed, nodding in agreement. Gengar opened a portal and stepped through. Greetings to you all, he announced, startling the nearby Ghastly. Salutations. One of the Ghastly, stepping forward, recognized Gengar's imposing demeanor and politeness, assuming he was no malevolent spirit. Naturally, if he were, they would be in dire straits. I invite you to our breeding house, where the environment is pristine and life is convenient. Wang Gengar conveyed their intentions. I am familiar with the breeding house, but if we were to have offspring, would they not be sold off? Despite recognizing the strength of their interlocutor, Gengar raised a pertinent concern. That depends on you. If you wish to find trainers for them, you may leave. If not, you are welcome to stay. Wang Gengar explained, asserting that their breeding house was quite humane. Upon hearing this, Gengar and the nearby Ghastly began to confer. And let me clarify. Upon your arrival, I shall take responsibility, so my words carry weight, Wang Gengar added. He surmised that since these spirits were familiar with the human world, they would ultimately defer to Wang decisions. Gengar nodded in acknowledgement, and soon, the group exchanged affirming glances. Very well, we shall accompany you. As Wang Gengar contemplated, these Gengars indeed possessed a certain understanding of human society, recognizing the meaning of a nurturing house, hence they refrained from inquiring about specific conditions. Gengar, primarily. I am somewhat hesitant to refuse. Despite the smiling demeanor, it is rather intimidating. Wang Gengar nodded, then extracted several Pokeballs from its mouth. As a being of the ethereal realm, it seemed reasonable to have a few Pokeballs in its storage space. Since Wang mentioned that these spirits were now its subordinates, it would be entirely rational to capture them using the balls. Gengar cheerfully departed with 8 Pokeballs in tow. Upon re-entering the distortion world, it eagerly shared its delightful mood with Giratina. Giratina nodded, indicating that it still had individuals to confront. Gengar, have fun, boss, Gengar acknowledged, ready to leave, but paused momentarily. Giratina, do you still have enough energy cubes? Indeed. Gengar often brought snacks for its leader. There's enough. Just bring more next time, Giratina calculated. Alright, I'll come back next time. After Wang concluded his stream, he was somewhat astonished by the qualities of these spirits. You truly are generous, helping me gather such a crew, Wang remarked, patting Gengar's belly. Of course. Chapter 89, Team selection trials. Here, beautiful scales. Wei Yang handed Wang Bin the item he held. Oh, this makes things easier, Wang Bin mused, envisioning how Milotic would eagerly seek his affection. Your Deoxys has recently stirred quite a buzz within the community, Wei Yang noted, shifting to lighter topics once the business at hand was concluded. Really? Did the paper get written that quickly? Wang Bin was aware there would be some noise, but he did not anticipate that those individuals would produce the paper so swiftly. There's a small team selection match this afternoon. You could take Gengar and the others to watch, Wei Yang suggested, indicating that there was still something to observe at the school that day. So, you only brought your Dragonite along, Wei Yang counted, realizing that it was the sole Pokémon without any engagements. Indeed, and watching those little brats battle with Dragonite is akin to watching a cartoon. Wang Bin had no desire to witness that spectacle. There are still many amusing antics. It could be quite entertaining to watch. Wei Yang had previously derived much enjoyment from such events. Dragonite emerged, expressing its approval of the idea. Are you perhaps looking to create a video but found yourself lacking content? Wang Bin questioned Dragonite's motives. Haha, exactly. Dragonite chuckled. Of course I went. I'm the coach of the school team, Wei Yang proudly proclaimed, raising his chin. How about that? You didn't expect it, huh? I have quite a few identities now. Wang Bin fell silent. What was the source of this pride? Was being a coach that commendable? It seemed exhausting to manage daily. After bidding farewell to Dragonite, Wang Bin and Wei Yang shared a meal together. In the afternoon, the two arrived at the battle arena. You go ahead and attend to your duties. I'll just observe. Wang Bin understood that the selection of the school team required the coach's involvement. Then I shall seek out my team members, Wei Yang nodded. After parting ways with Wei Yang, Wang Bin began to wander aimlessly. Since both Wang Bin and Wei Yang were teachers at the school, their separation did not stir much commotion. Is the broadcast starting again? He mused, noting the familiar environment of the school. Today, the school was hosting tryouts for the team. And he mentioned, let us take a look. Of course, by us. I mean I will observe while you all watch as well. As for my reasons for doing this, please do not inquire, for I am at a loss. Wang Bin briefly touched upon the subject before lapsing into silence. If others were to ignore him during their broadcasts, he would typically interject a comment or two, but with this particular streamer, he felt compelled to acquiesce. This reminded him of a saying, the great sage of freedom debates for me. He decided to observe. After all, Boss Bin had already lent considerable assistance, and the sanitary napkin incident was now in the process of rectification. Wang Bin refrained from glancing at the comments, having noticed a student utilizing a speaker bug. That was indeed a speaker bug. However, its opponent, a swift hound, quickly dispatched it, failing to enact a tale of valor. Before long, the participants in the arena changed. It's tough. Those two have such a close relationship. It's painful for either to eliminate the other, someone remarked from a distance. From this, Wang Bin gleaned that the two combatants on stage were friends. Not only that, but another pair in a different arena were also brothers in arms, often training together. Soon, another voice emerged. Wang Bin comprehended that these were two battles entitled bonds. Suddenly, he noticed one girl whose face had turned pale and who was sweating profusely. Clearly, something was amiss with her. Simultaneously, a Heracross from another group seemed to be faltering as well. Wang Bin promptly scanned the Heracross. Name, Heracross gender, male type, bug. Fighting ability, guts qualification, gym level, 24 skills, limited held item. Heracross evolution stone evaluation, a well-trained Heracross. Currently unable to exert its full strength due to having ingested something inappropriate, specifically a sleep-inducing drug. Unable to exert full strength? Wang Bin muttered, then swiftly turned his gaze to the female student. Was she also experiencing an issue? Unfortunately, his ability to scan did not extend to people. However, her manner of clutching her stomach suggested a high probability of distress. Wang Bin pulled out his phone to send a message. Sean, we haven't detected anything with the Heracross, but we have indeed observed that female student, and we are currently investigating. Wei Yang and the others could not directly intervene, as they lacked evidence. Should a misunderstanding arise, it could lead to troublesome consequences. If certain individuals seized upon this outlet to voice their grievances, it could spiral into chaos, especially if any students were harmed in the process. Boss Bin 1. On one battlefield, one side was valiantly suppressing their discomfort while engaging in combat. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, one participant sensed something was amiss with their Pokémon. Why does this battle feel so peculiar? Indeed, it seemed excessively one-sided. Perhaps it was because a good friend was reluctant to strike. The audience in the live stream was abuzz with speculation. Conspiracy theories abounded. Could it be that someone had slipped a drug? Although I hesitated to agree. The possibility was indeed there. Why was Boss Bin silent? Surely he must have noticed something amiss. The usual protocol was to await the situation at lawn school. I don't know, we'll just have to wait for news, was the consensus. Meanwhile, Wei Yang and his team were genuinely occupied with urgent matters. Chapter 90. Wei Yang. Principal Huang, what a mess. Xiao Lu, shortly you and Xiao Wang will take her across to the school hospital for an examination. We must ascertain what it has ingested. Xiao Zhang, you and Xiao Zhao will escort that girl for a checkup, just as we discussed before. All of this would be attended to once they had exited the stage. There was no need to cause a panic in the meantime. Wei Yang promptly organized the tasks at hand. Understood, Director Wei, came the response. As the saying goes, one acts for personal gain, while two act for the public good. Wei Yang directly assigned teams to mitigate any potential biases. The results soon emerged. Heracross had indeed consumed a mild sedative, albeit in a small quantity, preventing it from unleashing its full strength. The girl, however, had been administered a laxative. A scandal of monumental proportions was unfolding. Wei Yang sighed, immediately instructing those involved to keep the matter confidential, while simultaneously reaching out to Principal Huang. Upon hearing the news, Principal Huang was at a loss for words. You have handled this well. Next, we must uncover the truth and strive to manage it internally, without it leaking out. Wei Yang found himself at a loss for a reply. Well, let us just get this sorted first. I'm on my way. Principal Huang felt utterly drained. After hanging up, Wei Yang continued with his duties. As for why he refrained from contacting the dean, the reason was simple. The dean was nearing retirement and had largely relinquished his authority, adopting a laid-back approach to his responsibilities. His readiness to step back was influenced by the fact that his son was currently striving to gain admission to the school, and once he did, Wei Yang would ensure he was well taken care of. Meanwhile, our protagonist Wang Bin was quite perceptive. How could someone so observant have missed the commotion? He promptly halted the live stream and began to take action. They were already at the school hospital and had learned the results. Oh, this is getting interesting, Wang Bin mused. Now somewhat eager for what would follow. The school would surely be reluctant to let this information leak. They would likely propose certain conditions in exchange for silence. Once the examinations were concluded, they swiftly received their next directive, to proceed to the dean's office. To avoid drawing too much attention, they did not head directly to the principal's office. Wang Bin took the initiative, teleporting to the entrance of Wei Yang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Wei Yang's voice from within. What is the situation? Surely this isn't about offering graduate school placements coupled with avoiding expulsions to silence them? Wang Bin was quite familiar with such maneuvers. I'm not sure. The principal will arrive shortly, and only then will we have clarity, Wei Yang said. Sinking into his chair, he felt utterly exhausted. The next moment, Wei Yang sprang up from his chair. Are you truly poisoned? What calamity has befallen us now? Wang Bin bellowed. Stop placing all the blame on me. Just because of the school team's affairs, you think I would resort to drugging my friends? Is this something I can orchestrate? Indeed, it seemed too coincidental. Wei Yang wore a complex expression, and in an instant, his eyes widened. You weren't live streaming just now, were you? That is true. Even if you weren't streaming, someone would have recorded it. Eventually, similar incidents will transpire, Wei Yang mused, coming to terms with the reality. After careful contemplation, he acknowledged that several team members sensed something amiss, suggesting that this situation might indeed necessitate an explanation from them. However, it appeared that the issues truly lay with them. Never mind, Wei Yang thought, initially considering a discreet approach with the principal. But now he resolved to advise a stricter handling of the matter. The school team's reputation was at stake, and if the situation escalated further, it would be too late to act. Ultimately, Wei Yang altered his perspective. He felt torn, believing that suppressing the issue might be the best course. Given the recent tumult at the school, stability was now a priority. Yet, he also felt the need for stringent measures, as he had a responsibility towards the students. Wang Bin merely shrugged. He sensed that Wei Yang's thoughts were muddled, and that he needed to sort them out himself. If it were him, he would undoubtedly address the matter with gravity, perhaps due to his lack of leadership experience, unaware of the costs that come with choosing strict measures over maintaining stability. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was Principal Huang, who had hurried over. We're not live streaming again, are we? Was his first remark upon seeing Wang Bin. Upon receiving a nod in response, his heart sank. I'm not young anymore. If we were to stay indoors, we could afford some leniency, but once we step outside, we must proceed at full speed. Alas, I feel as though I've aged several years, Principal Huang lamented. Xiao Wei, my thoughts are as follows. Let us first see if we can mediate. We can offer ample compensation, but if they refuse, we must handle it formally while respecting the students' perspectives. Principal Huang had already formulated his approach prior to arriving. Absolutely, Principal, we respect the opinions of the affected students. Wei Yang concurred with a nod. Just then, another knock resounded at the door. This time, two victims stood before them, one bewildered and the other seething with anger. Clearly, they had not anticipated betrayal from a close friend, especially over a school team position, one that could not be secured merely by defeating an opponent. Do you need some time to gather your thoughts? If so, we can wait, Principal Huang suggested, recognizing the significance of the matter and the necessity for clarity of mind. I can think clearly despite my anger, the girl stated first. I need time to reflect, the boy said, somewhat dazed. All right, then let us proceed with that. However, refrain from making any decisions just yet. Principal Huang did not send the boy elsewhere. Fine, he acquiesced, not refusing the proposition. Chapter 91, Manus. In summary, if you choose to remain discreet, you will be granted direct admission for postgraduate studies, with the faculty selecting candidates at their discretion. thereby acquiring a coveted position along with the requisite energy units each month. After Wei Yang finished speaking, he turned to another individual. While you would not face expulsion and could continue your academic journey, I have a request. I wish to change my dormitory, and I would like to select Dean Wei as my advisor. The young woman considered this proposition quite advantageous. Coming from a middle-class family without significant connections, aligning with Wei Yang would be wholly beneficial for her. As for Wang Bin, he was not a viable option, aside from his absence from school except for classes. He was often elusive. What could one achieve under his mentorship? Although his capabilities are formidable, it does not equate to genuine mentorship. I concur with this sentiment. Another young woman also opted to cooperate in suppressing the matter, as she too wished to avoid expulsion. No problem, Wei Yang nodded. While he was not particularly keen on mentoring this type of graduate student, he was the vice dean, soon to ascend to the role of dean. He still needed to contribute to the institution. Before long, the situation on the male side was resolved, but their choices diverged significantly. The young man, brimming with youthful bravado, could not swallow his pride, leading the victim to simply declare, business as usual. Thus, both parties parted in dissatisfaction. The school could only proceed with formalities. However, one incident was preferable to two. One represented chance, whereas two could be perceived as a stroke of misfortune, though most would not entertain such a notion. Wang Bin, having exhausted his interest, intended to depart. Just then his phone chimed. Ghost, has the situation been resolved? What is the outcome? I turned off the live stream. It should have concluded by now. Boss Bin, yes, it has been resolved. The outcome is confidential. The institution will issue a notification. Ghost, it's a pity I couldn't attend. I feel miserable. Violent Dragon, voice message. Wang Bin opened it and listened. Violent Dragon expressed a hint of regret. Ghost. Violent Dragon. Ah Bin, could you elaborate on the details? Sure, no problem, Wang Bin nodded. After a lengthy recount, ultimately, all of Wang Bin's Pokémon were made aware of the situation. In recent days, Wang Bin had equipped his Fiba with a prism scale to prevent it from evolving unexpectedly. Fiba understood Wang Bin's reasoning. It aspired to become a better version of itself. As of today, Fiba's beauty had reached a satisfactory level, and Wang Bin, along with his Pokémon, stood before it. I will soon remove the prism scale and offer you the beautiful scales. The water stones here are meant to provide you with energy. Do not be stingy. Although the water stone is a rare treasure, remember that resources utilized for self-improvement are indeed resources, while those hoarded without purpose are merely assets. Wang Bin began to advise Fiba on the necessary precautions. That exceptional water stone was acquired during a previous journey, initially intended as a collectible, but now it proved to be quite useful. Got it. The clumsy fish nodded, aware that its current mission was to evolve flawlessly, without dwelling on distractions. All right, it's time to begin, Wang Bin announced, activating his extraordinary abilities. The Everstone departed from clumsy fish, unleashing a radiant glow of evolution. Beautiful scales intertwined with this luminous beam. The light intensified, only to momentarily falter before quickly resuming its brilliance. Wang Bin understood that it must have utilized the water stone. As the radiance dissipated, a gorgeous Milotic emerged, adorned with a yellow tail and purple eyebrows, its eyes framed in violet. Milotic, hello? It exclaimed, circling Wang Bin affectionately before resting its head against his neck, nuzzling him gently from side to side. I told you, you would become stunning, absolutely marvelous, Wang Bin replied, stroking Milotic's exquisite form. The recording was captured perfectly by Gengar, who had held the camera aloft for this very moment. Of course, one could not dismiss the fact that Charizard needed this footage but was unable to obtain it himself. After all, Clumsy Fish had previously agreed to share its evolution video. Milotic, hee, it cooed, nuzzling Gengar and the others. Now, here is your gift, Wang Bin said, presenting a mysterious water droplet as the interaction drew to a close. Unlike some protagonists in fan fiction, Wang Bin would not prioritize training Milotic in Dragon-type moves. Unless aided by extraordinary means, Water-type moves would always be the primary focus. Milotic. Yay. It chirped joyfully, accepting the gift. At that moment, Wang Bin began to scan Milotic's status panel. Name, Milotic, Shiny, Gender, Female type, Water ability, Marvel scale potential, Champion level, 22 skills, various held item, mysterious water droplet evaluation, an exceptional Milotic with immense potential. However, young one, do not presume that a single exceptional water stone can elevate its potential to the level of a divine being. Very good, was Wang Bin's initial thought. Disregarding the latter evaluation, he was well aware of the considerable gap between champion potential and that of a divine being. Milotic. It celebrated with joy before once again curling around Wang Bin. Let us go. Tonight, we feast. Wang Bin beamed with delight. Hooray, sister's training will soon transform. Charizard chuckled heartily. Milotic, no worries. Your sister is destined for greatness, it proclaimed, brimming with confidence that nearly overflowed. Yet, this would not morph into arrogance, especially with 4 exceptional companions by its side. Hold off on eating for now, you've just awakened. Take a moment to adjust, sleeping too much isn't ideal, Wang Bin advised. preemptively addressing Deoxys. Understood, Deoxys nodded in agreement. Is there sufficient food at home? Wangbin inquired. Indeed, plenty, Rotom, came the reply. Rotom, now the capable housekeeper, had taken on numerous responsibilities. Regardless of whether the phone operated perfectly, it had begun to work diligently. Very well, we shall purchase groceries tomorrow. Wangbin concluded with a nod. Indeed, his Rotom was full of energy. It was currently practicing energy control as well. Chapter 92. Rotom, I have arrived. Rotom, I believe the time has come to sever our reliance on this device. You must cultivate your own electrical instincts. Wangbin felt that Rotom was now ready to embark on its independence, for remaining too long tethered could foster an unhealthy dependency. Understood, Rotom, it nodded in agreement. It, too, realized that upon detaching from the device, uncertainty crept in, as it constantly sought to verify its own energy levels. This was, by all accounts, abnormal. Do not fret. There is no rush. You have already familiarized yourself with much, thus the forthcoming training shall not pose a significant challenge. Wangbin was confident that, given Rotom's innate talents, it would swiftly master the tasks ahead. But where shall I practice, Wangbin? Rotom questioned, apprehensive about the potential destruction it could inadvertently cause due to mismanaging its energy. I shall lead you to a clearing at the forest's edge, where we shall find an open space devoid of humans. Being an open area, we need not worry about causing any damage. This should perfectly resolve our concerns. Wangbin quickly devised a solution. Since issues may arise at home, we shall venture outside. Agreed, Rotom affirmed with a nod. Finding an open space was not a challenge. Wangbin and Rotom located a wide, unobstructed area. This shall suffice. Now, let us gather some branches of varying lengths and thicknesses, Wangbin announced, preparing to procure some auxiliary tools. The readily available branches became the prime choice. Come, Rotom. Break this branch, but do not shatter it into splinters. Wangbin picked up a branch with a diameter of merely 1 centimeter and tossed it aside. Rotom. Utilizing a slight electrical current, Rotom split the branch in two. However, it did not execute the task flawlessly. Instead of a clean break, it left a gaping wound. The voltage was too high. No worries, just be cautious, Wangbin observed attentively. Understood, Wangbin. Rotom was now honing its sense of control. At this rate, it felt that it would soon be ready to take flight. Yet, reality often holds surprises. Just as Rotom began to master this skill, Wangbin produced leaves and stones. Rotom, there's more. Rotom was genuinely taken aback that the previous task was merely an introductory exercise. Of course, how could we conclude our training with merely branches? Wangbin chuckled. Oh, naive Rotom. The journey ahead is not so simple. To achieve the level of control exhibited by Gengar and others requires considerable effort. Then let us proceed. Rotom's resolve deepened. When I reach my full potential, it will be the day we rename our nurturing house to Rotom Nurturing House. Wangbin, what are you dreaming about? Gengar, rest now. Dreams hold limitless possibilities. Ba Fei Long, press on, young one. Training, while inherently monotonous, bore fruit. Especially with the support of Ba Fei Long, Gengar, and Wangbin, propelling Rotom's progress at an impressive pace. On this very day, it achieved a breakthrough. It accessed the back end of an online store through a smartphone before transitioning to a tablet. Subsequently, it reached out towards the medical apparatus. The data he scanned can serve as a reference, allowing for a comparison to understand Rotom's mastery over medical devices. No problem. Although this is my first experience with this, I believe I can manage, Rotom. Rotom feels inherently destined to be a healing Pokémon. The sensation of controlling medical equipment is entirely distinct from handling a mobile phone. Go summon someone, it commanded. Charizard found it quite entertaining to observe Rotom operating the machines, so it promptly went to fetch assistance. Soon, a multitude of Pidgeys and Oddishes arrived, one by one, eager to witness the prowess of our esteemed butler. Healthy body, Rotom. Healthy body, Rotom. All are in good health. Rotom. After a considerable endeavor, Rotom arrived at this conclusion. This was indeed splendid news. Next up were the Meowthlings, who were on the verge of hatching. Wangbin was not at all surprised by this outcome. However, he sensed that Rotom could potentially generate revenue in the future. As this thought emerged, he swiftly suppressed it. After all, the butler must oversee all aspects, and if Rotom were to take on the role of chief physician, the butler position would become rather redundant. Shall we have a practical session? Gengar inquired, observing that Rotom had completed its tasks. It then brandished its mobile phone with a flourish. Let us battle. I believe I can manage, Rotom. Rotom readily agreed and subsequently transferred itself to the phone. It had already witnessed the exhilarating scenes of battling alongside Gengar. Just as they entered the game, the Meowthlings began to hatch one after another. Meow, meow. The sounds of kittens filled the air as Wangbin gently petted them. First on the left, then on the right. Deoxys imitated his actions, though its attempts were somewhat clumsy. After a couple of strokes, the Meowthlings protested, unwilling to be petted any longer. Deoxys found itself a bit bewildered. Your technique is uncomfortable. Thus, the little ones do not wish for your touch, Charizard elucidated. Oh, I see, Deoxys nodded in understanding. Once they finish, I shall bring forth my little subordinates. Milotic also looked forward to what it would be like to guide a small group in the future. While Wang Bin reveled in this ocean of joy, an announcement was released by the Tianjin Spirit University. After investigation, our school has been expelled for administering sleeping drugs to opponents' Pokémon in hopes of successfully advancing to the school team. I suspected something was amiss during that live broadcast. He remarked. What about the other pair? It was merely a coincidence, came the reply. Is it authentic? Presumably, since one has already been expelled. Another would not be too shocking. After all, more lice do not fear bites, right? It seemed like quite some time had passed since the last broadcast. Perhaps it was time to stream again. Wang Bin, having no pressing matters that day, contemplated another live session. Nothing too serious. Let's connect with the audience. This time, his title was quite straightforward, Connecting Live. After all, being at home, there was little chance of anything untoward occurring. Missing persons? Come on. It's only been a few days since I last streamed. As Wang Bin began his broadcast, he immediately engaged with the viewers. Remarkably, there were no Pokémon by his side this time. They were all in the yard, likely either training their Pokémon or frolicking joyfully. So there was no need for concern. Nothing untoward would occur. Wang Bin waved his hand and said, Chapter 93. Audience, can you rephrase that? Me Luo. I am here to accompany you. Milotic nestled beside Wang Bin, resting its head on his shoulder. Wang Bin turned to look at it and gently patted its head. Wow. Has it evolved already? Those beautiful scales. I am envious. I can hardly contain my drool. When will we go live? Hurry up. I no longer wish to witness their interactions. Hey, how did you know my ugly fish evolved into Milotic? Wang Bin suddenly remarked to the camera. Not acting human anymore. Huh. Alright, let us connect. Wang Bin initiated the next segment. Is this the commentator Old Wong? Yes, indeed. This is commentator Old Wong, though perhaps not quite. Hello, Boss Bin. I am commentator Old Wong. Delighted to connect with you. Old Wong was genuinely pleased to see that it was Wang Bin. Hello, Old Wong. I am Wang Bin. Do you have any Pokémon-related inquiries? Also, how did you know my ugly fish evolved into Milotic? Wang Bin chuckled. Noticing the excitement from the other side, he glanced at his connection. Indeed, he had misclicked, linking with another host on the platform instead of an audience member. Maintaining one's persona was essential. Moreover, he had not paid much attention to any champion competitions lately, not even those of his close friend Wei Yang. Director Wei, you just had to bring me into this conversation. Director Wei's affection was undeniable. He had to be mentioned even under such circumstances. Honestly, I would love to hear Boss Bin's opinion, but if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't pay attention to this matter, given the evident disparity in strength. Please refrain from creating enemies for me. I simply cannot comprehend. Wang Bin promptly halted the barrage of comments, genuinely concerned that some outrageous statements might surface. Alright, Boss Bin. May I consult you on a Pokémon issue? I have a friend who is currently in a dilemma. Old Wong quickly diverted the topic. Of course, no problem. Wang Bin replied, taking a sip from his water cup. My friend owns a Paras, and they share a strong bond. However, their family is in the pharmaceutical business, and the demand for Parasect is quite high. Yet, once Paras evolves, the dominant aspect becomes the mushroom on its back, which has left my friend quite conflicted. The other party elucidated the issue. No one can provide a definitive answer. One can only offer their own choice as a reference. Indeed, the dominance will change post-evolution. So it becomes a straightforward matter of choice, affection, or financial gain. Neither option is incorrect. Personally, if I were faced with this situation, I would opt for not evolving or develop a drug capable of preserving its consciousness, ensuring the dominant aspect remains unchanged after evolution. In addressing this dilemma, it was quite simple for Wang Bin. Although he was an advocate for evolution, in this instance, he would lean towards non-evolution. Developing a drug, indeed. Boss Bin dares to innovate. I admire that. At this moment, Old Wong realized that he had limited the situation to merely two options. Thank you very much, Boss Bin. He expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, Wang Bin replied before disconnecting the call. He then began to adjust the settings. I was wondering how I ended up connecting with Old Wong. It turns out I clicked the wrong option and didn't select the audience for the call. Soon, a young woman joined. Hello, madam. May I inquire about the issue you are facing? Wang Bin asked directly as soon as he connected. After all, she had requested to be linked, clearly indicating her distress. Boss Bin, my entire face is in agony, the girl remarked, after which she activated her camera. Before him appeared a piece of paper detailing her ordeal. In summary, she had gone to have her wisdom teeth removed. But the dentist had mistakenly extracted a healthy tooth instead, using wire to secure the good tooth in place of the wisdom tooth. She attempted to resist, yet was held down, and although her Pokémon wished to assist her, they were surrounded, leaving her trapped in the hospital. Furthermore, her medical records had been altered, and other hospitals refused to accept her, while she continually received calls from the original hospital. Wang Bin furrowed his brow, sensing the girl's unfortunate plight. The pain associated with dental issues is indeed excruciating. Just hearing her account made him empathize with her suffering. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly. It wasn't that she lacked the will to fight back, but the pain rendered her immobile. What a tragic situation indeed. She was being treated less than humanely. The circumstances surrounding her seeking Boss Bin's assistance appeared increasingly dire. Boss Bin typically engaged in high-stakes competitions. Our foremost priority now is to alleviate your pain. Judging by your username, you must be on the brink of despair. Firstly, may I ask if you have visited the Pokémon Center? Wang Bin inquired. Although the Pokémon Center primarily treats Pokémon, it does not preclude them from assisting humans, and since the two institutions operate independently, there is typically no concern about offending a competitor. The girl shook her head in response. Go to the Pokémon Center first. You need not disconnect the call. Once you arrive, hand your phone to the medical staff, and I will instruct them to report the incident. In this situation, the hospital has no right to detain your Pokémon. Acknowledging the girl's distress, Wang Bin laid out his plan. But what if there's a twist? She questioned. If the police intervene, they will address any issues on your part. He attempted to lighten the mood with a joke. Boss Bin and I will handle it together. What do you mean by handling it? I'm merely following standard procedures. There's nothing wrong with that, Wang Bin asserted, feeling unjustly accused. Are you not concerned about the hospital retaliating against you? She asked, to which Wang Bin scoffed, setting aside the possibility of him falling ill. He had a second-tier deity friend named Shalabi, which provided him ample protection. As Wang Bin interacted with the online audience, the young girl arrived at the Pokémon Center. Hello, doctor, could you please assist by reporting a crime? This young lady has been unjustly detained by the hospital, which has no legal grounds to keep her Pokémon. This constitutes a violation of the law. Wang Bin succinctly explained her situation. Chapter 94, Wang Bin, a bold assertion of innocence. The connection has now been severed, and the young woman has been taken in for medical treatment. I seem to have forgotten to inquire about the name of the hospital. Suddenly, Wang Bin became aware of this oversight. The dental hospital for safe tooth extraction. No need to ask, it's me. I have the rationale to connect. Well, the main party has emerged. But shouldn't you be cooperating with the police investigation right now? I don't know, perhaps another leader is cooperating. While this one is here to confront. Of course I dare, just come directly. Wang Bin was not intimidated in the least. He hadn't anticipated encountering such matters directly at his doorstep. If there were indeed issues, it would explode. This operation was exceedingly abstract. The doctor's actions were already quite abstract, so it was entirely normal for the leader to exhibit abstraction as well. Soon, a balding figure appeared on Wang Bin's screen. Milo Bin, you ought to pay attention to your hair. I don't want you to become a balding man too. Maynes immediately expressed his opinion. Rest assured. I am aware, Wang Bin nodded, and then adjusted Maynes' appearance. This is the examination we conducted on our Pokémon, Meowth. From the data, it is evident that this Pokémon exhibits violent tendencies and has already attacked our medical staff, which is why we had to exert control. The opponent finished with a sinister smile, implying, you think you can challenge me? You are doomed. When did you conduct the examination? Wang Bin felt that the other party seemed somewhat dim-witted, overly eager. Naturally, it was after the capture. We discovered the abnormal behavior and proceeded with the arrest. Then conducted the examination, which confirmed our professionalism. The other party even considered this a good thing. What qualifications do you possess? Procedurally, you are already in the wrong. The Pokémon attacked you because you threatened the safety of its trainer's life. Moreover, is the examination conducted afterward truly legitimate? After all, it was performed by your own hospital, which may skew the results in your favor. Wang Bin pondered why the police had not yet arrived. His mother had warned him against associating with fools. Although this was a debate, it would be best not to engage further. We can conduct another on-site examination. The opponent asserted confidently. Then let us proceed. But are you certain that Meowth has not been subdued by your force? Wang Bin posed another question, introducing a new point of suspicion. Aren't you the owner of the breeding house? You should be able to discern the truth, or are you merely seeking fame? The opponent retorted to Wang Bin. I can indeed. I merely articulated a possibility. After all, I have yet to see the Pokémon. Wang Bin smiled slightly. Very well. I will take you to see it now, the opponent declared, picking up their phone and beginning to move. Soon, a Meowth appeared within Wang Bin's line of sight. With a gentle glance, Wang Bin discerned that this Meowth had merely been poorly fed over the past few days and had not sustained any injuries. Is there a problem? The opponent inquired. This Meowth has none. Wang Bin shook his head. The key is this. In other words, if it were swapped, Boss Bin would not know. After all, he has never seen it before. Rest assured, I assure you that this is the authentic charm of that girl. Shortly, we shall conduct various examinations, and you may verify your information with the official records. This leader is certainly able to observe the comments as well. After capturing a Pokémon, one must register with the authorities. Just as humans require identification, so too do Pokémon. As for the subsequent verifications, they are merely procedural. Such information can only be accessed by the official departments designated for this purpose. Now let us commence the checks. First, we shall utilize this device, which can detect whether a Pokémon's hormones are functioning normally. As the individual opposite initiated the machine, Wang Bin turned his head upon hearing the sound. Oh, the sound is incorrect. There is a malfunction with a gear in the middle of the machine, which can be easily discerned by opening it up. Wang Bin pointed this out directly. This revelation caused his counterpart to break into a sweat. This is what one calls professionalism. I may not understand battles, but I possess a genuine grasp of various instruments, stemming from the legendary expertise of Boss Bin. Observing his expression, it is evident there is a problem. I believe I could assume a leadership role myself. I discovered that the individual opposite is merely a disciple of the dentist who extracted the wrong tooth. He is not a leader at all. Well then, the hospital is in disarray. This is fortunate. The other party has an incompetent ally. Why not disassemble it? Is it beyond your capabilities? Wang Bin provoked his counterpart, who indeed took action. Upon dismantling, a significant issue arose. The gear was conspicuously attached with tape. Are you attempting to deceive children with this? Wang Bin felt his intelligence had been insulted. If this device were to pass inspection, one could challenge the results and seek verification from another institution. Wouldn't that be certain? Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Bin. Could it be that you intend to promote products in the future? This would undoubtedly boost your visibility. It makes sense, quite reasonable. It seems I cannot escape this situation alongside this doctor, so I shall seek an alternative route. Ah, so you are on the 5th floor. The other party said nothing, merely shutting down the live stream silently. Very well, through the other party's futile attempts to conceal the truth, I deem this matter relatively clear. Should there be a reversal, we shall observe further. We shall remain with our blue background and white text. Wang Bin genuinely did not anticipate that this matter would unfold so simply. The scene I longed to witness, with Boss Bin riding a Dragonite into battle, has yet to materialize. My friend, let it go. Your aspirations are simply too ordinary to be realized. One must be quite misguided to engage Boss Bin with force. However, it is said that in every profession, there are both virtuous and malevolent individuals. While it is undeniable that doctors save lives, there are indeed some who are unscrupulous. Wang Bin reflected with a sigh. He then turned his head slightly and smiled. My Milotic has fallen asleep. That will be all for today. Farewell, everyone. Wang Bin chose to ignore the comments flooding in and planned to place his Milotic on the bedroom blanket. However, as soon as Wang Bin moved, Milotic awakened. It's nothing. I will place you in the bedroom so you can continue your slumber, he said, gently stroking Milotic twice. Good night. Milotic closed her eyes once more. After placing Minas carefully, Wang Bin stepped outside. Ah Bin, what exactly is the gorgeous contest? Dialga, the Pokémon, approached Wang Bin. Chapter 95, Gengar, my little brother wishes to open a haunted house. The Gorgeous Contest is an event where trainers and Pokémon utilize various props and skills to display stunning visuals. Judges then score the performances, ultimately ranking the participants. Wang Bin succinctly explained the concept of the Gorgeous Contest. Ah, I see, Dialga replied, enlightened. What's the matter? Do you wish to participate? Wang Bin inquired. Not really. I simply stumbled upon it while watching television and wanted to know more. Dialga gestured towards the nearby TV. I understand. If you decide to join, just let me know, and I'll take you along. However, don't expect me to assist with the techniques. I'm truly inept at that, Wang Bin stated. Unsure of Dialga's desire to participate, but wanting to clarify his limitations. Got it, Dialga nodded. Rotom, Bin, someone is looking for you at the breeding house. Boss Bin, alright, I understand. I'll head over to the breeding house since Rotom mentioned there's something there. You can continue watching, Wang Bin informed Dialga before departing. With a swift teleport, he arrived at the back entrance of the breeding house. Upon entering, he quickly approached the front desk, where two young men, unfamiliar to him, were present. Wang Bin surmised they were the ones with matters to discuss. Hello, Boss Bin. My online name is Sun Xiao AI Kanjibo. But you can call me Sun Xiao. The leaner young man introduced himself. Hello, nice to meet you. What brings you here today? Wang Bin, recalling the young man who had previously purchased a promising Pokémon, asked. Today isn't about me. It's regarding my friend here, Gao Chong, who hails from a family involved in the mining business, Sun Xiao explained, gesturing to the more robust young man beside him. Greetings, Boss Bin. I am Gao Chong. And I have a request. Gao Chong extended his hand. Wang Bin reciprocated. Hello, please go ahead and share your request. Recently, my father's Boscodora laid 2 eggs. We plan for my sister and me to each have 1. I aspire to pursue a career as a trainer, eventually taking over my father's business, while my sister wishes to become a coordinator. After much discussion, we decided that the more talented one should receive the better egg, while the other will get the lesser one, along with additional resources. I came here today to seek your assistance in evaluating the eggs. Gao Chong articulated his intentions clearly. Are you certain they are from your family? Wang Bin inquired with a smile. Absolutely, Gao Chong nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Boss Bin. If he had any ulterior motives, or if the situation were otherwise, I would never have brought him here. If anything goes awry, I would be the first to hold him accountable. Sun Xiao reiterated his trust in Gao Chong's integrity. Please, bring out the eggs. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Not solely based on Sun Xiao's assurance, but also because Rotom had conducted online research into the matter. As a friend of Sun Xiao, Wang Bin believed Gao Chong likely possessed a degree of prominence, prompting him to have Rotom investigate further. Upon investigation, some information was indeed uncovered, albeit limited in scope. The circumstances aligned closely with expectations. However, those yearning for melodramatic narratives were bound to be disappointed. As it stands, Gao Chong did carry the spirit egg. Mindful of not delaying the matter further, Wang Bin cast a glance and indicated the spirit egg on the left. This one possesses superior qualities. Though the disparity between the two is minimal, both are at the gym leader level. Wang Bin had initially intended to refrain from disclosing specific attributes. Yet those from affluent backgrounds were seldom perturbed by such trivialities. Thank you, Boss Bin. Here is 5 million. Gao Chong promptly followed suit, having secured his desired outcome. No trouble at all. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively, yet the two individuals showed no inclination to depart. Did Wang intend to inquire further? Not at all. He merely picked up his phone, feigning urgency to exit. Seeing Wang Bin's intention to leave, Sun Xiao interjected, "Do you have a precious dragon?" "I do not. And if I did, I would reserve it for my Dragonite's entourage." Wang Bin pondered why he should be evasive about such matters. "I see. My apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave," Sun Xiao stated, leading Gao Chong away. He refrained from inquiring whether Dragonite was suitable for breeding, as Wang Bin's earlier comment implied intentions of keeping it as a subordinate rather than suggesting any plans for progeny. As for these two, Wang Bin surmised they likely had other matters to attend to. However, if they chose to flee now, he would not pursue them. He was not particularly concerned about their intentions to stir trouble. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gung Gue approached him. "Gengar, would it be feasible to establish a haunted house?" Wang Bin contemplated, "This may not be suitable for our rural setting. Attendance is likely to be sparse, meaning your haunted house might only serve as a mere attraction." After careful consideration, Wang Bin concluded that few would travel specifically for a haunted house, which could not sustain such foot traffic. Although Gung Gue's haunted house would be a unique feature, other locales employed ghost-type Pokémon for similar purposes. Gung Gue nodded, recognizing that while leveraging Wang Bin's name might draw an initial crowd, it would likely dwindle over time. Furthermore, if neither Wang Bin nor Gung Gue frequented the venue, they would be accused of false advertising. "Well, if you can accept a lack of visitors, building one is not an issue," Wang Bin acknowledged. "However, I believe it would be better to forego the idea. A scant audience renders it rather pointless," Gung Gue opined, increasingly convinced of the unnecessity. "Alas, classes resume tomorrow. I should not have indulged in such luxuries," Wang Bin sighed, resigning himself to the reality. "Let us merely discuss outdoor matters. After all, it's an easy lecture. And which teacher doesn't relish that?" Thus, Wang Bin explained, in the wild, should you encounter both a Mankey and a Snivy simultaneously, regardless of whether they engage in combat, it is prudent to flee immediately. "Teacher, will Mankey and Snivy inevitably fight? Is there a possibility they might refrain from conflict?" A student posed a query. Indeed, at that time, one would need to be even more vigilant. From my observations, such situations often herald the onset of ethnic strife. This is the final calm before the storm of war, as both sides prepare for their ultimate confrontation, naturally lacking the inclination to engage in petty skirmishes. If one's own faction is not fully prepared, could this be a deliberate provocation by the adversary? If that were the case, it would spell disaster for one's own side. Wang Bin shook his head as he recounted his experiences with tribal conflicts. Chapter 96. The Problematic Pokémon at the Door. What is the matter?" Wang Bin inquired, noticing a number of students gathered at the entrance of his classroom. Looking somewhat puzzled. "We're from the neighboring Nankai, here to participate in an exchange competition and thought to drop by," one student closest to the door explained. "Oh, I see. Feel free to come in," Wang Bin replied, nodding in understanding, not considering his class to be a closely guarded secret. They could come as they pleased. However, things would be different after class. Wang Bin had intended to grab his water bottle and make a quick exit, but unexpectedly, a couple of students from Nankai approached him. "Mr. Wang, do you supervise graduate students?" The question caught Wang Bin off guard. He simply shook his head. "I do not supervise graduate students. I only spend this brief period at the school each week, and I have no research topics." "All right, teacher," the student nodded, contemplating which school to apply to next. Someone had brought a problematic Pokémon to the breeding house seeking Wang Bin's assistance. Upon arriving at the breeding facility, he found Gung Gue, Baofilong, and Luotong engaged in a discussion regarding the ailment. "What is the situation?" Wang Bin inquired. "This little Charmeleon cannot utilize fire-type moves, as indicated by the machine's diagnostics," Luotong replied, providing the data to Wang Bin. "The genetic comparison is currently underway. It remains uncertain whether there is an issue with its genes," Gung Gue added, updating him on the present situation. "I suspect this condition may have emerged either recently or is just beginning to manifest in related genetic expressions, considering the trainer's assertion that there were no prior issues." Baofilong articulated his hypothesis. At that moment, the trainer stood silently nearby. "Wait, I just saw you standing there, ready to explain the situation, and you all dove right in?" After a lengthy discussion, Wang Bin finally acknowledged the trainer. He approached, saying, "I understand the situation now. We will wait for the test results and let me take a look at it." "All right, Boss Wong," the trainer nodded, then released the Charmeleon from the healing ball. Name, Charmeleon. Gender, female. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Potential, elite. Level, 9. Skills, few. Held item, none. Evaluation, unable to utilize fire-type moves due to genetic issues. The cause attributed to excessive use of fire-type techniques leading to exhaustion. Upon reading the cause of the condition, Wang Bin was reminded of anemia. Some individuals develop anemia after ascending to high altitudes. If memory serves him correctly, sickle cell anemia presents such examples. When Wang Bin first encountered this assertion, he was taken aback. After all, the transcription and translation of genes are fundamentally based on the nucleotide sequences within the genes. The notion that merely changing the environment would yield different results seemed utterly implausible. However, as he matured, he came to comprehend the complexities of the human body. Once the results of the genetic comparison emerged, Wang Bin cast a cursory glance at them. Indeed, Rotom's examination proved to be remarkably accurate, as the defects were clearly indicated. To clarify my conclusions, Wang Bin stated, this is a genetic disorder, and I lack effective treatment options. However, it merely precludes the use of fire-type moves. Beyond that, there are no significant ramifications. You may pursue training in other elemental types. There was no need for concealment, as Wang Bin believed this condition was not life-threatening. As for treatment, solutions undoubtedly exist, such as those offered by Ho-Oh and the power of Eternatus. Indeed, the power of Eternatus is a viable option. Yet Wang Bin was disinclined to intervene. If he took action now, what would happen if others brought similar Pokémon in the future? There was no need to invite complications. Upon hearing his words, the other party displayed a complex expression, unsure whether to feel relieved by the absence of immediate danger or disheartened by the inability to utilize fire-type moves. If a resolution was imperative, one would have to rely on those who specialize in such research, while also being cautious of their character. If they were merely speaking without consideration for the consequences of their experiments, one must tread carefully, as the truth may remain elusive. In any case, it was essential to remain vigilant and avoid deception. After finishing his remarks, Wang Bin exchanged a knowing glance with Gengar, who signaled to the other Pokémon to follow him outside. It was best to allow the others to ponder their thoughts in solitude. Bin, if you were in my position, what would you choose? Rotom inquired upon emerging. Me? I need not choose, Wang Bin replied with a faint smile. Ah, I see. Rotom mused, recalling the power of Eternatus. Each night before sleep, Wang Bin would bestow upon them the benefits of Eternatus, so how could he have overlooked this now? Gagot, lacking alternatives, decided to act according to Wang Bin's subsequent suggestions. What about Rotom? Rotom displayed a puzzled expression. Roar, if you wish to enhance your strength. Train in other elemental moves for battle. If not, simply enjoy a happy life, explained Salamence. Did Dialga and Milotic not come over? Aren't they curious about this matter? Wang Bin wondered aloud. Gagot replied, no, Dialga is busy petting cats now. It has become increasingly adept at it. As for my sister, she is watering the berry trees. Gengar called for them when he arrived, but they each had their own tasks. I see. Then let us seek out Dialga. Its feline endeavors must momentarily pause. As it's time for its medication, Wang Bin calculated the time and deemed it appropriate. Gagot, after this meal, will it still require sleep? Gengar speculated. Considering that with rising levels and gradual recovery, it seemed unlikely that further rest would be necessary. Uncertain, I have observed a commendable acceleration in its prowess recently. I surmise that after a couple more instances of this nature, it shall no longer require external assistance. It will manage on its own. As the primary objective of these external influences is to facilitate the rapid elevation of its physical capabilities, Wang Bin contemplated and concluded that it would soon be feasible to cease this practice. It is not a matter of financial constraint, but rather the uncertainty of how long the subsequent slumber may last. He is in the business of capturing Pokémon, not ensnaring sleeping beauties. Deoxys, the term sleeping beauty seems utterly unrelated to me. The roar would likely bring it great joy. This little one would probably wish to reside amidst the pile of Meowth. The Dragonite chuckled heartily. A brief note. The structure of hemoglobin contains a hollow cavity, which functions to secure oxygen. At high altitudes, the ability of hemoglobin to retain oxygen diminishes as the elevation restricts the descent of oxygen, depriving organ cells of this vital element. Chapter 97. Wei Yang. The moment has arrived. Deoxys has once again succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Bin is engaged in his daily routine. Your private messages are overwhelming, Rotom. Rotom is assisting Wang Bin in managing his account affairs. It is unavoidable. Our fame attracts numerous fans, hence the influx of messages. You need not concern yourself with that, as it pertains solely to the live streaming account, not my personal usage account. From the outset, Wang Bin had delineated these two aspects. Although it may be somewhat cumbersome, it simplifies matters considerably for one such as him, who peruses messages based on his mood. Boss Bin, while it's quite convenient to be regarded as a reminder tool, there is no need to share tales of heartbreak post-breakup with me. Rotom. Why must I use Rotom? Rotom has noticed this, but soon dismissed it, deeming it a trivial matter. Then, this screenshot made its way onto the internet. It turns out that my messages are indeed being viewed by Rotom at the very least. It confirms that there are individuals paying attention, rather than my words vanishing into the void. Adding Rotom to the mix is rather endearing, I must say. At this moment, Wang Bin would succinctly describe himself as an elderly man with a smartphone on the subway. No, can this really be a topic of discussion? Wang Bin felt that this situation hardly warranted such fervor. Goga was uncertain, but perhaps it was merely for relaxation's sake. Gengar was indifferent to this detail. Bin. Wei Yang has sent you a message, Rotom announced. Wang Bin found Rotom to be exceedingly useful. What is it? Wang Bin inquired. You may as well see for yourself. I believe he wishes to converse with you. Rotom declined to provide further assistance. Very well. Wang Bin took the phone. Sean, Bin. There is something that requires your assistance, Boss Bin. What a peculiar opening line. Sean, you recall the Intercollegiate League at Hucking, right? It is set to commence shortly. And I shall be leading the team. However, I hope you can accompany us for some leisure, Boss Bin. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? My dear brother? You merely wish to avoid a repeat of the chaos from our last encounter with the 3 legendary birds, hoping for unforeseen circumstances to arise this time as well. Sean, Boss Bin, your insight is profound. After all, they are our rival school. Let them falter miserably. Boss Bin, what do you take me for? Am I a Karaki? Are you making wishes here? Sean, come on, man, with your current record, let us not be obstinate. If we secure the championship this time, I feel it would guarantee my permanent position, and I could promote you directly to the role of Director of Education. Boss Bin, absolutely not. I already regret becoming a teacher. When I run out of things to say in class, I end up rambling about trivial matters. My decade of travel experiences will eventually dwindle away. Sean, no worries. When the time comes, I'll simply find someone else to teach, and you can retire comfortably. Boss Bin, is that so? Sean, once I secure my position, it will certainly be so. Don't underestimate my capabilities. Boss Bin, fine, I'll accompany you this time. Wang Bin ultimately consented, realizing that the role of a university director of education differs significantly from that of a high school counterpart. University students typically consult counselors and mentors for their issues, who would approach the director unnecessarily. The prospect of hardly attending school, yet still receiving a monthly salary was undeniably appealing. Wang Bin swiftly communicated the development to Gung Gui and the others. What about the sleeping Daoki Shishi? Gung Gui raised a question. Well, if it wakes up, it can join us. If not, we'll leave it at home. It can always message us when it's awake, so we'll know where to find it. Wang Bin pondered briefly before responding. Roar? The University League. Wasn't Wei Yang a participant back in the day? Bao Feilong asked, slightly puzzled. He must have participated, but I can't say for certain. One thing is clear. We never went to watch him play during his university days, Wang Bin recalled. Time swiftly passed, and the day of departure arrived. Have you packed everything? Wang Bin inquired, holding his backpack. Gega is ready. Let us head to the bus station, Gung Gui nodded. As for why they were going to the bus station instead of flying, it was because the bus fare could be reimbursed, and there were numerous students among them. Who knows if any of them had Pokémon capable of flight? Before long, Wang Bin located the main group. All is well, Wei Yang smiled slightly. However, once on the bus, the sentiment shifted. Wei Yang discreetly informed Wang Bin that whether the new team members would play depended on the circumstances. This trip was primarily for them to gain experience. Yet I still cannot fathom why the competition is scheduled for this time. Wouldn't it be better in March or April? Let the graduating seniors participate in their final match. Wang Bin expressed his confusion. To be honest, I'm not sure either. It's just how it's arranged. Wei Yang shook his head. All right then, what is the prize for the victor? Wang Bin asked. And that is indeed legitimate and lawful. You can't expect the teams not to come and watch the match, can you? No wonder you said that if you win the championship, you'd quickly secure your position. It seems this is indeed a revival of glory, Wang Bin realized. Indeed. That is the case, but the following performance relies on your abilities. Wei Yang nodded. How could I possibly know what will happen? I am no oracle, Wang Bin remarked, asserting that it ultimately depends on fate. Soon, they arrived at their destination, Hucking Spirit University. This time, their accommodations were outside the campus, as the influx of students was overwhelming. Thus, they had reserved an entire hotel nearby for all the faculty and students. Chapter 98, Water Lord. I'm going to a gathering tonight. Are you coming? Wei Yang inquired as he entered Wang Bin's room. I'll pass. It's probably just you faculty members exchanging pleasantries and throwing up smoke screens, Wang Bin retorted, uninterested in such affairs. Daoki Shishi has sent a message, Rotom. The Rotom chimed in. Is it awake? Ask if it wishes to join us. Wang Bin had already devised a response to this situation. It replied that it wouldn't come, as it preferred to cuddle cats. Rotom was taken aback that the individual did not want to join in the merriment. All right, understood. But is this fellow perhaps becoming a cat-cuddling Pokémon enthusiast? Wang Bin mused, feeling the answer was quite apparent. It was reassuring that if Goga had nothing but cat cuddling on its mind, other matters would not disturb its tranquility, which was significant. Gung Gui opined that this was indeed a positive development. Indeed, during battles, it must switch forms, indicating that its mind requires acute focus. Thus, rational thought is beneficial to it, Bao Feilong concurred. Quite right, Mr. Wei. This arrangement is indeed commendable. Wang Bin expressed his satisfaction with the setup. Of course, Wei Yang chuckled. At that moment, Wang Bin and his companions were in the contestants' backstage area, as they traveled with their team and thus had no need to sit among the audience. Furthermore, due to tactical considerations, each university team had its own designated space. Wang Bin found himself before a reclining chair, clearly arranged by Wei Yang. As for himself, he had to focus on strategy. Who is our opponent for the first match? Wang Bin inquired. It's Xia University. Their water-type prowess is formidable. Wei Yang acknowledged a certain wariness toward this competitor. The rain dance team, huh? Today is a bright sunny day, so initiating rain dance will require more effort. Giving you the advantage, Wang Bin assessed the situation calmly. He chose not to comment further. Do any of your team members happen to be a 7 or 4,396? He teased. Li Luo, you're up for the opening match. Good luck. Wei Yang encouraged a young lad with a pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, Dean Wei. My Venusaur will certainly demonstrate the essence of type advantage, the boy affirmed before resolutely heading towards the battlefield. The wind was cold, chilling enough to evoke a sense of seriousness. Wang Bin thought, this is indoors. Surely the air conditioning must be on, otherwise, that would be a disaster. On the battlefield stood a male and a female contestant. The young man was Li Luo from Jinmen, while the young woman was Li Yuling from Xia University. Wait, why is she the one leading the charge? Wei Yang was taken aback upon seeing the opposing lineup. What's wrong? Is she exceptionally strong? Wang Bin surmised that the source of Wei Yang's astonishment was likely a scion of an illustrious family. Indeed, she possessed remarkable strength. Wei Yang nodded in acknowledgement, referring to the prodigious young lady of the Li family, who was rumored to have gained the favor of a divine beast and subsequently acquired a Suicune. How is it that he was oblivious to this news? Wang Bin mused that such an event, should someone have captured a Suicune, would undoubtedly make headlines. Yet, he had never witnessed it thus far. Their families maintained a cordial relationship. This was something Wei Yang's father had privately disclosed to Wang Bin's father a few days prior, and today was merely a formality. It was certain that Wei Yang would not have revealed this beforehand. As for whether the other father spoke the truth, Wang Bin remained uncertain. After all, the favor of a divine beast was not easily bestowed, let alone the subsequent acquisition of a Pokémon. He believed there was veracity to it, otherwise, there would be no reason to mention it, nor to take the lead today, bringing forth the Suicune in the very first match to firmly establish their reputation. Upon hearing the mention of Suicune, Wang Bin felt the odds had significantly shifted in favor of their side. Firstly, Suicune belonged to a larger lineage compared to other divine beasts. Secondly, the prestige of Suicune had waned. It was no longer the subject of extravagant tales. What significance did a creature that could be ensnared with a mere net hold? Was it a disgrace among divine beasts? Suddenly, silence enveloped the arena as a living Suicune materialized on the battlefield. Name, Suicune. Gender, none. Type, water. Ability, pressure. Potential, King tier. Level, 38. Skills, minimal. Item, leftovers. Evaluation, divine beast physique, ordinary potential, prideful spirit, yet embodies the mundane. The overall assessment was perplexing. Are you certain that it was favored and entrusted to you? A Suicune? Wang Bin felt the narrative might have been fabricated. In his estimation, it was likely that this young lady had aided the still maturing Suicune, which then chose to accompany her. Furthermore, her family appeared well-versed in water types, indulging the creature, leading to its growing pride over time. The notion of being ordinary became even simpler. While the king tier potential was undoubtedly commendable, when paired with a divine beast, it paled in comparison. This Suicune would likely rank among the least esteemed in its own lineage. Whether her father's claims held any truth was uncertain, however, based on her performance. It seemed this Suicune was not as formidable as presumed. Wei Yang sensed Wang Bin's skepticism. In such circumstances, one would either possess extraordinary talent or lackluster abilities. He inclined towards the former. Indeed, at least that is my impression, Wang Bin concurred. At that moment, the battle on the field commenced. Suicune's ice beam struck Bulbasaur. And at last, Li Luo had managed to react. Wait, is it paralyzed? Did the opponent's Pokémon freeze in awe? Wang Bin glanced at Wei Yang, who suggested that it was indeed understandable. The first encounter with a divine beast could naturally induce a state of shock. Unfortunately, the ice beam had rendered Bulbasaur immobile. Following this, Suicune unleashed a blizzard, sweeping Bulbasaur off its feet. As Bulbasaur collapsed, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, accompanied by exuberant cheers. That's Suicune. Mother, your son has witnessed a divine beast. The crowd roared in excitement. This situation has become quite complicated. Li Luo is currently in a state of disarray. Wang Bin immediately noticed this. Everyone is rallying behind Shui Jun. Even I, as a teammate, find myself wishing for the opponent's victory. One teammate senses that the momentum has shifted irreversibly. I went to seek assistance from the staff, as Li Luo urgently requires a respite. Wei Yang nodded in agreement, unwilling to allow any misfortune to befall his student. Of course, if there is any lingering discontent, it is inconsequential, as there will be future encounters with Xiada. Chapter 99, On the Brink of Defeat. This young man harbors another ambition. to achieve fame by overcoming Shui Jun. Being in his senior year, a single victorious battle could pave the way for a promising future. At the very least, under this newfound glory, financial concerns would cease to be an issue. You must strive diligently, Li Luo acknowledged. This was merely the preordained battle plan, thus nothing seemed amiss. Remember, do not become anxious simply because your opponent is Shui Jun. Wei Yang advised before allowing the competitor onto the stage. By the way, what is the format of the competition? A ring battle? Wang Bin had refrained from inquiring earlier while observing their preparations. The first 3 participants engage in a ring battle, each capable of utilizing 2 Pokémon, while the subsequent 3 contestants partake in standard matches, where 3 Pokémon may be employed. Upon reaching the top 16, the format shifts to 6 against 6, followed by a doubles match, where 2 teams of 2 may each use 3 Pokémon. Wei Yang succinctly elucidated the structure. In essence, the opposing team holds a significant advantage. Wang Bin felt that this ring battle was already lost. Indeed, you may state it more plainly. Our odds of victory are quite low, and Lu Lei may not perform optimally. Wei Yang was acutely aware of the present circumstances. In fact, all the team members understood the reality, rendering any self-deception about potential opportunities or hopes unnecessary. This student excels in electric-type Pokémon. The electric dragon has been cultivated adequately, Wang Bin remarked as the battle commenced. The electric dragon unleashed a thunderbolt, but Shui Jun deftly sidestepped the attack, failing to retaliate. Indeed, there was no counterattack. Thunder Punch. Lu Lei, witnessing his skill miss its mark, resolved to engage in close combat. Yet, Shui Jun continued to evade. Li Yuling remained unperturbed, solely focusing on dodging without mounting any offensive. What is Lu Lei's temperament like? I suspect the opponent is merely toying with his mindset. Wang Bin speculated while observing Shui Jun's evasive maneuvers. He has quite a volatile temperament. One teammate sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, as the evasion continued, Lu Lei grew frantic and began to attack fervently. This is disastrous. If they can effortlessly dodge, it's clear their speed surpasses yours. Continuing this way is tantamount to handing them victory, Wang Bin remarked, casting another glance at Wei Yang. The implication was clear. No, my friend. What kind of training have you provided? Is this truly the caliber of the school team? Are they even senior students? Don't look at me. He is indeed a senior, and this is his final opportunity to participate in collegiate competitions, the last stage on which he can showcase his worth. This is for his future. Wei Yang explained, asserting that the urgency stems from a desire to fight for his prospects. However, such an approach may ultimately thwart his objectives. Wang Bin shook his head, no longer wishing to watch. The university team from Tianjin surely could not be someone else's plaything? Water cannon. Li Yuling initiated her assault. At this moment, the electric dragon had already expended considerable stamina, and combined with its insufficient speed, it was precisely struck and subsequently fell to the ground. Lu Lei, growing anxious, sent forth his second Pokémon, the Thunder Beast. 2 electric types, both dream type? Wang Bin was somewhat astonished, as the number of dream types was indeed quite limited. Yes, his luck was undeniably remarkable, and it was precisely this that fueled his fondness for double battles, given 1 positive and 1 negative charge. Wei Yang nodded. No dodging. Let us confront them head-on. Although electric types have a 2-fold advantage over water types, with the impressive defensive capabilities of Suicune, she and Suicune could afford to make mistakes. However, it would be best for the Thunder Beast, being quite fragile, not to be caught off guard. Thunder. Lu Lei launched his attack once more. Defend. Li Yuling remained unfazed. Volt Tackle followed closely. Seeing that Thunder had been blocked, Lu Lei immediately pressed the offensive. Water Pulse swiftly moved forward. Li Yuling also issued her command. Water Pulse did not intercept Volt Tackle, but Suicune had already vacated that position, causing Volt Tackle to miss entirely. What followed was Suicune's water cannon. It struck true once more. The Thunder Beast collapsed. Lu Lei was devastated, feeling as though his worth had significantly diminished in this battle. In contrast, the atmosphere on site was electric. Suicune was majestic, effortlessly eliminating 2 opponents. Invincible. Lu Han, you are next. Do not deliberately conserve your strength in hopes of overcoming more foes. Just play as you normally would, Wei Yang advised. At this moment, their morale had been shattered by Suicune. Today's match likely seemed lost, but fortunately, it was only the first day, and adjustments could still be made. Relax, everyone. Haven't you noticed that I've been reclining in this chair without a care? So, there's no need to be tense. Losing isn't the end of the world, Wang Bin chimed in, though it might not have had much effect. Given that his attempts to lighten the serious atmosphere did not bear significant fruit, Lu Han stepped onto the field, releasing her own Pokémon, also of the water type, a Psyduck. Water Cannon. Both sides unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. Bang! The 2 skills collided, with neither side gaining an advantage. Suicune's stamina was indeed impressive, Wei Yang noted. Although the previous battle had been a breeze for the opponent, they had indeed expended energy. Now, facing a fully energized Psyduck, the same move still resulted in a stalemate, which spoke volumes about Suicune's endurance. Psychic. After her initial attack, Lu Han pressed on. Scald. Naturally, Li Yuling would not simply stand by. Both attacks struck simultaneously. Luck seemed to consistently favor Li Yuling today. The burn status was successfully inflicted. Psyduck displayed a pained expression. Surf. Li Yuling pressed the advantage. Hold on. Psyduck, use water cannon. Lu Han gazed at the approaching Suicune, unwilling to remain passive. With a swift motion, Golduck opened its beak, unleashing a water cannon with precision. Upon being struck, Suicune's surf attack came to an abrupt halt. Seeing Suicune crash to the ground, Lu Han immediately commanded, Final Psychic. Golduck utilized its psychic powers to hurl Suicune away. Bang! After colliding with the ground once more, Suicune finally succumbed, its eyes spiraling into a daze. Chapter 100 Wei Yang remarked, the boomerang has struck its wielder. It seems Tianjin Spirit University is rather weak. Could it be that Suicune is simply too powerful? The outcome left many flabbergasted, and now the remaining universities had acquired ample information. The online discussions surrounding Tianjin Spirit University's defeat were rife, yet the topic garnering even more attention was that of Suicune. Meanwhile, Wang Bin received a message from Cynthia. Image. Upon opening it, he widened his eyes in astonishment. He was all too familiar with this entity, having a connection to his elder brother's nickname. Boss Bin, how could this happen? I hope the prison bottle Hoopa is not in any danger. Cynthia responded, I am uncertain, but as long as Hoopa remains hidden, there should be no issues. Then this implies that the phrase we deciphered about the Black Demon refers to the liberation of Hoopa, Wang Bin deduced. Precisely. We share the same sentiment, as the image of Hoopa in chains does seem discordant with its name, Cynthia affirmed. However, the appearance of the prison bottle in Tianjin is indeed perplexing, Wang Bin noted. Cynthia elaborated, we suspect someone may have released the seal after Hoopa's arrival, enabling it to summon various entities. This led them to believe that liberating Hoopa could fulfill their wishes, hence the establishment of the altar. That is a highly plausible hypothesis, explaining both the presence of the adversaries here and its connection to the ruins. By the way, where's the prison bottle now? Wang Bin inquired. In Kyoto Spirit University. I have also received images, Cynthia replied. Understood. It seems we need to be vigilant moving forward, Wang Bin acknowledged. Yes, I must go now. My grandmother requires my attention. Goodbye, Cynthia stated. Goodbye, Wang Bin responded. After concluding his conversation with Cynthia, Wang Bin shared the news with Gengar and the others. It seemed that Kyoto Spirit University now posed a potential threat. Should an incident arise, it could lead to complications. This was primarily due to the fact that liberating Hoopa could summon legendary Pokémon, such as the time-space deities and friends from Hoenn, potentially transforming Kyoto into a battlefield for divine creatures. Of course, this was contingent upon an unforeseen event. Otherwise, the prison bottle would pose little danger. Wang Bin nodded in agreement, contemplating that it might soon be time to call upon his elder brother. Though Dragonite was confident in its own strength, it was not reckless. In the event of a true crisis, it would undoubtedly seek assistance. Wang Bin concurred with this sentiment. Suddenly, a knock resounded at his door. Apart from Mr. Wei, he surmised there were no other visitors. Wang Bin knew this all too well. He opened the door and, to his surprise, it was Wei Yang. He immediately inquired, why aren't you studying tactics? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be researching your opponent? In a while, Xiaoda will face off against Hua Qing. Aren't you interested in that? Wei Yang extended an invitation. Wang Bin merely shook his head. I'm not going. I have little interest in that Suicune. Come on. Considering the situation with that Suicune, even without the 4 hanging walls on my side, it probably wouldn't stand a chance against Minas in the future, Wang Bin added dismissively. No need for you to understand. I simply refuse. But why did you come here? If her Pokémon were Gengar or Salamence, I might have been intrigued. But with Suicune, my Minas is barely over level 20. Wang Bin nodded, yet he remained puzzled by the matter. I don't know. Although our families maintain a decent relationship, I haven't inquired further, Wei Yang admitted, equally perplexed. After all, for aristocratic families like theirs, marriages typically involve strategic alliances. Huh. What are you implying? There's a 7-year gap between us. I'm 25, and she's merely 18, Wei Yang remarked, feeling as though Wang Bin were some sort of beast. Please, spare me that look. I too find the age difference considerable. But if we think about it, you're 27, and she's 20. In terms of familial alliances, I reckon our families might be willing to accept it, Wang Bin countered, clarifying that he was not a beast, but merely considering the perspectives of both parties involved in such unions. Alright, I suppose you have a point. But she has an older sister who is 26 and single. So, even if our families were to unite, it wouldn't be between us. Wei Yang raised an eyebrow, asserting that such a scenario was highly unlikely. Suddenly, Wei Yang's phone buzzed. He picked it up, sensing an ominous foreboding. Hello, Mom, what is going on? Yang. You've met Li Yuling, haven't you? His mother inquired. That wretched nuisance, why does she have to meddle with me? Currently, I'm at the Li family's residence. We believe you two would make a fine match, so we were wondering if you'd consider giving it a try. His mother suggested, expressing her belief in their compatibility. Mom, I don't oppose alliances, but shouldn't we find someone closer to my age? Wei Yang cautiously responded. attempting to gauge whether there was room for negotiation. Well, by the time she graduates at 22, you'll be 29. Sure, it's a bit of a stretch, but it's still acceptable, his mother reasoned, viewing the matter as trivial. But she has a 26-year-old sister. Why not switch? We're closer in age, Wang proposed, seeking an alternative solution. Are you not aware? His mother asked, somewhat taken aback. Awareness of what? Wang was confused by her reaction. Her sister has a girlfriend. His mother was surprised that Wang was completely oblivious to this fact. A girlfriend? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Wang genuinely had not heard about this. Yes, indeed, his mother confirmed with a nod. Wang fell silent, contemplating the revelation. All right, I'll make an effort to connect. He ultimately relented. At that moment, he was not just with Wang Bin. Gengar and the others were present as well. From your reaction, it seems there is something brewing between you and Li Yuling, Wang Bin remarked, indicating that even without hearing the details of the call, he could deduce the situation. Chapter 101 Wang, give it a try. The moment I saw the caller ID, I had already guessed, so I did not hide. Wang did not mention anything about watching the match. He simply walked into the room and slumped into the chair. While I do not oppose arranged marriages, as I have benefited from my family's resources and feel a duty to alleviate their burdens, I sensed a twinge of moral discomfort. Nonetheless, it is not my affair. So I remain unaffected. However, since you are contemplating a union, you might as well consider those with a lower moral threshold. Perhaps you will find yourself feeling like a saint. Wang Bin, on the other hand, could not empathize with the other party, as he was not the one taking action. Yet, if the situation were to arise for him, a 7-year age difference would depend on the circumstances. Should it be someone like Wang, he would be amenable. Oh, really? I guess I am still too principled, he mused. At 15, Wang conducted a search and stumbled upon a rather beastly individual. I am aware of that incident, and the subsequent actions made me feel as though they were coercing that girl into a certain profession. Bao Feilong is quite knowledgeable about such matters. So go ahead, young man. But alas, it seems there is no possibility for Shui Jun and your family as Bankilas. Wang Bin jested. All right, I shall not chat with you further. I am off to find someone else to converse with. Wei Yang's capacity for acceptance is indeed quite strong. After all, this is a matter between two families. He cannot solely follow his own inclinations. Moreover, there is the issue of seniority. He is my friend, and his girlfriend is my student. Additionally, it would not be easy for their families to find an impressive teacher for her, Wang Bin asserted with certainty. Time flew swiftly, and the day of the Tianjin Spirit University competition arrived once more. The familiar backstage, the well-known recliner, the accustomed posture, and the familiar protagonist all greeted him. The fervor in the air felt as if those previously beaten by Xiado were not the same individuals. Soon, the competing team took the stage, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Wei Yang brought someone in. Although she was fully armed, Wang Bin recognized her immediately. Li Yuling, Wei Yang's current blind date. Something felt amiss. It appeared that a union was indeed on the horizon. Rotem sensed that the situation before him was not unfamiliar. Gung Gui also made an appearance. But after a fleeting glance, it dove into Wang Bin's shadow. Here, within this realm, one could indulge at any moment without the fear of the prey fleeing due to prolonged observation. Wang Bin feigned interest in the match displayed on the television, while his thoughts were entirely consumed by the unfolding drama. That Wei Yang, with his lofty moral principles, was full of cunning schemes. The level of intimacy displayed was truly astonishing. As Wang Bin listened, he began to mentally critique the situation. Who could forget how this lad previously proclaimed the moral implications of age differences? It was all a facade, completely insincere. Yet, Wei Yang was remarkably bold. If this charade were to be uncovered, the school team would surely be in an uproar. Wei Yang was aware of this. Thus as he approached, he swiftly turned and led Li Yuling to a secluded corner on the left. On the field, Tianjin Spirit University had gained a considerable advantage, and Wang Bin nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said, the captain of the school team truly possesses formidable personal strength. A single Lucario had taken down an opponent, effectively eliminating 1.5 Pokémon. By the way, how did Nankai perform? Wang Bin suddenly turned to Lu Chuanxin, the vice-captain beside him. Not bad. Similar to our results. If we win this match, we will take the lead. If we lose, it will depend on how the other team performs in the next round. Lu Chuanxin replied. I see. Also, what on earth is that lottery match? Wang Bin inquired, pointing at the notice affixed to the wall to the right of the television. It is said that before the round of 16, we will have a battle where participants are drawn from each school, including teachers, Lu Chuanxin explained. Her confusion evident regarding the sudden introduction of such a rule. Perhaps it's a gimmick to attract more attention? That seems unlikely. The interest here is already quite high. I hope my name isn't on that list. Wang Bin expressed uncertainty. Naturally, I am aware of your situation, Lu Chuanxin replied. Could this be aimed at me? Wang Bin felt there was something amiss, possibly directed at him. Don't worry, when the time comes, we can have some fun, Gung Gui grinned. All right then. We shall go and give those primitive folk a good thrashing. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he would embrace it. When the time came, If he received an overwhelming response, it would not be surprising for Wang to take center stage. Upon hearing that Wang Bin might participate, Lu Chuanxin silently mourned for the other schools for 3 seconds. Encountering a formidable opponent is indeed a dire situation. As if on cue, a Milotic emerged, wrapping itself around Wang Bin. This creature had truly become quite clingy after its evolution. Wang Bin did not speak, merely relishing the moment. A Milotic that seeks affection is undeniably adorable. Alright, if the opponent's level is comparable to yours, I will let you take the stage, Wang Bin said, stroking the Milotic without hesitation. Such a trivial matter. Yay! The Milotic exclaimed joyfully, continuing to nuzzle against Wang Bin's neck. Meanwhile, Li Yuling, beside Wei Yang, was nearly drooling in admiration. This Milotic was extraordinary. Coming from a family of water-type Pokémon, she recognized its excellence, superior to any Milotic her family had raised. However, after staring for too long, Wei Yang also took notice. After all, those Milotics were cultivated by the Li family for future generations, with no intention of commerce involved. With the right offer, Wang Bin would certainly be willing to assist. Chapter 102, A Touch of Pretense. Ultimately, Tianjin Spirit University advanced to the top 16 without incident. Presently, the draw for the exhibition matches was underway. The draw was completed, and the results were about to be announced. Let us unveil the participants from each university, the host declared, as the names appeared on the large screen. Xia University had drawn Li Yuling, which made it hard for Wang Bin to believe that the draw was not tampered with. He felt certain that this was 100% manipulated. Your primary basis should be that the representative from Tianjin Spirit University is a psychologist, right? Wei Yang also sensed that the school must be doing this intentionally. Well, it doesn't matter. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go up and put on a show. Wang Bin patted Wei Yang's shoulder and walked away. Have mercy, you rascal, Wei Yang thought to himself but refrained from arguing, especially since Li Yuling was still up there. How the hell are we supposed to play this? Upon seeing Wang Bin's figure, a student shouted in frustration. Unfortunately, this competition is not without rules. Wang Bin shook his head, feeling regret about the situation. Observing the silence with no one willing to engage, he smiled slightly. Would you like to discuss tactics first? Can I just surrender? One person from the opposing side stepped forward, recognizing that they couldn't win anyway, so it was better to concede directly rather than suffer a beating. Of course, there was a follow-up remark. Why should I cooperate so you can put on a grand performance? This situation resembled a game of chess in the Cloud Summit. If the opponent had 3 stars and 5 costs, the most straightforward option was to surrender, denying them the pleasure of victory. Whatever, let the organizers decide. Wang Bin had no intention of lowering his stance, merely to put on a show about bravely challenging the strong. They could play if they wanted. At that moment, the pressure shifted to the side of Hucking University. However, cancellation was out of the question. They had already announced the match. And to cancel now would be tantamount to slapping their own face and rubbing it in. Yet, they couldn't be so direct. So they offered a compromise. Considering the disparity in strength, you may change to another teacher. Once this was said, a group of students fled. Who would stay to fight? They hurried to replace their teacher. Whether it was the team leader or the medic, any teacher would suffice. Only Li Yuling remained unmoved, releasing her water lord. Quite courageous. Fellow student, Wang Bin smiled and nodded, seemingly expressing approval. One must seize the opportunity to battle strong opponents. Li Yuling's expression was serious. Although she might be defeated instantly, what if she could gain some insights? Alright then, do you wish to battle against Gung? Or would you prefer to face the flying dragon? Or perhaps me? Wang Bin did not provide the options of Venus and Rotom. If one is to put on a grand display, let it be so. Gung, we choose Gung, Li Yuling stated after exchanging glances with the Water Lord. Goga didn't expect today's youth to be so bold. Gung slowly emerged from the shadow cast by Wang Bin. Exiting from a Pokeball was far too conventional. Emerging from the shadows was far more impressive. Once its body fully materialized, it vanished, only to reappear on the battlefield moments later. People were not particularly surprised. They likely assumed it was a technique called subtle shadow strike. In reality, Gung was utilizing shadow sneak. This was a method Gung invented after initially learning from its big brother, feeling that the original technique lacked impact. Shadow sneak is a physical attack, while Gung excels in special attacks. However, through the various research endeavors of this young man and the modest assistance from his elder brother, the shadow stealth was successfully developed into a specialized attack version, allowing Gengar to wield it as a trump card. Suicune use it. Before Li Yuling could finish her sentence, she noticed Gengar had given Suicune a gentle tap on the waist. And then, Suicune soared into the air. Suicune. Instantly, someone in the audience shouted, "Oh no. Please don't." Yet, one must not underestimate Gengar. It had its share of fans as well, and some in the audience began to cheer for it. As expected of my brother Gengar, truly formidable. In that moment, Wang Bin and Gengar resembled quintessential villains, while those who praised them mirrored the lackeys of nefarious characters. Li Yuling swiftly rushed to Suicune's side to assess its condition. The teachers who had been swapped and finally arrived at the scene. They had genuinely made an effort to approach slowly, but the distance was simply too great. Gah! Gengar revealed a malevolent grin. Wang Bin's lips curled ever so slightly. They appeared as a wolf eyeing a little lamb. Although they had agreed to join forces, this did not prevent Wang Bin and Gengar from turning their backs and departing without hesitation, mere moments after their Pokémon had been defeated. As they walked away, Wang Bin casually remarked, "I am the psychologist from Tianjin Spirit University. If you feel you've been left with psychological shadows, do come see me for treatment. Our school won't become the designated villains of the league, will it?" Wang Bin's words echoed as he entered. However, upon his arrival, the others fell silent. Villain or not, what is there to fear? Wang Bin dismissed their concerns. Indeed, if we were truly villains, our strength would be impressive. Wei Yang nodded in agreement. He had been preoccupied with the thought of his mother calling him, especially since Li Yuling had been eliminated so swiftly. Yet, it seemed that his mother did not hold back simply because Li Yuling was a favored candidate. He felt that perhaps he had been influenced by the time spent with Wang Bin, growing somewhat abstract in his thinking. "Are you still here?" Wang Bin mused that Wei Yang should be comforting his girlfriend now. "Oh wait, not quite a girlfriend yet. More like a prospective match. I'm just going to the restroom." Wei Yang nodded and departed. However, before he could exit, the clear sky outside abruptly transformed into a gloomy one. "There's no battle today, so why is the weather changing?" Li Luo pondered. "I don't know, perhaps someone is practicing skills. After all, there are many strong individuals around Kyoto," Lu Lei remarked, finding nothing particularly unusual. "This is not merely a weather change." Mr. Wei quickly dispersed the crowd. Something is about to happen. Wang Bin sensed something amiss. Chapter 103, The Battle of Divine Beasts. "All right, I understand," Wei Yang replied, noting Wang Bin's serious demeanor, indicating that something significant was unfolding. At that moment, the figure of Hoopa was released into the sky, accompanied by 6 yellow rings. Gengar and Dragonite understood Wang Bin's intentions and immediately prepared for battle. In a flash, Wang Bin, accompanied by 2 Pokémon, ascended into the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that Kyoto was bustling. Numerous Pokémon already soared above. The formidable presence of these creatures indicated their affiliation with the higher echelons of the Alliance. Those with combat capabilities below the level of a secondary deity should refrain from engaging and instead assist in evacuating the populace. Wang Bin exclaimed without hesitation. Thanks to his prior notoriety from vanquishing the legendary birds at Hucking University, there were no dissenting voices among the crowd. Consequently, apart from Wang Bin, only 2 Pokémon remained poised for battle in the sky, Latios and Dragonite. The presence of Wang Bin in Kyoto was uncertain, yet it mattered little. For the 6 circles had begun to expel individuals. First, streams of magma erupted, followed by the emergence of the well-known deities. Groudon, affectionately dubbed the creature that cannot fly, appeared, accompanied by a surge of seawater corresponding to the circle. It goes without saying that this heralded the arrival of its dear companion, Kyogre, humorously referred to as the fathead fish. Chaos ensued in Kyoto as panic gripped the populace. "Come with me, we cannot partake in this battle." Wei Yang urgently urged Li Yuling, pulling her away. In that moment, Li Yuling felt her worldview shattered. She realized for the first time that her aspirations of reaching the heights alongside Suicune might be unattainable. As the 3rd circle began to release Pokémon, the sky instantaneously brightened. "Atmospheric breach," Wang Bin exclaimed, astonished that even Rayquaza had arrived. He turned to Gengar and Salamence, commanding, "Evolve, and let us summon reinforcements." In an instant, both Gengar and Salamence were enveloped in a radiant glow. Soon, it was complete. "Gogaga." Gengar clapped its hands, opening a portal to the distortion world. "Gogaga. Boss, we have a situation." "Ah, understood." Without needing to inquire, it was evident to Giratina that trouble was afoot. A fearsome roar erupted from Salamence as it unleashed a powerful cry. Suddenly, Wang Bin found himself surrounded by a verdant glow. In an instant, a Celebi materialized beside him, accompanied by 2 other concealed Pokémon, Victini and Mew, the latter colloquially known as the Street Rogue. At this moment, Wang Bin's full form was unveiled. During this time, the temporal deities Palkia and Dialga also successfully joined the fray, followed by the arrival of the ice dragon, Hiram. From a purely numerical standpoint, Wang Bin's side held the advantage. The legendary Pokémon summoned by Hoopa bore crimson spectacles, indicating their current state of confusion. In contrast, Wang Bin's team remained composed. Hoopa had no support, while Wang Bin was bolstered by the extraordinary assistance of Victini, enhancing their moves effortlessly. Additionally, Celebi could both heal and attack, creating an utterly flawless combination. "Want to chat, Hoopa?" Wang Bin initiated the dialogue. After all, they were in an urban setting, Kyoto, where the population density was significant. If a confrontation ensued, the aftermath could lead to substantial casualties among Wei Yang and his companions, who would be unable to withstand the residual chaos. "Don't believe him, Hoopa? Let us together forge a world that venerates you." At that moment, a figure riding a Charizard made their grand entrance. It appears that this individual has orchestrated the liberation of Hoopa, leaving one perplexed about his intentions. Wang Bin, upon witnessing this scenario, was momentarily puzzled before fixating his gaze on Hoopa. Should the adversary make a move, he would not hold back. Hoopa initiated action, once again employing those enigmatic rings. It was crucial to maneuver carefully, for this was an assault from another dimension, a realization that struck Wang Bin instantly. Roar up in. Boss, I shall confront the Latias. The fierce dragon chose its opponent. I will engage with Kyurem and simultaneously deal with Groudon and Kyogre. One hit 7 nodded in agreement. Leave the time duo to me. Giratina recalled the previous encounter in the distortion world. Gogna, I will spar with Hoopa. Gengar selected one of the remaining foes. I will fill in wherever needed, Wang Bin added. Despite each individual articulating their thoughts, the exchange was swift, devoid of prolonged deliberation. Before the dimensional assault commenced, they dispersed. First, the fierce dragon launched itself towards Latios with a self-sacrificing charge. Meanwhile, the opponent began to bolster its strength. Latios swiftly utilized its signature move, extreme speed. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions between Latios and the fierce dragon were relentless, each impact sending them apart. Kyurem, observing the oncoming one-hit 7, transformed into Black Kyurem and unleashed an ice beam. One-hit 7 seized the opportunity, executing Dragon Dance to evade the attack with a graceful twist. Seeing this, Kyogre unleashed Origin Pulse, a barrage of laser-like energy beams erupted forth. Gengar, realizing the predicament, could no longer pursue Hoopa and instead moved to defend. Wang Bin, noticing Groudon preparing to act, seized a nearby stone and hurled it with precision. Remarkably, the stone remained intact upon leaving his grasp. Bang! The stone struck Groudon, forcing it to retreat 2 steps. This incited Groudon's ire. It retaliated with a cliff blade aimed directly at Wang Bin. In a flash, Wang Bin teleported above Groudon, conjuring a wave bomb to smash down upon its head. Victini, witnessing this, added a weighty slap to Wang Bin, intensifying the impact. Groudon nearly toppled over, while it remained upright. Its subsequent swaying indicated substantial damage had been inflicted. Little brat, I have you now, Giratina exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Just watch me, and you'll see. A shadow sneak sent Palkia flying. Following that, a shadow ball struck Dialga with pinpoint accuracy. Palkia, having been knocked aside, retaliated with a spatial rend. However, Giratina deftly dodged, allowing the ice beam to collide with the spatial rend instead. Upon being hit, Dialga yelped in pain and unleashed Roar of Time. Chapter 104, Wang Bin, Unlawful. Hoopa, you are the most unlawful of all. Seizing this opportunity, Hoopa launched a dark pulse towards Giratina. During this period, Wang Bin discerned an intriguing occurrence. When Groudon wielded the Sword of Ruin, Hoopa redirected a portion of its power, precisely that which posed a threat to the city. This reminiscence conjured images from a film where Hoopa initially seized food and bestowed riches upon the townsfolk. Thus, despite the current liberation of Hoopa, its underlying intention seemed to be the preservation of the city's integrity. The skirmish, although fierce, was somewhat controlled. The combatants aimed to channel the energy skyward, resulting in relatively minimal devastation thus far. It would be unrealistic to assert that there was no damage, given the formidable beings engaged in battle. At that moment, the fierce clash between Rayquaza and Reshiram continued unabated. However, Rayquaza found itself at a disadvantage, unable to contend with the divine Reshiram, especially with the latter's assistance in play. As the combat resumed, Gengar successfully defended against the Origin Pulse and launched a Shadow Sneak towards Kyogre. Hoopa unleashed another Dark Pulse, this time drawing aid from a nearby Dragonite and Latios. Yet, their combined efforts proved insufficient to thwart Hoopa's advance. The 1 vs 7 battle was enveloped in green light as it surged towards Darkrai. This move evidently signified a critical moment in the battle. To Wang Bin's astonishment, Darkrai abruptly transformed into White Kyurem and retaliated with an icy wind. Is this transformation of Kyurem permissible? He pondered. Previously, he had dismissed the shift to Dark Kyurem as a mere optical illusion, but this latest transformation raised further questions. Where are Zekrom and Reshiram? Wang Bin could no longer contain his frustration. What kind of trickery is this? You are the one who is acting unlawfully. This is a battle of divine beings. And you, a mere human, have no place here. Sneaking around is one thing, but having another hidden ally is just deceitful. Hoopa, upon hearing these remarks, felt indignant. At least its allies were engaging openly, while Wang Bin resorted to underhanded tactics. And is your physical prowess truly justified? Arceus, come down here and elucidate this. Is this what you call strategy? And can you speak? Why didn't you respond when I inquired? Wang Bin began to interact with Hoopa. At that juncture, the 1 vs 7 struggle saw Rayquaza and White Kyurem encased in a block of ice. However, it was evident that this ice could not restrain them for long. Once freed from their icy prison, Reshiram unleashed a devastating fusion flare that sent Kyurem crashing down. Just then, Victini approached Giratina and exclaimed, "You've been empowered, charge forth." Giratina took action, casting a shadow ball, but this time the target was not Dialga but Palkia. Palkia, with its arms glowing pink, swiftly executed a spatial rend. Unfortunately, the enhanced Shadow Ball proved more potent, resulting in a severe blow to Palkia. What interaction are you speaking of? I, Hoopa, would never parley with a mere human. Do I not have my dignity? Hoopa declared, asserting that it would not engage in negotiations. Wang Bin was truly perplexed. Why had no one sought the judgment vessel for such an extended period? Was it merely a battle among those few individuals? There was no need to search any further. Here it was. At that moment, Wei Yang called out, holding the judgment vessel in his hands. This lad had just escorted Li Yuling to a safe location before he went to search for it. Fortunately, he had succeeded in his quest. I shall take it from here, Wang Bin declared, instantly teleporting to Wei Yang's side, where he opened the judgment vessel and began to wield its power. The crimson hue in Kyogre's eyes gradually faded, and the form of Hoopa was shrinking, ultimately transforming into the judged Hoopa. At this juncture, Mew finally had its moment to shine. It ensured that the judged Hoopa did not fall to the ground, while simultaneously revealing its true form. A wave emanated from the judgment vessel, as if it intended to act upon Wang Bin. However, Wang Bin was no ordinary individual. He merely tightened his grip, stating, "You think I am just an ordinary person?" The judgment vessel fell silent. Haha, it is over now. Victini also made its appearance. At this moment, someone managed to capture a photograph. The specific pose was unimportant. What mattered was that only Groudon stood on the ground amidst the chaos. "Ah, little rascal. Come along with me," Giratina proclaimed, opening a reverse portal and dragging Palkia inside. Dialga, witnessing this, dashed forward and opened a tunnel, escaping through it. Kyogre took to the skies as well, disregarding its friend Groudon beside it. With the crowd being so numerous, engaging in combat would surely lead to reprimand. Kyurem reverted to its original form and silently flew away. If it were to confront 7 opponents, it would certainly declare, "I am the mightiest dragon." Groudon felt discomfort. It surveyed its surroundings, filled with buildings. Simply bulldozing through seemed unwise. Yet, it truly lacked the ability to fly. "Do not fret. I will inquire if we have enough helicopters here. We can hoist you up and fly you to the coast, allowing you to savor the experience of flight." Wang Bin mused, eager to indulge Groudon. Upon hearing this, Groudon's demeanor brightened, and it nodded vigorously. "Roar, boss, farewell." Seeing the 1-against-7 preparing to depart, Dragonite approached to bid goodbye. The 1-against-7 nodded and departed alongside the adjacent Rayquaza. "I'll be off too. Call me if there's anything." Latias chimed cheerfully as it prepared to leave. Wang Bin gently patted its head and said, "All right, remember to visit me when you have the time." "Sure." Latias responded before vanishing. Mew giggled, becoming invisible once more. After witnessing the grand spectacle, it was utterly delighted. Next, it would return to its usual mischief. "Have you opened a breeding house?" Victini inquired curiously. "Indeed, I have. Want to come and play at my place?" Gengar nodded. "No problem, let us go have some fun." Victini replied with a smile. Unfortunately, it did not employ its signature move, Flamethrower, this time. As Wang Bin noticed that everyone had departed, he turned to observe the Hoopa that Mew had just brought over. What to do with this little one? Wang Bin shook his head and decided to hold it for the time being. Chapter 105, Aftermath. Gengar, noticing the Hoopa in Wang Bin's arms, inquired about it. "Uncertain. Let us wait for it to awaken before proceeding. For now, I shall seek out that individual who was so vociferously proclaiming the destruction of the world." Wang Bin shook his head, his curiosity piqued regarding the other party's intentions, particularly how he had managed to pilfer such an item from Kyoto Spirit University. "I will go and investigate," he declared. The Dragonite took to the skies in search of answers. "No need. The Dragonite is already in possession of it," Wang Bin remarked. Observing the approaching creature. "Greetings, Mr. Wong. This is the individual in question," announced a figure descending from the Dragonite. One cannot deny the convenience of psychic abilities. "Why did you incite Hoopa to bring about the world's demise?" was Wang Bin's initial inquiry. "Because it is unjust. This world is inherently unfair," was the succinct reply. "And how did you manage to steal the judgment pot?" Wang Bin nodded, understanding the reasoning behind the other's words, as it was rooted in truth. "Forging a student ID is quite simple, and entering the university does not require proof of identity. I found an opportunity to infiltrate the laboratory. Feigning a visit to a professor who was absent, I simply asked to wait, and when the moment was right, I took it." Hoopa was fortuitously resting in the grass below, and there was ample time. The individual elucidated their method of operation. "Hoopa just happened to be encountered?" Wang Bin mused, finding the coincidence rather remarkable. "Indeed, it was sheer happenstance, and it was asleep, so I took it with me." The other confirmed Wang Bin's thoughts. Wang Bin deemed this rather hasty. Is reality devoid of logic? Very well, let it be as such. He had no further inquiries and turned to the others. "Perhaps you should summon some law enforcement officials to conduct a formal inquiry." "Certainly, that is manageable." The individual nodded in agreement. Before long, 3 officers arrived, their insignia indicating respectable ranks. However, this mattered little to Wang Bin, who chose to depart. As for Hoopa and the judgment pot, would the overwhelming presence of the legendary Dialga and the sheer force of 1-against-7 not draw attention? They would likely be besieged by onlookers seeking autographs wherever they ventured. Very well, Rotom, came the response as Rotom commenced its task. Thank you for your efforts, Mino. Milotic began to show its affection. Your Milotic possesses remarkable talent, Victini observed, recognizing its potential. Indeed, Wangbin acknowledged with a nod. Gengar sensed that Kyoto would soon require repairs, prompting corresponding actions from the universities. Certainly, that is assured, Dragonite affirmed, recalling its previous encounter with Rayquaza. Yet it had not been exhausted thanks to Latias's assistance. After all, it was leading this endeavor, and thus the psychological well-being of the students. The situation regarding his potential partner and future arrangements for the school team all fell under his purview. Wait a moment, isn't the team psychologist you? Wangbin suddenly recalled, but dismissed it as irrelevant. Yes, I was rather engrossed in the battle earlier and forgot, he admitted. After all, he was no professional. Should he truly be tasked with addressing psychological issues, he would be at a loss for how to proceed. One cannot simply say that feeling troubled can be resolved by hastily retreating into slumber, as if awakening would restore all to normalcy. Where am I? At this moment, Hoopa stirred from its slumber. Greetings, little one, Wangbin greeted. Hoopa glanced up and surveyed its surroundings, only to be momentarily struck dumb. How is it that even Victini is present here? Allow me to explain the situation. Rotom recounted the entire sequence of events. I see, have I caused a mishap? Hoopa inquired with a tinge of guilt. No worries, this is not your fault. Instead, ponder where you wish to go next. Wangbin gently patted its head, interrupting its train of thought. Blaming oneself for all misfortunes is hardly beneficial. I shall accompany you. With the jar of punishment in your possession, it is safe. Additionally, I believe I could find joy and contentment in your company. Hoopa deliberated briefly before arriving at its decision. Very well, Wangbin nodded in agreement. Thus, Wangbin's backyard welcomed a wild mythical creature. Name, Hoopa, punishment. Gender, genderless. Type, psychic, ghost. Ability, magician. Aptitude, level 1 deity. Level, 120, 125 upon liberation. Skills, pending. Held item, none. Evaluation, extremely lively and somewhat loquacious. Your backyard may soon echo with the sounds of both it and Rotom. Upon liberation, it could wreak considerable havoc. But under your watchful eye, it may not be as dire as it seems. Before long, there was a knock at Wangbin's door. He recognized it was Wei Yang. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with your date? Wangbin inquired as he closed the door behind them. Don't mention it. She seems to have been unsettled. After encountering a true divine beast, it appears that both she and Suicune have faced some turmoil, Wei Yang admitted, unsure of how to remedy the situation. If the issue arises solely from this, it was bound to surface eventually. Though it may sound harsh, that Suicune will likely never reach the heights of Gengar or Salamence. The faint possibility exists only if a divine beast intervenes, Wangbin stated candidly. I don't recall feeling this way when you first joined our team, Wei Yang confessed. Unable to relate to that sentiment, having never experienced it himself. I don't know, nor do I know how to proceed, Wangbin shrugged. Chapter 106, a world-renowned masterpiece. No, I suspect it will probably be something honorary. A tangible reward would suffice. But for now, the pressing matters lie within the city's various dilemmas, Wangbin remarked indifferently. After all, the other party could not possibly withhold it. They would likely be quite generous. Top-tier combat strength combined with a divine beast ally is no trivial matter. That is of little importance. However, that class may need to be suspended or replaced, otherwise it will be overwhelmed with people, Wangbin reflected, showing little concern. Indeed. But those are matters for the future. When do you plan to depart? Wei Yang inquired. At night, when the world is quiet, I shall take my leave. Wangbin replied, not concealing his intentions. After all, since we have come together, it is only courteous to inform one another when it is time to depart. The Dragonite and others have also found their respective spots to rest. The area over there is entirely vacant and impeccably clean. Allow me to fetch some blankets for you. Gengar pointed towards a few smaller cushions within the room. Due to Wangbin having numerous good friends, he had prepared a considerable amount of supplies in advance, specifically for occasions like today's visit. Very well, said Victini, displaying no hint of reservation. Their bond is quite solid. There is no need for formalities. It's all right. Go ahead, Rotom. Rotom chimed in beside Hoopa. All right, Hoopa replied with a smile and a nod. Meanwhile, Wangbin settled in for a rest. Although the online community was in a frenzy. Did you see that? This is the best in Tianjin. Forget Tianjin. This is outright the best in the world. Boss Ben, I have only a few Pokémon, yet I have many brothers. Victini is simply adorable. Stop dreaming, brother. They're still by Boss Ben's side. And your strength isn't sufficient. Only those with battle power below level 2 deities are not permitted to participate. At first, merely a junior high school graduate lacking in battle understanding. Later, capable of defeating the 3 legendary birds. Now, engaged in charity. This is my internet father. The 5-star trainer Wei Yang series remains far too conservative. It appears I must attend some classes to catch up. What is being said online is beyond Wangbin's knowledge. Even as his streaming room fills with comments, he remains oblivious. The next morning, The village chief arrived at Wang Bin's home. What brings you here, chief? Wang Bin thought that even if he had accomplished something significant, the chief wouldn't come knocking at his door. Because of you, the land prices in our village have soared. Therefore, we will hold a meeting this afternoon to discuss how to manage the situation. After all, we are not too far from the city, and some believe it unnecessary to disrupt this tranquility. The chief expressed his intentions. Understood. I prefer things to remain calm. We're doing quite well as is. I will support our approach in the meeting, Wang Bin preemptively stated. If he truly enjoyed the bustle, he could easily purchase a house in the city center. He is not lacking in funds. Even acquiring a property with a yard would be no challenge. The primary allure of this area is its peaceful and relaxed atmosphere. Not to mention it is his homeland. Very well, I understand. Today, I have been notifying each household, and 90% of them echo your sentiments. The chief nodded, revealing some additional information. Could anyone's strength surpass his fist? Huh, certainly not. The chief chuckled, shaking his head before shifting the conversation. All right, let us proceed with this. We will convene in the afternoon. Understood, chief. Wang Bin stood to see him off. He comprehended the chief's intentions. Wang Bin's current strength might instill fear among the villagers, leading to a sense of estrangement from those who grew up together. The chief wished to avoid such a situation. They are still one village, and Wang Bin is not the type to become arrogant upon achieving success. Thus, things should remain as they are, preserving the warmth of their community. Bin, a message has arrived from Sharona, Lodum reminded after the village chief had left. All right, let me take a look. Wang Bin said as he picked up his phone. Sharona, is everything all right over there? Boss Bin, rest assured, all is well. Sharona, that's good to hear. However, the Garchomp is quite disgruntled. It feels that during its last battle with the Dragonite, it was treated like a child. Haha. Boss Bin, that fellow is primarily afraid of being unable to hold back. It thrives on more combat. Sharona, here's a picture. Wang Bin opened the image and discovered it was a photo taken at the end of the battle. In the frame, Wang Bin was seen carrying something floating on his left, flanked by Victini and Shiny Shalebi, with Dragonite above and Gengar to the left front. At the top of the image, a 1 versus 7 scenario unfolded, with Rayquaza slightly below. In the center was Giratina, casting a sidelong glance at Palkia to its left, while Dialga lagged behind by half a position, likely sensing Giratina's displeasure. Above to the right floated Mew, and the unconscious Hoopa being supported by it, with Kyogre in the mid-right, and at the bottom stood our dashing Groudon. Boss Bin, only I feel sorry for Groudon. Sharona? Boss Bin, Groudon cannot fly, it can only stand. Sharona, haha, but there's another picture. Sharona, picture. Wang Bin clicked to view the next image, revealing a scene of numerous helicopters using iron chains to lift Groudon into the air, which made him chuckle. Groudon's mouth curled into a grin. It simply adored flying. Gengar, upon seeing this, burst into laughter as well. Thus, time swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, Wang Bin headed to the village for a meeting, while Gengar and the others stayed behind. Upon arrival, Wang Bin found a place to sit. All right, that's the situation. Now let us hear everyone's thoughts. The village chief summarized before soliciting opinions. Chapter 107. The rewards arrive. Chief, I also agree that no changes should be made. Wang Bin raised his hand to speak. At this moment, the vast majority of villagers had already expressed their opinions. There were no doubts among the villagers regarding Wang Bin's choice. Well, that should suffice. Our village will remain as is. Meeting adjourned, the village chief concluded. Xiao Wang, what should I do about my grandson who keeps insisting on dropping out of the school trip? Aunt Lu from the village approached Wang Bin, visibly anxious, fearing she might not be able to dissuade him. Furthermore, the nearby forest did not house particularly formidable Pokémon, and as long as caution was exercised, there should be no issues. Can people be compared to each other? Can they match my strength? Wang Bin was taken aback by such a retort. He pointed to himself. What I possess cannot simply be attained through travel or schooling, so wishing to be as strong as me through a trip is unrealistic. Didn't yesterday's orders skyrocket? Wang Bin inquired of Zhang Yu, who was managing the shop at the front desk. Indeed, Boss Bin. A flurry of orders came in last night, and by this morning, everything was sold out. I'm just waiting for the delivery now. Zhang Yu nodded. Very well, for the next few days, you two need not stay here. Just put up a sign indicating a temporary closure. I have no desire to procure supplies at the moment. Wang Bin swiftly responded. Although there is a significant influx of customers currently, yielding a substantial sale of eggs, he does not possess a selling system for eggs, and thus does not concern himself with such trifling profits. It is also foreseeable that many individuals will visit the store for photo opportunities in the near future. Understood, Zhang Yu nodded, refraining from inquiring further. She would not be losing her job by following the boss's orders, so she simply complied. You wait here for the delivery. I will inform Rotom and halt the online store as well. Wang Bin continued to organize the tasks at hand. Certainly, Rotom. Upon hearing Wang Bin's instructions, Rotom commenced with the necessary actions. Soon enough, the online store was closed. At this point, the cleanup efforts were progressing smoothly. The league representatives began to reach out to Wang Bin. Apologies, Mr. Wong. We have been occupied with resolving subsequent matters and are only now able to contact you. The league staff began with an apology. Not an issue. The casualties were not severe, I hope. Wang Bin felt rather indifferent about the situation. Thanks to your efforts. It was not severe. I would like to inquire when you might be available for us to discuss the related rewards, given your significant contribution in this incident. The representative transitioned to the main topic. As for me, I am available anytime, but we could discuss this over the phone. It makes little difference. Wang Bin believed there was no necessity for a face-to-face meeting over this matter. All right then, as you wish. May I ask if there is anything in particular you desire? The representative queried, the implication being that the reward would be contingent on his preferences. To be honest, I do not have anything in particular that I want. So I am uncertain. Perhaps you could deliberate amongst yourselves first, and then I shall listen to the outcome? Wang Bin genuinely had no pressing needs. Very well. Our preliminary thought is to reward you with 15 rare Pokémon eggs, 15 items, and 6 evolution stones. Additionally, you would be granted the title of Hall of Fame Trainer. Following our collaboration at the breeding facility, you would enjoy a monthly discount of 500 eggs at half price, exempt from taxes for a century. The representative shared the prior discussion's conclusions. Does this Hall of Fame Trainer position come with fixed responsibilities? Wang Bin did not agree immediately. That is not an issue. I believe we can proceed as such. Wang Bin considered the proposed reward to be quite commendable. Would you prefer a more ostentatious approach, with delivery to your location and banners displayed, or a more subdued announcement online, without much fanfare? The representative inquired further. Let us keep it low-key. A simple announcement will suffice. No need for a grand spectacle. Wang Bin was not fond of such an atmosphere. Thus he shook his head in refusal. Understood. Is there anything else you would like us to keep in mind? The representative aimed to ensure satisfactory service. Nothing further. Let's leave it at that. Wang Bin shook his head once more. Thus, Wang Bin engaged in a cordial conversation with the league officials, and both parties finalized the subsequent arrangements. Principal Huang has contacted me, saying there will be a promotion and salary increase. Rotom also brought good news. What did he say specifically? Wang Bin inquired. The prestigious title of honorary dean has been directly conferred, along with an accompanying position, salary, and welfare benefits, contingent upon one's disposition towards teaching and student engagement. Loto briefly summarized the situation. Initially, students may have been drawn to the courses primarily due to his presence. However, upon reflection, it would not be prudent to abandon the endeavor entirely. Well done, Loto, Wang Bin praised, acknowledging the ease with which tasks were accomplished thanks to Loto's assistance. This little fellow truly possesses remarkable capabilities. A new call interrupted, revealing it to be from the official Tianmin organization. Before Loto could boast, another task emerged. Hello. Wang Bin answered the phone once more. Mr. Wong, we are from the Tianmin Alliance. In recognition of your previous contributions, we wish to extend our commendation. However, we are uncertain about your preferences. Initially, we intended to visit you in person, but we heard from the Alliance headquarters that you prefer to communicate via phone. Hence this call. The other party quickly stated their purpose. Did they not inform you of our discussions? Wang Bin inquired, puzzled. They did mention it. But we still need to ask, the other party responded candidly. Chapter 108. When will you become Tianmin's best? You already are Tianmin's best. If that is the case, we can provide additional resources, along with some bonuses, the representative tentatively suggested. There is no need for the resources. I already have an ample supply of Pokémon. If more were to come, I might have to recruit additional staff. Let us simply convert it into monetary compensation. That would be much more straightforward, Wang Bin replied. As the allure of the resources held little sway over him, he aimed to cultivate a community of common Pokémon while also managing a genuine elite selection, which felt somewhat contradictory. Very well, if you are certain you prefer monetary compensation, we will proceed with that. Additionally, we will grant you the title and insignia of Tianmin's best, the representative stated, surprised by Wang Bin's preference for the simplest option. Agreed, that works for me. Wang Bin nodded. The phrase Tianmin's best resonated deeply with him. He held a particular fondness for it. After concluding the call with Tianmin, further communications from lower-tier alliance units ensued, albeit with diminishing rewards. Consequently, Wang Bin opted to convert all offerings into monetary form. With this straightforward resolution, Wang Bin finally managed to address the matters of rewards. Announcement. Recently, a catastrophic incident occurred in Kyoto. In this event, Wang Bin, the proprietor of our breeding house, made outstanding contributions and is hereby recognized as a Hall of Fame level trainer, receiving 15 semi-divine Pokémon eggs, 15 items, and 6 evolution stones. Furthermore, our breeding house will enjoy a monthly discount of 500 units at half price and tax exemption for 100 years. We sincerely thank Comrade Wang Bin for his contributions to social stability. Announcement. Recently, our city's distinguished youth, Wang Bin, has been awarded the title of Tianmin's best. Today, a series of announcements were released, heralding Wang Bin's esteemed title to the public. Hey, when will you become Tianmin's second best? There is no choice. The current Tianmin's best is too formidable, so I can only strive for second place. 15 quasi-divine eggs. Indeed, Boss Bin's breeding facility is unparalleled. You should take a glance at the list of Hall of Fame trainers. While others boast a plethora of Pokémon, Boss Bin has merely 5, 2 of which are infants, 1 in recovery, and 2 are transcendental beings. Remarkably, the strongest among them is the evaluation. What is the evaluation? It states, we simply cannot conceive of a method to defeat him, and remember, he himself is capable of combat. Brother Chong, magnificent, he is truly deserving of his reputation. Now, how can I express my desire to become a traveler? My friend, let us embark on this journey. Presently, many are clamoring to become travelers. Aren't they, Rotom? At that moment, Rotom was surfing. Goga? Indeed, there are quite a few. Do you wish for Abin to persuade them? Gengar sensed that Rotom might indeed entertain this notion. Oh, dear brother, you are still too young. Such matters are a personal choice. What is there to persuade? Dragonite asserted that choices are inherently personal. Given Wang Bin's performance, anyone with a modicum of intellect would understand that it transcends mere travel. Have you ever encountered a human who could confront a level 1 deity? It seems so, Rotom. Rotom felt that perhaps he was still too naive. Gengar, let us engage in some gaming. Victini displayed a profound interest in the game. Therefore, it became customary to summon Gengar for gaming sessions. The advantage of this arrangement was that the phone Wang Bin had previously purchased for Rotom's practice would no longer gather dust. Let us log in. At this moment, Koopa also joined the fray. This fellow unleashed a ring, performing a feat of remote retrieval. I'm joining too, Rotom. Rotom promptly cast aside earlier concerns. What travel? It is now time for games. Meow, could you please have that quasi-divine egg delivered to them? I believe their judgment pales in comparison to Bin's. Milotic felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that if they selected a less capable group, it would not bode well. No worries, it surely won't be subpar. Wang Bin affectionately patted Milotic's head, expressing his complete lack of concern. He believed possessing a phone would prove quite convenient. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It's that this card can be tracked, and I fear your location may be exposed. Wang Bin did not immediately acquiesce, deeming it unsafe from a security perspective. Is that so? Victini found itself in a quandary. Under the watchful gaze of Gengar and the others, Victini reached a decision. Very well, prepare a place for me. I shall reside here and venture out for leisure whenever I please. Yay. Koopa was utterly delighted upon hearing this. Goga, no need to prepare a place. Yesterday's will suffice. If any daily necessities are lacking, feel free to inform Abin. Gengar was also exceedingly pleased to have an old friend remain. Haha, indeed. Just let me know. Wang Bin was naturally elated as well. Thus, a new wild mythical creature entered Wang Bin's backyard. However, considering the reason for this stay, one could only hope this fellow would not succumb to an addiction to the internet. Name, Victini. Gender, genderless type, psychic. Fire ability, victory star qualification, level 1 divine level, 121 skills, to be determined item, charcoal evaluation, a whimsical Victini, fond of wandering. Enjoys a precious sense of freedom that its counterpart from the land of Earth does not possess. It is also your old friend. If you haven't opened the panel, you might be unaware that this creature has already reached level 121. Wang Bin raised an eyebrow after reading this. When did you break through? Amazed, he commended its prowess with a thumbs up. Gengar and the others also offered their applause. Modestly, Victini chuckled, then picked up the phone again, urging, let us continue. Abin, when will I next indulge in a meal? At this moment, Oxy, cradling a small feline Pokémon, entered. After all, it was his first time restoring a Pokémon's power in such a manner. Chapter 109, Wang Bin. Travel is just like that. With the breeding house closed and Wang Bin's reluctance to venture out, coupled with his overwhelming strength that deterred anyone from intruding, his life had been quite tranquil these past few days. However, today was rather distressing. He had to attend class. After careful consideration, he decided to finish this semester and refrain from enrolling in the next, knowing that the course selection would clearly indicate the instructor, and upon seeing it wasn't him, he would be at ease. No way, I'm not going. I'm afraid the fans will be too wild. Gengar outright refused before Wang Bin could even inquire. Roar, same here. The Dragonite also wished to abstain, as its fame had soared to great heights, primarily due to the multitude of fans of Rayquaza, after having a showdown with it. Many had become captivated by Dragonite. I'll go incognito and observe, Victini declared, swiftly alighting on Wang Bin's shoulder. Although Milotic cherished being close to Wang Bin, it was not one to cling to him incessantly. It understood that its current prowess was largely due to its unwavering dedication, which it would never forsake. I won't attend. I have plans to play with Xiaotian today. Koopa had recently mingled with many children in the village and had its own engagements. Alright. But remember, do not recklessly use your rings. Wang Bin was genuinely apprehensive that this little Hoopa might become overly enamored and start summoning indiscriminately. Rest assured, I am aware. Koopa nodded before taking flight. I will also train Rotom. With that, Rotom dashed away. As for the last Oxy, it would undoubtedly remain behind, likely nestled among the kittens. Wang Bin began to doubt whether the eggs of these feline Pokémon would even sell in the future, since Dragonite was not attending. Wang Bin planned to drive there himself. Although he had seldom driven, it did not imply he was entirely inexperienced, aware of the limited opportunities for use. He purchased a modestly priced vehicle that was far from conspicuous. Tianjin Pokémon University. As a psychic, he was in no rush to reach the classroom. A simple teleportation would suffice. As for his office, he had long forgotten its location. He hadn't stored anything there anyway, so forgetting it was of little consequence. When do we head to the classroom? I genuinely wish to see what university classes are like, Victini expressed, a hint of excitement in its voice. Haven't you ever observed before? Wang Bin inquired, curious. No. At most I have only peered through the window. I've never entered and participated. Victini shook its head. It's all right. You will come to know today. However, do pay close attention during class. I anticipate a considerable number of attendees. If it becomes inconvenient, you may stay close to me. I shall guide you while I speak. Wang Bin is indeed quite considerate. He does not regard this little one as a formidable entity. Perhaps this is the deception of appearances. Very well, I understand. Victini is also quite cooperative. Do you typically arrive this early with the Dragonite? Victini feels that the wait has been somewhat prolonged. Not at all. If Dragonite were to accompany us, we would have emerged later. It is only by car that we arrive at this hour. Wang Bin shook his head. Ah, I see. Victini comprehended. All right, the time is nearly upon us. Let us depart. Wang Bin glanced at the clock and stated. Victini promptly perched upon Wang Bin's shoulder and entered an invisible state. Wang Bin secured the vehicle and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the podium. Oh, the classroom fell momentarily silent before erupting into cheers. Wang Bin gestured for calm. All right, all right. There are indeed many of you today, which I had anticipated. A voice from the crowd called out. Teacher, what should I be aware of if I plan to travel? Travel? Are you considering dropping out to travel? Wang Bin sought confirmation. Are there others who share this thought? He surveyed the classroom. To his surprise, many nodded in agreement. Humph. Wang Bin scoffed disdainfully. You all see only the pinnacle, which is me, but not the depths, those who abandon the path of a trainer, even at the cost of their lives. Do you truly believe the wild is easy to navigate? But teacher, weren't you born from travel? One student retorted. Not entirely convinced. Indeed, yet when a bound sweet bites me, I am unscathed. Let it bite you and see how long you endure. Wang Bin casually provided an example. Can they claim that a mere bite is inconsequential? Certainly not. If they genuinely acted on such folly, they would meet their demise in earnest. I understand the desire to grow stronger, and indeed, we all do. However, to naively believe that following my path is the sole solution is sheer folly. Wang Bin's tone was grave as he spoke these words. After a moment's pause, he continued, I noticed a student recording with their phone. You may post such footage online, but do refrain from malicious editing. Now, let us commence our lesson. Without waiting for their assent, Wang Bin began. In the wild, we must be vigilant not only of Pokémon, but also of those nefarious organizations. Should they discover your presence, they will not engage in reason. They will ensure your disappearance. If you encounter them and they remain unaware, simply remain still and allow them to pass before making your escape. If they are patrolling, your only option is to find an opportunity to flee. Do not recklessly release your Pokémon, as doing so will significantly increase the area in which you are detected. Wang Bin resumed, imparting fundamental knowledge. Whether this information is useful remains uncertain, yet he certainly does not require lesson preparation. In an instant, Wang Bin departed the classroom. This class feels rather tedious, Victini began to grumble. It has only been a month, mused Victini. Chapter 110, The Team in Need of Assistance. As Wang Bin had anticipated, the video naturally found its way onto the internet. Consequently, the wave of travel was successfully quelled. At this moment, Wang Bin sat before his computer, initiating another live broadcast. The boss bin was live once more. Shall we connect? He inquired eagerly. Yes, Wang Bin nodded. At that moment, a Milotic entwined itself around him. Oh, behold this exquisite Milotic. I find it utterly delightful. Before long, a girl joined the stream. Ah, Boss Bin, I'm connected, she exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, you've connected. Please, try to remain calm. Do you have any questions? Wang Bin gently stroked the Milotic as he spoke. Have you not visited the Pokémon Center before? He asked while beginning to scan. Name, Muker. Gender, male. Type, flying normal. Ability, keen eye. Qualification, ordinary. Level, 16. Skills, limited. Item, none. Evaluation, Muker that consumed a Everstone. Evolution halted. How am I supposed to evolve? The girl lamented. I didn't pay attention to this before. As it's not a battle Pokémon, but 3 years without evolution seems quite strange. Wang Bin nodded. Ah, this little fellow must have consumed an Everstone, preventing any evolution. As for forcibly shattering it with an energy burst, that seems rather improbable. Perhaps we should visit the Pokémon Center and see if surgery can remove it. Consuming an Everstone. Why hasn't it been expelled? She pondered. I cannot say, but that is precisely why Boss Bin suggested a surgical solution. After all, it still seems to be functioning well. Since it hasn't been expelled, we may need a different approach. That makes sense. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Wang Bin felt it was time to move on if there were no further questions. Yes, my beloved cat master has been acting strangely lately, quite despondent and ignoring me, she said, producing another Pokeball. As soon as cat master emerged, it lay flat on the ground, motionless, with a hint of sadness in its eyes. It is essential to first ascertain what has transpired recently. You should consult its close companion, and we can analyze the situation afterwards. Wang suggested as he began another scan. Name, cat master. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, technician. Qualification, elite. Level, 22. Skills, limited. Item, none. Evaluation, an ordinary cat master. But a licky cat. It became despondent upon seeing its beloved female cat with another, feeling as though the world had lost its color. Wang nearly lost his composure upon reading this evaluation. It seems that Meowth from Team Rocket is also a licky cat, and one that cannot attain its desires. Close companion? The girl fell into deep thought, and after a moment, she said, I remember. The cat master next door has a good relationship with it. I will ask. Upon hearing the mention of the neighboring cat master, the cat master reacted. There's something there. Be sure to inquire thoroughly. Wang noted this response with keen interest. Meow, it appears that it has found another companion, leaving me with no chance. Woe is me. The cat leader burst into tears. What? The other party did not comprehend. Thus, Wang stepped in to provide a translation. This narrative, how distressing it seems. This is referred to as cat adoration. Matters of the heart elude my understanding. Hence I am unable to assist you further. Wang truly found himself devoid of suggestions. If he were adept, he and Cynthia would likely share a much closer bond by now. Alas, he genuinely lacks the skill. Very well, Mr. Bin, I appreciate your assistance. I shall first comfort my dear feline leader, while you engage with others. The young lady chuckled awkwardly. All right, farewell. Wang waved goodbye, severing the connection. Mutual admiration. That is pure love. When two love-struck minds unite, it is best to seal the deal. I may lavish words of affection, but to expect me to expend my finances is utterly impossible. Emotional deception may be feasible, yet financial trickery is out of the question, is it not? Sean, indeed. It must be a mutual endeavor. Oh, is that not Mr. Wei? Have your competitions not resumed? Wang interest piqued upon recognizing a familiar face. Sean, the finals are tomorrow, my friend. Mr. Bin has scarcely been online lately. Is it possible he truly has not been paying attention? Considering he views it merely as childish play? Quite reasonable. Have you advanced to the finals? Wang inquired suddenly. Sean, certainly not. But we have reached the top 8 this year. This achievement seems rather underwhelming. Wang felt that reaching the top 8 was still too modest. Sean, for the next edition, I propose we enlist the honorary dean to compete alongside us. Then we shall be invincible. Sean, fortunately. This pair has entered a secure conversation, indeed. The expressions of interest on Mr. Bin and Minus's faces reveal there is some intrigue. Sean, no more chit-chat. A student is calling for me. Well, your teasing has caused Mr. Wei to flee. Wang felt a tinge of disappointment for not catching the gossip, yet he quickly resumed his activities. Let us continue our connection. This time, it was not an individual, but rather a team that joined. Hello, Mr. Bin. We are the Little Doc Circus, and we seek your assistance regarding a matter. One of the girls from the team spoke first. Please proceed. Wang did not immediately acquiesce. This may be rather delicate to articulate. The other party hesitated. Allow me to show you this. It should clarify matters. An elder from the team seemed resolute as he presented a spirit egg.